Most of the time, I would say I'm not nervous, but this time I might be. There has been a lot of pressure since the beginning of the tournament because we're playing in Europe. The crowd was just chanting, they were cheering, and you don't want to disappoint them.
그 경기에서 많이 잘해서 여기를 좀 도서관처럼 만들어 버렸으면 좋겠네요.
Smeb, when we were at IM, we were best friends.
IM에서 제일 의지하고 가장 친했던 것 같아요. 쿠 와서 배우고 그 친구도 이제 푸나틱 가서 많이 배웠다고 하더라고요.
I cannot believe that we're actually fighting each other at semifinal. I cannot imagine how much criticism I can take from Smeb when we lose the game. So really want to win each other to just be on top of them, you know.
네, 꼭 놀려주고 싶어요. 이겨서.
His brother in arms will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple.
And there it is. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
And Fnatic will advance to the semifinals. The only team to do that 3 times.
Welcome back to Brussels, Belgium, where we are gearing up for day 2 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Semifinals. Now, the fans have come out in force here in the Brussels Expo to cheer on our combatants as they face off for a place in the finals. Now, moments ago, you're getting a look at fans lining up, and I'll give you 2 guesses as to who these guys are supporting. Now, there's Huni getting loose and feeling good in Fnatic's ready room just a short time ago. They'll be going up against the KOO Tigers, who are going over their strategies for today. Now, there is no doubt that this is an incredibly important day for both teams looking to take on SKT in Berlin next week for a shot at the Summoners Cup. Well, everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson, helming the analyst desk with a few familiar faces. Coach of World's Contenders, H2K, Neil Prolly Hamad, OGN Shoutcaster, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, and of course, from the European LCS, Mitch Crepo Vorspels. You just had to make the grandest of entrances, didn't you, my friend?
No, you just stay down there. All right, let's see you guys.
All right, send them away, send them away. Well, yesterday, SK Telecom kept their undefeated world streak alive as they dismantled Europe's Origen in a 3-0 sweep. Easyhoon came out strong games 1 and 2 of the series, then Faker returned to the mid lane and closed it out in game 3 as his team secured the first spot in the World Finals.
Yeah, game 1 was pretty close, but then game 2, a little big disparity, and then game 3, yeah. I mean, Faker finished him. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, and with the Faker fatality there at the end, I think this team really didn't show anything either. We just saw some more Rise games. We don't really know the full extent of SK Telecom's strategies, and they've made it to the finals. That is a very scary thought.
I was about to say, it only makes it more terrifying that we are not really sure what this team can still do. Now, turning to the other side of the bracket, though, we have today's best of 5. Starting on the blue side, it's Europe's Fnatic, who stormed into the semis after sweeping Edward Gaming 3-0 to eliminate China's last representative from the tournament.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's style where the aggression doesn't lie in their leads. The aggression is kind of always there when they're ahead or behind. And I think against EDG, they just didn't really expect it. They couldn't keep up.
At the same time, though, EDG is just a shade of their former self. They did not perform as to many fans' expectations, analysts' hopes as well. So we haven't really seen Fnatic rather being really tested.
And of course, standing between them and SKT is the KOO Tigers, who emerged from a Korean quarterfinal clash where they took down KT Rolster 3-1.
Well, and speaking of the KOO Tigers too, compared to EDG, KT also didn't really show up, which is why this has been such a difficult match to kind of predict coming in. And I mean, we saw Smeb's wonderful Fiora. He's a player with a huge, huge champion pool, and he's going to have to show that tonight.
A lot of questions to be raised. Hopefully some answers that we'll find out today. Let's waste no time, though, and send it over to Shox to meet the 2 teams taking center stage in today's semifinal series.
Thank you, and hello, everybody. Welcome to Brussels Expo. please join me in welcoming the participants for today's semi-final, starting with from the European League Championship Series, Fnatic.
Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals, the only team to do that 3 times in the World Championships.
In the top lane, Huni. In the jungle, Rainover. Holding down the mid lane, Febiven. At AD carry, Reckless. At support, it's Yellow Star. Finally, their coach, Daylor. Here they are once again for Fnatic. And then their opponents today, representing Korea's LCK, the KOO Tigers.
There it is. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
In the top lane, Smeb. Roaming the jungle is Origen. Holding mid is Kuro. At AD carry, Prey. His support, Gorilla. Their substitute is Wisdom. And finally, the coach, Nofe. Ladies and gentlemen, once again for the KOO Tigers. And one more time for both our semifinalists today, the KOO Tigers and Fnatic.
The second of our EU versus Korea semifinals coming in today. Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. You already said it, Monty. There's so many questions around these two teams based on their performances so far in this tournament, and we're not really certain how they're going to clash, but I'll be damned if we don't try to figure it out. So let's dive into the series at hand. Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers, and we have to start with this top lane matchup. Smeb versus Huni. Smeb 4-0 on that Fiora coming out of the quarterfinals. Can Huni answer it?
That's going to be a great question because he played some of the best Fiora I've ever seen. It's a very good champion just to be blind picking. You can pretty much do whatever you want with it right now. And we have to remember that when we look at Huni's champion pool too, we've seen him have a very impressive Riven. But Smeb is a guy who's gotten pentakills in Korea on Riven, so another very, very talented player. I'd give Smeb the edge in this matchup.
Yeah, if you look at the graphic on your screen, it looks like Smeb's one of those 1, 2, 3 trick ponies, but that's only because he wasn't pressured in his champion pool at all. He could pick Fiora 4 times in a row. He has multiple champions still available to him to play, like that Riven, for example. But on the other side of the coin, I think Huni and Reignover have gotten a lot better. Fnatic didn't play as much around Huni in the later stages of playoffs and the early stages of group stage, but Reignover has consistently been in the top side of the map, really helping Huni, and I think that's where the difference can be made.
I think they're really playing around Huni now, though. You look at taking that support, or the 80 cannon, that's cutting out damage for crowd control so that Huni can play carry top laners. I think this top lane matchup is incredibly crucial for each team.
I was going to say, it's funny enough because the statistic we have around the damage dealt by these top laners, Smeb, 26% of this team's damage, while Huni only 23.7, still very high in both regards, but the KOO Tigers actually relying a little bit more for damage coming from Smeb.
Yeah, I think this top lane meta is really coming into full force towards the end of Worlds where teams are realizing how much a top lane can really influence. But at this point, it really isn't a pure 1v1 lane.
No.
So I don't think the argument can really be made for Smeb and Huni because they're both very talented. They're going to pick a skill match up top. It's not going to be some farm fest. And now it relies on how good is the synergy between top and jungle. And right now I think Reignover has a big advantage in this 2v2, and that's where it's going to swing. And I don't see anyone being able to survive that 1v2.
Let's bring the two of those junglers into question then, Reignover and
Origen.
My goodness. Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Yesterday we spoke so much about what is the impact of Gragas being disabled going to have. Well, Origen hasn't even played it yet this tournament.
I mean, he hasn't, and I think that Reignover is a little bit more reliant on Gragas, unless his Lee Sin has gotten a lot better. From the time when I used to watch him play in Korea, I think Origen does have an advantage. Origen is also a player who has some really weird jungle pocket picks, and I think that might be a big factor today, too.
At the same time, in their match against KT, we saw Origen kind of get exposed by score a little bit. Later on in the teamfights, he did better, but the early game just didn't have the same impact for me, and I think Reignover has shown on multiple jungles, including Gragas, that he's just a smart player, so I don't think it matters what he'll be playing. Fnatic have usually been playing to champion strengths and weaknesses, not really playing the same way with every single champion, so they really respect different jungle picks, and it should, in that theory, it'd be fine. But I'm just wondering what is he gonna pick if the jungle does get pinched, because we saw that yesterday. Sometimes 2 or 3 junglers can fall out, and then you're suddenly playing Jarvan, maybe Evelyn. Can he do it?
But it's more of, can Origen abuse this?
Yeah.
That's always been Fnatic's weak point was the jungle. That's what you'd point to as the weakest of this strong team. And now we're looking at a jungler who's also the weakest on their team. Will it really matter? Will that actually be a weak point now on Fnatic, or will it just be completely covered up by the matchup?
Well, that too, their playstyles seem to be slightly different, right? As we mentioned, we saw Origen sitting in lanes quite a lot against Score, looking for the counter ganks, not able to find them all of the time, whereas Reignover, happy to farm away, invade the enemy jungle. He actually is the jungler here at the tournament who has the most time spent in the enemy jungle, which is just indicative of the fact that he's like, you can sit in lanes, I'm just going to take your farm.
But there's risk to both of those styles, right? You can get caught out in the enemy jungle, or you can waste time not farming like Origen does. So I think it really is about the success of Origen's ganks, which have not been very successful so far.
Yeah, and then I want to move to the mid lane, Febiven versus KOO. This is a matchup that's very interesting to me, only because I'm not sure how much we've seen out of KOO yet this tournament.
Yeah, I think KOO has really gotten easy way up in this point in the tournament. It hasn't really been exposed. I rate Febiven as a higher player, but the problem right now with a lot of these mid lane matchups is that even if the input is different, you have a really good player here, you have a slightly worse player opposing to him, because it's such a wave clear heavy meta, just a lot of ranged utility champions being played. The output is still exactly the same. They might just go even on CS, so it'll take a lot longer for it to really show who's the better player. Mostly, it'll be decided in teamfights.
Yeah, and that said, KOO has not been really tested, right? He had a couple poor games against Maple. Nagde really didn't show up in the quarterfinals to a large degree. But Huni also, this is a player who's made it through this tournament without a lot of tests in the top lane, and now it's Smeb. So there's going to be, for KOO, there's going to be a big difference, I think, from what he's faced in Febiven. And for Huni, there's going to be a big difference between what he's faced and Smeb.
Well, we talked about the top lane difference being a big influence. I actually think the mid lane is really important in this. We talked about Reignover being in the enemy jungle. What's the best way to get to the enemy jungle safely? Is going to be a lane that's pushing. Yep. This mid lane is going to be pushing. Febiven's going to win mid lane. that's the entrance into their jungle that's safe. And now Smeb has to deal with someone behind him and a guy in front of him. That's not the best position that you want to be in.
Well, we've hit 3 of the lanes, or 3 of the positions. It's only a matter of time then until we make it to the bot lane. Looking at the AD carries, Reckless versus Prey here. They have a very interesting champion pool difference in that both teams seem to be prioritizing supportive or utility-like AD carries, but they've fallen onto very different ones.
Right, and Prey has been playing a lot of the AD Kennen and solo queue, so I think we should assume that he's going to be able to play it here tonight. But Prey and the KOO Tigers, 10 games so far. Ashe has been picked or banned in 8. Since Reckless started playing AD Kennen, it has been either picked, banned, or picked away in the first round of the red side draft by an enemy in every single game. So these are going to be very, very important champions for both of these teams that like to use the AD carry to provide CC.
Yeah, this Kennen pick adds another layer to the pick and ban phase because you can just steal it away. Worst case, you put Smeb on Kennen.
Or Gorilla.
Or Gorilla on Kennen. So many roles it can fill. I'm pretty sure Prey has played it. Even if he doesn't like playing it himself, he now has learned more about the matchups and how to exploit it. And I think that's a big thing about pocket picks. You don't necessarily need to play it yourself, but if you play it a couple of times in solo queue, in scrims, then you start learning the weaknesses, and then you can act on those weaknesses. So perhaps we'll actually see this Kennen pick come out from Fnatic, but then be exposed by the KOO Tigers.
I actually think Prey practicing Kennen really messes Fnatic up a lot. Because now they have to be taking it as priority, and now that you're taking it as priority, you're playing it against an AD carry who's been spamming it. So it's no longer a comfort pick that you can abuse because it's niche. It's this is an exposed pick now. This guy plays Kennen. He also plays the Ashe that we talked about, which I think fulfills the utility role better than Kennen does. So they're going to have to spin a ban on Ashe and then take Kennen early, which I think is kind of bad for Fnatic.
One thing I'm going to keep my eyes on is when the laning phase kind of ends around 10-15 minutes, very often we see the support starting to roam. That's actually when Reckless has been caught out a few times, even with deep vision on the side of Fnatic, and I haven't really seen that so much from Prey. That is another thing about this matchup. We're talking AD carry supports, but later on in the game when they're actually on an island, especially since both teams are so top-heavy focused, I want to see if Fnatic plays with their vision just a little bit better because Reckless, on Sivir, they had that game where he died a couple of times defending a tower he really shouldn't have.
Yeah, well, I'm also curious, though, how these utility AD carries actually go up against each other. We haven't seen too many examples yet in World so far of a Kennen against an Ashe, right? We've seen Kennen against Tristana, Kennen against Jinx, or Ashe against those champions. The two of them going up against each other, Krepo, do you have an opinion on which one of those is the more powerful? I
mean, they really enable TPs very well, all these utility AD carries, because the main counterpart to TPs is, well, by the time you land, people have peaced out. They don't want to fight anymore. The other problem is just bot lane is so... People respect TP so much that there's really no action anymore. We've almost seen almost none solo kills, 2v2 kills anymore in this tournament, barring just maybe major mistakes and overreaching. So I think we'll just see a passive lane until they group up for teamfights. Maybe earlier teamfights because you can really use that engage potential and the CC potential from some of these champions. I mean, it's fine to group with an Ashe on level 6 for a dragon fight and just make a pick and then get the dragon, for example.
Now, holistically, when we look at these teams, Monty, we look at KOO Tigers as being an exceptional best-of-5 team. We've seen them innovate. We've seen them succeed going down a couple games in a best-of-5 and come back. How does that compare to Fnatic's ability in a best-of-5?
See, I'm a little bit more skeptical of Fnatic in a best-of-5. They had such a great, wonderful best-of-1, 18-0 in the European LCS. But my opinion of Fnatic is they have usually one really highly polished strategy that is they're absolutely amazing at. And it's not that they just have one strategy. They have other strategies. They're just not at the same level. And KOO is such a flexible team. They've gone on 8, 10 best-of-3 win streaks in Korea at different times. When they settle in, they're very good at adapting in a best-of series. So I think that's a nice strength for them. And I promise you, tonight they're going to do something weird because they are very willing to try new things.
I've been waiting for something weird, Monty. All right, Krepo, what do you have for me?
Hopefully nothing weird.
Nothing weird.
Now, just looking at Fnatic, they have been so good at really neutralizing their opponents with a couple of key bans. So if we go back to the Unicorns of Left series in EU LCS, they had the same 3 bans, I believe, through the entirety of the series. So in that sense, they're so good at prepping for opponents. They just need to speed up that process so they can do that multiple times within be a best-of-5. And I think that could actually happen today. I think the pressure from Worlds, just having ramped up, having had a week to prepare for KOO Tigers who have already shown some things, I think Fnatic should be prepared for the best-of-5.
I mean, I don't know how well KOO can adapt in this series. Because what they need to be adapting is back to how they played group stages and away from how they played in bracket. And if you...
They need to get worse opponents?
That's a different way to put it. But you see them in bracket stage and they're warding doesn't go out, that's indicative of they don't snowball right now. Maybe that's just like habits coming back or something, but
That's the way they've always played, man. I don't know what to tell you. They come back from behind.
But I'm telling you, in this meta, the aggressive team is going to be in the advantageous spot. So it's going to be on Fnatic to make accurate plays because they're going to be the ones into the enemy jungle. But now it's just, is Fnatic going to be overreaching, overstepping, misplaying? And will KOO punish that?
Yeah, I agree. I think if KOO's going to win tonight, we do have to see the KOO we saw in the group stage. I mean, just statistically, in groups, they were up 5,700 gold at 20 minutes. Against KT, they were down 2,000 on average. So that has to change for them to win.
All right, we'll see if they can do that. Now, as our last semifinal gets underway, now's your time to ask any pressing questions that have been popping up about the teams or the games you've seen at Worlds so far. You can ping the desk by tweeting at @LolEsports with the hashtag #AskTheDesk. We'll be pulling a few later for our panel here of trusted league experts to answer a little later in the day. And probably. Now, before I turn to you guys for your predictions on this matchup, I want you to hear what Prey thinks of Fnatic's home field advantage.
솔직히 응원을 하는 건 이렇게 그 팀이 그 경기 내에서 잘하고 있고 슈퍼 플레이를 했기 때문에 이렇게 훈이 이러는 거라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 그 경기에서 많이 잘해서 거기를 좀 도서관처럼 만들어 버렸으면 좋겠네요.
He wants to make the place a library. That's a tall order. I'm not sure if the audience here is going to let him do that.
It actually was a library at the end of yesterday.
Yep.
Well, today's a totally different series, Monty, and I won't be playing librarian, so please, everyone, be as loud as you possibly can be. All right, but with this in mind, let's get down to brass tacks. Who's advancing to the finals, and whose world run ends today? Prolly?
Like I said, I think the meta favors the aggressors. I think KOO, that's the team I'm talking about right now, has not shown that they can match the aggression early yet. I think the top lane is pretty even, but I think mid lane is going to be the swing vote for the laning phase. And I don't know. I don't think KOO can keep up. I think it's going to be a nice 4-game spree, but it'll be Fnatic in the end.
All right, so you're calling it 3-1 in favor of Fnatic. Yes. There it is. Monty.
I have spent all week agonizing about this particular matchup because I am so unsure as to who's going to take this. I think that there are obvious strengths and flaws to each of these teams, but I think that the KOO Tigers are going to win this 3-1. Oh yeah, so crowd's with me. KOO! KOO! Yeah, that's right. KOO Tigers 3-1. I think that Smeb is going to outclass Huni, and that's going to be the ticket to victory.
Crepo's the tiebreak.
I'm going to need to reveal Monte Cristo as a liar here. He's talking about how he analyzed these teams the entire week, but I found your prep, Monte Cristo, and it was actually very, very simple overall. If you can't see this slide here, that's how he does his prep.
Yep, that's true.
5 Koreans, therefore they will win, but you're wrong, Monte Cristo. 3-1 for Fnatic. Easy peasy.
3-1. Well, according to my analysts, it's going to be 3-1 either way, but tipped in favor of Fnatic, the hometown favorites here. As we hand it off to our casters for the call, we'll take a closer look at how two friends are about to reunite on the world stage, but only one will walk away a world finalist.
We were like joking each other, like let's like next year let's meet at World, let's meet at the final, let's meet at the semifinal, like this, you know. But it actually happened.
원래 IM 팀에 같이 있었어요. IM 1팀, 2팀이 있었는데 서로 처음엔 다른 팀이었다가 이제 같은 팀이 되었는데 서로 진짜 못했던 것 같아요. 그냥 항상 탑을 하면서 제가 솔직히 욕도 많이 먹고 그랬거든요. 성적도 잘 안 나오고.
The team kind of like needed like tanky champions, and then the meta was like pretty much like tanky champions, but he was actually good at like damage champion, like he enjoyed playing it, but the problem was that he cannot like play as same as solo queue and competitive. He didn't have confidence because he's losing a lot of games, and even me, I think I was like losing so much confidence by losing the game.
레이너브 선수는 저는 항상 잘하는 정글러라고 생각했어요. 이 정도까지 잘하는 정글러라고 생각했는데 좀 이상하게 대회만 가면은 막 이렇게 던지는 플레이도 많이 나오고 그러더라고요.
Like at that time I was like playing like really bad. I have a bad nickname which people like calls me like the game over, you know. Like this kind of nicknames make me like more like improve, you know, eager to improve and then like try hard to recover. So I just try to improve myself and then try to not be the game over.
저는 솔직히 쿠 들어오기 전에도 이제 같이 어디서든 같이 하기로 얘기를 했었거든요.
Me and Smeb decided to go out from the IM, and when we were like looking for the team, like we were looking for the team together, you know. We practiced together so long time, and then like even until the last time that Smeb decided to go KOO and I decided to go Fnatic, we were really trying to go to the team together as a top jungle.
각자 다른 팀으로 가게 됐는데 저도 이제 쿠 와서 배우고 그 친구도 이제 프나틱 가서 많이 배웠다고 하더라고요. 그런 던지는 플레이를 좀 팀원들이 잘 잡아준다고 하더라고요. 그래서 좀 많이 달라진 것 같아요.
Like we actually throw each other, like even from like the group stage.
원래 제가 좀 레이노버 선수를 많이 놀리곤 했었어요. 그 IM에 있을 때도. 그래서 그 예선전 1주차가 끝나고 저희는 2승 1패고 푸나틱은 1승 2패였단 말이에요. 그래서 제가 식당에 앉아있는데 푸나틱이 거기 가서 여기 1승 2패는 앉으면 안 된다고, 저기 밖에 공원에서 먹어야 된다고 밥을 그렇게 얘기했었어요.
When we finish our seed with the first seed, and then they finish a second seed, and then it's my turn to show him like, oh, you cannot enter this hotel because obviously this hotel is for first seed, you know. So like we were trolling each other. So I cannot imagine how much criticism I can take from Smeb when we lose the game. So we're just like really want to win each other.
네, 한국에 올 때마다 놀려주려고요. 네, 꼭 놀려주고 싶어요. 이겨서.
Hello, everybody. We're going to find out who will be able to pick on whom as this best of 5 plays out. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined by Joshua Jat Leesman and Martin Moose on the loose to Fischio Lunga. We're going to jump into this best of 5 shortly. The players have still got a couple of minutes before we start picks and bans. Yeah. So let's talk about the transition both of these teams have faced. Fnatic going 3-0 against EDG in quite a dramatic series. And then KOO Tigers turning around their early game dominance of groups into mid to late game control against KT Rolster Jets.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Smeb trolled Reignover by saying 1-2 after the first week, and that was the last time Fnatic lost a game. So they've been on a 6-game winning streak since then. I think their champion select has picked up, and they've been able to make some very bold calls within the game that everyone follows incredibly well. And that has been kind of the catalyst to allow Fnatic go on the 6-0 run.
Yeah, and Fnatic is a team who always talks about how they need time to prepare. Once they can set up the right pick and ban phase. They know how to play in-game. So they had that extra week in the group stages where now they played the teams. They knew what they could expect. Same for EDG. And now they had another week here for KOO Tigers. But I do think KOO Tigers also is a team who does really well best out of 5s because they can use the time to prepare proper strategies. Monty talked about how to have some crazy picks from time to time. That can surprise Fnatic.
Mm-hmm. And really, we have to talk about the difference between the KOO Tigers in the group stages and the KOO Tigers we saw in the quarterfinals. They were so reactive to what KD did in the quarterfinals. They had very poor ward coverage within the river. They put almost all their wards at their own buffs, red and blue, and then took gold deficits into the mid game, then won team fights when KT tried to engage. So that actually sets up a lot of conflict because that's what Fnatic does all the time.
Yeah, but Jet, this is how KOO have played. Monty has reminded us every opportunity that KOO can play from behind. KT Rolster couldn't close the game out. Is Fnatic going to be able to do it?
I'm going to say yes. Because I think KT Rolster had horrible shot calling in that game, and they got too many leads in the early game they should have been able to use to win the games.
Yeah. I'm going to say if KOO Tigers doesn't ward the river and it only puts up defensive wards, that is a recipe for defeat.
So let's find out how the warding and the decision-making will play out. Tom Kench is on the bench. Fnatic may have learned their lesson.
Yeah, Shen Ban as well. Gorilla played it obviously earlier in the quarterfinals. We've seen it from Yellowstar. And KOO Tigers, as a team, in 7 out of 10 games here at Worlds, they've banned Mordekaiser and Lulu. So even on blue side, they're very often banned the Mordekaiser, so no surprise so far. They stick to what we consider the OPs in Mordekaiser and Gangplank.
Yeah, now we have to track the power picks. Elise is probably the final one. There it goes. And Rek'Sai means the first pick. Honestly, from the last quarterfinals, I didn't see that much value in the Rek'Sai first pick.
So the risk always for these teams with the Rek'Sai first pick is obviously what is the gap between Rek'Sai and the next best jungler. In this sense, like Lee Sin is not a great matchup into Rek'Sai, but a confident player might take it anyway and just dodge around the Rek'Sai, and you can still have a very active early game. KOO Tigers get two very, very good picks, especially Alistar. I think is a key takeaway from Yellowstar, because Yellowstar uses him to have the safe lane. Always just sit back, you can't really dive the Alistar, you can always heal up his AD carry, and Fnatic has that 2v2 lane with 0 jungle help. KOO Tigers steal that away and get a very strong 2v2 lane.
Now, with that being said, I do like Reignover on Rek'Sai, so not being able to give it over Hojin. I feel like Hojin will now go with Lee Sin, even though it's not a great matchup. Also, the analyst test touch on the Ashe versus Kennen trades that could be happening in this series. Well, if you're going to leave Kalista up, Prey's just going to take that. Maybe we end up seeing the Kennen or the Ashe from Reckless if they take away their picks.
I would almost prefer Ashe here. I think Ashe is really good into Kalista for the laning phase itself. And now that we have 2 dual lanes, doesn't get much help. Having a stronger one can be very, very important. Okay.
And gentlemen,
we're going back in time a little bit.
Is this going to be support Nautilus here? We know Huni's not a predominant tank player, and looking at how Yellowstar's champion pool's been hit, not only with the bans, but also with the takeaway of that Alistar, I almost feel like that's the direction it's going to go.
Definitely going to expect it to be support for him. Kalista is one of these AD carries. If you do manage to lock her down, obviously she's very easy to kill. If she gets to kite back, she becomes a problem. Nautilus ulti says you're not going anywhere. At some point it will hit her. And then Fnatic, if they have more champions who can dive the backline, which we often see from Huni, that's a good way to set up a way to kill the AD carry.
It is a throwback to when Kalista was first kind of on the competitive scene. Take as many champions as possible that can press one button on Kalista and stop her from hopping around so damn much.
The thing is still, the 2v2 lane for Fnatic with this Kennen.
Whoa!
I'm not a fan of it. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 new champions. Zach has been locked in. Kobe was making jokes about the engage potential on his elastic slingshot.
Well,
Deficio, you're shaking your head.
It's been buffed since Zingy was so dominant with it in the North American LCS, Deficio.
I was sitting down and having a nice dinner with Kobe. And obviously, as always, we talk about the game. We talked about Zach.
We were tracking Hojin's solo queue as well. There were Jungle Zach games.
5 days ago.
There were Jungle Zach games on the solo queue accounts of the KOO Tigers.
But the thing about this pick here now, early game, it's obviously not the greatest. You're not going to skirmish the Rek'Sai 1v1. You want to still scale up, get your Cinderhole, get to level 6, and then your team fighting presence is fantastic. And then the ways you can gank as a Zac, it changes the whole warding pattern for a team, because it's no longer just warding the river. Zac will sit in his Raptor camp, like max rank E, and he'll just fly into the mid lane.
Yeah, as far as Zac's best lane to gank, it actually is mid lane, because it violates the standard wards you would see in that mid lane. This is what Huni picked into Riven, game 1 of Worlds, into IG, and he smashed with it. So this is his considered counterpick against the Riven.
Yeah, and the reason he picked it was because on Hecarim, you can rush Frozen Heart early on. Riven doesn't really have any kill pressure on you once that item is completed, and you start playing around team fights and flanking instead with Hecarim. So look here what Fnatic has been building. Nautilus is going to activate his ulti onto the Kalista, then Hecarim is going to fly in from the flank. That's 2 guys that will smack down Kalista. Very, very effective. And KOO Tigers, they don't care about wave clear apparently in this game.
If KOO fall behind, they are in so much trouble.
Well, this is what you would call, what probably would call a fight comp. What Korean caster Cloud Champlor would call, I think, sword.
Spear comp.
Spear comp, sorry. I messed that one up. But it is absolutely, if Fnatic tries to siege, they die. But then you look at Fnatic, they actually don't want to siege
it's
much
a fight
either.
As well.
Both of these guys are going to be clashing into each other. This is not your wave clear game.
We're going to have a ton of team fights. And the thing about Febiven, he often doesn't take teleport in the mid lane. So against the Kassadin, he's looking to have more kill pressure in the lane, 1v1, but he will sacrifice the later stages of the game when it comes to 1-3-1ing as a Kassadin with teleport. So Fnatic is often down 1 global summoner. And if KOO Tigers can get towards that late game, that can be very key with this Kassadin.
And this early game is going to be so important for both teams. If you can get ahead with a spear comp and stay ahead through fights,
you can
that's how you close this out. So for Reignover on this Rek'Sai, gonna have some work cut out for him if he wants to go up and give either Huni or Febiven some advantage, which is what we've seen time and time again from Fnatic and Reignover's pathing.
Yeah, this champ select as well, I feel like, was pretty heavy on the counter picks. Huni thinks Hecarim is a counter to Riven, and Kassadin actually is very good against the Blanc. One of the champions that can actually beat him, her in lane, rather.
And we're going to need to see how Kuro is going to handle it. Kassadin is locked in. Zach is locked in for the first time at the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. Guys, you know the deal. Jump on Twitter and vote for who you think will advance to Berlin for the chance to battle SKT. Hashtag Fnatic win or hashtag KOO win. 74 unique champions now as the games continue to play out, and as the analyst desk predicted, it's Origen with the weird and wonderful jungle pick.
Well, even if we think back to the last World Championship, something about the finals brings out weird jungler picks. Insect played Fiddlesticks and Pantheon last year in the semifinals.
Well, he had some special picks for sure, but this obviously is also because Gragas has been removed, so that pool of junglers is now wide open for who is the third best jungler after Rek'Sai and Elise. And you can very often bait that first pick, so KOO definitely knew what they were doing. When they said, you're gonna get Rek'Sai, it's perfectly fine. We're not looking to fight you early on anyway, but a Kassadin pre-level 6 against a LeBlanc here with an offensive summoner and a Rek'Sai. Fnatic can go towards that mid lane very easily.
Speaking about that mid lane, Kuro will be pushed in, and also Zach is a low pressure early game jungler if his first gank doesn't work. So Zach's level 3 or level 4 gank is actually pretty potent, but after that he gets fairly weak. It will be about Hojan's first gank and whether or not Febiven and Reignover take the aggressive paths into the jungle of KOO.
And technically speaking, statistically, throughout the course of the tournament, Fnatic have been the gods of first blood. All 9 of their games, they've been able to secure that. And it has been either Febiven or Huni that's been involved.
Yeah, there's been some help with that as well. The one game they didn't get first blood
was
remade.
It was
because of the Gragas bug. So it still counts 100%.
Officially, anyway.
Officially 100%.
Yeah, that's the best kind of correct. But no funny business as far as lanes are concerned. It does look like Praying Gorilla are near top, so lane swap initiated by KOO.
I mean, you have to see with KOO Tigers. We mentioned how in the group stages they were super aggressive, making so many plays early on. And then against KT, they were sitting back. Kills at 20 minutes in group stage for KOO Tigers over 6 games were 51. 4 games against KT in the quarterfinals at 20 minutes, they had 12 kills. They gotten only 5 towers as well in all 4 games. They were sitting so far back enough. You can't do that here, because then Fnatic will invade into your jungle, find that Zac and pressure you too much.
Well, this is going to be really tricky for KOO Tigers because Kassadin and Zac don't have too much early game presence. How will Gorilla roam around? How will that work against the Nautilus? And specifically, I think the most important matchup right now, since they are both melees in the top lane that will eventually face each other, is Smeb or Huni. Which one will get the favorable lane swap?
Interesting start to the swap.
It's completely mirrored.
Yeah, both teams are starting in their own jungle with their top laner, getting the camps, getting the blue buff. So there's nothing really now to take for the enemy once they go to that side of the map. Normally we divide it up, but they've been able to farm on the normal sides.
I specifically like this because these are very competent turret diving team compositions on both sides. So if you were hoping to babysit one of these top laners under a turret, you're either going to completely deny yourself a farm or get killed. So therefore, doing an extended double jungle is favorable.
So Fnatic hard pushed in the bottom lane to try and reset the wave and get it back here for Huni once he returns to this, or once he goes down to this bottom side, and then swap up top lane. But KOO Tigers is reading that situation because they didn't see anyone on the bottom side once the wave hit the tower. So they know, okay, Fnatic is recalling. Why? Because they want to swap top. We do not want to 2v2 them right now, apparently. So we're going to try and swap back to the bottom side. Seems like they're making...
Change their mind.
Yeah, a little change for them.
So who won that trade actually? Because Huni didn't hit level 3, but Smeb did from the jungle as well as catching that wave. So Smeb has about a third of a level experience advantage early on.
And Reignover has already found Kuro. Febiven's going to connect with the chains and get a good amount of damage down. That will give some control to Febiven, but still sustain on the side of Kuro.
Well, it's what we talked about, how Fnatic can look to try and gank this mid lane early on. Didn't get a flash though. Kuro stood very, very far back. For Huni, he's not necessarily looking to out-trade Smeb. He wants to just try and farm up as much as possible, get that first armor item under his belt, and then he's gonna be safe enough and start making plays with his team. He's not gonna get that same lead he got in the week 1 where he played this matchup and he was like so far ahead just from the lane swap.
Reignover spending quite a bit of time in this mid lane. Get to lead after that gank earlier, and Huni gonna get caught by all 3 procs of the Broken Wings. Trying to sustain as best he can and get some damage back, but advantage Smeb.
Keep in mind, Smeb went back to base as well, so he has a long sword, where Huni's still sitting on Flask.
And as long as Huni doesn't die before he goes back to base, he can come back with an advantage. I think Huni's waiting to buy multiple items, then we'll teleport in. So I actually expect Smeb and Huni to have different teleport timers, and that will actually lead to different power spikes within that lane.
Reno is back in the mid lane, though. He should know there's so many wards. He normally doesn't care about wards at all. He just ignores it and goes for the gank anyway, and that opens up for a guy like Origen, who's very good at counter ganking, to try and respond if they go too aggressive on Koro.
Yeah, but we also have to remember, it's a 1-level disadvantage, and it's a Zac. If he doesn't land his elastic slingshot, he's got nothing. 33 CS to 16, not the best time to be spamming your flare.
I mean, this is so annoying for Koro because, yes, he can see the enemy jungler and he won't die to it, but it still stops him from getting any farm because he has to sit so far back whenever Reignover shows himself near the mid lane. Fibivan is running Flask, so he can sustain from this, but not the greatest trade ever from him.
No, we did see him threading the needle on LeBlanc earlier in the tournament, dodging those tower shots, but didn't manage to pull it off this time, and Reignover's going to steal that Gromp away. A little bit of a threat to dive, but no onslaught of shadows, and Flash was up for Smeb, so risky business.
So far this early game is playing to the tendencies of the teams, as well as the players, as well as the champions. So much is as expected. Reignover loves to be in the enemy jungler. Rek'Sai is also a great counter jungler because of Tremor Sense, and Zac has to be very passive in his own jungle early, as well as Origen, statistically, has spent most of his time in his own jungle, whereas Reignover has spent more time in the enemy jungler than anyone else early on in the game.
It's paid off for Fnatic so far. Riptide comes out from Yellowstar, good stun onto Gorilla. Pulverize comes down, but Yellowstar and Gorilla both leaving with most of their HP bars gone. Yellowstar's running Ignite, Febivan's Ignite, Huni's Ignite. Fnatic want to send a signal, they're looking for kills.
Very much looking to try and get something going in the early game, but the thing also about these two teams, a lot of them talk about Yellowstar and Gorilla as roaming supports, and they are outside of the laning phase. Very often they will sit together with that AD carry and lane and try and get an advantage. Origen is going in.
Well,
flash.
Respect. Dredgeline to re-engage. Yellowstar's got the Titan's Wrath shield. That's not going to miss any of his HP, so they come away losing a flash and heal.
Yeah, I really have to praise Yellowstar's reaction time. As soon as he saw Zac over the wall, he instantly flashed, and that really goes to show how little respect you have for Zac after he's used his elastic slingshot, because Yellowstar very freely went back in. All of the damage, as well as the mobility of Zac early game, is channeled into that one spell.
Yeah, it's the one you max early on, so you barely any ranks in anything else, and your ulti, it's okay, but it's not the greatest damage either. He's gonna be a big team fighting monster on this Zac, but his team has to avoid falling behind. They're down 1,000 gold already at 7 minutes because mid lane is being won by Fnatic. Bottom lane is being won by Fnatic. We have the early Frozen Heart that Huni's building towards. We talked about how he can now safely sit and just always push out this wave and then start roaming around into the enemy jungle, look for that Zac who can't really challenge you, and keep that pressure going.
And a big CS difference as well between Reignover and Origen. Origen needs to get to 6 to add to that ganking presence. He's got the lowest CSD of all junglers in the quarterfinal, or the bracket stage rather. And naturally, the matchup, the weakness of the early game on Zac is all playing into that disparity.
This is very similar to the performance we saw out of KOO in the bracket stage.
Oh, the Dredgeline finds prey. Headbutt will knock Reckless away. 200 HP, summon a heal used. Prey's going to be able to stay alive, but they get the engage and the summon's back.
And one thing about these Kennen lanes, when you have a support with him that adds CC, it becomes so easy for you to trade when you have that mark ready, to get the first mark on the target, to quickly proc it and get the stun. Because you can see how they're timing it. Reckless says, I have 5 stacks, I'm ready. Yellowstar goes aggressive, hooks the guy in, you land the first auto attack, you then proc the whole thing, you stun him, and you win the 2v2 trade very easily.
Fnatic is demolishing KOO right now in map pressure. The top lane was safe because they didn't think Origen was going to be ganking back. They got some very favorable trades. They also hit level 6 before the Kalista and the Alistar. Origen's still not level 6. Reignover has been stealing his jungle. Literally every lane is going favorable for Fnatic right now.
Let's remember that KOO Tigers recalled from topside with the 2v2 lane and said, we're gonna go bot lane. Then they're like, no, wait, we will go top and take the 2v2 lane. They've been losing that 2v2 lane. They lost that tower. They're not winning one-on-one bot lane either. They haven't managed to do anything in the early game, and they could even decide which lanes they wanted to take, or if they wanted to keep the lane swap going to try and maybe avoid some of these risky lanes.
And this will be the answer to our question of whether KOO sitting back with defensive wards can lead to victory against all these teams that are in SKT, because it worked against KT Rolster technically, because they did win the series thanks to some poor decisions and good team fighting from KOO. Kassadin, if Kuro gets the item build going 3 or 4 items is a better champion than LeBlanc at that stage in the game. Casting can just go at LeBlanc and kill her, but they're so far behind here and have no presence within their own jungle.
Oh, the gods of first blood wish to decree Smeb, the sacrificial top laner, to reign over and Huni.
That is naturally what's going to happen. Smeb goes up to the turret without good defensive wards, no turret behind him, and that's exactly when Reignover is going to be there. Whether or not there are wards there, that is the play Reignover should make 90 times out of 100. And Smeb didn't even see it coming, which is perplexing to say the least.
Again, it's also this Hecarim pick who can run Ignite in the lane, so he's very strong in the one-on-ones and the 2v2. So Reignover, even if Origen is there to counter gank him, he doesn't care. You have no damage on the Zac, you have no power here. He's gonna win that 2v2, and then suddenly Fnatic can use that to snowball Smeb right now, and the rest of KOO Tigers, they need to step up their game, otherwise they will fall even further behind.
It's a 1,500 gold difference, and that Frozen Heart's completed. Gentlemen, Fnatic like to teleport bottom, and they have it available. It's already being channeled from Huni. Yellowstar may get dropped low as Origen gets knocked up in the air. First kill for KOO. Now Huni's looking to get one back. The slicing Maelstrom will not be enough. Double kill for Smeb's Riven. Onslaught of Shadow splits everyone from KOO away. Featherman coming! 2 for 1. Featherman wants to clean up. It's a triple for Smeb. Will he get more? That's 1 for Featherman. He's got the shutdown. Turns on to Prey as Reignover finds some more. Farming is the power. They trade 4 for 2 or 3. It was messy.
It was an absolute bloodbath right there. 4 for 3. But the big thing we have to pay attention to is the kill distribution. Reignover got 4 of those kills, but Smeb got 3.
So KOO Tigers at least get kills on the right target, but Fnatic, they were the ones reacting first with teleport for both teams. They come down here, Origen pulls off a gank on the bottom side, no flash from Yellowstar, so he's returning to the lane, and we can see how everyone now is trying to move, but because Featherman is not running teleport, he has to move all the way down the river, so he joins extremely late, and that's why KOO Tigers can get at least 3 kills on Smeb. Very important for them if they can start winning that 1v1.
Huni landed a really huge ultimate there because he didn't actually have to use that when they killed Smeb. And I do have to credit KOO here for the way they retreated through the tribe rush. Otherwise, Featherman gets every single one of these kills. I thought Featherman was going to get a triple kill here, and it's actually really unfortunate for Fnatic that LeBlanc didn't get those early kills, and instead they went on to Reignover. Reignover will be a nearly unkillable tank for this game, but against Kalista, eventually Kalista can kill him.
Right now, almost every single flash is down after that massive fight in the bottom lane. Yellowstar has his ready, didn't have it for the fight. Origen as well didn't get to use it at all. So the following minutes, because Fnatic is having the map control, because Fnatic is dictating the laning phase, they should be able to use the fact that KOO is out of flashes to force fights. Use Reignover again, he's level 9 to level 7 of Origen. 29, he has 30 now for Origen only, he's getting nothing. Reignover needs to keep being aggressive.
And he needs to keep up his efficiency and go pretty much wherever he wants. He currently has a 2,150 gold lead against Origen. At 12.5 minutes, he is as far ahead as any jungler has been ahead so far at Worlds here. But at the same time, Huni was pushing up top, so KOO Tigers might get a free dragon. Will Fnatic contest with a numbers disadvantage?
There's no teleport for Huni. Dragons going low.
They want to.
1,000 HP. KOO look to secure this. They've got Ren stacks and Smite. They will take it out with the Ren. Kuro's jumped onto Yellowstar. Dredge line is used. Fnatic have split up the fight. Here comes Huni. Onslaught is available. He throws it in, but it's not good enough. KOO have got 2. LeBlanc will find one back as Featherman's trying to clean up. He's looking for Zac. Origen's cell division will not be available. This is another messy fight. It's these spear comps going head to head. Huni is tanky enough for days. He's rampaging and running down the KOO Tigers. Gorilla is in trouble. 100 hit points. Rampage and 1 more is all that's needed. Huni's gonna stand for the top. Gorilla, he boots them away with the headbutt. Featherman is still chasing. Low on mana, gets the kill. But KOO got the dragon.
It's another messy team fight where Fnatic, they want to fight it, but they don't have a teleport ready, so they have to run down with their members. They were staying around. Yellowstar were trying to bait, maybe force KOO Tigers to stay, and they just jump him. They kill him very early. Notice here how Yellowstar is very, very far forward, trying to just get a fight started.
This was really messy, but ultimately KOO made the right decision. Whenever you're trying to get pincered, you commit hard to one side. KOO gets the advantage there by killing Yellowstar, but in doing so, it gives Huni enough time to come down and join this fight. This time, though, during the cleanup, it was Febiven who picked up the kills. It is now a 4-kill LeBlanc, and the next time that happens, he will have a little bit more to say about the fight.
And we just saw the mid tower fall. What so often happens when you play Kassadin is you need strong side lanes. Because strong side lanes means the other team can just go mid lane and group on your Kassadin with no wave clear and take your mid tower. But these side lanes for KOO Tigers, they've been losing in the lane. Outside of those kills Smeb got in the team fight, he's not been able to do anything. So Fnatic group mid, took a free tower.
And we always say, Deficio, the side lanes oftentimes turn into 1v2 lanes because of the jungler presence. But with this Zac pick, combined with the Kassadin pick, they're already weak in the mid lane, and the jungler cannot lend as much assistance as you would like to the side lane. Origen being shut down has crippled most of this. It's crippled the weak point that already was there.
And we simply just see a very, very greedy comp for KOO Tigers in the sense to have Kassadin and Zac. Because again, when it comes to invading into the enemy jungle, pushing mid lane is the #1 priority, because it means you have 2 entrants you can move in, and your mid lane can move first and help you in case there's a 2v2 fight going on. Kassadin can't do anything against the Blanc alone when it comes to pushing, so he gets pushed into his tower. Zac can't do anything 1v1 against the Rek'Sai. So Fnatic had an easy 2v2 skirmish. They could always just win the mid lane and move into that jungle, look for the Zac over and over, and they've been doing it, and that's why they're ahead in gold.
And a lot of gold at that. 5,000 as we hit the 16-minute mark. Thanks to the towers and the kills. And Huni's teleport is now up and available. You guys have talked about how Fnatic want to look for fights. If KOO decide to engage, look at your mini-map. Fnatic are starting to surround KOO under this tower.
Yeah, this is looking to be a dive, but all teleports are up for KOO, so this could turn into a 5v5.
Gorilla's already gone low. The depth charge has been thrown out. Fate's Call has been used as well. Reignover is in a lot of trouble. He's not tanky enough to survive under the tower. Onslaught will keep KOO together. Huni continues to tank the tower. Fnatic have overreached, overbitten, and KOO have struck back. Reckless is down to 200, flashed away. And Smeb is looking for at least one more. That's a triple for Kuro. Kassadin has been activated, and that lead is shrinking.
How real is the KOO Tigers magic? 6,000 gold deficit in the mid game against KT Rolster. 5,000 deficit here, but Fnatic overcommits on a bad play. A 5v5 in the enemy turret is almost never a good idea. They were not tracking the teleports, and Reignover got trapped underneath the turret. So again, KOO actually find the fight they need, and a triple kill on a Kassadin is massive as far as their chances to come back in this game.
KOO Tigers is a team who's very good at reading where the aggressive plays are going to happen and have guys ready in time to respond.
They were so ready for that play.
But Fnatic, I feel, had every chance to back away from this one. Reignover flashed back in on the tower once he saw Alistar got pulled in by Kalista. Why would you ever do that to an Alistar with ulti, who's also getting Fates called in by Kalista? Look here, look again, look again. Fnatic goes in, they realize very quickly the KOO Tigers are ready, so look at Reignover. Now he can just back away.
Disengage.
Why would you
burn
flash?
both TPs, but at the same time, the play was called. Huni's teleporting in onto the Rek'Sai tunnel. They all commit under the turret, but it is stuffed by KOO Tigers when they're walking in here. They were ready to play, I think, a huge mistake by Fnatic. But that is the type of mistake that gets KOO back in the game.
I don't mind the call, but once you see that Hojin is waiting down there and double TP comes in instantly, you just disengage. Huni cancels his TP, Reignover flashes away from the tower, not into the tower, and suddenly Fnatic gets out of this one, maybe lose at maximum 1 member, or blows 2 teleports, and it wasn't the end of the world. Now they just gave KOO Tigers a way back into this game.
Yeah, that gold lead has shrunk significantly. Dragon's up in less than a minute. We'll need to see if KOO want to put some more priority on that. Vision around the pit is still relatively good for Fnatic, thanks to that previous tower dive. But as it stands, KOO are grouped around the middle. They may be tapping on Fnatic's mid-outer turrets.
So we see the same for KOO Tigers as we saw against KT. When it comes to river control, they have very few wards normally in the river itself. Now they finally move out and get some around the Baron. But Fnatic has been able to control that element of the map. And that's what you use to move between the lanes very quickly. KOO Tigers had enough though to spot Febiven come down to the bottom side before and react to the tower dive. And now again they have these pings, at least towards the top side, where Smeb is trying now to be a split pusher with 4 kills on river.
I'm happy to see the game playing out exactly as picks and bans dictated. Almost a kill a minute. Very dramatic team fights, and Reckless just takes a major chunk. Cruz had that rod stacking for 5 minutes, got himself another needlessly large as well, and now has backup coming through the river. Fnatic will be a little bit careful. Kuro can chase.
No turret there either.
Riptide's gonna at least slow Gorilla. Depth charge will knock Kuro up in the air. Reckless slicing Maelstrom is not even gonna do anything. But Febiven and Rainover have arrived. It's a 3v3, whereas Reckless has already been killed. Prey's gonna hop and skip forward. Look for another. Febiven's got himself a kill, and Rainover is left for dead. Huni's in the jungle, but Smeb was following him. And Rainover's luckily tanky enough, thanks to those 4 kills, to actually get away.
Seems to me that Fnatic only has one thing in mind right now, and that's just keep moving forward and keep looking for very, very risky plays. They could see KOO Tigers move down the river with these wards all the way down and stayed really far up the bottom lane, had to then run when it was too late against the Kassadin, who will keep chasing you, by the way. That could have gone horribly wrong once again for Fnatic.
This game is now incredibly close, and we know that both teams have great tools to start fights and are willing to do so. As Quickshot said, 1 kill per minute. The Dragon is the next choice, yet at the time right now, Huni is top lane trying to shove in lane while KOO Tigers is starting this Dragon. This is actually pretty uncontestable for Fnatic.
Will be another advantage to KOO, so another game where we see KOO maybe a little slow out the gates. You can argue their team composition was a big reason for that today, but they find a way to punish opponents' mistakes. Look at the top wards that Fnatic are placing, though. We need to see how valuable these become in the next few minutes, because we know how Fnatic, and actually most European teams, like to play around those early barons. Yesterday, Origen did it to SKT.
And we just see the good and the bad about Fnatic and the way they like to play the game here at Worlds. With how aggressive they want to be constantly taking these fights, it's too much from time to time. They're not respecting what KOO Tigers can do as a defense, and that's why KOO Tigers, despite falling so far behind, again, are getting slowly but surely back in the game. One difference though, Reckless on this cannon has been shut down in the lane, but he is a utility AD carry. His damage is never going to be the thing that's going to carry Fnatic. If he can get a good ulti off in a fight, he can still be useful.
Did not see a good ulti when he was caught down.
Well, he's been running away because he's always been overextending.
So let's see if the rest of Fnatic can pull themselves together. Huni is going to take at least a hit or 2 there from Smeb. Spirit of Dread gives him some HP back. He's got that Frozen Art working towards a Trinity Force as well. And as we've mentioned, these teams are not particularly great at killing towers. So they're going to be looking for another engage, another fight. Summoner spells available basically across the board with the exception of Febiven. So we're going to see another explosive fight, Jeff.
So much of this is going to be about Kuro versus Febiven. We have a 5-0 Febiven with Death Cap, but also Kassadin late game can rift in, get a big magic shield, pop the Force Pulse, and then Hourglass and jump away. And it's actually relatively uncounterable for the LeBlanc unless LeBlanc has flank position for the other people in the fight. So Kassadin's kind of a LeBlanc assassin, while LeBlanc is trying to assassinate others.
And Kassadin is going to build Athenes as his 3rd item to get that mana back. When he gets a kill on assist, he will obviously restore a high amount of mana also with his W, so he can kind of burn his mana pool when he jumps around with his ulti to maximize that damage in the late game, and he can get it back, then he gets this mini reset basically by getting a kill on assist where he gets enough mana to use another fully stacked ulti from him. So late game Kassadin, if he gets to run crazy and get that first kill into second kill, can really win a team fight.
We're starting to get signals that this game might go to later than expected, considering the team comps. Kassadin and Kalista are going to scale really well in comparison to their counterparts, but what about the 2 teams as wholes? Like, who do we prefer? Is this gold lead for Fnatic enough, considering their team comp?
This gold lead definitely isn't that safe against the Kassadin on the other side, but it's still a substantial goal lead. KOO Tigers, with their low wave clear composition, risk being run over since the only thing they can do is fight you when you try to go for their turrets. But because their fight was actually successful, they have prolonged the game, so to speak, but they still haven't made the winning play.
We're going to see 2 AD carries stick to the mid lane with the Hurricane. They are the best wave player basically when it comes to sitting back safely from range, not looking at the LeBlanc distortion on towards the mini wave. She obviously wants to try and hide and create a pick for herself. So the 2 AD carries can sit and just push out mid lane, because now for Fnatic, the play is going to be around Baron. You want to start setting up this Baron here with pink wards. You want to try and bait KOO Tigers to walk straight into you, and you can get a flank with Huni to start a team fight and instantly try and kill one of these carries for the KOO Tigers.
Got to be very careful, because if KOO have some vision, Origen on that Zac will be able to engage from a long distance. Fnatic need extra deep wards to prevent a flyby or bounce in.
Fnatic actually has the wrong split push matchups right now. Huni is set to split push against Smeb, and Febiven would want to be against Kuro, because you saw Huni had to heavily respect the Kassadin. There's no way he can kill him, but the Cassidy can absolutely poke Huni down.
And that's the problem when FebiVan doesn't run teleport, because you now are going to try and threaten Baron, so you need a TP on the bottom side. That can only be Huni, who's taking the one-on-one against the Cassidy. KOO Tigers can freely move Riven and Cassidy around the map and pick whatever matchup they want. So they're very happy right now, keeping like this. It's up to Fnatic then to set up the Baron and try and force a fight and get that flank in from Huni, but they're gonna see him recall from the bottom side as well and be like, guys, home guard incoming, be careful.
KOO is currently set up to force a response from Fnatic. At this current juncture, if they were able to continue to set Cassidy down, pick up as much farm as he wants against the Hecarim, he'll scale up until he gets his Athenes, maybe even some boots on top of that, hit 40% CDR on Cassidy and level 16, and have his Rift walk up every 1.6 seconds. So they're completely okay with that. Meanwhile, Fnatic will have to force Baron to stop that, which sets up another opportunity for KOO Tigers that is favorable.
And KOO Tigers knows everything that's going on. So what you see is Prey. It's a small thing, but he keeps always overextending almost in the mid lane to fast push this wave here to force Fnatic to always have a guy defending. Mid control is so key when it comes to setting up Baron. And there's always either Origen or Gorilla just right behind him for security. He's there in case something happens. Allow Prey to keep pushing. But we might see a fight, and here's the flank.
Well, we do. Huni's found Prey. Prey's gone. Origen wants to bounce, but it's going to need to be away. Gorilla will get dropped as well, and Fnatic punish the overextension in the mid lane, and they've peeled back the Baron.
Absolutely ideal from what Fnatic wanted there. They assassinate Prey without even needing FebiVan. Now, Zach could do a flyover steal. That's one thing he can do, but it would have to be like he's channeling. Here he comes.
Let's take a look. The elastic slingshot just to bounce away. Smeb has gone back in looking for Yellow Star. Will get stunned by Reckless. That's the third kill of this engage, but they have delayed and cancelled and stopped the Baron.
So Fnatic in the end just get 3 kills. KOO used teleport from the bottom lane, but instant cancel. Realized we're not gonna win this fight, so he had to run all the way up from this bottom side. And Fnatic in the end values playing it probably safe, not risking Origen, jumping in, trying to get a smite steal, get that 1 kill away. You always gotta respect the Riven also stunning you in a Baron pit.
Yeah, the Baron itself I think was well respected by Fnatic, not overly risky. KOO, man, I know warding over the wall is tough, but Rift Walk, otherwise...
He's stacking
He's stacking for the damage. Other than that though, Fnatic found a really nice counter to KOO's play. They have the walk. They can run a pick composition. So instead of actually doing the Baron, while the split push is setting up, they got the damage onto Alistar, which actually pulled Prey up a little bit because he was wondering if he had to be in range to Fate's Call, and that exposed him to the teleport from Huni. So Fnatic played that really well.
And some of you mentioned earlier how Fnatic keep Kennen in the mid lane, because he's the guy who, you know, you're fine showing Kennen. He can just keep pushing that mid wave. It doesn't matter. He's showing himself. Febin was the guy to push out top and then go into the shadows, disappear. You can always keep top lane under control when you're setting up for Baron because it's the lane right next to Baron, obviously, so it's very easy to push it out. And that was just very smart setup by Fnatic, waiting for that one opportunity to get a flank for Huni. They did. It wasn't communicated by KOO. Maybe they were just too far out and couldn't react in time. But now there's no TP for Huni, and that's very important for him and the way Fnatic wants to engage.
Luckily, on the side of KOO, no TPs there either, so the map plays going to get reduced over the next few minutes. As far as Fnatic are concerned, though, it's all about that Baron. As we continue to see, there's some deep vision again in the jungle. Let's see if they can pull KOO towards them.
The Baron is how Fnatic has gained most of their advantages against EDG to an absurd extent. Actually, they had a total goal differential of 35,000 against EDG. 29,000 of that was during the Baron power plays. But in this particular juncture, 28 minutes in, Dragon is actually more important and easier. So they're moving towards that side of the map. You can see KOO is respecting it in turn.
Yeah, Fnatic have not got their hands on a single Dragon yet, so that buff will be quite powerful, and denying the movement speed from KOO's team fight is also going to be very impactful.
Fnatic needs to be careful now, though, because KOO just pushed up the bottom lane, and Huni's showing himself.
Poor timing around Dragon.
Yeah, they know where he is. That means KOO can start this Dragon, and the rest of Fnatic, if they push up towards this mid lane, they can get collapsed on.
Yeah, Huni has no TP right here, so I really question that decision from Fnatic. They had the advantage. They should have actually been bullying into the Dragon area and forcing KOO to fight them because Dragon doesn't hit as hard as Baron. So at this stage in the game, you can actually force the Dragon and force KOO to come and fight them, in which case they get the cataclysmic team fight they've been looking for. Instead, they just allow KOO a Dragon for pretty much nothing.
Traditionally, though, European LCS teams, maybe to an extent NA LCS teams as well, do not fight around those third or oftentimes fourth Dragons. It's waiting until the very last moment and then trying to interrupt them.
I agree. Most of that, though, is when you have a deficit.
Wow, Kuro does get chunked out. Raynova is just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Fnatic do not find a kill, and Raynova reading from the amazing style of top lane inner turret.
I was about to say,
Inner turrets are really dangerous.
I saw a Rek'Sai do exactly this yesterday as well, where you're just like, oh, I guess I'm just gonna walk through this tower, it doesn't matter. And instantly you get just jumped on and your team can't help you, really. Raynova has made some good plays in the early game. He often makes a lot of good plays in the early game, but one of the reasons he got the name Game Over in Korea was because once he had all these fantastic early game plays, around 20-25 minutes, he would kind of be too aggressive and just keep trying to force fights and keep trying to set up dives, and he would overextend. Hojan might do the same now, though.
Oh, Hojan, he'll get his passive pop. That's the Cell division. Fnatic are not together, though. They're waiting for Yellowstar to get up. Huni and Raynova trying to buy time. They've killed themselves. They're zapped, and they're looking for more. Prey is on the retreat. He's got the life steal, though, and with Reckless down, Smeb is going huge. Yellowstar is late to the party. It's a triple kill for Smeb. Kuro jumps over the wall, looking for Febiven and will not find him. 4 for 1 to KOO Tigers.
This is going to be Baron for the KOO Tigers. Now, I was about to say before that fight how deceptive this gold lead actually is for Fnatic. Rainover is on a poor scaling Rek'Sai, full tank build, and was 4,000 of the 6,000 gold advantage for Fnatic. Not to mention, KOO Tigers had 3 dragons to 0, so the 6% attack damage and ability power was all in the side of KOO Tigers. All of that together means the game is actually pretty damn even when you before you take in the scaling of the champions. They killed the weakest member before this fight, and he really hasn't done much, but they burned a lot of cooldowns to do so. Plus, they didn't have their whole team here when they go in to kill the Blobbles.
Yeah, look at Huni's ulti to try and get that last hit on the Zac is when he only gets Gorilla after. So the carries right now has been untouched until Prey takes this damage, but he can flash out. Now Kassadin is still alive. He has that Athenes to get the mana back whenever he can just jump in and get a kill, and the Riven, of course, jumping in.
And also, 1 exhaust is greater than 3 ignites 35 minutes into the game. We see the use of the exhaust right there. KOO Tigers understands exactly when they can fight based on the cooldowns of the other team. That is one of their greatest strengths. And as soon as Huni used his ultimate on Hecarim on not Kuro and not Prey, it was go time for KOO, and they capitalized.
We see why people praise KOO Tigers for being one of the best team fighting teams, if not the best team fighting team in Korea, because they know exactly what to do here. And Fnatic will look back at this game and say we had a great start, good early plan, we played it really well, but then we just went too crazy with the plays we were trying to make. We group up to try and get 1 kill onto a support, onto a jungler, and that is not enough. That's not okay, because KOO Tigers punish you for that.
Well, KOO have already taken 2 towers during the course of this Baron buff. This inner turret will be the 3rd, and Smeb is down that bottom lane going toe-to-toe with Huni on another potential tower. The gold lead is now completely insignificant at 1,000, and KOO are still using those Baron-empowered minions. Is this going to be the 4th tower in a row here, just falling over like dominoes?
I mean, as far as efficiency of champions plus items as well as dragon bonuses, KOO, I'd give them a pretty big gold lead right here. And we know because of these team compositions, they're fight comps. Fnatic, they only stop these turrets going down if they fight. And if they lose a fight, as they've lost the last 3 or 4 fights, the game is over.
So pressure on Febiven to pull the magic out of his hat. He did it against AHQ in a similar situation after Fnatic had given up the early lead that they had generated. And one big team fight can still swing this either way.
But who will Fnatic focus? QSS on Kalista, and Kalista is not even the important member for KOO Tigers now. Kassadin and Riven are dealing the majority of the damage in these big team fights. You most likely have to just try and take down Smeb. If he goes a little bit too far forward, you jump him instantly and you try and burst him. He's the only guy who can't really defend himself. He has no defensive items, only the shield from the Bloodthirster. He might be the only guy you can just completely one-shot.
So let's see if Fnatic agree. Hojan charging up that elastic slingshot, threatening the dive. Fnatic scatter to minimize the risk. Tower loses 50% of its hit points, and KOO push up to the middle lane. Smeb and Gorilla, both melee, they're underneath. Again, Hojan charges and cancels, backs away. He's got himself some MR, and Febiven unable to find those 2 chains. Hojan walks out.
This game is very heavily looking in the favor of KOO Tigers, and it is kind of answering a lot of our questions before this tournament. Does KOO Tigers have weaknesses? Yes. Their early game has been giving up so much against these better teams, but they're still able to turn it around. It's not to say that their early game is the right plan. I still think there are several flaws in the way they play the early game, but time and again, they are able to find the windows with massive goal discrepancies and turn these games around.
But the KOO Tigers faced teams like CLG and the Flash Wolves and so on in Group A. They didn't feel like they had to wait for late game to win games. They could challenge them in the laning phase in the early game and had super bloody games. When they face KT and Fnatic, they very clearly respect what they can do in the early game, so they take the more consistent, passive style at first and wait for late game where they want to try and punish them.
I think the game is right here. It depends on how well KOO can flank. Yellowstar already caught out of position.
Yellowstar's going to get dropped here. The rest of Fnatic are simply not nearby. And Yellowstar got his ultimate off, and that was it. Now Smeb, he's looking to flank both Reckless and Rainover. Reckless has been able to flash over the walls, being chased down. The Wind Slash will deal enough damage to allow Kuro to kill him. A flash forward into the key strike will allow the stun to connect on Huni, and Huni's now in trouble. Smeb looks for Rainover. All of a sudden, Fnatic are coming apart at the seams, and KOO say, screw the dragon, we'll take the base instead. 30-second death time as they've got themselves one inhibitor already, and will peel backwards, holding the gold lead now. Most likely a dragon on the exit as well.
Definitely gonna get a dragon as well. Huni saved teleport as soon as they realized Yellowstar were completely caught out of basically nowhere.
Great play by KOO once again. And a mistake from Fnatic.
And this is also why teams pick Kassadin. So much of Kassadin that we've seen at Worlds has been run over in the early game, hasn't been able to keep up.
But Kassadin in this game should have been run over in the early game.
Yep.
They were so far down. Reno had 4 kills on this Rek'Sai. He had done almost everything correct in the early game. They were pushing every single lane. And then the team goes down to that bottom lane and says, hey, let's 5-on-5 dive at like 17 minutes. Even though we had a chance to run away, they went for it. That was the first big fight KOO Tigers won. 4 kills went over to the Kassadin, and suddenly they could respond to everything Fnatic did. And we can also look back at that Baron call for Fnatic. Should they have stuck to the Baron and try and get it? Or was it the right call to peel away and get that 1 kill on Smeb and say that was about it, we want to play it safe?
Or even the third dragon when Fnatic had a large lead and could have forced KOO Tigers into a fight. But now, Rainover, bud, he is a long ways, and there is no escape.
No, you're not going to get away from Kassadin. Febiven will get in range to at least watch his teammate become game overed.
And Prey is helping.
Well, kill secured, that's what counts. 38 seconds before Rainover can try help his fellow teammates. KOO, they're pushing down the bottom. So Huni with teleport is pushing against those super minions. That will help a little. I still feel like KOO's going to take the base.
They got to give up the second inhibitor.
Love when Zach runs in.
Sometimes the animation doesn't quite work with Zach.
I like this one more.
And he runs. It's very fun. Baron up in 15 seconds. Rainover does have a tunnel up behind where KOO is, and that is what Smeb is going to destroy right now, I think.
So by Rainover taking that red buff, he got 3 wards placed behind. That KOO Tigers might not expect to be there, because they just randomly found Rainover. But they should know there's something behind him at least. They don't know where.
Some respect from KOO when they heard
Fnatic,
the farm alarm.
Fnatic has to win this one. They have to win this fight right here, right now.
There is no margin for error. Febiven's looking for the flank and Huni's looking for prey. Febiven's dropped to half HP, and Kuro, he's coming from the Baron pit. He's jumped onto 4 members of Fnatic, and so is Origen. Yellowstar's down. Febiven manages to get the distortion as the onslaught of shadows will send prey back to the shadows. Origen gets his passive pop. The cell is divided, and KOO may be too. That's a double kill for Huni.
Stop the TP.
Pink blobs will get squashed, and Fnatic, they start the Baron. Reckless is on it. Have Fnatic done it?
Wow, what a bold fight there by Fnatic. This fight it's going to prolong the game. They're not going to win straight off this one because they are down 2 inhibitors, but they get the kills on their priority targets. I can't wait to see that fight again.
KOO Tigers had no idea where the wards were behind them, so they thought they had a safe way to escape. Moving towards that top side, Huni shows up instantly, and the big fight is on. It took such a long time for KOO Tigers to kill anyone in that fight.
Deficio, Kennen had Steric's Gate
I just
in
realized.
that team fight, and it did proc while he was trying to be assassinated. The ultimate evolution of AD carry builds here at Worlds. But this game is still so interesting. That fight, Febiven had to try so hard not to get assassinated by Kuro, but the Cassidy LeBlanc was a sideshow to the focus on to Prey. Not to mention, Smeb was pushing a wave, so he was incredibly late to this fight. Look, Smeb has to use a lot of his burst onto Yellow Star.
So that basically wins the fight for Fnatic, that Smeb is so busy on the top side, because what Kuro did was he jumped in and he instant popped Hourglass, so his damage obviously went down. He couldn't do anything while sitting there and had to jump out of the fight as well. Normally you want Kassadin and Riven to dive together. So when Kassadin deals the damage, he pops Hourglass, Riven is there to follow up with her stun and her damage until Kassadin is back out of that Hourglass. But because they were split up, went wrong. And Huni now, oh, you're farming very far out.
He also doesn't have mana to use many spells.
Whew. KOO, if they chased, may have been surrounded. Fnatic have got themselves a squad in the river. Now, we know they've got Baron buff. Dragon's up in 2 minutes, and KOO are threatening aspects. Smeb can split push with his TP, and Fnatic have a minute and a half to figure out what they want to do. GA also on Smeb, so even more power to these extended team fights.
Yeah, this is going to be Fnatic trying to wait out some summoners, and hopefully for them start setting up for this dragon. They have to fight for it. They won't have TP ready though from Huni, so the engage is very, very hard to pull off on their side, but there's no flash for Prey, so they might be able to one-shot him, but you cannot invest too much because Riven and Kassadin are the main damage dealers in these late games fights. You even see Prey building now.
Yeah.
Straight HPs, like, I'm doing my job just by basically having them jump on me,
he
try and
actually
kill me.
sold his QSS for that Giant spell. I think it's because he's mainly been getting killed by Huni, Rainover, and Reckless, so he actually hasn't been getting hurt by LeBlanc. That is a pretty inefficient purchase as far as Prey is concerned, so that hurts their gold efficiency a little bit. This is Fnatic's moment though. The trick here is Smeb can answer with TP, and the only way Fnatic makes something out of this push mid lane is if they dive the inhibitor turret. I think they're actually just going for ward control in the Dragon area. That's the most important thing.
Fnatic got inhib back in the bottom side, so they now have a slow push building up. It's a very big wave that's going to build up. That means they only have to worry about top side.
Yeah.
But again, you have no teleport, so if Huni leaves to clear that wave, KOO can go straight for Dragon in 30 seconds.
This is a huge worry because the teleport of Huni is actually not synced up right now, so they're either giving up, and they have to give up basically 1 or 2 inhibitors for the 5th Dragon. Huni's running over right now. He needs to charge the Dragon Pit immediately.
Fnatic is so far out here. There are wards behind them Smeb can teleport onto if he wants to start the fight, but Origen also needs to find a way to get the engage off without Fnatic just obviously seeing out there in the open. Huni's moving over now. Smeb is going back to that top side. Dragon is alive in 5 seconds from now.
This is so huge. Smeb is actually not here at the start of the fight, so if Fnatic were to catch Prey and kill him before the teleport completed, they could win the fight. They are forcing KOO in. Origen will be able to jump into this pit. This is the fight of the game.
The teleport is coming down for Smeb, and the Dragon looks like it will get secured. Picked up by Fnatic, but Febiven is forced away. Smeb will not find the kill, and Febiven jumps in the pit. They've traded 80 carry for support, but Febiven's down as well. Reckless needs to survive and tank. The shields are there, but there may not be enough. He's flashed out, and Kuro chases him. That's a triple, looking for more. Huni's getting run down, and Huni will not find anything. A quadra for Kuro, and that's the game.
What a game this was. So many massive team fights. It comes up to the apocalyptic moment. Fnatic has to force the Dragon. They do interrupt Origen, but in using that crowd control, they enable Kuro and the rest of KOO to win the team fight. The death timers are long enough. This should be the game.
Smeb managed to TP in behind Febiven, and he took him out completely. Febiven did no damage in that team fight, and Fnatic, they need him. Late game, KOO Tigers, they deserve this one.
While Nexus turrets are falling, minions have conga lined in, and the cool, calm, collected KOO Tigers will pick up their first victory and are one step closer to an all-Korean final with SKT.
5,000 gold down, 15 minutes into the game. Were the KOO Tigers, but by the end of it, they are up in gold, and ultimately they did the only thing that matters. They killed the Nexus.
They did, and Febiven in that last fight, he did 300 damage on a late game LeBlanc because the flank from Smeb came in. He didn't expect it. He got stunned. He got basically taken out of the fight. It lost it for Fnatic, but obviously it wasn't that fight alone. It was everything building up to it because they were down 4 dragons to 0. They had such a good early game. Seemed like there was a clear plan for Fnatic. They punished that greedy Kassadin Zac combo that can't do anything around the mid lane until we start getting these 5-on-5 very aggressive tower dives, where KOO Tigers always had teleport ready. They saw Fnatic move down, and it was like there was only one way for Fnatic. That was just keep going forward. We just have to go for this dive now.
A little too eager maybe in terms of their team comp and feeling that gold lead. While it was very, very sizable, it wasn't big enough to thwart the bad tower dive at, what was it, 22 minutes that then skyrocketed KOO in terms of gold and power.
Against like Alistar and Zac as well, the CC.
I think so much we have to talk about as well is just how much pressure these players are under and how difficult it is to perform optimally in this situation. Fnatic knows how much the European fans want them to win, right? KOO is actually coming in with a lot of confidence because the only team to beat a team from the LCK was KOO Tigers, right? Other than that, it's looking like it's going to be an all-Korean showing, and they have the experience of playing calm when they are behind.
And talking about that, pull up the replay of that last team fight, because completely game-changing. This was the decision from Fnatic to start Dragon.
All right, so for Fnatic, they have to just go for the Dragon instantly.
It's the right decision.
Look here, first of all, what Yellowstar is going to do to Origen to interrupt the slingshot, but then pay attention to where Smeb is coming in behind Febiven. We can just roll the clip, and you're going to have to see here what happens to Febiven.
This is the fight that basically decides the game. Because of the teleport timing, Febiven doesn't get to do damage in this fight. Unfortunately, I think we're having a bit of a technical glitch. The
we
replay
enjoy
should
seeing
play.
this. Another thing for Fnatic, obviously, is the fact that Hecarim doesn't have teleport. So you can flank.
I was so looking forward to that fight, Officio.
You were.
We're going to try again. We're going to try again. Let's see what happens. Because again, Fnatic, they had their backs against the wall, absolutely had to win that fight, and it didn't happen. So unfortunately, we will have to watch that, or maybe let the analyst desk take a look at it a little later.
300 damage he dealt.
Yeah.
And it's the first fight that he really got zoned out.
Yeah.
Earlier in the Baron pit, Febiven's flank allowed Fnatic to pick up some of that damage and actually win that then lane to the Baron.
Yeah, the team compositions were bouncing back a little bit as long as Smeb was being handled in the team fights, which is why it's so important that he jumped on the Blanc before the Blanc could jump on him.
Yeah,
that is actually very much a skill matchup in the truest sense of the word, and Febiven was outplayed. His first death of the game.
He played almost perfect. Almost perfect the entire game long. And then, sadly for him, he's the guy getting jumped.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Kassadin pick a little bit again, too, because, yes, Kassadin does have big weaknesses, but if the win condition of Kassadin is just pick up some kills somewhere in the game, is that really so hard to fulfill? Because I feel like Kassadin, I feel like he is over-criticized in chaotic games where you will be having team fights. He can do this, and by the end of the fight, by the end of the game, 11-1-12, huge amounts of damage. The fight!
All right, after this replay, we will head to the analyst desk, but yeah, talk us through, gents.
So, Gorilla gets a perfect knock-off on Febiven, and then Smeb flashes in and basically takes him out of the fight. You can't really do anything as Blanc here, and then the damage for Fnatic is too low because he was the late game damage. The cannon is not going to do a whole lot. Almost full tank Hecarim is obviously not going to carry the fight either. So that's what KOO Tigers uses to win. Yeah,
there were a couple good plays that happened in that fight because Fnatic also killed Prey right away. Prey only did 300 damage to champions and then that fight as well. But Febiven was more valuable than Prey in that situation, and KOO and Smeb could just keep resetting their damage.
Again and again and again.
And exactly what they did. So, first blood has been struck, and it's Fnatic that are down 0-1. We're going to head over to the analyst desk, talk a little bit more about that very exciting matchup.
Thank you, Quickshot. There was so much blood in that game. There was more than first blood. There was second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. KOO coming away with the victory, though.
KOO.
And Monty, you promised me something weird. You did, and we got it immediately in Champion Select with the Zac pickup. Talk to me about this, because it's such an interesting leap for him to make to that champion. Oh, please.
He's played a lot of weird junglers at times. Sion, Trundle, he pulls out this stuff, and I didn't really like what happened in the early game. I think Fnatic clearly outclassed them early, which I think is one of Fnatic's big win conditions in this series as a whole, because I don't think they can survive in the late game against KOO, so they have to have these big leads.
Yeah, Fnatic with this competition, it's like going to casino and placing $1 million on the early games. Like, coin flip right now. If we make
Ignite on your mid laner.
Ignite on your mid laner. You don't take advantage of somehow Zac was level 4, giving up his blue buff to a level 7 Kassadin. Like, if the game gets to that point where you have the 5,000 lead, you need to just close out, and you just can't afford to make these mistakes where you, get a little greedy. Twice reign over, fantastic early game pathing, farming, ganking, but then a couple of times he overextends and kind of gives up that lead, and you can't afford to do that.
Jump in here, probably.
I think KOO did a really good job
of strategy of what to do. So they blind pick their top, blind pick their bot. That kind of sucks. It's instantly solved by lane swapping, and this instantly solves the whole jungle mismatch with Zac versus Rek'Sai, which also sucks. So they have a lot of early game that is just not fun. They fix that with this lane swap. However, I think this is the KOO passiveness that comes into play. They actually see Reckless and Yellowstar push out and base, and it takes KOO 15 seconds to go, oh wait, I don't want to hit this turret, we're going to back two. And now it's the standard. And this is where KOO doesn't want to be. And then you see Rek'Sai just completely destroy mid lane, get first blood top. Like, that's just not where they wanted to be.
That must have been some sort of miscommunication. That's really the only way that something like that happens. Maybe one player decided they didn't want to go into that lane after all. But yes, it was very poor, and it did set them very far behind.
Thematically, though, that lane swap kind of helps Fnatic because the strongest lane matchup disparity is the top laners against each other. Huni and Smeb kind of weren't all that relevant in the early game. Huni with a very tank-heavy build actually does a lot more in these early team fights than a Riven that builds damage from behind. Then again, Reignover could spend all his attention in the mid lane, or suddenly Febiven was super far ahead in CS pressure, and that kind of still allowed Fnatic to take control of the game. Suddenly, though, it wasn't enough for them to snowball, but I think the lane swap was still, in that sense, pretty risky because your main carry, Smeb, he's playing from behind. You're already playing a rough matchup in the mid lane that constantly Reignover doesn't even care about wards. He just hovers there in full vision, says, well, you're not going to farm, I don't care if you see me. I will still out-level the Zac somehow. I don't know how that he stayed a level ahead there, but yeah, Fnatic, they were ahead in the early to mid game.
Yeah, you saw Fnatic on your screen there strategizing after a very tough loss. We have to remember how back and forth this was and how set up they were. You mentioned, well, they needed to get leads. They did get those leads. They almost got their money back and more from that casino. And I want to point specifically to the jungle. Coming into today, Reignover had been a part of all but one first blood for the team. He's now 9 of 10 first bloods, and Huni 7 of 10. Krepo, yesterday you said that somebody else was the king of first bloods. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can defend that anymore.
The kings of first blood. You know, what's a king to a god? If you have playing here, I call SKT that, but if you have Fnatic playing here like the gods of first blood, but sadly enough, KOO were
wasn't enough.
Non-believer, and they just won the game anyways.
Well, I actually think that Fnatic's strategy coming in was very good. They saw the weakness. They wanted to go for these very aggressive summoner spells, try and take the fight to KOO early. But I mean, we really saw the problem there in not having an additional teleport in the late game. The split push was way too much for Fnatic to handle. They just didn't have very many options on how to actually close that game. And the Dragons just kept letting it over time and time again.
I have to push this forward to the replays because we talk so much about how these teams are going to pair up in the early game. Passivity versus aggression. So first off, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, 4 for 3 for Fnatic in the bot lane, but KOO is the aggressor here.
I actually like this because, yeah, KOO makes the first move here. And if you see, the jungler is actually the first one moving, and Rek'Sai is moving to mid lane. So KOO gets the start to this really, really well. However, we see like Huni TP's in right now, like way before KOO does, even though KOO's the one setting up this play. And this gives Huni, 2 to 3 seconds of damage before Smeb even gets in. So this gives enough time for mid and jungle to come down to this.
Well, this is fine up until right here. Huni just turns it around. Great Hecarim ultimate, right, to turn this fight. But there's no reason for KOO to do that. LeBlanc, you have to know, is going to be coming down out of that mid lane. So don't get greedy. Don't overcommit. Just back off right after you get a kill or two.
Yeah, and the reverse actually ends up happening a little later where Fnatic sets up a good play around a potential tower dive, but then the play just looks too good, too juicy, and that's usually when you don't want to go for it because Reignover goes in for an aggressive flash.
Yeah, it was only 6 minutes later.
Yeah, 6 minutes later. I believe we have the replay, hopefully, if that's still working over here.
Oh yeah, the replays have been a little wonky, but here it is right here.
And you can see it right here. Good zoning here, but Yellowstar, he knows he can go for these trades because there's a threat of a dive looming already. So there's nothing the Prey and Gorilla can do here except run. So they get so much damage. Right now, the map belongs to Fnatic. This is okay too, but then Reignover going for the flash here to follow up aggressively, that is just too much. When a teleport comes behind you, imagine just Reignover pathing towards the teleport location of Smeb. Smeb would have had defensively flashed out. Then the re-engage would go straight into the utility AD carrier's ultimate. That would have been a beautiful play where suddenly Fnatic controls the map. But instead, you lose your CC, you don't hold it for the carries, and that is actually one of the big things we've seen this entire game. People not holding their crown controls for when the carries comes in. When you play these CC-heavy compositions, very often you forget to keep count, but you need at least 1 or 2 CCs later on in these fights, because otherwise Smeb can clean up, Febiven clean up a couple of fights, and that is lack of communication, maybe the pressure of the stage getting to these teams.
Definite lack of communication there with Reignover flashing in while the rest of the team is backing out of that turret.
Very bizarre call there by Reignover, especially because he knew that the Fate's Call had already been used. He knew Alistar still had pulverized up, so he basically just got double knocked up under turret, and that was it.
I think this is what Fnatic is good and really bad at the same time. Like, this is where I'm talking about they need accurate calls. Because they did a lot of really good aggression where they're turning around fights, where they're keeping up with things. And then this is a perfect example of they weren't accurate enough. The dive looked really good at the start and the TP came in. They need to cut and run. They already got the advantage of the map there.
Final thoughts, Krepo?
Yeah, just a great coach wants like clear calls, good plans, but it didn't get his team anywhere, so maybe Fnatic needs even more than that.
Right, yeah, they need a new mantra. Well, we're going to step away while the teams reset for Game 2 in the semifinal series between KOO Tigers and Fnatic, so don't go anywhere.
What are you doing? You know there will be consequences. You remember the word consequences?
Help!
Onslaught of Shadow splits everyone from KOO away. Febiven coming! 2 for 1. Febiven wants to clean up. It's a triple for Smeb. He's on the retreat. He's got the life steal though, and with Reckless down, Smeb is going huge. Yellow Star is late to the party. But Febiven's down as well. Reckless needs to survive and tank. The shields are there, but there may not be enough. He's flashed out, and Kuro chases him. KOO Tigers one step closer to an all-Korean final with SKT.
Welcome back, everyone, to Brussels, Belgium, in our second game between the KOO Tigers and Fnatic. KOO Tigers are on the board 1-0. We're swapping sides here. Fnatic moving to the red side. Krepo, this is the one team that we've seen abandon or at least try and separate the two power picks of GP and Mord from the red side. What are you expecting to see here this time around?
Yeah, last game, obviously, KOO were on the red side and they banned out Gangplank, Mordekaiser, Elise, the three best bans you could potentially do. I don't think Fnatic will repeat this. They seem really comfortable just hitting key picks in opposing team strategies. Sadly for them, KOO's champion pools are pretty deep overall, but I think this may be a game where Gangplank won't get through, but Mordekaiser may get through, and we'll have to see how well Prey has potentially played that, because Reckless has been spamming it over in Korea when he was in the boot camp, and we'll need to see if KOO is afraid of this, if they're going to change their ban strategy. At the other hand, though, they were comfortable playing whatever champions were left open, so they may actually just be fine banning these champions on blue side.
So let's zero in on one of those matchups, the top lane, Smeb versus Huni. Smeb came out swinging and basically saying, I don't care, I'm going to pick Riven blind into Huni.
I mean, Fnatic did this actually in the quarterfinal match as well. That's very cocky to blind pick a Riven in that way, but Smeb is very confident in his skills against Huni, and it really showed. I think Huni, he got delayed because he had to build that Frozen Heart, couldn't build that Trinity Force faster, and Smeb had some great TPs, multi-kills on this Riven. He's a very, very, very good Riven player.
I'm really glad that we got to see like Smeb doing what he does, like doing really, really well on Riven. And then I'm also glad we got to see Fnatic. Rek'Sai did get that gank off, so they did have slightly better synergy, but we still saw Smeb taking control of the Riven, and I was just happy we saw both sides.
Yeah, a lot of things went to Chakra, at least how we expected. KOO coming out on top, though, and that's a crushing blow for Fnatic. To be up 7-8K gold at one point and be in control of that game and have it fall from grasp. Probably, what would you be looking for this team to do on a larger scale in order to secure a victory this time around if they can create that lead?
Well, Fnatic kind of tunnels on these like theme comps, I guess I'll call it, because they're not really well-rounded. Like in that comp, for instance, they didn't have any wave clear. They didn't really have much AoE besides like the LeBlanc distortion. So I really want to see more well-rounded ones that have some kind of wave clear, some kind of like peeling in a team fight potential, and not just all in, we're going to press R and kill one guy, which is what their comps normally look like.
And I think Fnatic should go back to double teleport. We saw what KOO can do it in a late game. If Fnatic are playing these crazy engage compositions where they have a lot of crowd control, adding another dimension in terms of flanking with that teleport could mean maybe not so much on the LeBlanc, but if everyone ends up on a different champion, I just want to see the teleports matched at least. So even if things don't go as planned in the early snowball game, you can still match that split push, because KOO, they got a big advantage in the later parts of the mid game with those teleports.
Well, that's the question, right, for Fnatic. Are they going to do that? Because punishing the early game and nearly winning is exactly what Fnatic did. Do they want to go blow for blow on a team that I think is a better team fighting team and better at using globals than they are?
We'll see if they can leave themselves a little bit more leeway when it comes to closing out a game if they can't secure another lead. As we send it to the casters for game 2, Yellowstar tells us that when it comes to fighting KOO, you have to face them head on.
KOO is a team that likes to play around the globals, And they play with double TP, with a support that can roam a lot and he can move really fast on the map. So they really want to create skirmishes and those small fights. And I know that in 5v5, in a team fight, when it happens, they might not be as good as in skirmishes, because I've watched the games against SKT and this is where they got, they lost the game.
May have lost them games against KT, but it just won a game for them against Fnatic, the opening of the series. Prey has already got one of those books ticked, saying Fnatic take it back to the library, because once they closed that game out, the crowd was stunned. Red side picks and bans are about to jump into it. Officio, and we've heard analyst days talk about it. How does it change now for Fnatic?
Obviously, when it comes to these Mordekaiser Gangplank bans, KOO Tigers is a team who tend to ban it on blue side, especially the Mordekaiser. 8 out of 11 games now, they ban Mordekaiser themselves. Because I think due to them having a lot of, should we call them crazy picks or new picks you're not really expecting, or due to them trusting their ability to play more standard compositions, they don't need to trade like a Mordekaiser for Gangplank, don't want to risk it. Seems to be the strategy they were running against KT at least, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them just ban away Mordekaiser and Gangplank potentially themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that Fnatic has a pretty evolved strategy for the red side pick ban here, because there are so many advantages the blue side team gets, and they have to be looking at this like an away game. They have to steal a game on red side if they want to win the series. Now, they've lost their home court advantage from being the higher seed.
And in the last game, Reignover managed to get his jungle pick, the Rek'Sai. We were talking before the game, okay, what is Reignover going to play if Rek'Sai and Elise is gone? Is he going to go for that Olaf pick we've seen back in Europe? Is he going to try and play Elise in? He hasn't played it all year long, and we have to go all the way back to when he was on IM number 2 and IM number 1, he used to play it. On blue side, you should be able to secure that pick for yourself, the priority jungler, and often ban away one of them yourself, or expect Elise to be banned on red side and then you first pick a Rek'Sai. That would leave Reignover in a situation where he has to find something else to play. And this might be where we get to see what he can pull out. We saw Zach from Origen.
Well, Zach ended up working well in the later stages of the game. Crowd is definitely trying to send their energy and love around the venue. We're going to jump into picks and bans for games 2 in just a couple of moments and see how these teams prioritize. Because the game that was remade against EDG, Fnatic left both Mordekaiser and GP through. We know KOO has had that penchant to ban it on blue side, but maybe, so KOO can surprise, not ban it this time, and catch us all a little off guard.
Well, EDG saw that Fnatic were okay leaving it open and take the trade, so EDG went Mordekaiser. Normally you'd always go for Gangplank because he does really well into the Mordekaiser as well. But after EDG saw that and the remake happened, they're like, oh, we're not going to do this again.
Not worth.
They banned it on blue side, not want to risk that trade. They trusted more in their more standard picks.
Yeah, the fact, though, that you normally take Gangplank before the Mordekaiser, and even with that knowledge, Fnatic was willing to let a trade go through, means that they could be willing to let this go through once more. Rekkles has played maybe more Mordekaiser than anybody else. When it first went over to Korea for his bootcamp, nearly 2 months ago when the patch first hit that they were playing Worlds on, he was first on the train. And I think they're okay actually going into that matchup.
And I think also we have to look at Febiven in the mid lane, because analysts just talked about how they wanted double teleport to be a thing for Fnatic. Febiven on this LeBlanc, I think we look at the last game and we look at the first 20 minutes as one game in itself. And it paid off to have offensive summoners ignite in 3 different lanes, super aggressive, try and force that 2v2 fight around the mid lane. Reignover ganked KOO like 3 or 4 times early and then invaded into the jungle. That paid off for Fnatic, and they should have been able to close that game out or gone towards the Baron and not taken these tower dives, which were so telegraphed that KOO Tigers could respond. Late game, we did see the problem, though, with double teleport. And the funny thing is, I almost feel like when Fnatic is running a more standard comp, in the sense of a control mage in the mid lane with a teleport for Febiven, and a carry who can deal damage for Rekkles, so it's not all about Huni snowballing. I often feel like that Fnatic team looks a little bit better in the sense that they can play more risk, or they can play more slow. They don't have to go all in the early game like we saw before.
Well, just a quick update, guys. We did have a chat to the production team and our referees and our QA off air and backstage regarding the wards that could not see each other. And when vision is unequal, a green ward can see a pink ward, but the pink ward cannot see the green ward. We will always pause. Now, when wards cannot see one another, we do not pause because of the map geometry. So when it is not clear if it is geometry or a ward bug, we will only pause if there's a severe impact on the game. In this case, each time LeBlanc roamed down, she was spotted by a KOO ward near the Dragon entrance ramp, which is why the impact was not severe and did not result in a pause.
Yeah, well, also I was going to check it in the game, and when I toggled the wards, the green ward couldn't see the pink ward, and the pink ward couldn't see the green ward, which is different than the ward that was paused in the Baron pit earlier in the tournament. Still, something to keep your eyes on.
It is, and something we'll be keeping an eye out for as we continue through the series. And of course, as we saw, it was the decision to tower dive that got punished, but LeBlanc had been spotted early. And, you know, some props to Febiven. Analyst S was talking about maybe Febiven picking up that second teleport to Fisho. What's your take on that? Is it going to be dependent very much on how much map pressure they want, or did you like the Ignite?
I think for his LeBlanc pick against the Kassadin, I think it was okay for the early game. It's a very risky strategy, obviously, for Fnatic, but they paid off for them in the early game. The reason they lost the game was not due to not having a double teleport situation. They lost the game because they went over-aggressive and went into tower dives they shouldn't have gone into. And KOO got kills, Smeb got kills from it. That was where it went really wrong. Obviously, it didn't help not having double teleport, but as I said before, I like Febiven running teleport because it means Fnatic doesn't have to go all in the early game, and they can play more for late game as well.
Well, interesting that KOO actually bans Rek'Sai here, since they would have been able to first pick it. That blocks Fnatic from forcing
they're gonna first pick
pick.
Tahm Kench for Gorilla.
Yeah, they could.
The best Tahm Kench player, in my opinion, so far at Worlds has been Gorilla. So I think this is good from KOO Tigers.
Well, also because Febiven has been assassinating so many people, but at the same time, the Blanc is already in the ban thing. I actually think if there is a weakness for Tahm Kench, it's against heavy AoE teams.
Yeah.
And since they've already banned away the best assassin, there's a chance that's what Fnatic goes for.
And we so rarely see these AoE teams, like Rumble is being played very little by MaRin, basically, is the only one so far. Another thing, we haven't seen Reckless play Kalista at the World Championship yet. Fnatic is one of the teams who bans it the most. So KOO Tigers are basically saying, normally here you would pick Kalista on the side of Fnatic and be like, okay, you get Tahm Kench, we get Kalista, we have to take that trade. I wonder if Fnatic's gonna go for it this time around. If not, you risk KOO Tigers getting that one as well, and suddenly there's a lot of power picks going to their side. I think this is the perfect start for KOO Tigers.
Great first pick.
In theory, though, Fnatic should be aware of it because of the penchant that KOO Tigers have shown for Tahm. They will not go for the Kalista. It's likely giving that up to Prey and instead take the Ashe.
Yeah. We were wondering if Reckless and Prey were going to be taking away each other's favorite AD carries so far at Worlds. KOO Tigers either picked Ashe or had it banned away from them in the majority of their games. But it's not like Reckless can't play Ashe. He played it before anyone else did as far as the European LCS is concerned.
Yeah.
Played it right away in the summer split, and Fnatic can play around it quite well.
And it is a good AD carry pick into Kalista, at least when it comes to trading in the laning phase, and then level 6 trying to set up that TP gank with your arrow and use that. So Fnatic has a 2v2 lane that if they're running double teleport can be super impactful because they are so good at diving towers and setting up ganks, both Alistar and Ashe, in the way they can force the play onto KOO Tigers, then teleport in. But we do also have to see what Reignover wants to play in the jungle because we had the Rek'Sai, we had the Elise ban.
Well, you've got a number of very difficult to kill champions for KOO Tigers. Origen will lock in Zac for his second appearance on the world stage. Kalista to follow. And the next question as well, Fnatic, will they leave that counter pick for Huni in the top lane or for Febiven in the mid lane? These next two will give us that answer.
I would prefer to see counter pick for Huni in the top lane because it's very important you can win that lane so you can transition that pressure to the bottom side where you have your Ashe and your Alistar. Azir will be a fine pick, fine blind pick in my opinion. Kassadin might come in against it though, which is a good matchup, but you can still push him down to tower.
I actually like Victor a lot more. Mainly because of how good KOO is at Victor. Now KOO did play Azir in the group stage, but as far as the summer split was concerned in the LCK, he was 0-6, and I think this denial pick provides a little bit more value. I think Azir and Victor generally fulfilled the same wave clearing role, with Azir having slightly better assassination, but Fnatic only wants... Oh man, they go for Azir anyway.
So
they only want the AoE damage.
The thing about Azir as well though against a Zac is when Zac blobs in towards you, if you can try and shoot him away with your own wall from the Azir, you can stop a lot of his crowd control from happening. Obviously, you have to be very, very good, and Febiven has played a ton of Azir before and has shown good moves with it. I also just think he's basically saying it, I want to pressure this mid lane. No matter what you're playing, I'm going to push it. I'm going to push it because Skarner is a jungler. In terms of 1v1, he's pretty strong. Like when it comes to a skirmish, especially if he can fight around the crystals for himself. Ganking-wise, pre-level 6 though, he's pretty useless.
We've seen Skarner once before this tournament, and it left a whole lot to be desired. And we'll see how good that Impale will be. On the bright side, you have double the value. If Tahm Kench swallows somebody and you Impale a Tahm Kench,
you pull 2 people.
You pull 2 people.
Yeah.
Next level. I mean, it could be top lane Skarner if they want to surprise us, but KOO Tigers will be denying Skarner any chance of Impale. Smeb will run Fiora and say, I dare you to pick Riven. And Kuro will round out the composition with that Vigor. I really like what KOO Tigers have put together.
Few things though about KOO Tigers comp. Again, it's going to be so much about Gorilla on this Tahm Kench because we know Kuro wants to run Teleport in the mid lane. Ash is an AD carry who try to force the enemy mid laner to run Cleanse. If you don't do it, obviously you're very open to get an arrow in your face and then the team fight starts and you die instantly. That's where Tahm Kench comes in once again. So we might actually see the Skarner pull back that Tahm Kench when he's eating Kuro or Prey and then kill both of them.
Yeah, I think that's honestly the idea they're going for, but that gets blocked a little bit by the Veigar pick because if Kuro is very patient with his event horizon, he can basically wait for Skarner to run in, and even if you pull him for a suppress, you're still trapping him in there as far as being able to get out of the cage. This has been his pick against Riven.
A challenge has been issued, and Riven is the answer. We all wanted this matchup to happen, and there's split opinions on who should win when it comes to players and when it comes to champions.
There's been a perception in this world that it hasn't been about 1v1s or about playing each other in lane. That is what the entire top lane has been about here at Worlds, especially in Fiora and Riven matchups, because it completely depends on the mind games between Riposte and the 2 CCs that Riven has to throw out. That is it. Not to mention the jungler pressure, the rest of the other pressure, but we will most likely see a solo kill with these 2 guys in this game.
Especially also because we're seeing 2 junglers who prefer to not be too active before that level 6 mark anyway, especially the Skarner on the side of Fnatic. So we might not get a whole lot of help for Huni up in that top lane. He's on his own. I'm more looking at Fnatic with this 2v2 lane on the bottom side, the Ashe into the Kalista, heavy CC lane. You run Teleport now on Febiven as well. We just talked about how him on control mages, it gives Fnatic more ways of playing. Outside of just, we gotta go and assassinate people all the time and we have to play super aggressive. They have late game insurance now as well. I'm looking for them to also try and make some plays around this bottom lane once Huni gets rolling.
Well, let's see if Huni can get rolling.
If he gets rolling, I think.
The Riven versus Fiora matchup has happened once before, and it was Huni's Riven that was victorious. Will that hold true against Smeb's Fiora, which is significantly stronger
it was against
than
Koro.
his previous opponent?
And Koro misplayed that matchup so badly already from level 2. Smeb won't make the same mistake.
Let's find out as we load up for game 2. The hope of Europe and the Western LCS Fnatic on the red side against Korea's KOO Tigers. Margin Boo's been swapped out. The golden god of Zac. And Rainover is going to be playing around these crystal spires. Let's see how well Fnatic handle themselves, because this is a jungler we've not seen in Europe since Diamond ran it a very, very, very long time ago.
Even before he got changed. Honestly, Rainover's put in a lot of practice on Skarner. It was one of his main champions in Korean solo queue, and it's interesting that he falls back onto the Skarner instead of the Olaf, when Olaf would have been able to run through the Veigar stuns, but I do like the idea against the Tahm Kench of still punishing him after he gobbles up an AD carry. This game is really fascinating right now. I also think it's super bold that Febiven is gone teleport against the Veigar, because if he eats an Event Horizon stun, he is completely dead. There's a lot to go on in this game.
Well, it's one of these problems for an Azir, and you have. I look at it this way: when it comes to late game, would he stay alive anyway if he ran like Barrier or Heal? No, he would have to run Cleanse then against Kuro, and I think that is an okay option. But right now, what Fnatic is aiming to do is trying to match that global pressure KOO brought in game 1 and say, you know what, that was a big problem. Let's try and fix it.
I want to see how Reckless handles himself with that Hawk shot. Something that Prey has shown when he does play Ashe is proficiency not only with landing the Enchanted Crystal Arrow almost perfectly, and also keeping track of his opponent's jungler. So let's see how Reckless makes use of that ability once he ranks it up.
I want to see what Huni and Reino was doing as well. They just took a camp together. They give level 2 to Huni. Normally what happens is you go down and give a few hits into the red buff, but you make sure that Huni doesn't take too much damage because you want him to run into the top lane. You don't want him to recall and use his teleport, because what's going to happen now, and you can see Smeb is doing exactly the same on the bottom side, is you save that TP. So in case the enemy top lane had used his to make sure the jungler got a better start, had to use a potion less, you had that massive TP advantage for more potions and so on later on, which is very important. So both top laners are being set up for success right now with this start.
And neither of these junglers are going to be doing an early game gank. That much is for certain. We did see some teams before Worlds would actually sacrifice others so the jungler could have faster item spike, go invade the enemy jungler, but with this specific matchup of champions, it's the smart play to give their top laners the edge.
But it's such a fascinating one-on-one because so many small things will be super important. One thing is that when Smeb activates his E, he gets that slow on the first attack and then a crit on the second one. The first slow even reduces attack speed. So it's very hard for Riven to do Q, auto attack, Q, auto attack, Q. It turns into basically just spamming Q straight up because your attack speed slows so much. So it's very hard to trade one-on-one. Also, the riposte against the Riven. If Riven goes for the third Q, the very long animation,
it's almost always
riposte. It's so easy to riposte for Smeb, then he wins the trade. So a lot of Riven players won't even use that third one. And they'll just like use 2 and then bounce out. So it's very, very tricky between these two guys.
Huni's already falling behind. He's used that potion. Every time we look up, Smeb is finding a way to hit that vital. Keep the sustain up. Staying even and relevant on farm, but Huni's wave will push away from him in the not too distant future. And let's see how Huni plays it. We can see the Reino already making his way towards the top lane.
There's a chance Huni, ooh, that was a nice Q3 by Huni. There's a chance he has to use his teleport early in this lane, or he needs early jungle pressure. If a counter gank were to arrive at this moment, if Reino actually does attempt this, it could be disastrous. This is kind of a Houjin special. Smeb pushes up early, he gets into the lane brush, and he waits there for a minute. And waits for the counter gank. But because of the way the recalls are coming in, I think Smeb called him off.
So we do see though in the mid lane why Fiven wanted this Azir. He wants to constantly try and push in this mid lane over and over and over. We looked at him as a better mid laner than KOO, at least in the laning phase. And that's what he's going to try and take advantage of. But bottom lane as well, when there's a Tahm Kench, it turns into a farm lane. It's very, very difficult to make any aggressive plays because he will just eat that AD carry or he will be super tanky himself, so you can't really kill anyone.
Wow, he's going to be at farm lane you talked about. Very small advantage for Reckless. Origen is going to pick a fight with Reinover over this Crystal Spire. Charge the slingshot, and Reinover says, nope, that one is mine, and will reclaim it.
Skarner is very strong when he gets close to you.
Yeah.
That is a fact of this game.
That was one of the things with how you can invade in if your mid laner is pushing, because Skarner 1v1, he is strong, especially against a Zac who's just going to be like, what, am I going to blob on you with my E and nothing?
He's already done like half as much
damage.
Great
riposte from Smeb. He will, however, get stunned, and all of a sudden, Huni turns it back around, forcing Smeb to blow his flash.
That's really big, especially since Reinover's already doing the jungle invading. Houjin's going to have to be fairly careful early on in the matchup.
And again, we see the strategy for Fnatic, always making sure Reinover can play aggressive, has a jungler he can outduel the enemy with, have a mid laner who's shoving the wave. So it's a good setup right now for Fnatic, but it was the same in game 1, even though they were just even faster and had even more aggressive lanes. That was not what won Fnatic the game, because they didn't win.
Nothing.
Funny enough, nothing won in the game. But it wasn't what lost in the game either, it was the bad calls later on.
Now, Huni and Smeb again going toe-to-toe. So they're not going to find the follow-up vital. Falling a little bit behind in CS, but the wave is pushing towards him. And likely some info on Houjin's jungle path means that Huni's got some free time up here.
You know how people used to have like best Riven NA? I feel like it's more exciting to watch Fiora versus Riven. They should just have like a bracket of Fiora against Riven players. I love this matchup.
Make it a best of 3.
He's level 6 here, and they know they have the flash down. But Smeb is also level 6, which makes this super dangerous.
There's a grand challenge available. Kuro TP to middle, as did Feathervin, so there's no support elsewhere. Gentlemen,
it's all about
first
the
tower dive. Fnatic are 10 for 10 when it comes to securing first bloods. They're looking for number 11. Reinover forced to flash away. Tower shot will not be enough to kill him, nor will...
Reinover's got...
This it. Look at Kuro, who's coming up through the jungle. Huni still wants to get it. He's going to be in so much trouble, and Reinover fires the fracture. That was so close.
Just by Huni moving a bit closer to Smeb on the way out, he threatened a potential second dive, and Smeb was like, okay, I can't risk it. and therefore he couldn't kill Reignover, who just snuck by the tower, but that was so risky by Fnatic.
From the look of it, Smeb blocked the right amount of CC, and then Huni wasn't able to combo properly because he was stunned himself, so he couldn't get the quick burst out on Riven. Still keeps the CS advantage. It costs Reignover his jungle edge in order to do that game.
And his flash down as well. Reckless probably get eaten by Gorilla. No?
Not yet. Not
yet.
quite tasty enough until now.
Close.
Gorilla will get knocked up and knocked back. He's flashing away. Grey health will get popped. It is decaying. Prey is stacking up those Rens onto Yellowstar. Summoner heal's been used. 250 HP. And both Flash and Exhaust down from Gorilla. Fnatic, they get the 2v2.
Yeah, they burn a lot of summer spells. I actually feel like if Reckless was feeling aggressive, he would have flashed for that kill on Gorilla, but he was afraid of a counter gank. He didn't have eyes completely on Hojan, I'm pretty sure, because with the shield going down, this is also why he saves his flash, just in case.
Well, Reckless sidesteps the elastic slingshot, and he will be able to make it out.
This is what I really like about Reckless and Yellowstar as a lane. They know their job in most Fnatic games is being utility AD carry. So flashing forward for a kill, yes, it might look good on paper, you get that one kill for yourself, but it means you could probably get ganked right after, and then Hojan suddenly gets 2 kills or 1 kill and a dragon for his team. So it's not really worth it in that sense, and I like that Rex just stays back and even dodges around.
This is actually dangerous. Huni is still up by his turret, and Febiven's stunning himself.
Febiven's in trouble. Reignover's got the blue buff, but now he's been challenged by Smeb, and Huni's a long way away. The challenge has been popped. First blood to Kuro, and double buffs.
You have no flash.
Massive for Veigar to get double buffs. Reignover doesn't have flash, and he can make that play if Huni is with him. Huni has the 1v1 edge, so to speak, on a Smeb, but there is a large minion wave at his turret. You can make that invade on the blue buff if the waves are pushed. Reignover again overreaches and again is punished.
As safe as Reckless and Yellowstar can play in the bottom lane, some of that needs to go over to Reignover soon. Because, yes, he's making some good plays, but too often, he wants too much. And honestly, it's fine sometimes playing simple League of Legends. You don't have to always go in and make that massive outplay, constantly tower dive the enemy team. You can play it fairly safe because you're right now winning both soul lanes. But now you just gave double buff over to the enemy mid laner. That's not going to help Febiven one bit.
It really will not. And if Huni continues this path forward,
Huni also has no flash. And Zach has amazing gank pass. Let's see if Huni respects this.
Oh, there's so much threat here for Huni.
He's afraid of Reignover potentially sitting in that bush. Normally a top laner will not be this aggressive with no summoners in pushing out a big wave unless he has his jungler right behind him, ready to join in.
Thank you, observers. You can see the hawk shot flying over the Sentinel, giving Fnatic some information throughout the jungle.
Flies through the whole map. When you're in the right position on Ashe, you can shoot it through every single jungle camp. Which kind of, even if you don't see the jungle with it, tells you where the jungler should be.
Process of elimination. And
it's an immensely powerful skill, highly underrated.
Well, we'll give it the attention it deserves, Jack.
You know how Clairvoyance used to see one spot on the map? It sees the entire enemy jungle on cooldown.
RIP Clairvoyance. So 1-0 in terms of kills. Fnatic still hold a minor gold lead, thanks to the CS advantages for both Huni and Febiven. Reignover's got access to his Impale, and his flash is about 15% away from being available.
I'd like to see Fnatic right now get a few pink wards down on the map to set up this scanner so he can go in for that one play once he has flash, grab a target, and you can burst him down very effectively, especially with the Riven up on top side. But it's very hard for him to path right now because there's been so many wards gone through to spot it. He does manage to sneak around up top here. Can make his way into the second one, and now suddenly Smeb is going to be like, I have no jungle help, so I'm not going to push it out like Huni did before, because I'm going to play it safe.
Very early advantages were to Smeb, the lower levels, but as Huni has started to scale up, seems to be finding the stuns and dancing around the riposts.
A dangerous counter jungler.
Oh, this could be trouble. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. Yellowstar's gets it. It's about sending a message, gentlemen. This is my jungle, my camp, and my gold.
Every single game, Hojan falls really far behind the curve. Yellowstar is a higher level than Hojan right now, even after that Gromp steal.
Yeah, but I'm a believer. KOO Tigers play from behind. It's their style, Jack.
It actually is. This is the way they play League of Legends. It is somehow working.
Perplexing.
In this day and age.
I think perplexing is a great word.
But at the same time, with this team composition, Fiora and Veigar, and Zach actually is a good late game jungle champion, they're pretty happy with this current set of circumstances.
All right, Huni gonna pick a fight once more with Smeb. In Grand Challenge throws down. Smeb flashes away from the third proc of the Broken Wings. Huni will find a stun, but fails the flash. And Smeb will be smiling with that one.
Remember the solo kill we talked about? That was probably going to happen in this game. It was right there, but it could have been outplayed by Huni. He had his flash when Smeb did not. He dashed towards the wall, but he fail flashed the thickest wall in the game, that when the pressure is on, we see players miss. If you have no pressure, you make that flash every single time. But Huni, after losing that game 1, makes another mistake in game 2.
And again, we keep highlighting how important it is for Fnatic to keep pushing those 2 solo lanes. Right now, we had a kill for Veigar in the mid lane because of Rainover's invade on blue buff. We have a kill top lane now for Smeb and Fiora. KOO Tigers is in a way better situation than last game, where they did outplay Fnatic in the later stages of the game. They look to do exactly the same, just not fall as far behind.
Yeah, and we have to see how Fnatic responds to this situation. In the past, Huni has been known to tilt after making a mistake. They already lost the first game, which puts your mental edge on, puts your mentality on a little bit of an edge. Here, failing a flash over the wall in a matchup he should be winning, how much does Huni want to make up for that play right now? Because in the past he has overcompensated and fallen into a giant pit of tilt. But we'll see, they're still close in this game and they still have a composition which can win.
Well, both teams are in a situation where they can't really force any ganks because there have been so little vision in the enemy jungle. So they don't know where, if it's Skarner is hiding somewhere, if Zach is hiding somewhere to counter gank. There's no teleports available at the moment, so if you want to make a jungle gank, this is the time. But once again, because Rainover got burned before with the blue buff, he's not been invading since. He needs to get in there now and get a ward down, at least in the opening of KOO Tigers jungle. Yellowstar's doing the same to try and see, okay, can we spot the jungler and pull off a gank? Because if Zach shows topside, you can gank that bottom lane. You have double CC, you have an Alistar to tower dive. It's obviously difficult against a Tahm Kench, but it might be one of the plays you can pull off. You can see Origen sitting ready to counter gank, as we just talked about. He doesn't want to go aggressive because he has no idea of where Rainover is, unless you spot him on that one ward near Raptor.
Well, also Huni's not giving him the opportunity. So Huni is not trying to make up for the death he just suffered, and instead is playing very passive. But with the range on Zach's Elastic Slingshot, he's only level 7. He spent a lot of time hiding in a brush. How patient is Huni actually in this lane?
Oh, let's take a look. That Slingshot was being charged, but Yellowstar's the man that's in a little bit of trouble. Gorillas pop that Grey Health shield. Origen will get some of the cooldown back. Huni is dancing with death. Will dash out. And still so close. Origen's waiting.
Such a patient bait right here, because you would expect him to jump in after that last play. Huni's still suspicious though.
And Huni makes that alive.
Can we just give full credit to Huni in this case here? Normally he would have gone all in for that one-on-one against Smeb. Said, I'll get it back, man. I died before. I will get a revenge kill. But here he played it super safe because his own jungler's on the bottom side taking that dragon. So he knows. Close enough.
Good smite from Rainover.
But he knew, okay, there was no backup for him. He just had to sit super far back and wait. Let his team make some plays on the bottom side of the map. I still want to see them use this Alistar and Ashe to create a pick.
Needs to get back up eventually though, because with that play top lane, they do get
go for mid lane then.
Oh,
there we go.
Yellowstar flashes the baby cage, knocks Kuro into Rainover's waiting hands, and Febiven sends the soldiers for the kill.
The ultimate displacement from behind your mid turret to the middle of the lane. Nothing Kuro can do to stop that one. Good counterplay by Fnatic.
They did lose their tower top while securing middle. And Huni's going to get funneled that big wave.
But this is one of the plays Fnatic could make away from Huni. That's again, when Fnatic run compositions where they can make plays on the bottom side, they tend to not rely 100% on Huni snowballing his lane. So even if he does fall behind, you can make a play elsewhere. They had controlling bottom side because Zach was sitting top, great invade in. Very little you could do as a mid laner when they're coming between 2 towers and knocking you so far back into the lane. You can't just abandon that because then you will lose tower anyway. So Kuro left in an impossible situation. Fnatic gets at least a tower.
Well, still keeping themselves relevant as far as Fnatic are concerned. They got that first dragon as well, so it'll give them a little bit of an edge as the game continues to progress. And Reckless was left alone in that mid lane. Praying Gorilla shoved the wave up, but Reckless has played far enough back to not be a threat of anything else. His tower only lost 10% of its hit points, so starting to see the Ashe build up towards an Infinity Edge, starting to slowly gain more and more strength.
And honestly, I want to see Fnatic continue to play around this bottom side of the map. Zag is not going to duel the Skana in the one-on-one. Alistar is very safe support to invade with as well because of his ulti, his natural tankiness, obviously. So you can go into this bottom side jungle of KOO Tigers and take control of it. Meaning that KOO, sitting on his Vega in mid lane with no tier 1 tower now, he has to set a tier 2 tower and wait for minions. That gives full mid control for Fnatic, and then you can set up a dive on the bottom side.
And I will also say, the emphasis is on Fnatic to make a play. Because KOO Tigers, they have a game plan. We're pretty sure how they're going to execute it. Smeb is going to be split pushing. They're going to try and group with the rest of the team. And the siege potential with Veigar is awesome. But Fnatic has picked Huni. If he can somehow outplay Smeb, he can block that. When they group up as a team, when KOO groups up as a team, Fnatic would try and initiate with an Ash Arrow. It is going to be KOO kind of executing their game plan and making Fnatic make the play, in which KOO has been able to punish in the past. It will be more on Fnatic's execution, in my opinion.
I really like this from Reignover, getting into that jungle now, plays towards Febiven. He's gonna have to be careful, he's getting out for now.
Wow, Febiven makes it out, and they commit Kuro's flash, as well as the Abyssal Voyage. That was a lot.
It was a 5-man gank and a flash on their most priority member in teamfights. That was way too much. This is kind of the reason KOO doesn't make plays very often.
And this exact same thing happened against KT Rolster, where KOO invested so much, but it didn't work out.
I just really like Fnatic's focus on this bottom side. I know I keep repeating it.
It's because they haven't done it a lot.
They see the gank happening, and also what happens here is Febiven had already killed the wave all the way down to the tier 2 tower of KOO Tigers, so even though he was forced out of the lane, there was no minions for KOO Tigers to just push and take mid tower. They'd be like, oh, the minion's already dead. Well, we're not going to get anything there to run out, end up losing everything. Fnatic had control of the side, they spotted happening. And this control Fnatic reminds me more of how SK Telecom likes to play against KOO Tigers. It's not the, oh, let's 5-on-5, just randomly tower dive and go super crazy all the time. No, we're going to try and match some of the things KOO Tigers do well. We just remove the mistakes, because KOO Tigers plays around you making mistakes and then punishing you. If you play like this, it's very hard for them to do that.
Let's see if they can keep it up, though.
Yeah, and the biggest example of that is Huni suffering the first blood death, but then staying
unkilled further.
Right? He has not tilted at all here. I also like his build path this game, because his previous games on Riven, he didn't go Tiamat. He instead went for Bloodthirster for some of the survivability. But it's so much more important to be able to have that quick burst of damage against someone who can riposte in your combos, and I love the iteration.
And the playing around bot lane will now make it top lane. Reckless has moved
set
up.
Though. Hojin is absolutely set up for this play.
They did chase him out the jungle, though, so Reignover and Yellowstar will be aware.
How many legs does Skana have?
This one, none. It's
this one, none.
tank
Okay, that's why he doesn't have boots. Okay, that makes sense now for Reignover. The way I look at Skana is he's a champion who needs mobility. He needs movement speed.
That was a joke.
It was. I'm sorry. Yeah.
See, it caught me off guard because I didn't know you could make jokes, Fisher.
I didn't know either.
Thank you. That was fantastically rewarding. Now I get why Freak does it all the time.
Yeah.
So
still, get some boots, man.
Yeah, I think tank boots is the right way to go. I actually want him to build Mercury Treads during this game, because he will be having to run through event horizons at some point during this game, and the magic resistance is actually one of his most stacked resources. I think if Fiora tries to kill him, he'll have an opportunity to ult Fiora and instead pull that in, so I think Smeb's going to keep his fair distance from Reignover. I think Mercury Treads should be his next item.
Teleports are up for all 4 players that currently have it available, and Reckless hung about in that bush for a little while longer. That top outer turret for KOO is very, very low on HP, and things are just starting to feel a little edgy and nervous up here.
Well, still, Hojin is reading the situation correct. He's always nearby. Same in the last game, so when that massive gank could happen, he's waiting.
And KOO has the setup with the double teleport, so they're pushing their mid and bottom lane, and they want to teleport. This time, though, Fnatic also has the double teleport, and they recognize not to dive under the turret for this play. Instead, they're just playing it patiently and trying to punish Hojin for waiting for the aggression.
Double warding trinkets for both Huni and Reignover as well, upgraded already. We've seen them move into KOO's jungle to place wards multiple times. Reckless and Yellow, they really want to get this last tower. It's a couple of hits away, but this is quite risky. Gorilla's being chunked and Frey's going forward. Teleport's coming in here for KOO Tigers as Yellowstar throws up the Unbreakable. Reckless will find the Ash Arrow onto Kuro, but it will not be enough. 2 members of Fnatic down at the cost of 2 teleports for KOO, and KOO are not stopping.
Credit to KOO there for turning aggressive, not reacting to Fnatic in that sense. Fnatic then had to react with both teleports, so a completely lost play for Fnatic. KOO gets the big play by catching out Reckless and Yellowstar.
One of the very annoying things to play against double teleport.
It's also Veigar, you gotta be careful under these turrets.
Or he can stun them up and maybe kill Rainover.
Rainover's down! Kuro gets the kill and will secure another tower.
But one of the problems when playing against double teleport is you don't know how many guys it's gonna turn up. You see the animation. I'm not sure if Fnatic were trying to say, hey, we can maybe counter teleport here, because there's still 2 flashes up for Reckless and Yellowstar. They stayed around for a long time. Yellowstar maybe was just to sacrifice himself, saying he was gonna get slowed down anyway. But then suddenly 2 guys appear, both Smeb and KOO, and Fnatic is too late to the party. 2 kills and a tower.
And once again, KOO punish Fnatic to regain the lead.
Yeah, let's see again what happens.
They ping Skarner, and then they know to go aggressive here, because honestly, it's completely on the double TP coordination. They thought it would be 1, it was actually 2. Reckless got the Ash Arrow. The second teleport cancels the first teleport's animation, which is why Reckless didn't have the right timing on Smeb jumping in, and it's actually why the Ash Arrow didn't hit. So really, the double teleport on the same ward is my favorite use of the double teleport, and it works out for me.
We'll give them another tower. 5 kills to 1, but Fnatic, you have to praise farming from Huni and Febiven, keeping gold very, very even. 300 difference between the top laners, 100 difference between mid laners, and that was a little close again, but Smite secures it.
We've seen this one before. Frey tries to steal it. Doesn't have the greatest amount of damage due to his low amount of AD though, when it comes to finding away that spear. Meanwhile though, Fnatic, once again, are in this situation where they really want to try and pick someone off, but because you're against double teleport and a Tahm Kench, it becomes almost impossible because there's so many ways for KOO Tigers to buy time and then counter gank it. So even though Fnatic has great tools to find that one pick, they haven't been able to use it. And they were just waiting almost for KOO Tigers to make an aggressive play, which is funny enough something KOO Tigers have done before. When they're pushed all the way back, they try and go for that double TP to turn it around and buy some time.
This time it works, and for Fnatic, that flawless style of play comes into a little bit of question. It wasn't exactly a game-changing move, but Fnatic are still showing they really want this last outer turret. They move 4 people up towards the top, and they've got a lot of vision around Baron.
And something that is really in the favor of KOO Tigers is the fact that KOO is at plus 191 on his stacking of ability power, and he's currently sitting at 600 AP. Pretty soon he's going to be able to press 2 buttons on Febiven and kill him dead.
This is in trouble. Rainover and Yellowstar, they've got caught out. Unbreakable Will's being used, and Origen is trying to bounce all up in Reckless's face. Smeb is put the challenge down, but look at Huni. He gets obliterated by KOO. Rainover's in trouble. Baron Pit is where Yellowstar's trying to escape. He's forced to flash over the wall. 5v2 now. Baron is alive and may be able to get some hits down onto Smeb and Origen. Fate's Call will be thrown onto Febiven, and Febiven finds the kill, but the Event Horizon locks him in place, and Prey will shut him down. Another sacrifice to stop Baron, but Fnatic again caught out of position.
KOO 100% to zeroed Huni there, and he doesn't have Void Staff yet. Mind you, Huni has gone for cooldown boots, so if he gets hit by an Event Horizon, he has signed his own death certificate, because it will be crushed there by the Veigar. It's a flank fight. I think Fnatic was actually pretty happy with this one. They didn't have vision on the Veigar, and also he didn't see that Event Horizon, otherwise he wouldn't have walked into it. Boom, instantly killed. That then turns into a 4v5, and then it's actually on.
Sure.
It's on Febiven at this point to salvage.
Very, very classic situation though, where you're running to a team fight and you're looking at the fight and not your own character. So even if something happens around you, you don't have the time to dodge it. Get stunned, ends up dying for it, but really, a Veigar who got to just sit and farm and farm and farm. Jad, you talked about it just before. He's like 616 AP. He got ranked to ulti as well. So KOO has hit the point where he can one-shot basically everyone on the side of Fnatic.
This is how you push. This is what they want to be able to do this game. It forces Fnatic into having to initiate, and they have 2 QSSs as well already.
It's so much more difficult for Fnatic when Rainover cannot even pull somebody in. Luckily, for Fnatic, Gorilla on that Tahm Kench does not have it yet, but we've seen supports pick up QSSs in the past.
I think it's good on Tahm Kench. If it is in a situation where you feel like you're going to get CC so you can't save a carry, I think QSS is perfectly fine to build on him. But Fnatic, again, they keep looking for that one pick. But because Tahm Kench is also in the game, if it's not landed on him, he will eat that guy. And that guy will then get out.
So KOO secure themselves another tower. Hojin is charging up the slingshot, and Yellowstar's gone forward. Reckless is in trouble. He's got no flash, but he's managed to back away. The Dark Matter drops and tags Fnatic. Arise the Sun Disk is what Feathervin yells. There's something to fall back to, but Smeb is trying to fight Huni on the backline. Gorilla's grey health will keep him alive a little while longer, long enough to take out Reckless. Huni looks for one back, doesn't find it. Double kill for Prey as Huni gets one on the way out onto Kuro. 2 for 3.
That fight was all started because of preemptive usage of Event Horizon. That is a spell pretty much everyone is playing around in this matchup. Kuro used it, it didn't hit anyone. In the instant it expired, Fnatic decided to jump in for the fight. That was a really back and forth fight, and Feathervin nearly peeled off as much as he could for Fnatic, and because he died basically while channeling his last Soul Dorado attack, it turned what could have been 4 deaths on KOO's side to a 1 fight.
Because you just see how Fnatic always trying to focus one target together with the Ashe, with the Azir. But then what's going to happen is Gorilla is going to stay so far forward. Nobody wants to hit him because he's just an annoying Tahm Kench up in the front line. So he eats Hojin, make sure he doesn't die in the start of the fight. Then he gets picked up by Prey. And notice how well they coordinate this one. There's 2 carries from Fnatic standing next to each other, down on the bottom and just outside of your screen. Smeb obviously playing well on top, but those 2 carries get locked up. Again, it's Gorilla in the front line, making sure his carries can get in there, deal the damage they need to win the fight for his team. And it's so difficult for Fnatic to kill this front line because it's a Zac with his passive and it's a Tahm Kench.
For Fnatic, keep running out of options. Great play by Smeb's Fiora, 1, 0, and 8. Managed to riposte so much damage in that previous fight. KOO have got control of the Baron Pit. They've got wards all around, and teleport advantage to Fnatic as Huni has his, whereas Smeb does not. That's why Huni's probably pushing out that bottom line.
Yeah, still only 4 kills being able to get manufactured by Fnatic. KOO is doing a much better job this game of maintaining their early game, and now they get to absolutely execute their strategy, especially once Kuro gets to Void Staff. I think Fnatic's window will close.
Huni probably has to get like a Hexdringer or something that maybe could save him. If he gets his own shield and a Hexdringer proc to avoid getting one-shot by Kuro, otherwise he will have no impact in these fights.
Well, Hawkshot sees it.
They're going in for Fnatic. There might be the chance for them to turn it around.
Crystal Arrow does connect onto Smeb. The Event Horizon will lock Fnatic up. They've got
time to fight.
They've got Baron indeed. Teleport's being channeled by Huni and Fnatic. They need to get something back. Yellowstar flashes forward, gets the knockup, but Hojin jumps back in. The Event Horizons come back off cooldown and is once again locked Fnatic out. Yellowstar's already down, as is Huni. KOO are looking for a rampage. Gorilla jumps forward. He manages to find another as Smeb's running down Feathervin. Fnatic get aced and lose the Baron.
And we see the same things again. Fnatic trying to kill the front line, Tahm Kench, and of course the Zac. They end up helping each other. Gorilla eats, Hojin spits him out, and then Smeb also in these fights.
Smeb is so good.
He's so good in team
He is waiting exactly for the moment where he is most vulnerable, and then he is stopping the damage. That's the master Fiora players are the ones who can do this. Massive death timers off Fnatic. That was the trigger Fnatic had to pull. They didn't have a better ward for Huni to jump in on, and KOO knew it. So KOO took that fight exactly as Fnatic was going to have to react, and they make it work.
Fnatic is losing the war when it comes to the carry sitting in the backline dealing damage, because against the Veigar, who can just one-shot these targets and has this massive AoE CC stun. At the same time, Huni's not able to find a flank on the Riven. That's the way you can get in and kill the Veigar or kill the Kalista. He's not able to do it. Again, let's just ignore the fact that Tahm Kench could potentially even save whatever carry that is and stop it from happening. So KOO Tiger's pick and ban phase, first picking that for Gorilla, banning out junglers and so on, was really, really smart. Notice again in the fight, Fnatic, they have to sit back here and hit the front line over and over. No ward for Huni to teleport to flank. So now KOO Tigers is in the perfect situation. As long as Prey doesn't get knocked back and dies here, Hojin takes the damage. Gorilla is gonna eat him so he doesn't die. Okay, again, buy more time. Riposte coming in for Smeb at a beautiful time. And we just have Kuro sitting on full HP still, picking whatever targets he wants, throw it back in Gorilla when needed, and you have to have massive CC coming.
They get themselves 2 inhibitors, the Baron, their first dragon of the game, and KOO Tigers are in a commanding position to close this game out. Smeb got a GA picked up, but he riposted the Skarner ultimate in the mid lane earlier. He riposted a ton of damage in the Baron pit. And KOO Tigers are now barreling down the last remaining inhibitor. Event Horizon should make this easy as pie. And the tower's already down.
There's also no flash on Yellowstar's Alistar to find the right initiation. They're trying to focus as much as possible. Honestly, if KOO rushes this, it's Fnatic's only real chance. KOO should be super patient here. Sundisk burn, that was going to be used by Febiven if the dive were to happen. Now KOO's just going to smartly set up the split push with Smeb. And if that Event Horizon catches a single person, the game is over. The game may be over even if that doesn't happen.
Well, it certainly seems to be that case. Super Minions already pushing towards the Nexus turrets with the help of Smeb. Huni, wow, he just gets chunked down. He's going to throw out the QSS and it's going to have broken wings away, but Smeb has got so much damage. The Sundisk is out. The last remaining inhibitor is being dropped. Fnatic are on their last legs. Their backs cannot get further up against the wall.
Yeah, I think that was actually a missed opportunity. The riposte was burned by Smeb and Rainover was in flash ult range. He might have been able to get at least one kill and stop the push. Huni could have died there as well. Oh, Fnatic, 3 waves of super minions that KOO is patiently trying to push in, but Baron is down, so maybe it relands.
Ever the optimist, Jats. This is just a matter of time until KOO knock down these towers. Hojin is going to threaten with the elastic slingshot. Huni gets away from the Event Horizon, but Nexus turret number 1 is being dropped. Hojin doesn't even need to jump in. Reckless has got the enchanted crystal arrow. He's not thrown it yet. Huni's looking for Kuro, and he finds him, but at the cost of his own life. The Emperor's Divide will throw KOO backwards, and Prey's being tagged by the soldiers. Another Conquering Sands needs to get sent out. A nom 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 as Gorilla eats Smeb. Fiora's gonna get away. No GA popped, and Fnatic, they stand to fight another day with 1 Nexus turret remaining.
And you said it was over, quick shot.
You're the optimist, I'm the pessimist. That's how we balance out.
Yeah, it's still heavily in favor of KOO Tigers. 3 inhibitors down is something you almost never come back from. Although Fnatic did come back from 3 inhibitors down against AHQ in the group stage. Slightly different set of circumstances though, Deficio.
Yeah, I mean, Febiven has done it before. He's trying his best to do it again, but this fight really was Huni finally getting a flash onto one of the carries from KOO Tigers. Gorilla wasn't nearby to save Kuro and he ends up dying, therefore they trade 1-for-1. Now that flash is gone for Fnatic, and they're still in this situation where super minions are coming every single lane.
Round 2 approaching. KOO looking to go up 2-0. This would be so huge for them.
This is why you bring in Froggen though if you're Fnatic. It's like, just kill these minions, man. Just farm, 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 farm.
The emergency sub.
That is your only way.
Oh, Huni.
Huni's in so much trouble. He's got no flash either. Valor will give some distance, but Kuro isn't going to channel the Event Horizon until now. Febiven's caught out and he's been bounced on by Hojin. Impale's been used, and Fnatic have managed to find Prey. Now Gorilla's too far forward. Kuro's going to fall. Huni's got himself a double kill. Gorilla's trying to run away. Rainover is going to get the movement speed from his W and try to chase him down. Fnatic have held strong one more time.
Hawk shots him.
Rainover wants to get him. Gotta land a skill shot.
Well, it's gonna put that chilling smite down. Rainover's gonna carry on chasing with the crystalline exoskeleton.
Oh,
longest chase ever, and Gorilla gets out.
Fnatic again though. KOO Tigers move close, they want to kill that last Nexus turret. And Fnatic get a few more kills, again, onto the carries of the KOO Tigers. So, the beautiful team fighting where they were sitting so far back and making it impossible for Fnatic to kill them. Twice in a row now, didn't work for KOO Tigers.
KOO Tigers make a series of mistakes there. I think they were impatient. They did not need to fight that as early as possible. Azir is actually the best champion in the game at clearing 3 waves of super minions because his soldiers can hit so many of them at once. But even then, 3 waves of super minions in 32 minutes should take all of Febiven's time, and if you're just waiting until he's focusing the super minions, you can then find the fight. But KOO pushed up a little bit too far, twice in a row, and now have to wait on the next Baron.
Fnatic optimized the farming. Coming in with 3 lanes pushing, you see every single member for Fnatic is ahead in farm, even Yellowstone. Is it enough though for Fnatic to move out now? They have to win this fight around the Baron where they're walking into a river with 0 vision from the side of Fnatic.
Is the only tool that they can use.
And Kuro can one-shot basically everyone.
Kuro's got plus 300 AP at this stage. His Primordial Burst deals 1,500 damage before factoring in your opponent's AP. Hawkshot number 1, fired. Hawkshot number 2, fired as well.
Kuro needs to have a fight where he's able to use his spells. If that happens, I think KOO gets the game. Fnatic is going to try and stop that from happening, though. KOO actually pretty low from the Baron start. Will Fnatic actually turn on Baron?
Teleports come in here for Huni.
They have to because the Super's in the other lane.
They're gonna see how long can they play this out. KOO and Smeb do not have TPs. Baron has now been started by Fnatic. They're trying to chunk it down. It's about 2/3 HP. KOO are looking to re-engage. The Asher is available. Baron secured by Fnatic, and Origen's locked out. They've caught Smeb. Smeb's GA's been popped. Reignover and Huni trying to run the distance. They're trying to interfere. Smeb is down, shut down by Feathervin. Event Horizon will stop this fight. 1-for-1 and Baron to Fnatic.
Are you kidding me? Fnatic pulls out a miraculous fight, 3 numbers down, and they save their last Nexus turret.
KOO Tigers tried to just wait and wait and wait for the super minions to take down the Nexus turret, but Fnatic rushed the Baron, got it as well, forced the fight. KOO Tigers were once again not able to properly set up their defense with this big front line because they have to rush into Fnatic. 2 dragons for 2. That's not going to be the big thing in this game, at least not for the next 20 minutes.
It is now a winnable game for Fnatic. Obviously, they have no base left, but their inhibitors are back up, so if they do not lose another fight, their base is never fully reached. This is the moment where KOO needs to settle and go back to the split push, but this fight, let's go over it.
So let's see again what KOO Tigers are trying to do. They get forced back very fun. Smeb is on his own now against 2 carries of Fnatic and goes down. Yellowstar even gonna go in to try and help. And it's now Reignover and Huni creating a frontline for Fnatic that is taking up all the time of the carries.
And poor Event Horizons by KOO. He needs that spell to zone the team fights, but instead, Smeb is isolating himself against 2 other carries, and then he actually lost his GA within that fight.
There's still no defensive item for Reckless though when it comes to avoiding getting one-shot by Veigar. So one mistake from him in a fight, and he's dead.
Huni's trying to catch that Crystalline Spire, does get it. Teleport's available for KOO in a few seconds. Gorilla almost gets chunked out by those Sand Soldiers. Will that be enough for the tower? It looks like it, and Fnatic will take their 4th tower of the game at 39 minutes. Now there's no margin for error. Not only are we 40 minutes in with no base to fall back to, Smeb and KOO can TP. If anything goes well, there's not deep wards. We've got to remember.
Reckless is getting flashed very, very soon. Again, he has the BT, that's his only defense, but that's not enough against these 2 carries who want to try and kill him. So he needs that flash ready, but he needs to be so far back that he can't hit the tower because of the zoning from Veigar.
There is no zonies and no cleanse on Feathervin, so if KOO flashes, Qs, and ults, Feathervin dies if those spells land. They have no margin for error on these pushes.
And Fnatic have not had a margin at all. Smeb's off on the side, dancing with death in front of Reignover. Tower continues to get chunked out by those double. Can I take it back? They're dead. Tower's not being chunked.
He is at 1,062 ability power as of now on Veigar, and it will only get higher, plus 311 from his Baleful Strike so far.
Minion wave down in the bottom lane, though, has no one to answer it. Thank you, observers, and Fnatic will still get some cross-map pressure.
Smeb is on his way, so there's 2 low towers now that Fnatic might be able to get in the next push, but Baron should be gone. So we kind of reset once again. We have that situation where Fnatic is looking to win 2 or 3 fights to make sure they can then close out the game, where KOO Tigers is waiting for that 1 team fight.
Right. I also think it depends very heavily on the location of the fight right now.
Oh, for sure, and how many dies.
If the line of scrimmage stays where it's at, because if we look at the concentration of wards, that tell us the locations of the wards tell us where the game is being played. And currently the game is actually being played in KOO territory, which is miraculous. So if that's where the next fight happens within the Division of Wards, which is what usually happens, one team fight for Fnatic does also win the game on their side.
Still just have to keep looking at 2 carries from Fnatic with no way of avoiding getting one shot by KOO. Veigar is one of the few champions with 2 abilities with 1.0 AP ratio. W and ulti.
I am amazed that KOO hasn't won the game yet. But fight after fight, 3 or 4 fights in a row, he has been ineffective on this champion. If Huni can flash, instantly burst him, like, he has the QSS and the Zonies this time. Yeah. But if they can at least delay the usage of his spells so he can't combo where he wants to, and if Reignover walks up with his giant tanky Skarner, I mean, he's still gonna die, but at least he would kill the Skarner, not a squishy.
He does find Origen.
The split push is key here. This is the way for KOO back in the game. They're resetting, and they're getting back to what got them here.
Huni can go up there, clear the wave though. Problem is the one-on-one against Fiora in the late game. Fiora probably outscales almost any champion when it comes to one-on-ones, except for random Trundamere appearing or anything. It's something we're not going to see, at least. Don't even know what will happen.
The point is made though, Fisher. In this matchup,
could Trundamere win?
Oh, there's a question for the ages and one that we'll debate at a later date.
Yeah, Trundamere can always do that.
A minute and 40 seconds until Dragon respawns. The goal difference is now swung to the point that it is completely even. One more mistake from either squad could be game-changing. For KOO, it's the matter of being one Nexus away from a finals berth, and for Fnatic, it's just evening out the series. So the pressure is definitely on Fnatic, hometown squad. Crowd is at their back.
That's
but
a dangerous
also add
recall.
weight.
I absolutely agree, Quickshot. The gravity of this situation is massive. Spectre's Cal completed, Febiven close to Zony's Hourglass, but it's not a Banshee's Veil and it's not a Zony's. Those are the items Fnatic actually needs to have an offensive position in this game, but at the same time, they've won many team fights in a row without those items.
KOO Tigers definitely overextended with their carries. I'm sure they've been talking about that for the last 5 minutes now. How are we going to approach the next team fight? Are we going to wait for Baron? Make that same play we tried to make before, where we force Fnatic to walk in at the river, and this event Horizon can basically almost cover the entire river placed by Korra and zone out the team, and then we take the Baron that way. The only reason they waited last time was because they had the super minions pushing on the bottom side. They thought they could take down a Nexus turret, and then Fnatic pulled the trigger and went straight for Baron.
Gentlemen, Hourglass completed for Febiven. Wards in the mid lane behind Fnatic, and Fnatic wards in the river if KOO decide to go for Dragon. But with Dragon in 20, Baron in 40, that is the objective. And again, if Fnatic are out of position, they can bounce back.
Yeah, KOO's 2 wards within the base of Fnatic are awesome right here, but this positioning,
this is scary.
Lead for some fights. Event Horizon down, but it's in a nice zone, so Fnatic can't actually push through it. They need to come with a pink ward in their base or something to stop this flank, because if Fnatic goes in for the Baron here, there's a chance Smeb actually just teleports in and kills all 3 inhibitors. They don't even need Kuro to go in. Smeb just has to find Fnatic in a committed place, and because how quickly Fiora can kill inhibitors, he'll get all 3.
I don't think there's ever been a team that has had this many dancers with Nexuses as Fnatic.
I want to see in this team fight here, if Yellowstar says, I'm going to one-on-one Kuro. Because we might not be able to kill him with QSS and Hourglass, but if Alistar can headbutt him away, keep him busy, way back, save his own carries, that might be enough. They're going in now.
Febiven's in trouble. He's been bounced up, exhausted, and he's down. That's the last hope for Fnatic. Reinover's running away as Smeb zoning him. Reckless has got his shield popped, knocked up as Yellowstar kicks him away. Reckless goes down. Double kill for Bray. Reinover and Huni trying to get out, and Smeb still alive. The riposte will apply the slow. The knockup from Hojin Zap. And with Fnatic's base exposed, KOO Tigers find themselves another kill. Killing spree for Prey, and they're going for the Nexus.
So much has happened in these first 2 games, but both games are ultimately decided with Febiven dying in a fight without doing damage. He has played his heart out to keep them in these games, but he hasn't had quite enough, and this will be KOO going 2-0.
The deficit was too big, and KOO Tigers are 2-0 against Fnatic.
Wow.
This game, we saw a different strategy from Fnatic. They didn't want to try and go all in for these aggressive early plays. They ran teleport in the mid lane. The problem is, they're still making too many of these mistakes in the early game where KOO Tigers punish them, get 1-2 kills for it, and keep delaying the game and get past that early stage for themselves.
This was a game where Fnatic almost came back from having 3 inhibitors down. The emotional roller coaster that just happened can be absolutely devastating. Everyone who plays League of Legends knows losing is one thing, but almost having a miraculous comeback fall short is perhaps the most gut-wrenching thing that can happen to you.
And we just got to see KOO Tigers had 5-6 minutes to talk. How are we gonna play this team fight? What is going wrong? They realize, okay, Febiven has an Hourglass, sure, that's fine. But as long as we can land a CC, can't use it. And then you just saw Koro just flash forward to ult him straight away and kill him with the rest of his team. And that's how you win the fight for the KOO Tigers. Basically, their composition in the late game had a lot of different ways they could play out these fights. A lot easier for them to one-shot a carry on the side of Fnatic compared to the other way around.
Yeah.
And just a smart team fighting composition for the KOO Tigers. And again, they don't get punished early because Fnatic makes 2 great moves, and then 2 bad moves. And we keep going like this, and that keeps the gold even.
So I feel like KOO Tigers was actually winning the early game in a lot of ways. They made a lot of the smart moves in the early game, which I think gave them an edge. They were up something like 12 kills to 4, and they even made aggressive teleport plays in the early and mid game and started getting them that lead. And then with that one play, they turned on their split pushing like grind game, and they just destroyed. But then they made a lot of really big mistakes in the late game, which was the opposite of what we'd seen before. This series could actually be 2-0 in either direction, which that's honestly what Fnatic needs to remember, and it's what KOO needs to remember to keep them focused.
The thing that is great, it is one of the more competitive series that we have watched thus far. The final team fight, there was no mistakes though from the KOO Tigers. Let's pull that up onto your screen.
Yes, please.
And of course, Origen on this Zac, engaging from so far away, 0-0-13 at the end of the game.
It's why he picks the Zac. He knows he's going to sacrifice his own early game by picking it, but once we get to these late game teamfights, they're playing around anyway, and they're playing around punishing your mistakes early to mid to get to late game. It is so powerful.
Yeah, and just, you can't have perfect vision control in this area at this stage of the game. Look at the range on that elastic slingshot. And then the instant flash is what's so important, because Febiven needed to reaction flash that before it landed. That's the only way he stays alive in that situation.
And even then, he's just stuck in the front line in an hourglass. He gets out and he probably gets stunned by Event Horizon or something. But KOO Tigers, beautiful chaining of the CC. Zac goes in with Slingshot, then ulti, then Gorilla gets thrown in, keeps him up in the air, and then flash forward from Kuro just to kill him. I mean, there's so little you can do at that point, and that's just the composition from the KOO Tigers that have so many more ways of playing late game teamfights.
So well played. KOO Tigers 2-0 up. And just take a closer look at the entire match, we're going to head to the analyst desk.
Thank you, gentlemen. 2-0 is right, and they're very correct in that this series is much closer than it appears based on the score. I want to go all the way back to the beginning, though. Champion select, Skarner, is the first thing of many that I want to look at.
I really liked the KOO Tigers draft here. If we take a look, they prioritize that Tahm Kench, take it immediately, and that's going to deny a lot of options for any kind of engage with an Ashe Arrow or anything like that. They take the Zac again, obviously very confident in Hojan's ability, maybe not in the early game, but at least to play the team fights. We saw how well he ulted onto Febiven in that last fight. Then the Skarner comes out, and how do they answer it? Veigar. Instantly take that champion because it shuts down everything that Fnatic wants to do. Not only that, they get 2 early QSSs onto the Veigar and onto the Kalista, but just the way they set up team fights, okay, the arrow comes in. Event Horizon goes down. There's no follow-up. You can't get in there with the Skarner. Too many QSSs. There were so many ways for KOO to play the team fights and very limited engage options from Fnatic.
Yeah, I agree with Monte Cristo on the engage, especially if you look at that Azir picked second rotation on purple side, so very early pick. Arguably your strongest member there is Febiven, so you really want to get him a matchup, but in these team fights he really couldn't, or Fnatic rather, couldn't play the way Azir is supposed to be played, which is kite, zone control around objectives, let people come to you and just face the wrath of those soldiers, but every time Fnatic engaged, Febiven really couldn't contribute much in the fights until the later parts, but then they were already lost. So they're playing a team composition or strategy where they kind of dive into the backline, but KOO denies that entirely with their champ select and does that kind of better on their own. So it was incredibly hard for Fnatic to play out of this. And then in addition to that, KOO just played the mid game better with their teleports.
Well, I think when you see the Tahm Kench, you're automatically not going to go for a dive pick comp. You already lose instantly because the Tahm Kench just completely screws that up. So I think the Azir pick is fine. I think the way they played around their picks was their undoing. Like Skarner, yeah, argue about that all you want because I don't like it. But with the Ashe, yeah, you're not going to use Ashe Arrow to engage because you're not going to get your target. The thing is you still can kite with Azir Ashe. You outrange both Veigar and Kalista. The one thing is that what they weren't doing is Riven wants to go in and Skarner wants to go in. And now they're trading, like the top's going in, and then now it's like a Riven chasing a Kalista compared to a Fiora chasing an Ashe. Like, that sucks. Why don't you just kite back and then Ashe Arrow when they overextend? I think they just played the fight just really, really strange and just didn't play it slow enough.
Well, and also, too, KOO somewhat surprised Fnatic. 21 minutes into the game, KOO flipped things on their head. They went aggressive onto Fnatic, and they were slow to react to this gank in the top lane.
Yeah, that was definitely really the turning point, and we have a replay of that coming up later, as well as we just have a look at the KOO guys here. Yeah, pretty calm and collected. And this is where the KOO does it well. They know where Reignover is on the Skarner. They go aggressive, and the teleports come in first, and Jad talked a bit about this as well, double teleport on a single ward. Now we see not Prey, actually, Gorilla bending the bullet here, going around the side there with the Fate Skull. And he has actually been doing that fantastically. in a lot of these situations where he has multiple men knockups with that Fate's Call, and it's actually sometimes relatively hard to do in the middle of the chaos. So really props to Gorilla there for what he's landing, but KOO is ahead of the play. They're the ones initiating it, they have the full vision, they set the teleports down first, and there was almost no way out for Fnatic there, so lack of proactivity a little bit here on Fnatic and being punished for not getting anything done.
Well, the best part about KOO doing this is it's super unexpected from KOO. They've been playing really slow until the late game, and now when they start this, Fnatic has to instantly respond, and not just respond quickly, but correctly.
Yeah.
So Fnatic's in a really bad spot the second they push up to that tier 2 turret without their jungler, without wards to TP on. So once they get in that spot, regardless if they knew it was happening, they just weren't ready for it at all. So even if they instantly respond, they're already out of position.
Yep. I mean, too, as well, actually, what's interesting is that you mentioned they have to execute properly in that scenario because Yellowstar had a ward, right? They did TP, they had both TPs available, but that is so much information that needs to be passed and then decided upon so quickly, and they were caught off guard because they'd been the aggressors in the past.
And that's why it's always better to be on the offensive, right? Because you're the one deciding. You already have everything lined up in your brains, and the other team has very little time to react.
Now I want to push ahead to a place where Fnatic was proactive and made a very strong and bold decision. Baron dance, push KOO off of the Baron with super minions pushing in their bot lane against them.
It's a beautiful call.
This was a beautiful call.
Yeah, so we see right here, just taking it, and they are going to actually initiate this fight. So Gorilla just trying to zone right now, but this is pretty greedy of KOO right here. They're going to take a lot of damage. Smeb tanking the Baron at first, probably not the best idea.
Yeah, in this situation, the burden of the outplay is on Fnatic, and look at, the cage going down here. This just gives Fnatic a 10-second window, I believe, at this point in the game, Veigar Cage, where they need to make a call. They get the crystal, Cage is about to come up, but they have the zone control, and now Fnatic's a little scared of what's going to happen. The only play they can make here is do the Baron, but it takes so much guts to make that call here at the World Championship, and then, honestly, KOO should find a way. If people are bunched up like this, place the cage at the entrance, somehow this is a horrible cage here from KOO because it doesn't really achieve anything you want to do in these fights, and then Fnatic with some fantastic kiting to round out that fight.
Yeah, I think the way the call started off was they actually sent Fiora to the mid lane. So this was a reaction call from Fnatic. And it was a reaction call that looked like they're the ones being proactive, but the whole time they're waiting, like, is anyone mispositioning? Boom, Fiora shows up mid, they take Baron, and it's like, now they're just doing awesome stuff.
One thing I still want to touch on, what I think Fnatic should do better is just get back to a sidestone on Reignover. Really just get more information with wards. Fnatic in the European LCS thrived by just using wards efficiently and then getting a little extra teleport angles. If you're playing double teleport, the value of that second sidestone definitely goes up. So the more wards you have, the more angles you can make it play, because late game it's so hard to get behind people. We saw the value of one single, not even a deep ward, lane ward in the top lane that facilitated that play that we had on the replay earlier from KOO. Those are the things you want to be looking for.
Well, it's 2-0 now, but both of these games have been incredibly close. Keep it tuned right here because our coverage from Brussels continues with Game 3 of Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers. As we go, a reminder that World Championship Summoner icons are only available until the end of the tournament, so be sure to spam those emotes and support your team before they're disabled on November 5th. We'll be right back as Fnatic fight to stay alive, so don't go anywhere.
Smeb flashes away from the third proc of the Broken Wings. Huni will find but fails the flash! But Smeb is trying to fight Huni on the backline. Gorilla's grey health will keep him alive a little while longer, long enough to take out Reckless. KOO are looking for a rampage. Gorilla jumps forward. He manages to find another as Smeb's running down Febervin. Baron secured by Fnatic, and Origen's locked out. They've caught Smeb. Smeb's GA's been popped. Reignover and Huni trying to run the distance. Reckless has got his shield popped, knocked up as Yellowstar kicks him away. Reckless goes down. Double kill for Prey. And KOO Tigers are 2-0 against Fnatic.
We are back here in Brussels and heading into Game 3 of Fnatic versus the KOO Tigers with a spot in the finals hanging in the balance. Now, Fnatic's backs are against the wall, and they have to win every game from here on out if they want to make that move. But I want to talk about someone who's going to do everything in his power to stop them from moving on. Smeb. We didn't talk about him in the postgame, but that guy avoiding that early tower dive and his 1v1 play, especially on this Fiora, has just been tremendous throughout the tournament.
I mean, his Riven play was spectacular as well, but coming into this is the main thing that it's like 50-50, but the thing that really tipped my prediction over the edge was thinking about Smeb versus Huni in this matchup. And Smeb has just been so dominant to this point in this series. And we've seen him blind pick Riven. Apparently Fnatic doesn't have an answer. Now we've seen Huni play Riven. Seems like the KOO Tigers and Smeb do have an answer in Fiora. So where do you go from here?
It's a good question. It's definitely a good question, and that's where we can jump into Champion Select here. Again, back onto the blue side for Fnatic, so they have a little bit of room to play with when it comes to Champion Select. I feel it's time to turn our heads towards Daylor and the coaching staff and say, what are you going to do to set your team up, your players up in the right place to make the right plays in the game and then come out with a victory?
Well, I mean, the game one, we saw them all in on the early game, taking that Ignite. Game two, they slowed the pace down, but they found themselves at a mid-game deficit. I do think Fnatic did a great job of coming back in an extraordinarily difficult situation, and the KOO Tigers didn't close it out effectively. So now it's like, which one are they going to go for next?
I think Brawley made a great point in our post-game of our last match there, that Fnatic just need to get a cohesive team composition.
Yep.
They picked two champions that are great at kiting with the Azir and the Ashe, but then, I mean, you went for the all-in, so you can't have the best of both worlds, because then you will get torn apart, especially against a pick like Tahm Kench. Additionally, maybe an early prior on Tahm Kench will definitely be there for Fnatic too, and just get a team composition with an identity, but that isn't as early game oriented. I liked what they brought game one, going full on the early game, but I would still like to see at least 2 teleports, 2 side stones, and then a composition with a clear identity that Fnatic then can play around its strengths.
I think Fnatic got a more well-rounded comp aside from the Riven pick. I agree. I think the Riven pick for them was they got to play their ego pick. They got to try the 1v1 top. They tried to camp the top, try to get that ahead. And now it didn't work. Now they can reassured, like, we can't win this 1v1 top. This matchup isn't the way we thought. Now we need to go back to picking top laners for comps. And this is their option to go back to that.
And I'm pretty sure we saw Yellowstar ran Ignite last game. That should have been an exhaust, especially against that composition. If you can actually dive into the backline with the Yellowstar, against these lineups that KOO is running, you need the exhaust.
Well, we have our ideas what we want to see, but one thing is for certain, it is do or die for Fnatic here. Right now, we're going to head over to the caster booth for the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. 2-0 in favor of the KOO Tigers. Fnatic back on blue side. Last time around, KOO banned out GP Maud and Elise. Are we expecting that to stay the same?
Yeah, why change it if you're the KOO Tigers at the moment? It's more on Fnatic. If they want to leave a Tahm Kench open and first pick it, and then ban Rek'Sai themselves, I don't see that happening. I think they will value getting that early jungle pick for Reignover. But then do a mix. You don't have to do Rek'Sai, LeBlanc with Ignite and like all in on the early game. You can do Rek'Sai and like Azir again or Victor in the mid lane, a control mage with teleport, and you get early game power and you get some late game power at the same time.
I still think Fnatic should go in for the early game. I think their game one strategy was sound. I think if they execute that better, they can try to pull their way back in the series because KOO has no need to change their play style, and I think Fnatic should try and play that nearly winning game again.
And that's why I like Azir, especially for February, because it's one of the champions where he can win that mid lane and push it in and be aggressive while still have more team fighting power later on. But obviously LeBlanc was left open by the KOO Tigers in the first game because of Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and the Elise ban. But I'm still expecting Fnatic to go for Rek'Sai as the first pick. We see exactly the same bans come in so far for both teams. Lulu would come next for Fnatic, and then Elise, if it is as in game one.
Nothing changed yet. Let's see if Fnatic agree and they want to go for that early to mid-game team fight, where they were up against it against Origen in the Summer Split Finals. They ran Rumble and Emmy for a similar style. Game ended up going long, but it was that play that got them there. Instead of banning Lulu, they take out Vigar.
Maybe trying to tell KOO Tigers, you need to ban Lulu now and we get Elise first pick. But I think KOO Tigers can still just ban the Elise and first pick Fnatic first pick Rek'Sai and then get Lulu themselves.
This is super tricky because now they need to pick between the Rek'Sai or the Lulu. That's a really high valuation they put on that Veigar.
But it does tell me somewhat they want to play Azir again. And they just don't want to risk the same thing happening in the late game or control mage in the mid lane, and they don't want to risk having to match the scaling of a Veigar. So they value that above getting or banning away the Lulu. We might also see them do something completely different, and they just want to avoid what Koro can do in the late game on this champion, because they have made mistakes, Fnatic in the early game, which has allowed KOO Tigers to get to late game, which means this Veigar pick, even if shut down early on, will activate at some point during the game and become super, super powerful.
Now, Lulu has been played once by the KOO Tigers this tournament, by Kuro, and it was a loss. We need to see how they handle themselves and what Fnatic will run into it. Currently, the hover is on the TF. We know that Kalista is still up and available, but Fnatic have not played that yet. Kanan's up too.
Kennen is up to, I mean, you can do a full global comp here. You have Rek'Sai already. Twisted Fate, you don't have to pick it now though, the way I see it for Fnatic. Because if KOO Tigers wants to try and skirmish you early on with Smeb up in the top lane, you bring 2, 3, 4 teleports and you say, hey, you're not alone now, it's not a 1v1 anymore. But
yeah. Fnatic just goes with the early Orianna pick though, which, if you're going to pick Orianna, I like picking it in this context. However, coming into this series, the only 2 games Fnatic had lost had been Febiven on Orianna. It's not a surefire playmaker. It is more of a late game champion, and it is good in the lane at least. So Fnatic is definitely keeping their options open, if more than anything here.
It's one of these small counter picks into a Lulu in the laning phase. You will win that as the Orianna. But it is a bit what we talked about, how by banning Veigar, it seemed like Fnatic want to try and get a scaling mage in the mid lane, just not want to deal with Veigar's scaling as well. So ban him away, so they might run a composition now, a wombo combo composition against this Lulu and say, okay, you can only ulti 1 guy. If we get 2 or 3 with our AoE comp, the Lulu ulti will do very little. But obviously you have to then execute it perfectly.
All right, we'll see if Febiven can make that work and how well Yellowstar is going to perform on this Thresh. First time here at Worlds 2015. Thresh has somewhat fallen by the wayside as a go-to support. We did see last week KT versus KOO. And we'll see what Yellow can do with it today. Lee Sin locked in for Origen, formerly known as Lee, and Prey going to his Ashe once more.
This is actually the jungle pick I expected, not the Zac. In most of these games, Origen did get some good late game team fights with the Zac, but this is much more his style. It's not a good matchup against the Rek'Sai, but it's probably better than Zac as far as early game matchup.
For sure.
Because Lee Sin is a good early game champion. I really like those 2 picks from KOO. They're also forcing Fnatic into some difficult choices because the Ashe arrows can be game-changing.
Yeah, KOO Tigers is running with a lot of pick potential here. Lee Sin single out a guy, Ashe arrow single out a guy. Alistar is fantastic at diving again, catching out people. So KOO Tigers with a lot of pick potential on their side. So far, though, not running a whole lot of damage.
And a big change in style for Origen. Both of his Zac games previously, the pre-6 ganks almost non-existent. Now, gonna have the option to surprise Fnatic. They will go blind pick Riven.
I want to see Lissandra soon. Someone has to play Lissandra top into like Fiora or Riven, but nobody's done it so far. Not sure Smeb needs to.
I think we're gonna have to wait for MaRin to play it in the finals. It's one of his most played champions in solo queue, and both these guys are Riven players, or on Smeb's case, a Fiora player.
Smeb can just go Fiora and
doesn't seem like Fiora is in Huni's champion pool here. Could end up costing them a whole bunch. Or does Smeb go and play the same pick into Huni? So Huni played into Smeb.
Let's think back to game 1, because what happened in this matchup, it was very even early, but as soon as Huni got a bit of armor picked up for that Frozen Heart as the first item, there was no trades going on anymore. He could just push out the wave all the time and look for flanks. He didn't have to worry about the Riven trying to all in him. So Smeb is going to do exactly the same. Again, it's a composition with so much pick potential coming in here. If Fnatic is mispositioned, that's an arrow in your face, Lee Sin kicks you back and smack.
And I think the Hecarim is a reliable counter pick to the Riven. It is a favorable matchup later on in the game, whereas the Fiora is still a skill matchup that Smeb won, but they're not necessarily taking risks here. Origen on a comfortable champion, Kuro had to do the Lulu denial. These are actually much different team compositions that we did see in game 1, so maybe we see a completely unique game here.
And we got to see Fnatic take the best of both worlds. Rek'Sai first pick, so you have that early game jungler. I still think this is a lot more mixed compared to what we saw before. They have a control mage who can scale in the mid lane, and you have an early game jungler, compared to before, where they were in a situation where they had to pick a Skarner because Rek'Sai and Elise were banned away. And they're like, okay, how do we get early pressure? Skarner? Nope, that's not gonna work. So now they have a bit of everything.
Okay. And we need to see how they make use of all of their different tools, because this could be the last game from a European team on European soil. Ladies and gentlemen of Brussels, let your votes be known on Twitter and with your cheers. Will Fnatic be able to pick up any games at all in this best-of-5 semi-final? Or will KOO show the Korean dominance and have our first ever all-Korean final at the World Championships? It's game 3 with Fnatic on the blue side, fighting to stay alive. And that hill has become incredibly challenging.
Fnatic has to win 3 games in a row, but with the closeness of the first 2, it is a definite possibility. What we have to keep in mind, though, is if this game starts early, for the KOO Tigers in a favorable fashion. If they get first blood, if they start up a couple thousand gold, I think the entire series is over. I do not think mentally a team can come back from that type of start after the agonizing way they were defeated in the first 2 matches.
Also not running double teleport on the side of Fnatic. Fibbin once again is going all in on this laning phase. Origen does do really well into Lulu, so he's looking to once again push KOO into his own tower and open up for Reignover to be more aggressive, invade into the enemy jungle, take one-on-ones, 2v2s in there, use that Riven as well for extra damage in the early game. So Fnatic will have tools to play around the early game, but we know what happens late game when you're down a teleport.
Well, KOO Tigers have already shown that their quarterfinal form of falling behind and then bouncing back is something they can do comfortably. Their group stage form was significantly more impressive in the early game, by securing a ton of kills and punishing both Pain and CLG. Let's see if Origen with Prey and Smeb can again get that strong early and maybe snuff out any hope of Fnatic pulling the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think absolutely with Lulu and Ashe, they can still have a decent late game plan, but this is more KOO Tigers composition that'll take some risks early. This is more of the group stage style of KOO, where maybe they feel comfortable enough to make plays. Just wait for the first time Fnatic groups and see if Prey lands the Ashe arrow that starts the cascade.
Prey is probably the best Ashe player in Korea. He was one of the first guys to really bring it out again during the playoffs and so on. He's very known for having fantastic hawk shots, and then also, of course, that arrow landing at the correct target. And KOO Tigers really looking a little more, they're gonna spike more in the mid game with what they're running here in this game.
Potentially final match of the series. Ebervin and KOO going toe-to-toe. We are going to see the head-to-head matchup up top as well. Huni and Smeb settling in. And both duos going toe. So we'll see what Huni can do. He ran the Hecarim first, but it's coming off way worse for wear. Smeb just throws Spirit of Dread and laughs in his face.
Yeah, and Hecarim also has Ignite, so he's up a combat summoner in this lane. You almost have to gank the Hecarim early, but if he's chunking the opponent laner like this, you can't do that either. Huni's hoping that he can bounce the wave off the turret here and then recall, but he's taken so much damage early, he's going to be in for a world of hurt.
Let's just remember Smeb is running Flask and 3 potions. So the fact he's winning early trades so easily is going to make it even worse for Huni, because he has no way now of sustaining himself. 3% lifesteal on Adorn's Blade is absolutely nothing for him.
He's really trying hard, but he knows once Smeb hit level 3, he can get the E up with Ignite. It would be enough to kill Huni out of lane. That's why he's really delaying this recall. Early laning phase goes heavily to Smeb top lane.
So Smeb with a soft counter pick already in a good position. We'll see how early he can get that armor secured. Reckless and Yellow, they're pushing heavily in the bottom lane.
So this Riven pick for Huni will most likely just be because it's a comfort pick for him. I don't see Fnatic necessarily go and camp the lane, because if you look at what they've done with the rest of their comp, you have a counter pick in mid that's going to push in to tower. Look where Fibbin is on the map now. Sivir against Ashe. Sivir can fast push the wave over and over, and Ashe cannot push it back. She can out-trade the Sivir, but that's very difficult to do when you have minions around you. So Fnatic have 2 lanes pushing on the bottom side of the map that will constantly push into tower. That's what Reignover is going to use to get into the jungle near that blue buff, take that control, and always chip away in these towers here for Fnatic. Play it fairly slow, honestly. You don't have to go for a crazy dive. Just keep pushing in waves on the bottom side. Huni just has to stay alive on the top lane.
You look at the speed in which Reignover cleared that jungle. No hesitation, full clear, and sightstone. So more what we saw in the quarterfinals, where he had an average 6 minute sightstone. This one's 4.5 minutes sightstone.
It's one of the things the analyst desk was saying they'd like to see a little bit more from Fnatic, the sightstones. We're hoping for 2 TPs. We'll see if Reignover can make use of the vision provided. Huni again, coming off worse for wear in that trade. Smeb just runs him down with a devastating charge and rampages.
You have to be so careful now, because you're going Sightstone first on your Rek'Sai against a jungler who's going to go Warrior and Charm. So Hojin will have some more early game power with his longsword. And if Rek'Sai takes a risky gank on top side, you know Hojin likes to sit up there and wait.
You mean like this?
Like this, that could end very quickly in 2 kills for KOO Tigers.
So weird to be having the Riven here. It's the danger of the blind pick, because now you have to play Riven into an unfavorable matchup, and it's Kobe loves to talk about it all the time. You have to gank for a Riven lane when you're on Riven's team or against Riven's team, because that's where the jungle attention is going to be going, and that actually plays into KOO right here. So Huni needs to play defensively on Riven, which almost always leads to a large CS discrepancy in Riven's, not in Riven's favor.
Yeah, the only thing we might see happen for Fnatic is if they keep Rainover on top side, maybe force Hojin to stay there so there's no jungle pressure on the two lanes pushing for Fnatic, and they just let Febiven and Reckless do the job on their own while you try and, you know, bait attention on the top side. But we keep seeing these trades. Smeb is already gonna get some early armor, he's gonna get that Frozen Heart as his first item, and Huni doesn't really have that chance to all in.
No, not at all. 10 CS down already. Smeb's still got that Ignite and the Sustain. Huni's going to lose even more CS. So a Miracle TP play is what they're looking for. Febiven throws down the Shockwave almost as soon as he unlocks it. Just trying to bully Kuro out. Got himself a 10 CS advantage. It's something, but it's not massive just yet.
So now with Rainover being around top side, getting two deep wards in to try and spot Hojin in the red jungle here, which is very nice. It did mean once he maybe had a small chance to gank the bottom lane, he obviously wasn't nearby because he's been making work on the other side of the map. Frey and Gorilla are overextending at the moment. You have Lantern, you have Flash for Yellow Star. There's a lot of ways to set up this gank. And I like the fact he's now sneaking down towards this gank. He can even go over the wall with his tunnel, and then he goes the opposite side towards the mid lane.
It's pretty smart of Rainover, though. He knows he doesn't actually have the combat effectiveness with Sidestorm right now, and he's successfully and safely gotten 2 wards deep within the jungle of KOO. So at the very least, he's stopping Hojin from having early jungle presence, or so he hopes. Yellow Star with a very poor face check.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. Flash and Exhaust are available. Yellow Star manages to sidestep the Sonic Wave. Teleport started, then cancelled by Kuro. So they do get at least one of those summoners at the cost of their flash and heal.
Strange play from Yellow Star. I'm 100% sure they saw Hojin in the jungle with the wards just being placed from Rainover's side.
That was one of those things, well, if I check it in here, I am going to lose. So I should check it just to make sure that's not the case.
Because even if there's nobody there, what was going to happen? He would just walk up the river.
Yes. Very foolish play there, but he keeps his exhaust at least. I like the fact that he has exhaust, specifically against Hecarim.
But these small mistakes is exactly why KOO Tigers in the last 2 games have been able to always, even when really far behind, find a way back into the game. Because Fnatic would then make that little overextension or have that one bad call they made, and that's where KOO Tigers punish you every single time in the early game.
And it goes further than just that. In the quarterfinal matchup, KOO just kept showing ways. They knew how to defend. They knew how to play on the back foot, and they've done that in their own region during the course of the summer split. I mean, this is the team that is looking the most likely to advance on to the championship finals. And every single time they show up, they find new ways to impress and new ways to look good on the Rift.
Although Febiven does have that 21 CS advantage on Kuro. KOO, even with the catch, is still losing this early game by 400 gold, even with the counter pick in the top lane. So they're definite things not going well for KOO Tigers. Yet, as you say, Quickshot, they consistently find ways to win.
I still like this from Rainover, how he goes up not to gank, but just to place a ward. Now he finds Hojin as well.
He's going to look for the knockup. Huni actually flashes over the wall. Dragon's Rage will buy some time. Rainover's holding on to his flash. Huni pulled the trigger very early. Look at the river. KOO has got support. Rainover and Huni, they've gone too far. Onslaught of Shadows sends him against the wall. Smeb is looking for Huni, looking for first blood. Febiven does have Shockwave, but will not use it. Flash is available, and KOO Tigers, they secure the first kill.
Great roam by Gorilla to be there, and that's ultimately what salvaged the kill at the end. But honestly, there were so many small misplays by Fnatic in the approach of that gank. First off, Rainover didn't have to jump over the wall early because Hojin was going to walk around that bend, and then he could have followed with his tunnel. Secondly, he unburrowed early and didn't chain the CC with Huni, but with the Alistair roam up in the top lane, Fnatic at least cross-mapped with the turret.
Yeah, that's what I like about the play here for Fnatic, is the fact that either it's 3 versus 3 and it's even because they forced Hojin away, or if another guy joins, being an AD carry support or whatever, you take the bot tower. Because again, remember what Fnatic has done for the first 10 minutes. Constantly push the bot lane and the mid lane and chip away on the towers.
The idea of the play was great. Rainover preempted the Lee Sin invade. The execution of the play was extremely lackluster, and KOO out-executed once again. That's basically how KOO has been winning these games. I think strategically, Fnatic has had a lot of superior calls, but KOO has just been playing better in the moment again and again.
Let's see if Reckless can outplay Gorilla. Spell shields the headbutt, and Gorilla not going to be quick enough on that Pulverize, but gets the Summoner spell. And that means Rainover, Huni, and Reckless, or even Yellow, are flashless for the next few minutes.
In order for Reckless now to move further in this game, he's already taking his own bot lane tower. There's no value in him just constantly pushing the bot lane really at the moment. So he really wants to push out this wave and then swap to top lane and 2v1 the Hecarim. But because he just lost the flash, it becomes so much harder for him to do. And here's a dive.
Yellow Star's in trouble. He's been caught by the Crystal Arrow, and the TP is going to bring some more play from Kuro. They get themselves a second kill, and maybe even the tower if they stick around for this next wave.
Now that was a good play by KOO. That's exactly what they want to do in that situation. They burned the early summoner spell by Reckless. They made it even more dangerous for Yellow Star to stay under, and they abused their double teleport advantage.
Exactly. That's where, again, Fnatic can get punished for not running a teleport in the mid lane. Had Fabian had TP ready, had he had the summoner at all, right here he would just TP instant down to this bot lane tower, and this dive would never even have started. KOO Tigers are just saying, we can be 4 members against 3. We have an Alistar to dive. Easy, let's go for it, and that's a kill.
And despite being down 30 CS in the mid lane, with Kuro's kill and assist, he's even on gold with Febiven. So he's using that teleport to keep himself very, very relevant.
I think you are in a winning lane matchup without the offensive summoner on the side of Fnatic. So when we even heard Yarostar say, let's see what happens top.
All right, let's throw everything and a sink at Smeb. He's already chunked Huni down. The flay comes out. Onslaught of shadows. Man. Smeb's got one and he's not done. He's looking for Yellow Star and Rainover. Rainover unburrows the rest of KOO. Come in from the jungle. And ladies and gentlemen, if Huni wasn't tilted already, that may be the play that does it.
Smeb is putting his stamp on this series like he did in the quarterfinals as well. 1v3, and he turns it around. He was already in a winning matchup. He already had stacked armor, yet they gank him with double physical damage and expect it to go well. That was a poor call by Fnatic, and we were wondering what would happen if they started behind in this game. How desperate would they become already being down 2-0? That was one of the worst decisions Fnatic has made all series.
Gonna cost them the top tower. Reckless was trying to shove in middle, but unable to secure the mid turret. All of a sudden, Fnatic are now 2,000 gold down, 3 kills down, an extra tower down, and the pressure continues to mount.
He had the right plan in the start. Rainover wouldn't gank, he would just get a side stone, place deep wards, make sure Riven could farm, make sure your laners were safe so they could keep pushing the waves. Play, it's slow. You even have that combat summoner in mid lane, so you're supposed to win it. Riven is ahead in farm, so again, just wait it out. Take these towers. Instead, Fnatic, after giving up 1 kill, instantly says, okay, let's go for another fight. Now suddenly we need to do something, otherwise we're gonna fall behind. And that's where KOO Tigers can punish them completely.
Oh, you got a flash sideways, Febiven. He doesn't get away from the arrow. And an easy pickup for KOO. Now they've even got uncontested time towards this middle lane.
You gotta hand it to KOO Tigers, though. They are absolutely recognizing where Fnatic is at, and they are going for the aggressive plays. Prey with Ashe does this against everybody. Beautiful arrow from right outside of Fog. Flashes backwards instead of sideways. I don't think that's a play Febiven makes in game 1, but based on the circumstances of this match, he flashes straight backwards, KOO converts, gets their 4th kill.
Making it just look so, so easy. With the enchanted arrow from Prey, that library card continues to get stamped for Fnatic. And KOO are just now starting to strangle the life out of Fnatic. They do have wave clear in Origen and Sivir, so there is some comeback mechanics, but they cannot afford to keep falling prey to Prey as those Ashe arrows get flung out.
And again, they don't have a teleport. So KOO Tigers can say, okay, we're just gonna 1-3-1, push in every single lane. Whenever Fnatic sends someone to the bottom side to defend like they're doing now, they get
right
killed.
in a gorilla.
All of a sudden, Reckless is delivered into the hands of Kuro, but there's no damage to follow it up. KOO may have bitten off a little more than they can chew. Prey's in trouble. He gets away from the wind slash as the teleport's coming in here for Smeb. He's now landed. Onslaught of Shadows is available. Huni's on the front line. Not even needed. Smeb throws the onslaught towards the tower. And Huni's left for dead. Shockwave connects on Prey, but doesn't find a kill. Top laners are down, and Fnatic are able to at least go even after an over-aggressive play from KOO.
This was almost the best Fnatic could hope for. We saw it. Fabian was down on bottom lane to clear the wave that was pushed in by Koro, so KOO Tigers say, okay, now we have a numbers advantage. We can engage in the mid lane. We're still only 15 minutes in, though. So diving between 2 towers, so now to be a little bit more than what the KOO Tigers could do. But in the end, it's still 1-for-1.
I think KOO Tigers is trying to push the tempo a little bit with their Warrior Lee Sin, especially at this stage in the game, which is why you're seeing such an aggressive roam from Gorilla and the Lulu down already. They actually used the Lulu ultimate very early for Gorilla to overtank that turret, but then immediately have to turn on the retreat because Prey actually took turret aggro. So not a coordinated play, a rarity from KOO so far in this series. Smeb teleports in defensively. And I actually like the heal from Reckless while the Onslaught of Shadows comes out to position and not get knocked backwards. I think that was very critical.
At the end though, Smeb gets pulled into tower, goes down, but we're gonna see KOO Tigers try and do this again. Look at Lulu on the bottom side of the map. Fnatic is pinging and saying, okay, this might be our chance to rush in mid tower. To force at least a teleport from Koro. That's the best you can hope for if you're Fnatic. Force the TP, then back away, but then do it again in 2 minutes time when KOO Tigers cannot put up this 1-3-1 pressure. So Fnatic want to force a teleport right now to get that summoner away, but KOO Tigers, they know it, they're ready to fight.
Oh, Gorilla's gone in and found 3. The arrow connects onto Reckless and he's dead. He gets kicked backwards. Gorilla's the one with the kill credit. We just see Huni take the lantern to safety. Tower will give Fnatic some breathing room. But Prey again, finding the enchanted crystal arrow. Reckless had flash. Smeb may a little bit out of position. Huni and Yellowstar trying to jump him down, but Gorilla comes forward. The shockwave finds 4. There's simply not enough ability power. Yellowstar and Rainover, like lambs to the slaughter. They throw themselves at the wall and come away wanting.
Yeah, trading a Thresh kill for an unnamed kill on the enemy side is not a good idea. Yellowstar really with a bit of a desperation play here, and I think this is another one. Fnatic desperately trying to turn this game around. Rainover's now in enemy territory without much backup.
No, he does have at least some protects and dissonances from Febivent. And that now puts Fnatic even further behind. 3,000 golds. KOO Tigers, they're showing up.
Yeah, they really are, especially in this game where they're making the Ashe plays work. This is why Ashe was banned against them so many times earlier on.
So we get once again this trade between them, but the only positive thing really for Fnatic with this fight, even though they're losing all these members and it's obviously not a great play, is now they have a bit of time where there's only one teleport on the side of KOO Tigers. This is your opening if you are Fnatic to get back into this game. You need that mid tower down. You need to get a team fight around the dragon and you need to win that team fight. If that doesn't happen, KOO Tigers is going to keep doing this for another 10 minutes and they're going to keep getting more and more kills.
I'm looking at the items though, and Fnatic just isn't there. Every powerful item that they need to complete, Death Cap on Origen, anything on Huni, Infinity Edge on Reckless, KOO is ahead of them in every single aspect.
You just don't have a choice.
They cannot 5v5 unless they get a pick early, but KOO is the team getting the picks. Fnatic actually just needs to stall this one out and give away dragons.
The thing is, by stalling it out for Fnatic, you just put yourself in a situation where you will have to spread out on the map, wave clear in the side lane, and then 5 members from KOO Tigers will dive you in the mid or in the top lane, and they would get their kill or start setting up the Baron. So you just put yourself in a situation now where there is no good play. And that's the worst situation you could be in as a team in League of Legends, because normally you always have, okay, there's one good play, one okay play, and there's a few bad plays. Obviously we're trying to aim for the good one. Now you're in a situation where everything is bad, 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 maybe okay at the very, very best. And you need to outplay KOO Tigers then.
And you have to give so much credit to KOO Tigers. They were coming in, heralded by many as one of the weaker Korean teams, but Origen finds a death sentence, and as the support of Gorilla on the hunt is coming out, Huni has arrived from the back line. Dragon's Rage finds 4 Ashe Arrow onto Febivent as well. Gorilla's still running interference. Reckless has got a kill onto Origen, and Gorilla's Unbreakable Will is quite early. So the bad, bad, bad plays have resulted in a net +1 kill. Defensive flay to get rid of Smeb. Huni's trampled underneath the weight of that power pony. Reckless is in trouble. The shockwave's already been pulled, and Fnatic's last chance, last ditch effort is being strangled away. KOO take 4, the cost of 2.
You can see what Fnatic is trying to do. Again, they're simply saying we have to just try and go for some insanely risky plays. Waiting is going to be almost impossible for them. At least that's what seems to be the call for Fnatic. And obviously they lose the fight.
It's the manifestation of desperation deficient.
It is.
Because they are down 3,000 gold, and they had a clean kill onto Origen with no casualties, yet they persist. The way they come back in this game, if they want to come back in this game, is through several small wins, not one home run. You can't be swinging for the fences on every single pitch, or you will strike out more often than not. So KOO Tigers is taking the reliable good plays, and they're literally punishing Fnatic every time they reach too far.
I think you have to take a step back and just look at KOO. We'll do that in a moment. This is a replay of that fight.
Yeah, Origen makes a mistake. They do a lot of peeling here, Gorilla and Origen, just to keep him alive for a little bit longer. And you can see how heavily out of position KOO actually are with their double teleports being down. So that's the window Fnatic has. But the map is only so big. It's going to shrink eventually, and KOO brings their soul inners back into this fight while Fnatic continues to be here. And because of the item differentials in this team fight right now, Fnatic had no chance once Smeb and KOO arrived.
Yeah, Smeb 2 levels above Huni right now. Insanely fed on this Hecarim. Fnatic is saying again, 5 versus 4, let's try something. It's not the right call. They get punished for it. KOO Tigers, 21 minutes in. It's 5,000 gold ahead. And this is the team who's been playing normally really well in the late game.
Yep.
Did make some mistakes in the last game though, where Fnatic almost managed to get back. Wasn't enough in the end though.
Yeah, this is a team who has been down this amount of gold earlier in the game and still beaten Fnatic.
And I asked the question at the beginning of the day, if Fnatic get the lead that KT had from the quarterfinal, will Fnatic close it out?
I said yes back then. I definitely expected more from Fnatic when it came to their shot calling, how to snowball the games.
But all credit to KOO for, again, punishing when the mistakes presented, playing so safe they didn't provide more opportunities for the lead to extend. This is a team that is, you can question some of their calls, but you cannot question their ability to find ways back into the game. They wiggle out of every chokehold they're put into.
Very creative teamwork. You can tell KOO Tigers, really Gorilla picked the team that he wanted to play with. A lot of old members from Najin.
The B team at the beginning of the year,
a lot of players
right?
that had been rejected by other organizations. And they are not even just one game away from the final, a couple fights away from the final.
Wow, Febiven's already dead. Shockwave didn't even get to use. Wild growth on that frontline Gorilla. Unbreakable Will reducing any damage he could take. And KOO just say, we'll have that, and brute force their way into the mid-inner turrets.
It's the same situation again for KOO Tigers. They push in at least 2 lanes, so they have one guy from Fnatic defending. This time it was Huni with no teleport, and they know, okay, he's gonna catch the wave with tier 2 tower. We walk straight through Fnatic's jungle, and we just dive them 5 members. We have so much engaged. Hecarim, Alistar, Ashe, Lee Sin, like almost all the champions can start the fight for KOO Tigers and get that one pick, and they even spike in this mid game.
Huni's in trouble. The onslaught will throw Smeb far enough to get the kill credit. Rekkles is now exhausted. Yellowstar's trying to run interference. There's no box available for zoning. It's a double kill for Smeb, and KOO gets his 3rd. Fnatic were dancing around the Baron pit, and KOO take their lives.
The mid-game power spike of Hecarim Lulu. There is really no speed equivalent to that combo when you're trying to run away. So even though Rekkles was far from the origin point of that battle, he ends up catching the bad end of it.
Rainova and Febiven standing against KOO. They're in the Baron pit and
Pretty
low.
good shockwave
the
opportunity.
Shockwave is available, but the headbutt will knock Rainova away. Shockwave gets damaged, but nothing more. And KOO Tigers have the tools they need to finish this game out, to clean sweep Fnatic.
Definitely didn't expect that coming into this series. We knew KOO Tigers were great.
This was always going to be the most contested series we've seen.
We all looked at Fnatic.
Could have gone either way.
As the Western hope, basically, for getting into the final. With Origen facing SK Telecom, nobody expected a whole lot from that match. But this one here has been surprising. How well KOO Tigers have been able to play went behind, even went ahead outside of those 5 minutes in game 2. And we just gotta give it to them. They really deserve to be so far ahead in this game and already be up 2-0.
What a year for KOO Tigers. Not only were they... Oh, Asher also comes in. KOO's just going to keep trying to run down Huni. But put together as someone of the B team, Rekkles on the hunt. He does not want to get caught out. Smeb still got that onslaught.
Fnatic just has to concede so much right now. KOO's been able to play this game, specifically the 1-4, with giant gold deficits. So with a mid-game team composition in the mid-game with a 10,000 gold lead, they are making it look easy.
And really, this game has just been all about KOO Tigers. Picks and bans, something that it feels KOO have had their finger on the button all series long, hell, all tournament long really for most of the games. And just showing up on the big stage.
And now we just need KOO to take this wave in the mid lane with the Baron buff. Not sure why he didn't want it before. Fnatic keep looking for that one opening where you catch a guy slightly out of position, but even getting that one kill now won't really result in anything for Fnatic. Smeb, he doesn't care about Huni down here at all.
Not at all. 3-level difference. The wild growth comes up. Huni's gonna get shut down. Gorilla finds 2 with the pulverize, and despite the decent shockwave, it will not matter. Rekkles is on the retreat. Febiven's got no mana, and Smeb just prances into his face. Takes another inhibitor away from Fnatic. 11,000 gold lead. That's gonna grow even more as these minions funnel through. Inhibitor number 2 is going to fall. And KOO Tigers can play this one safe. Not make the same shenanigans that we saw from the previous game. 3 inhibitors down. Almost giving Fnatic an opportunity back into the game.
And I hate to say it, but how similar is this series to the one we saw yesterday? As far as the nature of the games playing out. Origen played SKT really close in game 1.
They're gonna try now, Fnatic.
Well, Rainover's arrived. Huni teleported to the tunnel and gonna try look for a kill. Gonna hold on to his ultimate in that wind slash. Houjin finds the Krugs. He even makes it out alive at the investment of TP, Void Rush, even on the hunt, I believe.
And then aside from the big mistakes that KOO made at the end of game 2, that was a more one-sided affair. And then game 3 has just been an absolute slaughter. KOO comes in with some different picks, more of their comfort, you would say, with Houjin's Lee Sin. And this game isn't even looking close.
I think KOO Tigers, what they do so well is they make so many of these low-risk plays. They're very consistent in the way they play it out. They don't go for that all-in tower dive that completely backfire very often. Even when they had a bad play in the mid lane, it's because they were so far ahead already and they end up just trading 1 for 1. So very rarely do you see them completely mess it up. Where Fnatic, their playstyle is a lot more high risk, high reward. They will go for these aggressive plays, but against a team who's ready for it, it can backfire very easily. And that's what we have seen in this series.
Well, Death Sentence finds Smeb, but Yellow Stars just booted away. Shockwave laying available in the middle of the lane. Prey not going to step close enough. The Super's now inside the base of Fnatic. Huni to play with time and play with the Winions. That's all they need. Huni's trying to deal with him on the bottom lane.
Yep, 2 inhibitors down. This time Fnatic doesn't have an Azir who's much better at clearing multiple waves of Super, so even these 2 waves of Super minions give KOO a big win to take down inhibitor 3 or the game.
Gorilla's found Rekkles and Smeb once more. Rekkles gets feared towards his Nexus. Febiven's on the retreat, waits for Exhaust to tag before throws down the Shockwave. Huni wants to try clean up, but the Dragon's Rage will send the team away. It is a double kill for Fnatic. They're defending, but it's very little. It's very late, and I don't think it's going to matter.
Rainover jumped a mile behind the rest of the team while they were trying to trace out. Now he's in trouble. They lose the inhibitor, but they do pick up some kills.
Might be able to get Prey.
Let's take a look.
Prey Seeker.
Doesn't want to be here. Smeb can quite easily pick this kill up. They're gonna go 1 for 1. This is the best friend battle, ladies and gentlemen. Rainover and Smeb throws up the flare, but it is Smeb that will have the last laugh.
As in life, your best friend just runs away from you.
Smeb probably says only players who can make it to finals get to fight one. And walks away from Huni.
Oh, I like that.
And Rainover.
Well, 10,000 gold down, double super minions in every single lane. Just one more time of this last-ditch effort here from Fnatic.
Gorilla makes a pretty nice initiation. I honestly think there's a pretty big overreach by KOO Tigers, so they didn't even finish killing the inhibitor because they're splitting their damage so heavily when they make this engage.
Yeah, whenever we say they're making all these low-risk plays and so on, and they get really far ahead in the game, they go for these fights. We're like, oh, okay, they just gave up a few kills here and there. It's very interesting, though, because Fnatic right now...
there he goes.
are just trying what they can to get back and Rainover. Looking for more, didn't end up getting it, but like, Rekkles is really far ahead in farm, Febiven is far ahead in farm. They were winning these lanes, but KOO Tigers are winning as a team every single time. It's not individually one guy, maybe outside of Smeb, who is being an absolute monster up in his top lane. Him against MaRin is gonna be such a great battle.
Now Supers are onto the Nexus turrets and KOO are not putting themselves far enough forward to be at risk yet. Waiting for those next lines to move their way in. And the fire of Fnatic on home soil looking to be extinguished. The KOO Tigers have killed Huni. 4 members of Fnatic left to try wave clear, but the Dragon's Rage knocks him in the air. Shockwave cannot even complete, and the KOO Tigers looking to upset the hometown heroes. KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
And you can't help but be happy for the KOO Tigers. Especially Gorilla, who has done so much this year to make this team happen, to coax this team through the season. Finalist at the LCK in the spring, qualified on championship points, and has never really been given their fair shot as a top team. Maybe for a small amount of time in the spring, people were saying it. Now, they have the chance to definitively be the best team in the world if they can take down SKT.
Very few people look at some of these players on this lineup and really praise them, but we get to see what they can do here. Gorilla, fantastic support. Smeb in the top lane, going crazy every single game. Obviously, when there's a winner, there's a loser as well.
Crushing defeat for Fnatic.
What great play from KOO. All told, every time they're discounted or underestimated, they show up and surprise absolutely everybody.
But it's been such a weird year for the KOO Tigers. They start out in the spring split by winning everything, being #1.
It's also been a huge year for Fnatic, coming all the way to the semifinals, and the crowd is showing their appreciation.
The final vote has landed, and it was a European eulogy as both EU squads drop at the semi-final stage.
I still think both the EU teams and EU fans can be very proud.
They put up
of this tournament.
More of a fight than many were expecting at times, but mistakes that we did not see from the Korean squads of KOO Tigers and SKT is a very large part of why they won those series.
So often been the story. The Western teams trying, having some great players in there, having some good players who can challenge them. But then, as a team, the consistency kind of lacks when it comes to the calls, and that's where it can go wrong against these Korean teams who really will punish you. And that's what we see.
Everybody in the venue is on their feet to show their support here. It feels like a mix between being happy for KOO, but also for Fnatic, who put so much into this game.
We've got to give some props to KOO Tigers, because as you said, Deficio,
so much emotion on stage right now.
Yeah, difficult end to the tournament for Fnatic.
It's a young team though, Fnatic. A lot of new players being picked up for this season. We know the potential is there for this team. They will be back next year, 100%. They're very, very serious, great coaching. Everything is there for Fnatic to become one of the best teams in the world.
Great support by the fans here. And this is one of the harsh truths of World Championships. 16 teams show up, and everybody loses except for the champions. Everyone actually has a crushing moment. 15 of the 16 teams. Something you have to deal with as a pro.
Great send-off to everybody that came out to the venue from Fnatic. But at the end of the day, they are now eliminated from the World Championship. And unquestionably,
we are, of course, in the round, and it actually appears Fnatic's going around every side of the stage to pay fans their appreciation as well. Crazy.
It is. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's been a roller coaster ride for everybody watching. Western teams are now eliminated at the top 4. We will have our first all-Korean final. KOO Tigers will get another shot at surprising, another shot at proving they are the best team in the world, and you could not ask for a stronger opponent.
It's going to be a really tough battle for KOO Tigers against SK Telecom. In the spring split, SKT didn't even play against Faker, and they got 3-0'd. It's tough. The stylistic matchup really favors SKT. If anything, a lot of us were thinking Fnatic style had the best chance of beating SKT. But if you're playing at the level where you're making that many mistakes,
exactly, and that's,
you're not going to make it.
That's really the big thing when you are a team like KOO Tigers who survive on punishing people for their mistakes, and you face SK Telecom, probably the team who makes the least amount of mistakes. It just becomes so difficult for the KOO Tigers to play. But obviously we see Fnatic now walk out of the venue, getting some high fives on the way, and the crowd really loves them.
Great hearing the chants again from the audience. Now they turn their attention to the overall victors, KOO Tigers, 3-0.
Yeah.
After an embarrassing IEM, after falling at the spring finals,
but that was the thing.
LCK qualifying on championship points. They had a great run early in summer, but then also sort of tripped over themselves in late summer. Like, this team, you can never get a read on
like
them.
This.
You can never get a read, ever.
It's really crazy for them, but also it speaks to me how good these guys are when it also comes to kind of removing some bad memories. Potentially, IEM Katowice was the last time we saw them internationally. Again, as you said, it went horribly wrong for them, lost to World Elite in a match people probably claim one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a long time. And then you bounce back, and I was talking to Origen as well, and he was like, we're really good friends. We don't go down if we lose. We can always pick it back up. We trust in each other. They've been using that this season to bounce back.
Well, with the power of love and great League of Legends play, KOO Tigers are going to advance to the championship final. But now we can head over to the interview lounge with a word with one of our newest finalists.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Joined here by Gorilla after 3-0 in Fnatic and making it to the finals. First up, congratulations on fantastic League of Legends. And let me ask you about the importance of making it to the final for you. You've been at Worlds before, but now at the beginning of this year, you had to build up this whole new team with ups and downs. How much does it mean to make it to the World Final?
우선 결승 진출을 축하드리고요. 감사합니다. 비록 작년에 이제 월챔에 진출한 적이 있지만 올해는 이제 새로운 신생팀을 꾸려서 여러 가지 고난 끝에 결승전까지 진출하게 되는데 이번 결승전 진출의 의미가 어떻게 되나요?
사실 제가 이번 연도에 새로운 팀에서 출발을 하면서 되게 큰 걱정도 있었고 큰 기대도 있었는데 그 와중에 저희가 초반에 좀 잘하다가 약간 삐끗한 점도 있고 그랬지만 저희 팀이 다시 이렇게 올라와서 기쁘고요. 사실 저는 이번 연도가 저에게는 좀 큰 경험인 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 제가 손목 부상도 왔었고 약간 좀 힘들 거라 생각을 했는데 이렇게 같이 결승전에 와서 진짜 말할 수 없는 기쁨인 것 같아요.
Okay. So coming to this season, like with this new team, a lot of people were actually looking forward to our team, and some were worried. And we had a very good start in the early season, but also we had a rough hit during the mid-season at IEM. And overall, I had a very rough season. Like I had some like arm injuries, and overall, it was just a very tough season for us, for me and my team. I'm just really glad that we made it here together as a team, and I just can't really find the exact words to express how glad I am right now.
I think we can read it off your face a little bit. Let's talk about the series though, because as you said, an up and down year, but 3-0 over Fnatic here. A lot of people thought it might go all the way to 5 games and be quite close. Why do you think it turned out to be 3-0 in your favor?
그 많은 사람들이 이번 오늘 경기가 이제 오전까지 가는 되게 치열한 경기가 될 거라고 예상을 많이 했었는데 어떻게 이렇게 3대 0을 경기를 이제 끝나게 됐는지 말씀해 주세요.
사실 오늘 탑 게임에서 스맵 선수가 후니 선수를 첫 경기에 이기면서 거기서 약간 멘탈 차이 때문에 저희가 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 후니도 잘하는 선수고 스맵도 잘하는 선수인데 스맵 선수가 아마 멘탈이 조금 더 강했고 후니 선수가 먼저 깨져서 이렇게 게임이 쉽게 이긴 것 같아요.
So I think the most important point happened at the first game when Smeb played well against, won his lane against Huni, and I think Huni and Smeb, they're both really good players, but overall Smeb had a better mentality, stronger mentality than Huni, and that's how the games went to 3-0.
It was 3-0. That means you beat the #1 team from Europe, and you're about to go up against the #1 team from Korea before this tournament. Thought there was quite a big gap between SKT and the rest of the Korean teams. How do you look at that gap now? How wide is it? How close are you to SKT? How close can you get to winning that cup?
이제 오늘 경기로 유럽의 1위 팀을 이겼지만 이제 다음 결승전 상대는 한국의 1위 팀 SKT1 팀입니다. 이제 이번 대회 시작하기 앞서서 많은 사람들이 SKT1 팀이 다른 한국 팀들보다 좀 실력 차가 있다고 얘기를 많이 했었는데, 그럼 고릴라 선수 생각하기에 지금 SKT와 쿠 타이거즈 팀 간의 이제 실력 차가 지금 많이 메꿔졌는지 아니면 좀 그대로 있는 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
사실 저희가 SKT를 큰 경기에서 만날 때마다 저희가 좀 많이 쉽게 졌거든요. 근데 이번에 저희가 푸나틱을 3대0으로 이긴 이 기세에서 조금 더 연습을 해서 서로 정보를 다 알고 있는 정도니까 아마 조금 더 저희가 옛날보다는 그래도 SKT 상대로 조금 더 선전을 할 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
In the past, whenever we played against SKT at a big stage, we didn't play that well, and the games overall went pretty easily. But I think since we beat Fnatic 3-0 today, we had that momentum to move on. And since both teams know each other so well at this point, I think can put up a better match tomorrow at the finals.
At the finals, still a week away now. You enjoy your victory. Congratulations once again, Gorilla and KOO into the finals. Let's kick it back over to the analyst desk.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to mourn the death and celebrate the life of the European teams at the World Championship. They brought 2 good teams and also H2K, and they did very well. They were great teams. They made it all the way to the semifinals, but in the end, the best team won. May they live well in their next life in Season 6, and we hope to see them back again. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Rest in pepperonis.
I too was very sad when this happened, but somewhere during the last game, Monty just gave me a bit of his favorite drink here, and I feel that really helped drown away the pain. So just for you two gentlemen, I just want to make sure you get some Kool-Aid as well, because we can really celebrate this fantastic victory of, an all-Korean team, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and it really does fulfill the pattern of Korean teams at the World Championship. Season 2, the first season with Korea, 5 Koreans in the final, Korea loses. Season 3, 5 Koreans in the final, Korea wins. Season 4, 7 Koreans in the final, Korea wins. Season 5, 10 Koreans in the final, Korea wins.
They will win. We know that much is true. All right. Yeah, exactly.
Conservation of Koreans must be preserved. All right.
We will get into that finals series in just a bit, but I do want to reflect on this one. Again, a 3-0, but it really was much closer than that, and that's what I want to dive into. For these 2 teams, I mean, those first 2 games, Fnatic was in great positions.
It really could have gone either way, right? Those were extraordinarily close games. Fnatic had a strong early game lead in Game 1. They had a fantastic comeback attempt in Game 2, and they really did play well. Sometimes you get 3-0s that are close.
I just think the mental aspect, especially on such a big game, a best-of-5 here, the way Fnatic got ahead Game 1, and then the plays that cost them that lead and the manner in which KOO returned kind of set like a damper on the series. And we saw it in the interview as well. Mental aspect is very big in this series, and yeah, Fnatic, they got their foot in the door a little bit Game 2, but it slipped away, and then Game 3 was completely game over, and then fantastic performance overall from KOO.
Well, from Game 1, when they got that, 6, 7, 8K gold lead, the second they make that mistake and the game ends, they go back and review, and they're like, maybe we're a bit too aggressive, like we need to focus on this. And then Game 2, their aggression dies down. Game 2 goes down and they lose. Game 3, their aggression is even lower. It's like after the first game, when they realized the aggression got the best of them eventually, they just started cutting it out like every single game until it was almost non-existent.
Yeah, that first game to me was the picture of Fnatic that we expected to see. They came in, they went very aggressive very early on. They made all of the proactive moves in the game, built themselves a lead. Unfortunately, we're unable to close that. And it really does, as you mentioned, it comes down to then being able to separate the loss from the mentality that comes with it, because they needed to approach Game 2 with the same similar mindset. We will have a chance to come back, and we will return to the series in just a minute, but right now, Shox is standing by with Fnatic's veteran support.
Thank you very much indeed, standing by here with Yellow Star. Of course, have to start with thanking you for taking the time to talk to us. It can't be easy. I just want to start by having your general thoughts on the entire tournament and the road you traveled after now getting knocked out eventually.
Well, first of all, I have to admit that coming into the season,
like no one knew our members. And then it's pretty much the same. Like we have 4 rookies or however we call them. We had to work and build so much. We had to work so much together. And then who would have believed it? Like they basically win the first split and then we go undefeated the second split. And then we're here now in the semifinals at Worlds. It's pretty much the same story as Origen, you know? So I'm really proud of them. And then there is a lot of pressure on us because since we went undefeated and we performed so well during the season, you might expect us to win the whole thing. I think we had the potential, but not enough experience. We had to control. We have a lot of stuff to work on, and maybe next year.
Well, that's the keyword for me there. The huge potential around your team. Can you maybe tell me how you, of course, as a veteran, has helped the rookies out so much, as you like to call them, how you will help and nurture that potential to make it to next year and maybe again have a shot at going all the way?
Yeah, mainly it's when, you know, we just like to fight all the time and sometimes we just have to control our emotions. It's not always easy because under pressure, when you're ahead, you kind of have bad habits and then you just keep doing them. But I believe that it takes time to fix them and then we'll just come back stronger.
Definitely will. Finally, is there anything you want to say to all the fans watching at home and all the fans here?
I don't know, it just felt special because it's the first time we play in Europe and anywhere we go, we have so much support. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who are watching at home or just people coming here to watch us play. It's just amazing. Like all the passion you guys have. Just thank you everyone for your support.
And thank you, Yellow Star, Class Act, what an interview, and what a fantastic run in the World Championships. Thank you so much, and see you next year.
Yeah.
All right, back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Shaks. Much deserved support from the audience here. I do want to return to your point during the eulogy, which is that Europe as a region brought 2 teams to the semifinals of Worlds. It was between Europe and Korea, and these are 2 very strong teams, Fnatic especially, that should be celebrated as they exit the tournament.
I mean, absolutely. I would have never expected 2 European teams to be in the semifinals, but with China really underperforming and Origen really getting their act together, they did a great job, and Fnatic definitely deserved to be in that semifinal too. Undefeated season, really a remarkable year for them.
Yeah, and it kind of helped us forget about the 3rd European team, so that was all good. But yeah, fantastic performance overall by both these teams. And I mean, if you ask any of these teams coming to the start of the season, maybe like if we give you the offer here and sign here and you get to the semifinals of Worlds, most of those teams will say like, okay, definitely Origen. Fnatic maybe a little more hungry, but you can't underestimate how big like that performance really is.
I like Yellow Star's comment on experience because I think that's really undervalued right now. Like shot calling is normally built from experience, and a lot of the knowledge in the game isn't something you can pick up quickly. It's something you have to like, you know, trial and error, go through it. So that being, I think, Europe's biggest weakness is experience, means it's only going to be growing for next year, so we're coming next year.
All right.
Yeah.
Look forward to H2K next year.
Yeah, buddy.
I do think that's a big thing. It's a team of very talented but very young players. They will only become stronger through the next season of play. Now I want to turn our attention back to the winners of today's series. So KOO moving forward, and one person in particular. There was one person that broke away from the pack and claimed our player of the series honors. That man was KOO's top laner, Smeb. A 7.57 KDA and 31% of his team's damage.
I mean, it's just absolutely incredible. I think his performance tonight was thoroughly dominant. That Riven game that we're seeing right in the first game played so well in these team fights.
And there's a couple intangibles in League of Legends that you can't measure in kill participation, in gold necessarily, in KDA, and that's the pressure you put on the map, the way you play that lane, the fact that you can potentially tilt your opponent by your playstyle, dodging ganks here and there, and the pressure Smeb brought to this series and the mental aspect that brought into KOO versus Fnatic, I think cannot be underestimated either.
And they just didn't have answers for Smeb's champion pool. We saw even in that last game, they tried to blind pick the Riven. They knew they couldn't let him have it again. And yet he plays the reverse matchup that he had in game 1 and absolutely dominates on that Hecarim. So It was a very impressive individual performance that covered up some of KOO's weaknesses, such as some of the early jungling of Origen.
Yeah, that's what I like most about Smeb, is because normally you look at these top laners who are doing well, and it's because they have a top lane focused team. This was like Origen not even going top for the first 10 minutes of the game. The third game, yeah, he like changed his play South Lee Sin, and I like that. But this is Smeb getting an advantage and surviving getting first blooded and still staying relevant in the game with zero jungle pressure, which in my opinion shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be able to outplay those dives like he did. So I'm really happy that that was like possible.
Well, it's time now to pull up the bracket because we now have our 2015 League of Legends finalists. SK Telecom have looked dominant, sweeping through the group stage and the bracket stage straight into the finals with a perfect 12-0 record. Meanwhile, the KOO Tigers came out of the group stage with the number 2 seed from Group A, but fought their way through, first taking down KT Rolster and then Fnatic to secure their spot in Berlin. Of course, at the start of the day, we wanted to know what you wanted to know over on Twitter. First up, at Ari Bambari asks, what does the victor of today's series have to do to beat SKT? They look invincible at the moment. Now we know it's KOO, so gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, how do you beat the Koreans, Monty?
I mean, I think that Smeb probably has a wider champion pool from MaRin, so if he can abuse some of these matchups that MaRin has. We've seen MaRin's a great Fiora player, but there's still the Riven question. MaRin's not a Riven player, so if Smeb maybe can get some of these good matchups rolling, that could be a way that they could win.
I mean, one of the ways KOO won this matchup was that top lane matchup, but he's going arguably up against the best player at Worlds in MaRin. So even if Smeb doesn't loses that matchup, it stays even, then you got to start looking at the rest of the map. And I think Benki does better than Origen.
Yeah.
I think that's not a bold statement to make. And then in the mid lane, I think whoever they decide to place, you know.
A quick preview of our finalists there on stage right now around the Summoners Cup, which they will be fighting for next Saturday in Berlin. We've hit a lot on Smeb. You know, on the side of SKT, what are their largest strengths? We've talked about Smeb being a strength for KOO, but largest strength for SKT?
For SKT, man, I feel like they're just really, really well-rounded. And in this one in particular, like, said it a million times, like, they do have Faker against KOO in this one. KOO, I think, surprised a lot today and did really well, but this is going to be a Faker he has to take on for the next one, and a lot more cohesive team than Fnatic showed today.
Well, next up, we had Freaky97, who asked, do you think this year's SKT team is more dominant than last year's Samsung White?
I mean, on paper so far, being undefeated kind of makes you believe it, but the one crucial matchup there for White was when they played Blue and they dropped the game there, I believe.
Nope.
No? They 3-0 actually, but I think when the Koreans face off against each other, that's going to decide the matchup. So when SKT plays KOO, that's when we'll know.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too early to say that. It's also important to note that just in my history of casting Samsung White, they had a history of being very cocky when they got up 2-0 in a best of 5, and I think they were a bit more lackadaisical. SK Telecom has been all business so far, so that is, I think, a major difference. But we need to wait for the finals to find out.
I do like the play style of SKT. It's like this very, very split push oriented, crisp League of Legends where you got to play a lot on feel. Dodging those ganks. The only really mistakes you see is people moving up to clear minion waves and then getting punished for it. But it's so hard to really appreciate that style unless you start toggling the vision a lot more, because the way SKT plays out these games and get these tremendous leads, they make it look easy, do it very often in full vision of their opponent, but they play around the Fog of War so well, and that's for me is just so impressive.
Now, probably Jat mentioned earlier that a lot of us had considered Fnatic to maybe be the better matchup against SKT because they would take the fight to them. Well, KOO has shown throughout this tournament that they can play more than one side. You mentioned in the group stages, they really went after things. In the bracket stages, they started to pull back, just play it safe, wait for the other team to make a mistake. Do you think that this team has enough options in terms of game style and strategy that they could take games off of SKT or even take the win?
Well, I really am kind of impressed by KOO's pick ban. Like, I think that's kind of overlooked a lot of that time by just like how the games are played out. But being able to survive early game is definitely something I think KOO needs to fix. And if they can play like they did in groups, like that's going to be fine. I do think KOO's strength is the pick and ban, because when I watch SKT, there's not many like, oh no moments in the pick ban phase where I'm just like, oh my god, SKT got this champion, it's over. Sure, Rise is sick, but it's not like an oh no champion.
We can't forget the Rise. We still haven't finished that discussion, Monty.
but you see KOO get Lulu, and you're like, oh no, like they play Jinx. They have like an awesome Ashe player. Like, this kind of sucks they have this one champion. So I think that has it for KOO right now. And if they can get through the pick ban phase well, I think they can maybe take a game off or two.
And I think KOO just did a great job of drafting tonight. And they've been a team that has a history of good drafts. No Faye, their coach, is very, very good in that regard.
All right, well, both teams have complimented for their drafting, so that will make for a very interesting pick ban leading into the gameplay itself. Now, we'd like to note that after 4 weeks of the over 2 million pick'em entries from around the world, only one is still 100% correct. Dext COD has called the entire tournament from group stages until today, and in case you're curious, they've picked SK Telecom to take home the top prize. Well, gentlemen, there can only be one, and he's calling for SK Telecom as is, so we'll have to throw that on to the end of the analyst desk predictions when we get there.
I just hope, I mean, some of these group results weren't really predictable, so whatever he had, I hope he shares, man. Come on. That was a crazy run.
He's making a good case for himself to take one of your spots next time around.
I mean, Krepa, you have a history, though, of when I pick a Korean team in the playoffs of Worlds, you pick against me. Just pick the Korean team with me next time, okay, buddy?
I can't. In the finals, I will pick a Korean team with you.
Right. Because one day, Monty, he's going to be right.
Yeah.
He's going to be right. That's going to be so sweet.
He is the Korean killer. He was the last European player to take down a Korean team in a best-of-5 in summer 2012.
And he'll do it again as an analyst one day. All right, well, we'll be back with our coverage of the Ultimate Showdown with Finals Week, which starts off with an all-new primetime league. Tune in for Mic Check, the Penta, and a complete download on the Worlds event. Then on Saturday, it is the main event. Korea's SK Telecom T1 versus the KOO Tigers in a best-of-5 for the Summoners Cup and the World Championship at Berlin's Mercedes-Benz Arena. Now be sure to stick around because in 15 minutes it's Worlds Night, where myself, Deficio, and Freak will chat about the day's highlights. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, good night, and we'll see you on the final stop on the road to the Summoners Cup.
Advance to Berlin for the chance to battle SKT. Onslaught of Shadow splits everyone from KOO away. Everyone back, 2 for 1. Featherman wants to clean up. It's a trouble for Smeb. One step closer to an all-Korean final. Smeb flashes away from the third block of the broken wings. Huni will find fails the flash. KOO are looking for a rampage. Gorilla jumps forward. He manages to find another as Smeb's running down Featherman. And KOO Tigers are 2-0 against Fnatic. Gorilla comes forward. The Shockwave finds 4. There's simply not enough ability power. Yellow Star and Rainover like lambs to the slaughter. Huni's trampled underneath the weight of that power pony. Reckless is in trouble. The Shockwave's already been pulled. KOO will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom. Members of Fnatic left to try wave clear, but the Dragon's Rage knocks him in the air. Shockwave cannot even complete, and the KOO Tigers looking to upset the hometown heroes. KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
Good evening and welcome to the final edition of Worlds Tonight for this season, coming to you from the Brussels Expo in Belgium. I'm here with Freak and Deficio to break down a little bit of today's series as well as look forward to the finals next week. So let's get into it. Our series today against Fnatic and KOO, we've said it before, 3-0s in the semifinals, but they looked much closer, or were rather much closer than that scoreline speaks to.
Well, before we talk about how close it was, I just want to say thank you, Europe, for your solidarity. NA ended their tournament 0-10. I'm glad UK ended the tournament 0-6. So I'm glad we've all had our great auspicious exits to Worlds.
Didn't even leave time for that wound to heal.
Because now we can go into what was positive about it and start
immediately, my friend.
Super rough day. And 2 days, I guess, for Europe right here. I definitely expected a lot more from Fnatic. Not from Origen. Against SK Telecom, it was kind of like, okay, this should be a 3-0, 3-1 maybe. But Fnatic, I think a lot of people looked at it and said, these guys could win this game.
Yeah, I would argue that the majority of people would have considered them a favorite coming into this matchup.
Yeah,
I don't have any hard numbers on that, but I would feel comfortable saying that the majority of people would have called them the favorite.
And the way they came out in game one definitely spoke to that. I mean, they had a commanding lead in the middle of that game.
I mean, that's the funny thing, right? Is like, game one kind of went the way sort of both teams ended up playing League of Legends. KOO gets behind early on a lot, and like, that's normal for them, and they still are really good despite the sort of the tendency to have early game deficits. And of course, props to KOO for going back onto it. And that was like, you know, I saw like half of that happening, right? I was like, yeah, you know, I expect Fnatic to get an early lead, then I expect KOO to start fighting back. But in my mind, you talked about Fnatic being a favorite. It's like, but Fnatic should be smart enough to not toss that lead away.
Very true.
And, you know, they still let KOO in.
I mean, that's the entire story here, how Fnatic, and I think the Western teams, not just Fnatic, Origen, take the NA teams, whatever, they're not consistently good enough in the calls they're making in game. So they will always leave an opening. Even if they can be 10,000 gold ahead, there will be an opening.
Yeah.
And that's what some of these elite Korean teams can punish. SKT can do it, KOO Tigers can do it, and that's why you don't win a best out of 5 against them.
Another minor and nitpicky thing for me is the fact that the Koreans were able to pick up Fiora so much quicker and to such a greater degree than any of the other teams. When you look across the board, look at our bracket stages, who were the 3 players who picked up Fiora and really became threats? Someday, MaRin, and Smeb.
Let's look at it this way. I was thinking, I was German all the time.
Go ahead.
I was thinking about Huni and the practice he's getting in Europe, like the top laners he's facing in Europe. So how can Huni improve? He's been playing, there's been some good top lanes like SoAZ, like Caboshot and so on, but it's also been a mix of weaker top laners who's not at an international level. Compare that to what the Korean top laners are playing against. Because they have like 5-6 elite top laners over there like Smeb, MaRin, Someday and so on and so on. These guys will get the top practice, so when new champions do come out and they play against each other, or just over the year how they can improve, get better and better, it's easier for them.
Yeah.
And I wonder how a guy like Huni can ever catch up if the competition he's playing against in his own region is not at the same level.
Personally, I don't think it's like individual player-wise, because like 80% of the S-tier players in Korea went to China, right? Like all of Samsung White and Samsung Blue went to China, right? Like by that metric, like all the Chinese players should be the very best players.
How many
in League
top
of Legends.
laners went to China that you would say these guys
But
will
even,
be the
but
absolute
even
lead?
still, right? Like even still,
but
like
that's
you've got players like
the role we're
Bengi
looking
and
at.
Hojin who are like straight up better than Clearlove, and Clearlove got to play against Dandy. Okay, Dandy's a top laner now. They did some weird stuff over in China, right? But like, look how much better Bang was playing than Imp and everyone else. Like, even though his best opponent is Prey, like, and yet look how good these players are.
I'm
So I think
purely
it's-
looking top lane.
Yeah. And that is a whole nother conversation, the conversation of the Koreans who went to China, and then we saw China's performance at this tournament was, you know, far beneath what we had assumed it was going to be. You know, but I also, too, to your point, you know, Korea as a region coming into the tournament was already fairly practiced in funneling gold into their top laners, as well as being higher percentage of their team's damage share.
Right.
So the fact that the meta did fall that way for Worlds,
Great for them.
you know, was definitely advantageous. Back to today's series, though, looking at KOO and also looking forward, you know, we've hit it time and time again. Smeb, player of the series now 2 series in a row. This guy is a monster, but is, you know, one single entity, one individual who plays relatively consistently and supplies, as he did in this series today, 30% of his team's damage. Is that enough to take on a Titan like SKT in the finals?
Well, if you consider the fact he will face a top laner who's doing almost the same for SK Telecom, no, it shouldn't be enough, because these guys should even each other out unless one guy can get the edge and outplay the other guy. And that's always been a problem for KOO Tigers. It's like SKT can match them, first of all, when it comes to top lane. And then KOO Tigers plays this style where they wait for you to make the mistake and then they punish you very often, the more passive early game. SK Telecom is the team who makes the least amount of mistakes of probably any team we have here at Worlds. And that's one of the reasons SK Telecom never really fall behind or get into these situations where they can lose the game against KOO Tigers. So we might see a team like KOO Tigers go back to the group stage and be like, we need to change something up. We need to be aggressive early on to try and match them there if we want to beat them. I'm not sure what they will change, but it could be a strategy for at least one game.
Yeah, it seemed like group stage KOO like had been able to like suss out specific tendencies in teams like CLG and know how to attack them early on. And if KOO can suss out what SKT does and find early game plans, then that's really good for them. But SKT basically never lose with a lead. and you know, trends are SKT's gonna get a lead and they almost never throw that away. So that's gonna be a really tough situation for KOO.
Now backtrack with me for a second, because I jumped ahead of myself and my thinking. Great. Fnatic, I want to close out on them. Again, top 4, fantastic finish for especially a young team, and we talked about it in the post game there. When you do look across that board, Huni, Reignover, Febivin, and the length that the team has been together, as well as the strength of those players and their potential to grow, you know, I think that as as much as it is painful for a team to get knocked out of the World Championship, they should be looking ahead with, heads high, saying next year we can come right back in with World's experience up to this level and actually perform when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly a team that deserved top 4. These guys had the hard side of the bracket, right? Edward Gaming in the first side, 3-0'd them. That's really solid, did well in their group, everything. So, yeah, Fnatic, I think, super deserve this top 4. I think they are clearly a top 4 team in the world. This is very good. Europe's best, obviously, all this stuff. So, yeah, very strong. Unfortunately, in this series, they had more casualties than a laid-back drink shop. So, quick tons of damage for everyone there. But, I mean...
Had to do it.
Had to put it out there. I'm glad you brought us back to the Fnatic game.
We can't go a full 15 minutes without a pun drop.
That has to come out there. I'm glad you brought us back there. But, yeah, I mean, it's just like, look, they were good. I don't want to bring up the storyline of like, oh, they brought a new lineup together, because like almost every team at Worlds brought a new lineup together. Origen was new, all the Chinese teams were new. Like, okay, they're one of many teams to do this. But yeah, among many top-tier teams, they came together pretty quickly. Good for them there. And now we get to see if they can grow fast.
Yeah, and I think what we get to see now is hopefully that Europe as a region, because what they need now is not another, I guess another team like Fnatic would help. Origen is trying their best to beat that other team. They were very close in the spring final. But what Europe needs now is all the teams around Fnatic to kind of evolve as well. Like Fnatic did, like Origen has done this split here. H2K trying, also a very young team coming in. Not the same infrastructure as the 2 other teams. But that's what we need now for Europe as a region, so that the competition among 6 teams maybe is very, very even. Instead of Fnatic going undefeated at first and then almost falling to Origin, so it's like 2 teams fighting in the end. We need more teams to join in there, because that's what we see in other regions, like especially Korea, where even though SK Telecom this year was super dominant.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much I buy that. SKT crushing everyone and still being this.
Let's remove SK Telecom. then
let's remove the case that doesn't back up my hypothesis.
Right.
And then we'll move forward.
Okay, let's backtrack a little bit. At least
this is good to fish show.
The point I was trying to make.
Top laners. I'm not talking about SKT.
No. You were wrong on that one.
Let's find out.
So whatever.
Let's figure this out.
Basically, my point is that KOO Tigers come in as a team who is obviously not at the level SKT is at when we look at the season.
Yeah.
Yet they become the 2nd best team in the world right now. So what you need is, again, remove SK Telecom. You need that group of people, because KOO Tigers were very even with KT and so on. There's a lot of teams fighting for those last few spots. You need that group in Europe if you want the entire region to get better, and a team like Fnatic and Origen and so on to take that next step and become possibly the best team in the world.
Well, they've got the off-season to figure that out, and then hopefully they can challenge each other, and who knows what will happen in the off-season, won't even begin. Now, back over to the finals that we have. Going into today, we looked at Febiven and Kuro, and a lot of people are saying, well, that's a tilted matchup in favor of Febiven. Very strong mid laner. In the top lane, it was the Smeb versus Huni, maybe tilting towards Smeb. Well, now you've got Kuro going up against Faker in the mid lane, pending any decisions about whether or not Easyhoon is playing. But I was actually pleasantly surprised by Kuro's performance today. I thought that of the players that we had deemed as a weak link on the KOO Tigers, he definitely stepped up with his play.
I would say he got beat up in lane a lot, kind of as expected. I mean, KOO aren't great laners.
Right,
really
when you're playing Veigar into Azir.
But I mean, like, he last pick casted, and okay, that's not ever going to give him a great lane matchup, but like, he got bullied around by the LeBlanc pretty hard over in game 1. But yeah, the dude mopped up team fights super well. He did it in the quarterfinal against KT, super good at roaming down to the fights and doing good things. And yeah, Kuro was a mid-game monster for his last, 6-7 games here. This guy's been absolutely great. And, assuming this early game survives for KOO, then he can go and try to match Easyhoon or Faker in mid-game rotations and getting in team fights. I think it's possible. Kuro's a good player.
I mean, that's how it's going to be for KOO Tigers. You're not going to win in the laning phase against SK Telecom.
Right.
And as a team, I mean, outside of Smeb, who's the only carry on this team, we look and say, this guy can win his lane. Bottom lane and mid lane lost almost every single lane matchup, like in terms of farm. But then as a team, they could make way better plays than Fnatic could, and that's what they use, and that's what they need to use against SK Telecom.
Now let me ask you a question that I asked Monty, Christo, and Kobe yesterday, and they were unable to answer it, so maybe you can show them up
42.
Here. He did it. The show's over. No, I asked them, and I don't know if there's an answer to this. Faker's Rise in the mid lane.
Yeah.
He's pulled it out, I think, 4 times so far this tournament, to great success every time, and it seems like people are absolutely clueless as to how to play against that. So the first question is there a viable counter that you guys can think of that a team should be looking to pull out against a Rise?
I don't think necessarily it's a specific champion. I think more team compositions against Rise.
Okay.
I mean, Rise is a mid laner who needs his ulti to wave clear. So I've always liked running like siege comps and so on into Ryze because he's obviously fairly locked down, sitting there trying to clear the way with his ulti, which means his team fighting power goes down if he ever uses that, and you play around poking him out and the fact he doesn't have that reliable wave clear. Because I think he's a very safe pick in terms of his laning phase. He can very often just sit back and farm with Q if it is a terrible lane match for him or he falls behind. So there are a lot of ways you can play the Ryze safely. So I think it's more team composition wise, you got to try and play around it and don't play into what he's good at. He's good at melee champions who runs at him. Yeah. And he's like, okay, I pop my ulti, spam, 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 you can never move, you're dead.
Well, gold star for you, because that's more than Monty gave me. He gave me, there is no answer.
Yeah, well, Monte Cristo is like, he's Korean, nothing can be done. Oh my God. And you know, for once, actually, Koreans only got knocked out by Koreans this world, so now Monty gets to be like really happy about himself. But breaking down Ryze, so Faker's already running deep utility, he's got plenty of movement speed there, he's running Ghost, so a few things to point out. His 1v1 is probably one of the best in the game, as Ryze, right? Point and click route that happens about for 75% of the 1v1 with a self shield. You are not going to 1v1 him at any champion in the game. I think pretty much there's literally 0 of them that's going to work out. But he's not running TP because he's running Ghost. So if you're able to wave clear and peace out and make TP plays, that's great. But that's not TF because TF can't get away from the Ryze, right? You have to pick a matchup where you can survive and then get out. Or if you can get the ward control, right? If Faker's not allowed to have wards up on both sides, like if Faker isn't able to track Hojin, if he goes for the all-in and burns Ghost and runs forward and pops W and pops R, you're now overextended, can be turned around on Rek'Sai comes in from behind you. So preventing, like, instilling the fear of a counter gank at all times prevents the all-in, or proactively wave clear TP out and affect the map in other ways. Ryze is a 1v1 god.
I'd like to see Orianna being picked into Ryze a little bit. I think Orianna is one of these champions who use very little mana and wave clearing, and because she can contest Ryze in the early game when it comes to the early trades with move the ball and then auto attack, she has some of the best auto attacks. Obviously, you're not looking for that all-in as the Orianna. You can push him into his tower, and you're still safe enough, I feel, that you don't get all in. If you do, you have a shockwave defensively, you have your movement speed to kind of get out of that situation, and then have a team again that's built around being able to group on the Ryze and put pressure on him when he can't really wave clear properly, or he can't like get to that melee champion. Because right now, he's still picking it into comps where people are like, okay, I will play Fiora and I will run at him. Oh, I can't move, I'm dead. Like, that's not gonna work.
All right, well, that's plenty for the teams to mull over in the next week as they prepare for our finals. It's time to say goodbye to this beautiful venue here in Brussels, this beautiful stage, and the beautiful fans that joined us. We will see you next week in Saturday for our all-Korean finals, SKT versus the KOO Tigers. Good night.
Good night.
Advance to Berlin for the chance to battle SKT. Onslaught of Shadow splits everyone from KOO away. And they come back, 2 for 1. Featherman wants to clean up. It's a trouble for Smeb. One step closer to an all-Korean final. Smeb flashes away from the third block of the broken wings. Huni will find fails the flash. KOO are looking for a rampage. Gorilla jumps forward. He manages to find another as Smeb's running down Featherman. And KOO Tigers are 2-0 against Fnatic. Gorilla comes forward. The shockwave finds 4. There's simply not enough ability power. Yellow Star and Rainover like lambs to the slaughter. Huni's trampled underneath the weight of that power pony. Reckless is in trouble. The shockwave's already been pulled. KOO will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom. Coming up today on PTL, we break down the 2015 World Championship Finals. Listen to the pros in Mic Check and spice up our lives in the Penta. Ich bin ein Berliner. Primetime League starts right now. Huni will find a stun, but fails the flash. And Smeb will be smiling with that one. KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup.
There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Berlin, Germany. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry, joined with David Freak Turley and Martin Deficio Lunga. Technically, you're in our hometown now, so welcome to Berlin, Freak.
Thanks. It's a bit cold, but I guess that's why they call it Berlin.
Right, we're here in town for the World Championship final. Let's take a look at the bracket and how we've got ourselves to this SKT versus KOO Tigers matchup. It is the first time that we're going to have a Korea versus Korea final, but it's technically the 5th Korean team that's actually made it to the World Championships. If you look down the list, there's been 2 Chinese teams that have made it, 2 European teams that have made it, both from season 1, still counts. Still counts. And of course, 0 from North America. So we'll talk about the bracket and the finals to fish show in this, Korea v Korea.
I think obviously it's the 2 best teams we have here, especially SKT Telecom has looked so dominant all season long here. KOO Tigers, I will still say I was a little bit surprised they beat Fnatic so easily, but they definitely deserve to be here. Yeah,
and SKT still not dropped a game. Are we going to see our first perfect run at World Champs?
If you asked me last week, I probably would have said yes. But the more I think about it, honestly, they've had a pretty easy run through the bracket so far, right? They had a slumping EDG with like the 2 worst top laners in the tournament practically, plus Bangkok Titans, plus H2K. They're European, of course, and not very good. And honestly, it was like SKT have had one of the easiest brackets the whole way through because of EDG slumping. And so at this point, it's like, here's their first, like, I would say, really good test where like KOO might actually be on their level, or at least close to it.
I certainly hope so, because we've got the stats guys backstage talking to us. Samsung White technically had a higher KDA despite having dropped the game. Samsung White also had a quicker average game time, and the first iteration that won the World Championship, SKT, also had a faster game time. Deficio, are they looking to break any records in the finals?
No, except for going 15-0, I guess, is the only one. I think Samsung White will forever, in my heart, be the greatest team we've ever had in a World Championship.
Well, I guess we'll find out on Saturday if your heart will be broken or not. But I mentioned records very quickly. In terms of champions, in the semifinals, we saw 2 new guys play, Zac and Nautilus. So that increases our unique number of champions to 74, which is a record breaker, highest number of unique champs at a World Championship in our 69 games. Freak, is this purely because Gragas was disabled that everybody had to look at that, Zac?
I mean, yes. Like, ultimately, like, the reason the jungle pool expanded because, like, the S tier went away, which lends credibility to the whole, if we nerf the top 3, then things finally show up. And so there's the evidence of that. I think there would have been more if Mordekaiser and Gangplank weren't so silly. Then we'd have more target bans, you'd branch it a bit more, right? If Tom Kench were banned in 80% of games, then you'd see more supports played out as well.
Well, that sort of makes sense. We've seen a lot of champions already. It's already record-setting. Deficio, you've been looking at so many theories for this final. Are we going to see new champs?
I honestly don't think so, because we have seen like Lissandra has been shown in a group stage. I think that was going to be one of the sleeper picks potentially for both teams. But honestly, we never really know, because you can have that one special tactic where you need like a Teemo, and then you will pick him for that, last game where you're down 0-2. So potentially, maybe, we can see one, but we're not expecting it.
I mean, it's not Worlds without Singed, Corki, and Jackson, and so hopefully those come out here. Otherwise, those are the only champions that are going to have that streak broken. I'd actually be curious.
We just need complete new meta for the final.
Complete new meta. We'll pull in
Quintop.
I'm done. Quintop, that's it. You heard it your first.
You will never see Quinn in competitive
Let's
play
see
ever.
if Quinn will join us in the final.
I'll see you next year, bro.
It's fine.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
Okay.
It is time for a World Championship final edition of Studs and Duds. Last week I chimed in with myself, but there's only 2 teams left in the final. I did. I picked my own studs. I picked my own duds, but
how'd that work out for you?
I was not great. I was overstepping my bounds, and now I'm just going to leave it to the professionals here. So Freak, Mr. Knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Studs and duds. Who are they and why?
So big stud for me, SKT's top laner MaRin. I think he came in a little bit underrated coming to the World Championship. To me, whenever I rate a player, I rate more than just their in-game performance, but what they bring to a team, either off the rift or sort of shot calling wise. And MaRin, team captain, I mean, SKT is undefeated largely because of him. His shot calling is absolutely great. Plus the fact that he's like statistically the best top laner in the tournament by most measures. Highest CSD at 10, highest CSD at 20, top 3 in terms of damage and whatnot. So I mean, this guy is just absolutely incredible. Meanwhile,
anything he can't do.
MaRin, to me, MaRin is probably the best player in the world, and that's what I'm going to go thrust with this one. Is that MaRin is so good? I think he's actually, as a total package to build a team around, MaRin's the guy. Dud, Yellow Star. Speaking of building teams around a person, I mean, to be fair, he got Fnatic top 4 at Worlds, but in terms of semifinal performance, Yellow Star got 3-0'd. He's one of the big voices on the team. The team tilted off the face of the earth in Game 3 and played terribly. The fact that Game 1, Fnatic were so far ahead and then threw it off some bad team fights. Game 2, they came back from their deficit. Okay, props to that one. And then in a game that was still winnable, once again lost in bad team fights. And you know, he's getting the clutch calls right most of the time, but as your competition gets better, 1 or 2 mistakes is enough to lose you the game. And so Yellowstar, as a big voice, not leading the team well enough is my dub.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's hard to hear as a European, but the truth is often harsh. Deficio, I know you were gushing about some of the support plays from the semi-final, so your studs and duds.
Stud has to be Gorilla. Obviously, beat Yellowstar 3-0. Also one of the big voices on the KOO Tigers. But I mainly like the fact that Gorilla and Origen together are like the backbone when it comes to setting up these very, very, very smart counter plays KOO Tigers have, always been able to read where's the action going to happen, how do they counter it. I think Gorilla has shown a fantastic champion pool. I hope he even plays like Vega support in the final. Potentially he was the guy who got it nerfed in the first place. This guy can do like everything. He's a strong laner, he's great at roaming, he's fantastic in team fights. So I think he's like the total package. And I would honestly say he's the best support in the world right now. So judging from semi-final, judging from the rest of the tournament, he's my stud. Shout out to Smeb. I mean, we have to do it. The guy was amazing, but it was too easy to take him. You know, everyone else will have him as a stud.
You're not allowed 2 picks here.
I'm just saying, it's a shout out, shout out. Everyone else had Smeb as a stud.
Did you read the rules of PTL?
I took Come on. He took
So a hashtag official lose can't even follow the rules.
I don't think we're supposed to vote for this.
No, I don't.
I'm now cutting you off, and you didn't tell me who your dud is.
My dud is Rainover. And
wow, picking up Fnatic.
I know, but so Rainover. If you look at the first 15 minutes, I'm like, MVP. Wow, what a great performance in the games against KOO Tigers. Such a good start in the early game. However, whenever Fnatic had to make a play after 15 minutes, he was the guy in the front, setting up the play and failing the play and taking the wrong decisions, like the tower dive from game 1. I think I'll probably rewatch that like 10 times now, and I still cry. 17 minutes in, tower dive in the bottom lane, 5 versus 5, and he flashes in under the tower to take down an Alistar. Come on.
Well, unfortunately, it did not work out. So we've heard our studs and duds, and I think it's about time to look back at those semi-finals and listen to the pros in this week's edition of Mic Check.
We had a good game last time. We just have to play the game, our game. Don't get frustrated.
We played really, really good. We just have to play a bit better.
Can you go in here?
Yeah, we're coming.
He actually walked into... Okay, maybe we can get him. We can get him, Yeah, I got him. Good job. Oh, that's good. Just reset. Just reset.
리신 아예 안 보였어 지금까지. 탑 룰루테 생각해요. 오케이. 지금은 끊어줄 수 있어. 지금 끊어줄 수 있어. 괜찮아, 이거 한 번 더 맞출 수 있어.
우리야. 탑 안 보이면
이거
우리야.
전멸하면 잡을 것 같아. 나이스.
No, I can't. I have no mana. I go. They're behind you. Don't go. Can you get mid now? There's no way. Recall and go bot already. Or we lose bot. We might lose bot. I can maybe escape. We might lose bot. We don't lose it. We don't lose bot picking. It's fine. My bad. Can we get this in time? Nah. I'm recalling.
야, 잡자. 펜타가.
아니야, 너 이미 끊겼어.
너 이미 더블킬이야. 이미 끊겼어. 아, 끊겼어? Let's go.
Let's go to lobby.
Let's go to the Freeman.
Time to get Smeb.
Join. Valiantly.
Free Smeb.
I'm fighting top. It's about to hit Drake right now. Okay.
We have plane pressure bot. Oh fuck, I'm dead.
여기 핑크. 우리가 먼저 그냥 형이 발로 찔러볼게 이거.
형이 찌르면 내가 큐프로 넘길게.
될 것 같아. 간다.
Okay, bot. TP. Kaisa. No heal.
He's gonna TP bot.
Walk to me.
You guys have to run. Try to run.
Can. 나이스. 가자. 렉사이. 천천히. 렉사이 노플. 죽었거든. 뒤에 르블랑 온다. 천천히 해. 뒤에 르블랑 와. Riven. 나이스.
I'm gonna kill him.
Kill the sack. No passive.
I got it.
Kill Kaisa. 괜찮아. 렉사이 트리플킬이야. 야, 우리 리븐이 3킬이야. 괜찮아. 오케이, 나이스. Go. I'm going.
Their support is gonna come.
They're moving to ultimate. I will try to cancel. I'm gonna try to cancel him. Kill this guy. Nice. Take me tower now. 나이스. 여기 들켰다. 가자. 11호 높을. 나이스 슬로우. 가자. 쭉 나이스. 바로 가자.
We are the one.
스마 있어요?
있어.
I'm gonna use ult.
We're not 5.
Slowly. Fight slowly.
We're not 5.
I can like one shot this guy.
I can.
I'm gonna go in as well.
Go slowly. Riven.
One shot.
I'm gonna back.
Yeah, we cannot do this.
Oh.
We have to wait for 5.
You will have to wait for me, guys.
Yep.
I absolutely love hearing from the players on stage and listening to their calls. We'll need to see how the guys are going to do in the championship final. It is, of course, KOO Tigers taking on SKT. And this is going to be a tough one for KOO because historically in the summer split, KOO Tigers went down 0-4, didn't lose any of their games. They only got 2 dragons across the 4 games. They lost in an average of 33 minutes. And SKT had an 8+ KDA. Now, to be fair, these teams did not meet in the playoffs where KOO Tigers did step up.
But they did in spring, and the final 3-0.
That's a long time ago.
I'm just saying, last time we made a best out of 5 was also a 3-0 SK Telecom.
But now, can you not deny?
It was also a.
It was a 3-0.
You're like already saying it's going to be 3-0 SKT.
No.
That's what I mean.
I'm just saying. Last time best out of 5
is literally what you inferred.
Fine. Whatever. Move on.
So let's step back. Let's step back and say historically, 7-0 in favor of SKT over KOO throughout the year. But KOO are looking stronger and stronger, Freak. Every time they've showed up on the stage, there's been questions and doubters. They've quelched a lot of the naysayers.
Yeah.
And I think showing up against Fnatic is a very big statement ahead of their final.
Yeah, KOO definitely showed up. I think KOO are... I think KOO are probably getting the correct amount of praise right now, right? Like 3-1 over KT, 3 over Fnatic. Smeb is the literal highest damage per minute top laner in the tournament. I mean, it's a true 3-threat team, and like even closer than SKT is, where like the 3 damage dealers are all within like 3 damage per minute of each other, which is like ridiculously close, but they're all like basically 580. And honestly, KOO are also the very best team at growing gold leads from 10 to 20. Like, they're on average behind. Like, they're behind more than they're ahead at 10 minutes, but these guys are still able to grow a very big lead between 10 and 20. And they do more. They grow more than SKT does.
And in theory, this is enabled by a lot of the individual players, right? Because as a team, you know, we've seen KOO, they play from behind. We've heard the story so many times. So let's actually go lane by lane, starting with supports, working our way up to the piece de resistance of Smeb v MaRin. So, Wolf versus Gorilla. Deficio, what's your take on these 2 players and how they're going to impact? I mean, Gorilla was your stud at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the lanes or one of the positions where KOO has an advantage over SK Telecom. I think Gorilla is a better overall support than Wolf, but Wolf is still very good at doing exactly what SKT needs from him. Because when he needs to sit in lane and be safe with Bang, he will. It's very rare you see him like go all in and lose a 2v2 trade. He just sits back. He's very good at moving around the map as well, being like, okay, then maybe they're going to dive MaRin top. He recalls, he goes top lane, he sits ready, and then he just recalls and goes back to bottom lane. So you don't often see him too much in the early game. But then when it comes to starting team fights, it's often him being on the main engage. And I think he's definitely gotten a lot better. He was one of the guys we looked at MSI and said he was a weak link on SK Telecom, but he's improved over the summer split. Maybe it helped him that Peekaboo left the team. I don't know if the pressure off made it easier for him to perform. But Gorilla, for me, is just the best support in the world. And he's the key member for KOO Tigers when it comes to getting back. Because he can either play disengage or he can play the heavy engage. He knows how to be part of these roams with Origen, set up these skirmish and ganks. And like, if he plays well and he gets to roam out of the side of the laning phase, I think that's one of the ways KOO Tigers can win the early game. That's a very, very big can, because SK Telecom is probably going to win every single early game.
Oh, strong words.
Every single early game.
Yeah, early game I completely agree.
As an AD carry main Freak, let's look at the AD carries, Bang and Prey, in conjunction with the supports. Now we can toy with these 2v2s, or we can talk with the 1v2s with roaming support. How are Bang and Prey going to measure up against one another and impact the rest of the map?
Measuring up against each other doesn't seem to mean very much. As far as sort of 2-on-2 lane matchups, you don't see a lot of them. It's like pretty heavily lane swapped for both these teams. And honestly, like even still, like neither of them have like that impressive laning stats anyway. Like the top AD carry laners are still like Niels and co, right? So like these guys are just kind of chilling there with like -1 CSD in Bang's case, and like.
And that was the same thing coming into the tournament, because the 3 Korean teams we had. Basically, all of them had more focus on top lane than AD carry, so that's remained the same. MaRin and Smeb gets all the attention. AD carries are basically just pushing waves and pushing towers for most of the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's at a very high level of play with with very good top laners and just sort of how League of Legends works at a professional level, you really want consistency out of that role. And these guys are both very, very consistent. They're veterans. I mean, Bang was probably still is KDA leader. I didn't check actually this morning, but
should be.
Yeah, probably still KDA leader. I mean, Prey has been actually quite good at that as well. He's been the Worlds before. He's very consistent. So I mean, these are basically plug and play AD carries, but very consistent AD carries who are strong mechanically, and they'll just do fine.
I think that's a great concept for the AD carry role within these two teams.
The fun thing though is with the 2v2 lane, if you look at KOO Tigers like doing the summer split, and one of the changes they made coming into playoffs where they got a lot better, was that Gorilla said, you know what, I'm not going to roam. You know, Smeb and Origen can do whatever they want on top side. I'm going to sit in lane with Prey, and we're going to try and win that 2v2 lane. And they play like Kennen support. We haven't seen it too much from Gorilla though at this tournament, but they started playing like these aggressive lanes. They did really well, and Prey got a lot of farm, and he started having more of an impact in team fights. They've kind of gone a little bit away from that again. Gorilla is now more trying to join the early fights. So it depends on what strategy they want to play. Do they want to go with the risky, you know?
Well, talking about strategy, we'll get to that and analyze the teams a little later. I want to stick with these lanes now because we know that Faker will be starting in the mid lane against Kuro. We know Easyhoon sitting on the back burner. Easyhoon won 3-0 in the spring split against KOO when they won in the spring finals. So what is this mid lane matchup? Are we even going to see Easyhoon?
I don't think they need Easyhoon. So Faker said in his interview before the semifinal that Easyhoon is more aggressive than he is in lane. I don't think that's true from what I've seen. Faker's got, actually, now that Hoon's had a few more games under his belt, Faker's got actually pretty significantly higher CSD at 10, for example. And we were seeing Febiven already beat up Kuro. Like, you remember his Cassidy game? He was down like 25 CS pretty early on in the game. And Faker can do even more. Like, Faker is statistically even a better laner than Febiven was. Febiven's number 2, but Faker's number 1 here. So I think pushing in Kuro all the time, not letting him TP out, which is how he was getting back into these games, was how they were beating KT, was that he was running better than Nagne. If Kuro can't get around the map, then that's a really good thing for SKT. Faker's good at doing that. Faker can take the victor and push mid forever at all times and punish every roam, and this is all like good things in SKT's favor.
And despite the fact Kuro was against Febiven and had some troubles in the semi-final, it didn't really impact the flow of the game. So is Kuro going to stay relevant against SKT?
Yeah, I mean, that's the key thing, right? Kuro doesn't play for the laning phase. He brings teleport not to go back to base and TP back to his tower and get more farm. He does it so he can join the side lane fights whenever it's going on. You see time and time again, Smeb and Kuro instant TP to one lane, and there's like this 5-man happening from KOO Tigers because they do well when they're 5 together. You know, friendship and everything, having fun. They don't do extremely well if it's 1 versus 1, except for maybe Smeb versus whatever top laner in the world. So Kuro definitely is going to aim more to impact side lanes. That's where Faker can pressure him. Easyhoon, I almost feel, can do exactly the same.
Okay.
And I would say Easyhoon, when it comes to playing like control mages like Azir, is probably still better than Faker. But then again, Faker will bring so many different counter picks. He will bring more aggressive lanes or aggressive lane picks where he can maybe even get a solo kill.
Well, I want to talk about pressure because in the jungle, there's pressure on Bengi. He's the only other previous World Championship winner along with Faker that could be getting themselves a second Summoner Cup. Coming up against Origen. And let's be honest, Origen was shown up in the quarterfinals against Score. I don't think he had a great early game. So what about this matchup? What is Bengi going to do to Origen?
So I think Bengi's got a big lead here. So when we talk about Korean junglers, I want to bring out something real quick, is that Korean junglers really play for the ganks. If you look at CSD, CS differential at 10, for the junglers, the bottom 2 are these 2 junglers in the finals right here, right? Literally number 8 is Origen, number 7 is Bengi here. And the thing is, so they're spending all their time ganking instead of farming. SKT are still like 11-1 in first bloods, right? They're still getting first blood, you know, all the time. Now the thing is, KOO Tigers have less than 50% first blood. They're 5-6. So their jungler is literally the worst farming jungler in the quarterfinals, and they're still not getting first blood. So, I mean, you just look at these metrics and you're like, clearly Bengi's doing way more.
Origen has this weird play style where instead of directly ganking, he will sit in the bush and he will like wait. He'll just, you know, throw out the fishing pole and be like, okay, come on, enemy jungle away. You're here, you're here. And then the guy shows up in bot lane and kills his support or something. He's like, okay, well, go back to jungle, do like 1 camp, go back, wait in a lane. Like, he's really patient sitting there, waiting and waiting and waiting, but he's not always as effective. And I think like the Zac pick for them in the semifinal was saying, okay, we are going to get out jungle in the early game anyway. Let's just get one of the best scaling junglers and then win team fights. And like, Origen is KOO Tigers in many ways. Not the strongest early game. He's not going to risk too much with his ganks, and he's going to get like scaling and be strong in team fights. That's what Origen does really well. And that's what he has to be able to do, so the rest of the team needs to realize they're going to be behind at like 10, 15 minutes.
Well, we talked about the rest of the team. KOO Tigers know how to play from behind because they've done it so many times, even in this tournament.
Yeah.
And the matchup that everybody's looking forward to, MaRin v Smeb. As your stud, Freak, MaRin in the top lane, is Smeb going to keep him under control, or is MaRin just going to ruffle stomp this one too?
I think as far as individual 1v1s go, I think this is actually quite close. You know, MaRin is obviously doing really well. He's actually highest gold share, like for all top
They
laners
give him
in the
everything.
tournament. Right, he gets everything.
Well, he carries the whole team.
Yeah, sure,
right?
it's worth it, right? But he gets everything.
But hang on, is he the shot caller? Is he saying give it to me, or is the team playing around?
I mean, it's a mix of the two, right? Like the thing is, as a shot caller, and I've had some experience doing this on like lower level competition. Because I'm so vocal, I'm very used to talking to my jungler and saying, "Oh yeah, show up here. I know there's opportunities up." Not all players are innately vocal, right? So sometimes you're just better at giving information. So the game works this way. It's not necessarily a flaw. It's just that he's better than the rest of his team. I don't speak Korean. I don't know what they're doing, but that's a theory.
That's a theory.
Okay.
So there you go. There's 30 seconds for nothing at all, guys. But honestly, yeah, MaRin, he's getting the ganks though, right? It's working with Vangie. He's doing plenty of damage. Smeb is close to as good as him though.
Fisher, will Smeb beat him?
I'm going to say yes.
Wow.
If we get a 1 versus 1. But the problem is when you play against SK Telecom, it's never 1 versus 1. Because then Bengi's there. Then Wolf is recalled and run all the way up to top lane. And there are always guys around who can help MaRin. He gets so many resources. He gets pink wards. He gets everything to help him. Obviously get a lead, and it's a very smart tactic. I think what Smeb does really well is not necessarily his lane control in terms of farm. He often falls a little bit behind in farm. But when it comes to finding that one-on-one opening, where someone makes a mistake, he will punish you, boom, instantly. Like Huni was up like 20, 30 CS on Riven, and then he made one mistake, Smeb kills him, boom, and then he snowballs out of control. I think Smeb can do that. I think he has to do that. If KOO Tigers is going to win, it's about Smeb beating MaRin in that one-on-one.
A little later, we're going to talk about some of the tactics and some of the decisions that's going to let them do it. And I'm also going to ask you guys for your predictions on whether or not Smeb is going to overcome MaRin and SKT and pick up that win or not. But Freak, I think you have to talk about Twitter.
Yes, I do. Guys, I have predictions that you guys are going to bring out. Welcome, everyone, to the Twitter segment of PTL here. Let's talk about last week's question, which was which two teams will make it to the finals? If you guys were watching the episode at all, you would know those teams are SK Telecom T1 and the KOO Tigers. If you didn't know, well, I guess now you do, so congratulations on that one. And 20 of you got that one right, and that means I am disappointed in 20 of you for not having any faith whatsoever in Europe. But I mean, I guess you're right, so I guess you should be disappointed in me. Either way, the Hall of Fame question was who's going to have the most kills, and of course I had faith in Europe and said Fnatic, AD carry reckless. That was wrong. But the most kills and how many kills they got, the actual correct answer was KOO Tigers mid laner KURO with 24. None of you got that one right, so moving on without that. But let's move on to this week's question. And this one is going to be about the top lane. And it's which of the two top lanes is going to have the highest KDA in the finals? I'm going to guess MaRin from SKT. And to get in the Hall of Fame, tell us what the exact KDA of that player will be. And I'm going to guess that MaRin's KDA is 7. If you guys get it right, welcome to the Hall of Fame. If you just get the player, 50-50 chance. Better than Spawn, at least to be in the credits in some way.
All right, so top laners is where it's at for Twitter. And Deficio, you said Smeb could win the one-on-one. I think one of the big things to talk about is how he's going to do that. We've got 5 things to talk about when we talk about team strategy. And I want to break them down. Picks and bans, laning, vision, team fighting, decision making. Let's start with picks and bans. And Deficio, which team do you think has the advantage here, SKT or KOO?
So SK Telecom is a very simple team in many ways in the pick and ban phase. We haven't seen too many surprise picks coming in from them. It's fairly standard what they are picking. Yeah. KOO Tigers, on the other hand, is a team who's known a bit more for being innovators. You know, they have some, should we call them cheese picks here and there. The Zac was a big surprise. Cheese. You don't like cheese?
No.
Okay.
No, I like cheese,
the
but
baguette picks instead then.
Unique strategies.
Unique strategies.
Look,
I prefer
coming in.
When you bring out something unprepared, this is awesome. And I do agree. KOO Tigers is definitely known for this one.
Of course.
Yeah. I think cheesing is like the equivalent of four-pooling, which doesn't exist here in League of Legends. So, like, I mean,
no, I agree with you.
I know it's not the place for that discussion, but either way, yes, I do agree with you completely.
I had a rant on LCS talking about the term and how I agree with you.
It was just a small, fun term to move on and say they had some surprise picks.
All right.
Normally, I'm still expecting Veigar support from Gorilla. We saw the Zac from Origen. They can pull out some surprises in their pick and ban phase that could maybe maybe surprise SK Telecom. But then again, they probably scrimmed each other for such a long time, and I'm sure they know most of the picks.
And Freak, these surprises, if they do get pulled out, how's this going to impact the laning phase? I remember you talking about lane swaps being quite a thing for both of these teams earlier in the show. So what's your opinion on the early game, lane swaps and decision-making for both squads?
I think this actually favors SKT because lane swaps are pretty hard to get wrong if you're a top-level team. I expect them to go pretty close to equal. And so when it comes down to it, you just have the only heads-up matchup left is mid lane. And okay, you have to be a bit safe because maybe you don't know where the jungler is, things like this. But essentially, everyone is equal except for the fact that mid laner is getting destroyed by Faker. And so that just, to me, like already tips it in the favor of SKT. Also the fact that even if it is normal lanes, KOO Tigers are one of the worst early game teams in here. I mean, they are behind more often than they are ahead, and they're 10-3. So
that is true, but the next tenet in our discussion is vision, and KOO has traditionally been pretty good at warding and using some of that vision decision-making to bounce back. I mean, their Ashe with Hawkshot, for example, is one of the most talked about things. How does vision match up, Freak and then Deficio?
Pretty well. For KOO, I would say it's close. I didn't come in like looking at the stats for Sightstone timers, but I know these are both Sightstone junglers, as pretty much everyone is anyway. But you know, SKT focuses a lot of their vision around mid lane. A lot of it is setting up Faker. A lot of it is when he goes and plays Ryze. They set him up for the one-on-one kills. Like it's not entirely focused around him, but like there is a fair bit of setup for that lane in particular.
Sure,
whereas
that and top lane.
Yeah, right. Like those are the two pressure points for them, and KOO honestly could go to any of those places. So they could try to pick on bottom lane because they know SKT won't try to ward there as much. It's a possibility.
We have very different strategies when it comes to warding from both teams. KOO Tigers, obviously because they are more passive, have very defensive ping wards they place to try and spot, you know, okay, are you coming down to dive our bot lane, then we move down everyone to jungler. They use it against Fnatic extremely well to spot, okay, when were Fnatic sending 5 guys somewhere to kill them, and they would be ready to counter gang it and like use that to get some kills and get team fights going. That's how they like to ward. SK Telecom is a lot more offensive in the way. They like to take over the river, especially with ping wards towards the top side, as you said, so near mid lane and towards MaRin up there to make sure they can do really, really well. And then you just keep pushing that ward line further into the enemy jungle, and it allows you to be proactive in the early to mid game. It allows you to take the right fights like SKT wants to do. They're not a team fighting team, they're more like one-on-one, 2v2, and you need that aggressive vision to get these fights properly, otherwise KOO Tigers is going to be ready with 5 guys. But
KOO Tigers is a team fighting team.
It is. So we have skirmish versus team fight, which is the fun part. If KOO Tigers can spot them coming...
Will they win their team fights?
I think KOO Tigers, the way for them to win this game, basically, is through team fights. If they can spot when SKT is sending Wolf and Bengi to dive top lane with MaRin and be there to counter gang it and get a 3v3 or 4v4, that's how KOO Tigers can win. So they need the defensive vision. SKT needs to deny that, and there's going to be so many fights going around, you know, when ward's in the river and who takes over ward.
Absolutely agree. I think that's what this game kind of boils down to. Is like once SKT are ahead, I mean, they smell blood. I mean, you've got a player named Wolf on the roster. These guys are coming after you. I mean, it's going to be a very aggressive, like from 15 minutes on for SKT. They're going to get ahead. They're going to start going for those skirmishes, and KOO have to find some way to not get wrecked by 20 minutes. If they don't, then KOO Tigers can come online and do the things that they're known to do. But that's the big test, is how do you survive the first 15 against SKT?
So picks and bans, niche picks for KOO. Laning phase can kind of go either way.
No,
Vision,
SKT.
clash of styles. Then you've got the team style. KOO is, you know, bouncing back from behind and late. The decision making is what's allowed KOO to bounce back from their weak and slow early.
Yeah.
Freak, you're adamant there's not much chance in the final here for SKT.
I mean, here's the thing. Is like, I know last week I said, oh yeah, KOO are going to try to bounce back, but I know Fnatic are good shot callers, so if Fnatic gets ahead, they're going to be fine. And then KOO won game 1 anyway.
Everybody thought Fnatic was going to be fine.
SKT, you know, comes in, oh, they crush when they're ahead really well, and then I haven't seen them come from behind. Well, they also came from behind against Origen over in game 1. So like, both these teams have ways of coming back from behind, so I no longer have like a really easy measuring stick for like, oh, they just suck when they're losing the game already. So I don't know. I think it's going to be close. I do want to give KOO some credit. I think they do stand a chance here, but I think it is pretty heavily SKT favored.
Yeah, I definitely think their decision making is what has made SK Telecom beat KOO Tigers so much in the past, because KOO Tigers play around you having shitty decision making and making a mistake. So they're like, oh, Fnatic, you're going to dive now this tower. That was a big mistake. We counter you, we win the fight, and like 3-4 kills on our Cassidy, and we move on. SK Telecom is a team who rarely makes any bad decisions as a team. It can be like one guy overextending and dying. That happens.
You can build a bunch of leads by like these gangs.
Exactly. The big 5-on-5, why did you just do Baron here? Why did you just go for this dive? That was stupid. Rarely happens. And that's why when they get the lead in the early game, they don't tend to lose it to KOO Tigers. KOO Tigers don't get the opening. And that's been the big problem. They have to find something new, or they need to hope that SK Telecom, for some reason, is making a ton of mistakes in the mid-game in terms of their decision-making for KOO Tigers to bounce back.
Well, gentlemen, we've spoken extensively about the individual players. We've spoken about the team strengths and weaknesses. And with this little toy, I think it's about time to start death timers. And welcome back to my favorite part of the show, loud noises and loud arguments. It's time for death timers. Before we get to today's question, somehow you guys out there in internet land voted for Pastry Time to win last week's death timer.
Who was he
with
against?
his pitiful defense of Origen.
Okay, so it was basically just
I will admit it was a superior combatant to Freak, but his argument was weak.
Dude, I don't understand. I mean, like, I was actually correct.
I know.
He's like, oh yeah, he literally said like Origen basically can't win, and I was like, no, KOO Tigers should really. What? You know what? You guys.
So let me explain the rules to Deficio here. 45 seconds from when I say go. Each of you will get one team to argue how they will win the 2015 World Championship. It'll be KOO Tigers or SKT. SKT will be on the blue side for games 1, 3, and 5. Factor that into your decision making as the games will play out. And of course, to make things fair, I do have a coin here that I'm going to flip to determine who is going to get which team. All right.
So what are the sides?
So that is going to be heads.
Okay, so
and
the 2 euros.
That's going to be
heads.
tails. All right. You know how coin tosses work, gentlemen.
I just want to do it in 2 euros. That was all.
Right. So heads or tails, call it in the air.
KOO Tigers, no matter what.
That wasn't an option.
I don't care. I will take KOO Tigers because I know you want SKT. You want the easy one, like you had last week, and you still managed to lose. You still managed to lose last time.
All right.
45 seconds.
Gentlemen,
you say go.
You're taking my job now. We got a little excited.
We're better at it than you are.
We're going to start with the KOO Tigers and Deficio. Death timer starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
So, KOO Tigers, red side, 3 games. That means they can get a counter pick for Smeb in the top lane. They're going to use that to make sure Smeb can win the 1v1 against MaRin as long as they control the top side of the map. That's going to be strategy number 1. Strategy number 2 I think they can run is a siege composition with Veigar either support or mid lane. Give me a Jinx AD carry, and what you do is you play around the bottom side first, then you move that AD carry to the mid lane and you start hard sieging on Veigar's Rise, who has no proper wave clear outside of his ulti. You take down towers, you get a big...
comes in as though he could play anything else.
That's what he's going to pick, don't worry. He's going to buy and pick it. He's going to buy it. This is my 45
how
seconds.
many games?
Game 1. They're going to win that. They're going to get a big lead. Smeb doesn't have to do anything in that game. He will then carry the rest of the games and they can still win. Done.
Wow.
You stole my 45 seconds. There we go.
He's looking to Smeb
AFK's
AFK's game 1 and then
45 seconds.
Oh, shut up.
You know
Maybe you should watch the segment and realize what happens every time.
Okay.
I'm just playing Toby.
I must admit, that is a significantly better argument than what I heard from Pastry Time last week.
Which means he's going to lose now.
And you guys at home will need to decide who you think will win.
I even gave you 2 options.
We have heard Freak's argument for SK Telecom. Your death timer starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
First of all, like I said last time, it could actually happen, so it's already votes in my favor. But honestly, SKT are already 12-0. I mean, just the plot armor of the perfect run through Worlds, I mean, that's enough to prove that KOO can't win either. We saw the plot armor for C9 back in week 1. It's going to continue here, honestly. It's...
The players, C9?
Yeah, exactly. But either way, I mean... Still win more games than H2K. Either way, honestly, this is a team where individual skill-wise, they get to mismatch. Faker's going to crush Kuro, and as much as you say, oh, he's going to TP out of his lane, he's going to TP out of his lane and lose his turret. Like, SKT is going to, I think, crush a lot of laning phases. MaRin is a total package, going to do more than Smeb. Smeb can hope to play as well. I know you think he's going to win. That's cute you think so. It's not going to be the case here. Player skill-wise, the fact that the early game is so crushing.
That was probably the worst I've ever heard. You start 20 seconds of nothing and then that.
To be fair, I interjected as well as an impartial host.
Yeah, impartial.
That's my
But
bad.
if I've learned anything, it's that if you give a terrible argument, you win anyway. So Pastry Time, give me that blessing, homie.
Let's find out. You guys at home need to tell us who has won death timers for the World Championship edition of PTL. Jump onto Twitter, vote at LOL Esports with the hashtags Deficio1.
Don't do that.
If you think he is going to be proving KOO Tigers can do it.
Deficio with an S, by the way.
Or if you think hashtag Freak1 with SKT and that terrible, terrible defense of Cloud9 and plot armor or something. Vote now. Who won death timers?
It's me.
And it is that time of the show where I put you guys on the spot and ask for your actual predictions. We've broken down player matchup, teams, death timers. I want to know who is going to win the 2015 League of Legends World Championship and in what score, Deficio?
SKT is going to win. That's the easy one.
Wow, hashtag Deficio.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And we're going to do 3-1. KOO Tigers will take one game.
Which game?
It doesn't even matter. They're going to take one
Which game?
First game. KOO Tigers will surprise. Because Smeb gets a counter pick. And they run my Veigar Jinx Siege comp and like it all.
Your
my comp.
After watching them play it, it's now yours.
Their comp 3-1 SKT.
I'm sensing a little bit of saltiness after the
He's super
loss
salty
of
all
death
the time.
times. So Freak, for your prediction of your 2015 World Champion.
Yeah. SK Telecom T1 from South Korea. 15-0 the dream. Undefeated World Championship. That's my prediction.
Well, drop it like it's hot. The games will begin on Saturday with the opening ceremony kicking off at 12 noon Berlin time. Be sure to tune in. Check out lolesports.com for the time zone conversion in your local region. Right, now this week's edition of Primetime League is locked in. It's time to turn to a Pepper-powered Penta. And of course, it's called Pepper-powered because I'm being punished for putting myself in a predicament. When I did the hot pepper highlight on PTL a few months ago, I made a comment in the thread where if a European team, a la Fnatic, made semi-finals, I'd eat a hotter pepper. Earlier this week, Reddit reminded me of my transgressions, and now I need to pay.
And in honor of Faker's rise, we too are bringing ghost peppers. So, tons of damage.
And hold on a second. Freak has manned up and agreed to do this with me, so thank you, Freak.
You're welcome. Meanwhile, Deficio chickened out. No, I was asked, do you want to be part of this? And I was like, yes, I like Trevor Quickshot Henry. Deficio works with the guy, apparently doesn't.
So
we arrived today at the studio, and basically they announced two things. One, Trevor is getting punished for being stupid and being a non-believer, and basically saying that it was weird if Fnatic made top 4, therefore he will get one. And for punishment for going 0-10.
No, not punishment.
The NA caster will also get one.
I
I'm smart enough to
predicted
walk
two
out.
Western teams top 4.
There you go.
Well,
so I was ready for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a ghost pepper. Thank you, Deficio. You may now leave the set. Oh, I'm going to join in on this. For the record, oh, this is horrible.
Okay.
This is about 10 to 20 times more powerful than the habanero.
Let's go.
Right, Penta. Fuck. Coming in at number 5, KOO Smeb finishes off Huni in a 1v1 knockout. Huni gonna pick a fight once more with Smeb, and Grand Challenge throws down. Smeb flashes away from the third proc of the broken wings. Huni will find a stun, but fails the flash. And Smeb will be smiling with that one.
Rip rocking at number 4. KOO's Kuro picks up the quadra kill.
Smeb will not find the kill, and Feathervin jumps in the pit. They've traded AD carry for support, but Feathervin's down as well. Reckless needs to survive and tank. The shields are there, but there may not be enough. He's flashed out, and Kuro chases him. That's a triple, looking for more. Huni's getting run down, and Huni will not find anything. A quadra for Kuro. It gets so warm. At number 3, it was Fnatic's Yellow Star with the moves onto KOO's Kuro.
Lane, they do get something. That's the play.
Yellow Star flashes the baby cage, knocks Kuro into Reignover's waiting hands, and Feathervin sends the soldiers for the kill.
The ultimate displacement from behind your mid turret to the middle of the lane. Nothing Kuro can do to stop that one. Good counterplay by Fnatic.
Very little you could do as a mid laner when they're coming between 2 towers and knocking you so far back into the lane.
Galloping at number 2, KOO's Smeb. Brought on an onk. It's a lot of pain. It's 1v3.
We even heard Yaroslav say, oh, let's see what happens top.
All right, let's throw everything and the sink at Smeb. He's already chunked Huni down. The flay comes out on Sword of Shadows. Smeb's got one and he's not done. He's looking for Yellow Star and Reignover. And ladies and gentlemen, if Huni wasn't tilted already, that may be the play that does it. Our number 1 play this week was Origen SoAZ with the Great Escape.
We know he leveled it up early. Also has a ward. Does get hit though, he's slowed.
And he's missing a turret, so here comes Bengi. He's gonna flash for the slow, which means SoAZ has to burn it preemptively, and he guesses right. Bengi goes the wrong way, SoAZ goes back in onto MaRin, and the stun is still available. The Q comes in, gets some damage down, but where's his team gonna be? There's no one around right now. He's still running away through the wards. Pops Summoner Teleport. SoAZ makes the great escape. SoAZ is a god.
It's spicy.
They're horrible.
It's not going away, which sucks.
I regret my decisions.
페이커는 분명히 2014년에 실패를 했습니다. 팀이 월즈에 나가지 못했고 상처를 한번 입었다고 할까요? 하지만 상처를 입음을 통해서 더욱더 단단해진 페이커이기 때문에 지금의 페이커는 2013년의 페이커보다 더 무섭습니다.
한번 내려왔다가 다시 이렇게 올라갔다는 것 자체가 거의 불가능에 가까운 일이라고 개인적으로 생각을 합니다. 노력, 그리고 결국 끊임없는 본인과의 싸움 아닐까요?
그냥 시즌3랑 지금이랑 비교하면은 그냥 여러 방면에서 뭐든지 더 잘하는 것 같아요, 그냥.
쿠타이거스는 SK텔레콤과 정반대에 있는 팀이라고 할 수 있죠. 왜냐하면 만든 지 1년도 되지 않았습니다. 그리고 페이커처럼 믿고 따를 수 있는 그런 리더가 슈퍼스타가 있는 팀도 아니거든요.
엄청난 이변까지는 아닌 것 같아요. 전 개인적으로 쿠타이거즈가 SK텔레콤 T1의 전승 우승을 저지하는 팀이 될 것 같고
저희는 이길 수 있다고 믿고 있고 그거대로 연습해서 이겨볼 생각입니다.
쿠가 분명히 대회 때 잘해서 나온 거겠지만 저희는 다른 팀과 다르게 쉽게 무너지진 않을 겁니다.
이지훈 선수랑 페이커 선수한테 둘 다 져본 기억이 있어서 그 생각들이 많이 나는데 이번에는 달라야죠.
Part of the mystery of Faker is that no one really knows why he continues to be as good as he was, how he can have such a deep champion pool. No one's been able to emulate it.
승리, 그것만 바라는 것 같아요. 다른 것들은 어떻게 보면 다 부수적인 것들이겠죠.
Faker wreaking havoc inside the base. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship Finals. Players and fans from around the world have come to Berlin's Mercedes-Benz Arena as just 2 teams remain at the final stop on the road to the Summoners Cup. Now you're getting a look at some of the sights and sounds here in Germany where excitement is in the air. And of course, there are plenty of cosplayers in the crowd and even one brave fan who's going to be posing with a giant poro now. Kids, don't try that at home for your own safety. All this anticipation is, of course, for the impending battle between the KOO Tigers, who you see heading in here into the venue earlier. They'll be going up against fellow LCK team SK Telecom, warming up in their locker room just a short time ago. Now 2 strong teams, but only one will be crowned the champions. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson here alongside Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and Mitch Krepo-Vorspils to cover all of today's action between these 2 titans of a team.
Hang on.
And first things first, we've got something we have to clarify here. Monty, what on earth are we wearing?
This is a hanbok. It is traditional Korean clothing. I was just so excited. It's such a great time for Korea right now. 2 teams in the final. It's the final we always deserved here at the World Championship.
It's like we're watching an LCK game, only with better casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting early.
Sometimes, Krepo, they have to give you the chance to actually cast the good teams. So welcome to the OGN Autumn Season Final.
That's going to be a good day, ladies and gentlemen. I, for one, am very excited for it. Let's start by pulling up the bracket and following these teams' journeys to today's finals over the last month. After emerging from the group stage as the #1 seed from Group C with a perfect 6-0 run, SK Telecom T1 has made an undefeated march through the bracket, taking down the LMS's AHQ Esports Club and Europe's Origen. Now the team comes into today's final with the potential to not only make the first perfect Worlds run ever, but to become the first 2-time champion in League of Legends history.
And what an impressive fashion they've done it in. Getting all the way to the finals undefeated, as you said. All of their games have been finished out so cleanly.
Yeah, there's maybe one game where SKT just wasn't as convincing against Origen, really, in terms of goal, but even then, their numbers, and we'll get to that later, are just astounding. They're well on track to become the most dominant Worlds performing team like in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah, and even beyond the World Championship right now, they're on a 17-game winning streak dating all the way back to the regular season of Korea in the summer.
All right, but we have to take a look at their opponents. The KOO Tigers climbed out of Group A as the 2nd seed behind the LMS's Flash Wolves, but showed up big in the quarters and semis, taking out KT Rolster 3-1 and sweeping hometown favorites Fnatic to make it here to Berlin.
And the story for these guys, making it all the way here, you know, after just forming the team, is just, they're so easy to root for.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in as underdogs, but I didn't even think they'd be in the finals. I think they've really performed well, particularly Kuro has vastly exceeded my expectations coming into this tournament.
Even Smeb, who did have a higher bar than Kuro, he's even overperformed that as well.
And a lot of people coming into the series against KT were just rooting for KT to make it out, but KOO rather convincingly swept that series 3-1 and then made it to the finals. Nobody really expected. Thank God China slumped a little bit, you know, made it a little easier for the KOO Tigers overall, but it's going to be,
I think
3 games.
To a degree, too, after the bracket stages were drawn, a lot of people looked at KOO's side of the bracket, seeing Fnatic and KT, and saying, this is the tougher side of the bracket. So they've had a pretty, sincere road to the finals.
They have definitely been tested, and they've shown a lot of diversity in styles, in champions, in strategies that they've used. So that might actually hurt them here, because SKT have seen maybe a bit more.
Now, of course, we won't be the only ones covering today's finals. You're going to get a look at our partners from China and Korea's OGN, who have made the trip to Berlin with all of the international teams to bring this event to fans and players in 20 languages around the world. So plenty of people out there enjoying the games. Now, of course, it's time, though, to head down to the stage and check in with someone who is no stranger to the League of Legends scene here in Berlin.
Hello, Berlin! Wie geht es dir? I'm Evie, Shock supporter, and I'm very excited to be right here at center stage, designed to give you the best view of the games today as our finalists fight for the Summoners Cup. Now, whether you're with us here in person or tuning in from around the world, we've got you covered from every angle of the house. Now, with this setup and everyone here in attendance is also a real-life part of the action. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for the 2015 League of Legends World Championship? You guys sound about ready, so now let's check in with the guys that will be casting the series today.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello, Berlin. I am Rivington Bisson III, and I am excited to bring you all of today's action with my partner in crime from North America, Joshua Jat Leesman, and the Danish Dynamo from the European LCS, Martin DeFiscio Lunga. Gentlemen, usually we come into a finals and you see who the best team in the world is going to be, but SKT approaches this finals already considered the best.
Yeah, and the scary thing about it is how easy they have made it look on the road here, not dropping a single game. They haven't really shown a huge variety of strategies. 4 Rise games for Faker.
Right.
And the fact that they're defending world champions. So they have kind of a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty if they can get the 2nd win here, which would be amazing.
And then they take on a team who, before this year even started, were a bunch of misfits. Nobody really wanted these players on their lineups. We didn't expect a whole lot from KOO Tigers coming into the World Championship. We said it was the weakest Korean team. KT would be above them. We were really wrong because KOO Tigers showed up.
That's the thing. Even during the World Championship, you weren't expecting it. They lost twice to the Flash Wolves in the group stage. Flash Wolves fell to Origen. Many people, pretty much everyone, is expecting Fnatic to beat KOO in those semifinals, but it was 3-0. They were even underdogs against KT in the quarterfinals. So every series they've gone to, they have looked to be the underdogs.
Same story here, though. Well, they can create the upset.
There's no doubt this game would be monumental for KOO. By the numbers, SKT has this game at 10, 15, 20. We'll get into the stats as we go into the game, as we hopefully get 5 matches out of this one if SKT isn't bringing their A game. Have they even opened up Pandora's box yet?
I want to see 5 games because we haven't had the 5-game season yet in the bracket stage, but I have a theory. of every odd-numbered week brings excitement. First week, and it was like 6-3, then 0-10 in week 2. 2 European teams made it to the semifinal in week 3. Week 4, they went 0-6. This is the week for KOO Tigers to come back strong.
This is the week for Smeb to show that he's the best top laner in the world. He's going to beat MaRin up there. In order for KOO Tigers to win this game, if he can do it, I think they can take it, but he really needs to play the best game of his life.
Absolutely have to. Now, before we send it back to Dash and the gang for a look at today's matchup, SK Telecom T1 could be the first organization to take 2 world championships. So we take a closer look at the team then and now.
SK텔레콤 이렇게 대한민국의 최고의 팀이기 때문에 그 선수들도 본인 가슴에 있는 SK텔레콤이라고 하는 그 타이틀, 나는 SK텔레콤 팀의 팀원이라고 하는 그 프라이드라는 것도 본인을 어떻게 더욱더 열심히 할 수 있도록 만들어주는 그 힘이 됐다고 생각을 하고요. 시즌3에서의 SK텔레콤 같은 경우 역시 최고의 팀이었는데요. 그때는 실패를 해본 적이 없고 물러서 본 적이 없고 좌절을 맛본 적이 없습니다. 항상 잘 됐죠. 꾸준히 이겨왔고.
2013 시즌의 SK텔레콤 T1은 다소 페이커 그리고 피글렛의 캐리력에 좀 기대는 부분이 있었어요. 그래서 임팩트, 뱅기 그리고 그때 당시 푸우만두는 팀을 서포팅해주는 그런 롤에 좀 치중된.
They were very much a scrappy, pick-oriented team. They would play a lot of assassins, have these flashy individual plays, but they weren't necessarily the smartest team. They weren't the best strategic team. They just had a wide array of talent.
Yeah, we gotta introduce you guys to Faker if you haven't seen him already, because he might be just the best mid laner in the world.
페이커는 최고의 엘리트 코스를 밟아온 그런 선수죠. 2013년 기준으로 봐서. 지금도 역시 최고의 선수긴 합니다만 페이커는 분명히 2014년에 실패를 했습니다. 왜냐하면 페이커 자체로는 성공했을지 몰라도 팀이 월즈에 나가지 못했고 결국 팀의 중심이었던 페이커는 실패한 시즌을 보냈습니다. 하지만 지금의 페이커는 본인이 항상 하드캐리해야 한다 그런 욕심도 버렸고 팀 플레이를 통해서 팀을 살리는 방법, 팀을 살림으로써 본인이 슈퍼스타로서 다시 자리매김하는 방법, 그 방법을 터득했죠. 지금의 페이커는 2013년의 페이커보다 더 무섭습니다.
페이커 선수는 그때는 뭐 갓 데뷔했을 때고 경험도 별로 없었는데 물론 잘했지만 지금은 경험도 많아지고 경기 수도 훨씬 많다 보니까 훨씬 노련해지고 잘해진 것 같아요.
저는 이번에 SKT가 우승을 하든 우승을 하지 못하든 그거는 크게 중요하지는 않다고 봅니다. 이미 페이커는 전 세계 유일무이한 존재고 다시는 등장하지 않을 그런 스타라고 생각해서
Right now, mid lane turret also goes down. The flash engage from Faker. Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn.
Returning to the stage, your 2013 world champion.
Wow, MaRin just eviscerates.
Guys, and Easyhoon gets it.
Bang, bang, he wants to shoot this.
It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
Fast forward to now, and it's less about those flashy plays and more about dominance on the map, dominance in the macro game. Season 3, it was a lot about Piglet and Faker, whereas now it's much more about MaRin and Faker, and Bang is more of a reserved role within the team than the AD carry used to be. They still have that same level of individual skill, but the strategy has gotten much, much better through experience with a lot of these players.
일단 시즌3랑 지금이랑 비교하면은 그냥 간단하게 말해서 그때는 지금보다 못했던 게 맞은 것 같아요.
한번 내려왔다가 다시 이렇게 올라갔다는 것 자체가 거의 불가능에 가까운 일이라고 개인적으로 생각을 합니다. 이게 가능했던 거는 아무래도 정답은 되게 단순한 것 같아요, 의외로. 노력, 그리고 결국 끊임없는 본인과의 싸움 아닐까요? 이게 되게 단순해 보이면서도 실제로 이걸 못하는 선수들이 훨씬 많습니다.
지금의 시즌5 SK텔레콤은 시즌3의 승리 이후에 큰 패배를 맛봤습니다. 시즌4에서는 특별히 우리가 기억나는 건 한 적이 없고요. 시즌5 초반에도 역시 우리에게 실망을 안겨줬습니다. 그리고 기대를 했던 MSI에서 또 큰 좌절을 맛봤죠. 실패를 맛보고 그 좌절을 딛고 일어나고 그 어려움을 해결을 하고 이 자리에 다시 우리에게 나타난 SK텔레콤이기 때문에 시즌3의 SK텔레콤보다 시즌5의 SK텔레콤은 더욱더 강하고 더욱더 확실한 승리를 만들어내는 것 같습니다.
A brief history lesson for you there about SKT. I mean, the organization itself much bigger than that, and we'll get right down into that. As we close into game one, let's look at how these teams have performed historically, starting with SKT.
Yeah, let's definitely start with SKT because this is a team with such a storied history of esports success. You know, it's not even just Korean esports and not even League of Legends. Before League of Legends even existed, over a decade of StarCraft success with famous players such as Slayer's Boxer. And then when transitioning to League of Legends in Season 3, they were able to win the World Championship within 6 months of forming the roster.
Well, I mean, that's just how it has been with SK Telecom. They are the premier esports organization within Korea. They always have access to the top players. Everyone wants to play for this team. So it's led to a long, many years of success and many years of dominance in many titles.
Right, and then of course, if we narrow the microscope to just this year as a team, their record has been absolutely phenomenal, spring through summer, and only getting better, Monty, as the year has gone on. As you mentioned, that 17-0 streak that they're currently on in terms of games.
Definitely agree. I mean, the way with which they've done it too. Not only are they undefeated here at Worlds, but they've done it so quickly and so cleanly that they really haven't left much room for teams to try and develop the counter strategies.
Yeah, and they've been building this up all year. If they look at spring, they went 29-11, summer 38-6. So over time, they're winning more, losing less. At Worlds, that trend only continues. Haven't dropped a single game. They maybe trailed behind in goal at 10-20 once this entire tournament. Nobody's even ready to challenge SKT.
Yeah, it's not winning more or losing less. It's winning more or losing none now, which is a great trend. That's exactly where you want to be.
There have really been only two kinds of teams here at Worlds, SKT and teams that lose to SKT. Maybe teams that haven't played them yet.
Right.
It's very easy categorization.
Well, of course, then, too, we do have to look at the fact that they have only lost 2 series this entire year. The first one, EDG at the Midseason Invitational, and the second one, CJ Entus in the LCK Summer Split. So from a series standpoint, when you ignore their minimal losses here and there, only 2 series dropped in an entire year is a scary sight to be walking into when you're about to step on stage across from them in a 5-game series for the World Championship.
I think such a huge part of that has been the development of MaRin and his growth on this team, turning into such a good shot caller and such a prominent top laner when the meta shifts to top lane.
Now, we've spoken about the fact that SKT has taken home the top prize in their first year as a team, while their opponents, the KOO Tigers, are looking to do exactly the same thing here today.
And this is such a great story with the KOO Tigers. These were guys who, when the Korean scene consolidated from 2 teams into 1, there were a lot of players that were left over, and so Najin lost 4 of their players, so we call them Smeb and the Najin, Smeb from Incredible Miracle. But while we talk about SKT and how much infrastructure they have and how nice their practices facilities are with walls of trophies, when I first visited the KOO Tigers house, it's a new team. It's like 6 guys in a small apartment. It was just the players and No Fei, their coach, also former Najin player. So they started out without many of the luxuries or support that a lot of these top Korean teams have. And they have been so scrappy and stuck it out, and through really sheer force of will, they've made it to the World Finals.
Yeah, and talk about improvements in top laners. I mean, you talked about where they got these players from. Smeb's reputation last year, very different from his reputation this year.
Yeah, they even used him in highlights. Like, you died to Smeb, really?
Yeah, like that's something that would destroy your confidence back then.
Yeah, back then. But also, they're just so tenacious, the KOO Tigers. They don't really give up because they haven't had that really easy road like SKT have. They've had ups and downs. They've had tournaments where they came in like super hyped and suddenly, didn't all go all that great. And then now they're at Worlds, like, nobody expected them to be in the finals. People expect them to lose against KT. They just shrug it off. They even have the little, let's make this place into a library trash talk going for them. So I just really enjoy watching them.
Yeah, their comeback, after the huge bump that was IEM, and the ensuing weeks back in Korea after that, it's been such a huge resurgence for this team to get back to this level.
Yeah, I mean, IEM, for me, that's still the biggest upset in League of Legends history. The KOO Tigers losing that best of 3 to the 12th, the last place Chinese team, WE, was such a shocking turn of events. But they had the fortitude to bounce back, like you said, and now they're on the biggest stage.
I think a large part of that, too, we've looked at their drafting phase, especially recently in the World Championship. We're coming out of the drafting phase saying, well, the coaches have put together a phenomenal, toolbox that the players then get to put to use and style on other teams with.
Yeah, absolutely.
The diverse champion pools come from almost every player too. They just talk about tools, like each player is bringing so many to this. And it's real important at a tournament like this Worlds, where there have been so many changes. The KOO Tigers have had a real advantage pulling out a lot of these things that are strong in the patch, where other people have been taking a lot longer to actually pick those champions up.
All right, well, when it comes down to it, KOO have everything to prove today going up against a team that has beaten them many times before. Now, before we look at the matchup specifically, let's hear from Smeb, who admits that he had some questionable games over this year's LCK season.
제가 SK에서 너무나 많은 경기에서 그런 약한 모습을 많이 보여줬어요. 그리고 저 자신도 그렇게 생각하고 있고, 그래서 그런 평가에 대해서는 저는 당연하다고 생각해요. 그리고 그 평가들을 이번에 좀 엎을 수 있는 그런 기회라고 생각하고, 저는 마린 선수가 지금 정말 새 채탑에 좀 근접해 있는 선수라고 생각하는데, 결승전에서 그런 선수를 이긴다면 정말 더 기쁠 것 같아요.
Notice how he snuck the word close in there. He's close to the best top laner in the world because Smeb himself very might
close.
be.
They're sitting right
That's right.
across from each other.
They're 1 game away, or 5 games, or three wins away. Well, anyway, let's take a closer look at that matchup specifically, Smeb versus MaRin. We've put so much focus on Smeb as a player for KOO, but just on the flip side as well, we mentioned that MaRin is a big part of their wins.
I mean, both these guys are topping the rankings, so like, if you look at both MaRin and Smeb individually, it is impressive, but what stands out even more is that Smeb gets less, but performs even better than MaRin in this tournament. If you look at just damage done, he gets less gold overall from his team, but somehow deals more damage. And those two are by far the best top laners in this tournament.
I do really want to jump on these stats because people are going to go waving these around, and I don't think they're necessarily signify which of these is a better player in isolation, but more signify how these two teams have gotten to the finals. SKT, their entire team has gotten ahead in the lane phase, and then they transition into a mid game where they apply pressure at multiple points, and they finish it out very quickly. So MaRin actually has also the highest CS per minute of any top laner. And the damage dealt to champion stat is actually a bit warped there for Smeb, because that's just damage dealt to champions. MaRin is doing a lot sort of PvE work for his team. And the way that KOO have gotten here is through winning team fights. And they've needed Smeb not only to solo kill his opponent, but also come in and win them team fights. And in the 5-on-5 fights, whether it's 1-on-1 or 5-on-5, he comes up with these clutch plays over and over.
This is where I want to turn to Monty because I want to hit on MaRin first in this matchup. You know, Kobe just mentioned how these stats to a degree might tell a lie in the way that they will match up 1v1, but more about how the teams play with those individuals. So MaRin first on SKT.
Well, yeah, MaRin, like Kobe was saying, I absolutely agree. It's about being a split push threat. If we look at MaRin, he's averaging something like plus 72 CS at the end of the game against his opponents. So he has been absolutely massive when it comes to split pushing, making sure that he's safe and constantly applying pressure across multiple lanes while also getting some impressive solo kills.
Yeah, and that just allows SKT to play the game that they like, pushing on all 3 lanes while he's drawing so much pressure. Either you deal with MaRin or you lose your base, and when you're dealing with MaRin, well, you're probably going to lose the Baron anyways. They're so good. Every time you should keep your eyes when SKT is almost grouping, he peels off immediately to another lane, whether it's mid or top, keeps up the pressure. He doesn't wait for those waves to stack up and come in. No, continuous pressure. He spends so much time on the enemy side of the map, and the fact that he can do that while not getting caught very often, that is the most impressive part for me, because they don't have that many wards placed out for him. It's purely game sense.
I really want to hammer home this point on MaRin, just because a lot of viewers, everyone's so used to watching these games with both teams' vision revealed. So you don't get that same feeling, a lot of the players, when you're in these situations of the fog of war and what you have to work around. MaRin is so good because he actually builds items to play this strategy as well. Early home guards for early experience advantage so he doesn't miss any waves. Also 100% uptime on his teleport. He saves it for the objective plays. And he builds Tiamat almost every game, so he instantly clears the wave, then retreats into fog of war, simultaneously denying information to the enemy team. And it's just hard for people who haven't been in that situation to really understand the greatness that is MaRin. Whereas Smeb, you're like, oh, he solo killed that guy. He's crushing the team fight.
Yes, that's where I want to go next. I want to go to Smeb because that is exactly the point. So often when KOO was in maybe a losing situation in the game, all eyes went to Smeb and say, can he solo carry from the side lane?
And yes, absolutely. And he's going to have to do it again if they want to win games tonight. I think that we can all pretty much agree on that. And one thing that I think is very important is that Smeb has a larger champion pool than MaRin does. He is also a Riven player while MaRin is not. And we noticed that in the Fnatic series, Fnatic took great pains to draft around Smeb's Riven. So I'm really curious what Coma has in store for us from SK Telecom. How are they going to play around this Riven tonight?
And I think that they will have something prepared because, yes, people are saying MaRin's only played a lot of Fiora and a lot of Renekton. That's not a very deep champion pool, but they haven't been pressed, as we've been talking about. And last time SKT played the KOO Tigers, week 9, back in the regular season of the LCK, it was MaRin who was counter-picking Smeb. They were prioritizing, the KOO Tigers were prioritizing Maokai, and MaRin kept picking the Fizz over and over into it and punishing him.
I got to move us through the rest of the lanes. Moving over to the jungle. I know. There's going to be so much focus on this top lane, and we will get to talk about it more, I promise, gentlemen. To the jungle, though, Bengi, Origen. Interesting champion pool thing here because we saw Origen come out with that Zac when we were questioning how teams were going to react to Gragas being out of the tournament. Well, he pulls in the Zac. Bengi went for the Jarvan. Two very different junglers.
Yeah, they obviously share Elise and Rek'Sai here as jungle picks, but it goes multiple directions, and these champs are very likely to stay up. Nobody's going to ban Zac, nobody's going to ban Jarvan or Evelynn, so we could see a repeat performance. I'm still not sold entirely on the Zac. I don't know how you feel about it, Monty.
I think it's great for team fighting, but it did show a lot of weakness in the early game because I think the Zac combined with Origen's style of jungling leads to some problematic underfarming.
Origen finds really creative ways to get behind an experience while still not...
Well, okay, so team fighting, a very important thing for the KOO Tigers. Moving to the mid lane, though, I want to focus on KOO because we have pointed him out as a possible weakling for the team, but really, he's been
gold star.
But he has been overperforming this tournament. He's been performing very well. The only sad part, or the bummer for him, is the fact that he's going to have to go up against either Faker or Easyhoon.
Well, I mean, coming into this, we can talk. KOO has definitely surprised me. I did not expect him to reach this level of performance at the World Championship. He's been very reliable. He actually has more earned gold per minute than Faker does. Now, the problem with that, though, is that Faker does more damage than KOO does with less gold. So we see that while KOO is a great player and he's doing very well, he still has problems when it comes to reaching Faker's level of efficiency.
Yeah, we looked at the stats there for damage dealt per gold earned. So Faker earned less gold, dealt more damage. He's actually the second out of all players in this entire tournament in terms of damage efficiency, in terms of gold. The only player to top him was NL with some massive AoE Jinx rockets, and that's cheating. So Faker, even though people are saying he's dying a lot or he's not doing the most for his team, he's pulling so much aggro, earning less gold, and still topping those damage shards.
And again, you have to be careful with stats also like gold earned because sometimes it is a team deciding to give open lane farm to one of the players. Sometimes there's gold sitting there on the ground, and the players just can't pick it up. Can't get the CS, but whereas players like Faker, players like MaRin, you'll see them hit every single one, even when they're trying to.
Let's move on to the players that don't have to worry about picking up gold off the ground because it just falls into their pockets by virtue of being around.
Hey man, that relic shield is really hard to progress.
That's true. All right, I'll give that to you. You have about 45 seconds down the line to talk about these supports.
What I love about SKT versus KOO in this matchup, just about wards. Briefly, KOO places a lot more wards than SKT, but SKT clears a lot more wards. So it's about vision versus vision denial, and it's going to be very interesting to see how they play with the vision on the map.
Also, the games have gone longer for the KOO Tigers, so they have been spitting out those Sightstone wards and stuff like that. Gorilla, though, champion pool has been amazing. It allows him to do so much.
All right, well, with those players and matchups in mind, I'm sorry. I wanted to, but he gave me the it's okay. All right, well, with those players and matchups in mind, we want to know what you think. So get on Twitter and tell us which player do you think will have the biggest impact in today's final and why. Remember to tweet your responses to @LOLesports and be sure to include the hashtag world so we can let you weigh in later today.
I'm so happy that they changed top laner so people come like, hey, impact.
Impact, exactly. No puns. All right, if you weren't able to join us here in Berlin for today's finals, you can still catch all the behind-the-scenes action from the best seat in the house. Just follow LCS Esports on Snapchat and keep up with the day's festivities via our live story. If you are here in Berlin, though, be sure to share your world snaps and lend your perspective of the event. Now, of course, the time is almost upon us for these two teams to do battle for the Summoners Cup and the title of World Champion. So let's take a look around the venue where our finalists will hit the Rift. And guys, I mean, this venue is absolutely insane. The setup for it, and there, it's very loud.
coming to live events in giant stadiums like these, filled with esports fans, never gets old. This is absolutely my favorite part of the job.
Yeah, we stood overlooking the venue earlier, just watching the crowd filter in, and I was talking to Kobe, and he's like, you know what, this job
ain't
it's
so
all right.
bad. It ain't so bad.
It's still 9 to 5, but you know what? I can get used to this.
I mean, I have to say that this being my first World Final, it's absolutely a special one. And as you mentioned, Kobe, just the atmosphere of an esport event only makes it better.
You can literally feel the energy of all the fans because our station is shaking.
That's true. We are built into the stands. So as you guys make more noise, it becomes more perilous for us.
Samsung White. Will this really happen? This save the Nexus kaboom! They lit the fuse, and I can't believe it! Triple to Bruzy, and that's gonna be the game! And Samsung White are the 2014 World Champions!
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call?
They get the beautiful shot. Flash rolls on the Nexus. Fnatic take the first seed. There is no base left. There is only victory. And it's gonna be all five to save the game.
Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals, the only team to do that 3 times. SK Telecom got one step closer to the Summoners Cup. And it was a European eulogy as both EU squads drop at the semi-final stage.
the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. Representing Korea and the LCK, KOO Tigers. Top lane, Smeb. At jungle, Origen. Mid lane, KOO. At AD carry, Ray. At support, Gorilla. The substitute jungler, Wisdom. And their coach, Nofe. Once again, KOO Tigers. Their opponent, also representing Korea and the LCK, SK Telecom T1. MaRin. At jungle, Bengi. At support, Wolf. Their substitute mid laner, Easyhoon. And their coach, KOO. SKT T1. The finalists for the 2015 League of Legends World Championship.
He boots them away with the headbutt.
That should be a kill, but the arrow comes in and they turn it around. Prey refuses to die.
Run down, and Huni will not find anything. A quadra for Kuro.
Then Origen, he's going to one up away. That's going to be a kill. Origen will pick it up.
And Smeb will be smiling with that one. KOO will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom. Wow, MaRin just eviscerates him, and SKT demolish H2K.
But Bengi trying to get the work done. Amazing J walking around. First blood goes down for Bengi. Yeah, there's the Rune Prison in there. All of the spells, all of the time. Faker, the 1v1 against Pawn. He puts the ulti in for the shield and flashes over the wall. Almost dies, and Easyhoon gets it.
It's very low, red card thrown out, but Wolf comes in for a bit of bloodthirsty support kill stealing.
Bang, bang, he wants to shoot them down. He's rocket jump forward. Bang's looking for the double.
It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
It really is incredible to see each of those players as they walk on stage for the biggest series of their lives to really be owning the moment for themselves, because you have to imagine that the pressure that they're feeling is immense.
I mean, just walking over like a giant picture of yourself. Also, the only person to ever walk or even roll over Faker will be Faker himself, you know, on that stage.
That took a lot of confidence to pull a roll like that live as well, and he stuck the landing.
It's also the only barrel roll we'll be seeing tonight.
That's very true. Poor Gragas. Rip Gragas. Well, as the teams take place on stage, let's focus in on today's best of 5, where SK Telecom is favored to make a League of Legends history. Now, they're the only World Championship juggernaut to live up to expectations with a 100% win rate, the most dragons per game, the highest average gold lead at 10 and 20 minutes.
I mean, what do you want? Dominance. For every one dragon their opponents take, they take 4.25. For every one Baron, they get 14.
Well, that's the thing. They're second place in Barons per game, but that's only because they finish games before ever having to take a second one.
Yeah, and it's not how many Barons you take, it's what you do it. They smash so many Nexuses while still having that Baron buff. That's hard. They go from Baron to game over in like those 3 minutes very often in their games, and their Baron power plays, which just means how much gold you generate out of a Baron buff, is just immensely high over this tournament. So they're just so efficient at closing out games.
Yeah, really does look like Faker and Bengi are going to make their way towards that repeat.
Yeah, well, there's, for both of them, a lot of eyes on them about whether or not they can get that repeat. But specifically looking at Faker, I mean, this is a guy who hasn't necessarily been challenged yet this tournament. Jat mentioned those 4 Rise games. We haven't seen much else. Is this the series where he's going to be forced to step it up?
Where is the LeBlanc? That's my question.
You know what my question is? Where's the Master Yi?
Yeah, fair enough. 14 champions that he played over the course of the summer season. He's had 5 here at Worlds, but they haven't really been that surprising, and he's been mostly just dominating on Ryze. He's the only Ryze player in this tournament.
He's also just a player that understands matchups well. He doesn't need to play them a whole lot to really understand the intricacies and the ways to outplay. Like, look at the Ryze into DF matchup, the counterpick Olaf into the Irelia, one of the picks that he actually debuted himself. So he knows all these matchups. And then at the other side, KOO, who is kind of overperforming. I don't think we'll need to see Faker challenge. I think Faker on just cruise control can easily sweep through the series already.
Yeah, I find it funny that lower third we had earlier about Faker and KOO's shared champion pool. You know, they share the Azir and the like. And then the 2 unique champions for Faker, Ryze, which he's played 4 times, and the Olaf, which is just like, oh my goodness.
Which you got to kill within the first like 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Well, talking about that, Irelia in the mid lane, he debuted it against KOO. That was a pick that he had waiting. So KOO is no stranger to just Faker coming out with something very weird and having to deal with it on the fly.
So maybe he'll have some answers this time around. We'll have to wait and see. Now, this does look like SKT's game to lose. So I want to flip over to KOO's side and look at the strengths, the ways in which they could win this matchup, starting with Gorilla.
Yes, I definitely do want to look at the strengths of KOO because they deserve it. They have had such a crazy ride getting here. And I want to set up Crepo because they didn't get to talk about Gorilla before, our support main here. The champion pool and the plays that Gorilla comes up with are just remarkable, and they're so important to the team.
Yeah, the thing is, Gorilla, he has a very large champion pool, and very often he's also playing different styles. He can play the peel support, he can play the engage support, he can play the roam support, so there's no reason to even doubt that that champion pool can go even deeper, because if you understand all these different styles as a support, and doesn't matter what champion you play, because it's all about, you know, the mental ability to really understand where you have to be, what your role is, what your function is within a team fight. You have to peel, you have to set up and engage yourself, and he does it really well. So he had some fantastic performances at World so far, and he needs to really overperform if KOO want to have a shot to really like smash open. That's the only angle they can really take it.
Well, I mean, we've seen how they prioritize that Tahm Kench in the semifinal, and I think you just can't let him have that champion. He is the best Tahm Kench player I have ever seen, and he's setting up a lot of these plays. What do KOO like to do? They like to just come into a lane with 5 people, smash down a turret, start a fight, all as a whole unit, and Tahm Kench enables them to move behind people for ganks on the map in very interesting ways.
Yeah, I really like Gorilla because, you know, he's definitely one of the superstars on this team as well. We talk a lot about the top lane, a lot about Smeb, but Gorilla being so good on Tahm Kench and all the other supports gives Smeb more breathing room in champion select. We've seen them first pick and last pick save support for even a counter pick last.
Yeah, well, you know, we talk a lot about the teams that have made it to the finals or made it as far as they have. They are the teams that were able to adapt to the meta and pick up these champions. You know, we'd expected Darius and GP and Fiora to be picked up, and then the Tahm Kench came in, and the teams that have succeeded, the teams that are still left standing, are the ones that actually picked every single one of those champions up across the board.
So you're saying the key to Worlds is unbench the Kench?
It might be. It's one of maybe 4 answers, right? Because we got all the power picks.
Last year as well, he was the one to really popularize Janna. Like, Gorilla has been a very consistent player.
Right, and then you also mentioned, too, the fact that we have talked about Smeb quite often. I'm going to have to point us back there. We got to talk about him one more time. I mean, this man has been a huge strength for them, and someone that they have been able to rely on when they, you know, come into those 10, 20-minute marks with gold deficits.
Yeah, he's got the highest damage per minute of any top laner. He's 70, which is very significant above number 2, who is MaRin. That is a large, large gap for the reasons we already talked about in terms of their liking for team fights. But this is the guy that has to perform right now. This is his day. If KOO Tigers are going to win this, it's probably going to be on the back of Smeb.
Yeah, as we were talking about, the reason, you know, he's got so much damage to champions is because they have to do that. They're behind in almost every single one of their games until they get to the team fights and they come and they wreck.
But he's going up against an incredibly intelligent player that really knows all these matchups well, so he may be able to neutralize Smeb. More importantly, so Smeb's team fights comes a lot from patience. He doesn't go in immediately, he waits until all the cooldowns are gone. That's a couple of these team fights that he won really convincingly in the semis, is where he waited for everyone to use their cooldown abilities, then move into the fight. I don't think SKT is necessarily going to make that mistake, let alone SKT's not even going to team fight them. They're just going to keep splitting up overall. So that's what's going to make it hard for Smeb to really push his mark on this series for me.
He either waits for them to be down or he charges in with Fiora and reposts ultimates. Two-time Skarner ultimate, multiple Ashe arrows. This guy's timing and the clutch plays are what really make him spectacular.
Let's fire through a couple more things. The 80 carries, we haven't taken a look at them yet. This champion pool to me is the most interesting because they share so little. When you look at these two guys, only Kalista as a shared champion between these two players through this tournament.
And I think the Mordekaiser may actually be a way for KOO here to really change the picks and bans, because SKT have really shown that they really don't like that champion. They ban a lot on blue side too. They have the most Mordekaiser bans in the tournament overall. So if KOO can put some pressure and suddenly say, well, there's an OP champion and Mordekaiser up tier at the end of the pick and ban, maybe they can force something to break open there. But that's a lot of ifs, and you will probably not be able to do that against a coach with the experience like Koma.
Yeah, watching that champion pool develop, or at least the shared champion pool between the two of them in this series will be very interesting. Now, from a team-wide perspective, now KOO has been playing from behind quite often. They have trailed in 7 out of 7 of their bracket stage games at 10 minutes and 5 out of 7 at 20 minutes.
But they won
But
them
you
all.
say that, but they won every single game that they were behind at 20 minutes. This is the KOO magic. They are so good at playing from behind and making that work for them. Do I think it's the best way to play League of Legends? Absolutely not. Am I still amazed every time KOO wins in that fashion? Yes, I am.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to be the comeback kings. To be the comeback kings, you have to be behind in the first place. But 5-0 when they're down at 20 minutes is just ridiculous.
Yeah, just being able to come back there. But the problem is, if you watch a lot of these games, there's very big mistakes from the other teams. Yes, KOO capitalized extremely well, but there's always a mistake. And now, instead of going up against like KT in the quarterfinals, they go up against an S-tier KT here.
They have to rely on them making mistakes.
And SKT doesn't really make mistakes because they keep snowballing, especially the 20 minutes. They're like an absurd amount of goal ahead on average.
I think the final element, too, of their ability to make comebacks is the attitude with which these guys approach the game. We talk about what has enabled them to make this run to the finals, and it has to be their mentality, the way they're laughing at the end of every single game. These guys truly are a band of friends that have made it all the way to the finals.
And that's been part of their entire history and their entire run, is that how close all of these guys are, I think really has helped them through having less infrastructure, from having some of these disappointing defeats like in the spring finals or at IEM, and it allows them to keep powering through.
All right, well, with game one just moments away, it's time to get down to it. Gentlemen, who is going to be walking away today as a world champion? Krepo, starting with you.
Generally speaking, in these situations, I just go against the Koreans to piss off Monty. But there's 2 Korean teams there, so I can't do that. So I'm just going to take the easy way out, say SKT 3-0.
Where's your train ticket from 2 years ago? You ripped it in half?
I lost it. It wasn't my wallet.
You lost your train ticket?
I actually had it ready for Worlds. Every time I open it's like, yes, it's right here. Lost it.
Boot him off the train, Monty. Boot him off the train.
I mean, you say it's the easy way out. I was actually kind of conflicted about this matchup, just because I've grown to love this team over time. The KOO Tigers, all the players, they're so, they're so charismatic. How can you not like this team? But I realized I was clouding my judgment, and so I went to ask the god of mid lane. I went to Faker. I said, Faker, who do I put my faith in now? Please give me a sign. And he did. SKT win. I predict SKT to be the first time repeat champions.
Nice guy Faker here. I mean, come on.
He makes it very clear.
Yeah.
He does. There's no ambiguity about
Would
that
you like
one.
to go now, Monty?
Yep. I will also be saying SK Telecom winning. I too love the KOO Tigers, but it's time for Faker to really cement his legacy as if it wasn't cemented enough already, and for him to be the first 2-time world champion.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Our analyst desk has spoken, but we're in for a series nonetheless. The stage is set, and as we said it to our casters to kick off the 2015 World Finals, we'll take a look at the KOO Tigers, a team that has defied expectations and are now within arm's reach of League's highest honor, the Summoners Cup.
정말 동경 어린 눈으로만 보던 곳인데 거길 제가 오니까 참 신기한 것 같아요.
이렇게 결승전까지 올지는 몰랐는데 여기까지 온 거에 대해서 저희는 기적이라고 생각을 하고요. 저희끼리 똘똘 뭉쳐서 이렇게 결승전에 오고 나니까 되게 뿌듯한 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 다른 팀들과 조금 다른 느낌이라고 저는 생각을 해서.
I've never seen a team that is louder than the KOO Tigers. They're always having a good time, laughing, shouting at each other in the booth.
야 싸워 그냥 싸워 그냥 죽여 그냥 죽여 그냥 죽여 누구나 내가 죽었다 네네 누구나 벌써 죽었어 누구나 죽었냐 죽었어 제발
They are very good friends. They always have this exuberant energy about them when you're around them, and they're a whole lot of fun.
물론 게임이 직업이긴 하지만 게임을 같이 하는 친구들이라고 저희는 생각을 해서 처음에 저희 팀이 이렇게 만들어질 때도 저는 아무 얘기를 할 수 있는 그런 사이가 저는 가장 중요하다고 생각을 해서 그걸 중점으로 생각을 했고
저희 팀은 항상 분위기가 좋을 때 가장 잘했고 분위기가 안 좋을 때 가장 못했어요.
저희가 좀 기복이 심한 팀이긴 하지만 그래도 성적이 그렇게 나쁜 편은 아니었는데 그렇게 많이들 생각하시더라고요. 약간 약한 팀이라고.
경기장에서 응원을 할 때도 다른 팀보다 저희 팀 응원이 적고
저희 이름은 거의 안 나오거든요.
다소 인기가 없는 건 그 이유는 여러 가지가 있을 수 있겠지만 예전에 IEM에 참가했을 때 많은 한국 팬들의 기대만큼 좋은 경기력을 보여주지 못했었던 거 그게 좀 큰 이유인 것 같고요.
You have to win in Korea. You have to win to be popular. They really only respect winners.
진짜 한번 들어보고 싶어요. 쿠 타이거즈를 응원하는 그 프나틱처럼 저희도 그렇게 한번 해주셨으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, that's right.
지금 현재 이제 결승 무대에서 SK텔레콤 T1과 쿠타이거즈가 맞붙은 이 구도에서는 전 개인적으로 쿠타이거즈가 SK텔레콤 T1의 전승 우승을 저지하는 팀이 될 것 같고 실제로 우승을 내준다고 하더라도 상대가 그냥 3대0 압승을 거두는 그래서 무력하게 굴복하는 이런 모습은 나오지 않을 것 같습니다.
매 경기 처절하게 싸울 겁니다. SK텔레콤이 소환사컵을 이렇게 들겠지만 SK텔레콤의 KDA는 박살이 날 것이고 소환사 협곡 내에서 SK텔레콤의 건물은 넥서스를 제외하고 몇 개 남지 않고 완전히 날아갈 것이며 SK텔레콤 선수들은 정말 피투성이가 돼 있을 겁니다. 쿠타이거즈는 역사상 가장 아름다운, 가장 위대한 준우승 팀이 될 것입니다.
솔직히 지금껏 만나왔던 팀보다는 힘들겠지만 저희가 약팀으로 평가되는데 그런 저희가 SKT를 이기면 엄청나게 파장이 클 것 같아요.
스맵이 보여줬던 8강, 4강에서 보여준 출중한 경기력과 팀 차원에서 봤을 때 한데 뭉쳐서 정말 으쌰으쌰하는 이런 경기력 이게 나올 수 있다면 SK텔레콤 T1을 잡을 수도 있을 것 같고 그건 이제는 정말 엄청난 이변이라기보다는 이변 아닌 이변 정도로 얘기할 수 있는 수준이 아닐까 싶어요.
만약 저희가 이긴다면 정말 창단 첫 시즌 만에 우승도 하고 그래서 되게 가장 큰 한 획을 그을 것 같아요.
And with no doubt an amazing amount of pressure on the KOO Tigers today, but that camaraderie, that mentality that they bring together is absolutely going to help lift them up over the pressure and help them play to their best, because in this best of 5 against SKT, it is going to be absolutely necessary.
I think Gorilla, he said it here in the end. If they manage to win Worlds after being formed this year, taking out SKT, the team everyone expects to win the World Championship, would be such a huge upset.
And I think their team chemistry is so important specifically to that team, because you look at other teams like SK Telecom or the Samsung teams for last year who had that large coaching infrastructure in place to filter feedback through. But as Monty was saying, when these guys first formed, it was basically just a bunch of guys playing together, needing to have that chemistry in order to give the feedback and improve, and they have been so successful in doing that.
And they always did better when they were having a good time. MaRin already is. Smeb wants to fight against MaRin. Came into this tournament stating, you know, I get to face off against Huni at some point. Now he's got MaRin. Those two are going to be players to watch.
And now we need to see what the teams wants to do for game 1, because we keep talking about how Smeb can beat MaRin in the top lane. That's a way for KOO Tigers to win. But that's a very easy strategy for SKT to figure out. Okay, they might try and camp out top laner and kill him, so they should be ready for that. First ban for KOO Tigers, though, does show they want to respect the counter pick to Fiora that we normally see.
Well, already we have a pinch of Lulu or Gangplank, so Lulu could actually go through to SKT right here. Already with SKT bans as well, they banned Tahm Kench, something that KOO Tigers had not banned this entire world. So KOO wanted that. Now we'll see if SKT takes the Lulu away.
It's that or Rek'Sai. What KOO Tigers is doing is saying, okay, we ban Elise. Our jungler, in order for him to have an early game impact, he needs Elise or he needs the Rek'Sai. That's the two preferred picks for Origen. SKT has to decide, do we want to go for that Lulu pick and say we're going to build full team fight here, or do they just take the early game impact jungler? That's what they're doing.
And this is something KOO Tigers opted into in pretty much all of their games against Fnatic. Origen played 2 games on Zac, and honestly, he got bodied early game by Reignover's Rek'Sai, but they recovered, they played from behind, and they won team fights. Here, they give away the Rek'Sai for the Lulu. I would say that's completely as planned.
I think this is exactly what KOO Tigers were expecting. SKT even banned Kalista on blue side because they were maybe expecting this, okay, do we choose between Kalista or Rek'Sai? We don't want to take that trade either, so they had to ban it away. And that's good bans so far, a good pick and ban phase for the KOO Tigers. It is lining up for a Ryze pick though for Faker. He likes to pick it into the Lulu in that mid lane. We assume it's going to be Koro playing the Lulu and not Smeb, because he wants to be on a carry now. It's how he can shine.
Well, KOO very, very good with that Lulu, kind of putting Juggernaut into the scene, being that team to bring it out. Probably won't go for the Kog'Maw here, but have the safety for Prey in those late game fights already. Sivir has been picked quite a bit towards the end of Worlds and continues to be picked now here in the first game by SKT.
So Sivir is often the response when you see a Lulu comp, because you want to be ready in case they run like a Juggernaut composition where you need to be able to dive that backline. You get the Sivir to add the utility for your team so you can reach the AD carry. So often it's just a pick where people say, okay, in case they do this, we have a counter now, or we have something that works well against it. Obviously, we haven't seen any AD carry pick yet for KOO Tigers. They can go Ashe if they want to here.
Yeah, because it's into a Sivir who's not the strongest laner, but what SKT has picked so far is a huge amount of map control. Global ultimates on will probably be their jungler and support with Rek'Sai and Shen, Sivir for the wave clear, and Prey answers with the Jinx, which to me really feels like what Korean teams were picking in place of Kog'Maw is the Jinx as kind of that hyper carry that they can look to protect. This is a Jugger Jinx composition coming together.
It is, and that's again why SKT picked that Sivir. They said, okay, in case you want to protect that AD carry, we want to have something where we can dive that back line. And KOO Tigers will have a very, very strong siege with Lulu, with the Jinx, and we have an early game jungler for Origen as well. The one left, and he had a good game against Fnatic last week on this Lee Sin. He needs to do it again, even though it's into a not the greatest matchup for Lee Sin.
Very interesting to see the Jinx as well. Hardly ever saw it in LCK Summer. Just wasn't something that Korea picked up, but here at Worlds, it's definitely something they'll revert to.
I really feel like it's something that the Korean teams learned during the boot camp when all the teams came to Korea to play against them, and also through group stage success. And Faker goes with Cassidy again.
Wow.
So basically, he was thinking about taking the Ryze here because, again, the matchup into Lulu is good for the Ryze to sit in free farm. The problem is, it would be very difficult for them to kill, for SKT to kill the AD carry. Ryze tried to like run at them, Alistar can CC him, Lee Sin can CC him, kick him away, Lulu and everything. It would be too difficult for the Ryze to deal proper damage, I think, towards this backline of KOO Tigers. So they want more diving potential. But you're sacrificing quite a lot by taking this Kassadin.
Yeah, we'll see how much presence Faker can have in lane on Kassadin, because normally that's the pick that gets pushed in really hard. The one thing I like about Kassadin in this context is they have the Sivir to clear mid lane very early on in the game if they want to, and they can send Faker to a side lane earlier on. Not to mention they have a lot of global presence to make up for this thing. And now we get to see Smeb's Riven. This is such a good matchup for Riven into the Rumble historically. This is actually when you would pick it, even before Worlds.
This was one of the reasons Riven came back into the meta for someone like Smeb, because he was picked into Rumble. You would destroy him in lane so badly every single time. But really, SK Telecom, they're not picking for the laning phase here at all. They're picking to take these mid-game fights. You have Castle in one side lane, Rumbles in the other one, then you group for this dragon, and you try and fight before this Jinx reach a 2 or 3 item spike when she becomes a monster.
And I want to see if Faker sticks with Ignite, because he hasn't actually run as much teleport as others have. They have a lot of global presence within their team because of the Shen and the Rek'Sai, but maybe Faker brings the Ignite to have a little bit more pressure in lane. feels like he's going to be sticking with that summer spell.
This works almost with KOO and against them. Everything's slow in the beginning, but when they love to fight, that's when SKT is going to want to fight as well, right in that mid game. It is going to be explosive once we get out of the laning phase. I cannot wait to see what comes from game one. Wolf picking up that Shen, 9-1 across Worlds. So Shen himself having a great tournament, great Worlds.
Yeah.
And he's going to be all over the map, protecting his team as Prey tries to cancel people out.
It's going to be one of these support picks. If you want to make sure your top laner can do fine one versus one, you get a global for him from the support to help him out. That's going to make it tough to kill MaRin.
All right, as we load up for the first game in this best-of-5 set, get on Twitter, share your predictions by sending hashtag SKTWin or hashtag KOOWin to @LOL Esports. Tell us who you think is going home with the Summoners Cup. We're about to find out right now who's going to get the momentum in game one. SKT, as we said, by the numbers, absolutely huge throughout the game. Hardly ever falling behind, and when they do, they always find a way back.
Yeah, and I cannot wait to see what happens in this early game. Here we go.
Normal spread by both teams to start this one off as we pan down Summoner's Rift, the battlefield where both teams will leave everything on the Rift before they leave here today.
And KOO Tigers right now, look at your minimap. They were setting up a small trap in their own jungle because SK Telecom in game one of their quarterfinal and semifinals, they did try and peek into the enemy jungle. Let's see what was going on, maybe see if they can get in some deep wards to spot a potential lane swap. I think KOO Tigers had read that, they were sitting ready. But SKT is saying, it's game one, we're gonna play it super safe.
And I liked what KOO Tigers did early here because they also placed the ward within their own blue buff, so if SKT had done an invade on that side, they would at least be able to scout it. But as you said, this is a very conservative start for SKT, which we may actually expect from this one. KOO Tigers hasn't been able to make early game moves, and especially with the casting on the side of SKT, they're okay with this game stretching a little bit longer, despite SKT having some very short games already so far at Worlds.
But this pick and ban phase is why we talked about how KOO Tigers in this meta right here, this patch we're playing on at Worlds, fits them a lot better. Because Smeb gets to play the big carry up in the top lane. He played a tank every single time KOO Tigers faced SKT in the summer split. Now he's on a Riven into a Rumble. That's a fantastic matchup for him. At the same time, KOO can bring teleport in the mid lane, so he will have an impact even in case he loses. Kassadin at level 6 can take down this Lulu. And it's very difficult to do anything, so KOO just has to farm up and make sure he can protect his Jinx later.
As you were saying, they're amazing making that transition, and KOO only gets better when they have time to sit on the meta, when they have time to process that meta and get the strategy down they want. Here, going back to pretty much a normal comp in their Juggernaut phase, or Jugger Jinx, if you will, and we'll see if it helps them out once they get to those mid-game fights.
Yeah, Wolf was trying to do some jungle harassing, but he does come up a little bit short. The fact that they push KOO off the blue buff has very, very low impact. Rumble doesn't benefit from blue buff, neither does Rek'Sai, neither does Lee Sin, neither does Riven. The blue buff is actually pretty useless since the experience you gain from the blue buff is the same as at the other camps early on in the game. So they're going to be able to take that, and we're seeing a pretty standard-ish lane swap here.
Yeah, but due to the fact that SKT was so passive level 1, they didn't want to try and invade anything. They had zero vision really of where KOO was starting. So they managed to snuck 2 camps on the side of KOO Tigers down here towards the bottom lane before they moved up. So you can see they now have the blue buff, enemy Grump and Wolf camp as well. On top side, there are some extra camps to do from the KOO Tigers. SKT has to just rush down, push on this tower as fast as possible, because they obviously don't want to fall behind in experience.
Yeah, since they are behind in the jungle camps, they actually wanted to accelerate their turret taking. However, KOO Tigers is winning this one more so because of the Jinx. Yes. They are able to pull down the turret with the minigun form, since she gets all that increased attack speed hitting the turret, and keep equal in the turret speed while actually having fewer people taking the turret. It is actually a good start here for the KOO Tigers.
And it's interesting to see this, more of an LCK lane swap. Nobody's at the turret to be taken down. Both teams go there for together and take it down themselves. There isn't a top laner to be taken out. They're all getting what they need.
Basically, the team's adapting to that fast push lane swap we've seen time and time again in the Western scene, obviously. KOO Tigers did give over the gold to Smeb. Down the bottom side, we saw MaRin and Bang. They traded gold between each other. I didn't really like that because Bang was on 800 gold anyway, or 875 to get a pickaxe. So he just ends up getting a second Dorans. But it does mean he can buy pink. I would have preferred to just see MaRin get all that gold, because they pushed it in so quickly, you didn't get up to these 18-20 CS you need to get that pickaxe plus the tower gold.
So last time we saw Kuro on a Lulu, what did he get? First 5-6 blue buffs of the game. The team was very adamant about continuously giving him that blue buff so he could push down mid turret and then get himself to the other lanes, or just keep somebody like Faker in the mid lane constantly.
SKT really were in a hurry when it came to killing that tower. They didn't even manage to bounce the wave on the bottom side. So they sent down Smeb from KOO Tigers to just pick up the entire wave. That's very, very good for him. You get a 2v2 top side, and you have a lane now pushing out for Smeb to get some extra CS and extra experience because KOO Tigers, because SK Telecom failed to bounce the tower or bounce the minion wave.
Yeah, I absolutely agree right there because SKT, now they have to worry about who gets dove first. Big team fight at the top lane.
Gorilla hitting up both Wolf and Bengi. The teleports are going to come in. That's Kuro. Smeb's already there to fight. Eyes on Bengi. They turn to Wolf now. He's safer in the jungle for them to go after, and it may be him going down. They try to get the cripple towards him. That's going to be Wolf going down. First blood to the KOO Tigers.
Remember that Faker is not running teleport. He didn't want to leave the mid lane. He just sat there, pushed it into tower, and KOO Tigers said, we can take a fight up here. We're strong enough. Our top lane has picked up some farm at least on the bottom side. You can see the big wave is still pushing in. MaRin will catch that one. But KOO Tigers investing everything into a team fight.
Yeah.
We see this time and time again. So often, every single member gets an assist when KOO Tigers gets a kill.
Something that teams have actually been slow on is after that first turret, get in the other side of the jungle, put your vision down, take aggression there, and finally KOO makes it work for themselves here. A team, like we said, doesn't really get going that early. Well, you have a Riven on your team, so they'll take whatever's on their plate right now.
There's a chance for Bengi to gank down bottom side now. We know Smeb has to overextend. He used Flash as well in that last little fight. You can see Bengi on your minimap now. He's down here, but KOO Tigers, they realize what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, Bengi's actually in position. It's late on the recall. He is really outnumbered.
He had to see the footsteps of Kuro there as well, possibly calling MaRin in late, but he baits himself into very low HP there.
Yeah, there's a good chance he was waiting on a recall right there because he may not have been looking at his screen as he was walking in, even though he was in the right position. So the fact that they ran into him early, they extended cooldowns, they kind of tipped off the gank, and at least for now, MaRin is safe.
But this is what the KOO Tigers do so well. They understand where will the enemy jungler go for a gank, where will the enemy team set up a play. They knew, okay, there's a big wave pushing, our top laner needs help. 4 members go down and assist him, make sure he can push it out. SKT though is
level 6 here.
That's an 80 carry left alone on top side.
Bray in a real bad spot, and he hopes to get on his knees and do just that. Stays alive a little bit longer. Can Faker get the final hit? Here comes Gorilla. Should be able to pick it up, but it goes to Bray. 2-1 now in favor of the KOO Tigers.
Wolf started off tanking that one very nicely as a level 2 Shen was able to clear aggro, but the patience of Bray using that heal late baited SKT into a disengage. They were really trying to funnel that first kill onto Faker to jumpstart him into this game, but because the heal was timed properly, it really delayed the kill from Faker, and KOO very deftly trades one back.
It is such a good trade for KOO Tigers. They defend their own top laner, the Riven, they pick the 1-2 split push, and at the same time, they trade 1-for-1 up in the top lane here for Bray. So great start for the KOO Tigers so far. Just gotta make sure that Smeb can keep getting all the farm he needs, get him to that level 6 point, he can 1v1 against the Rumble, and suddenly you have split pushing pressure.
Absolutely. Focusing, getting Smeb going. Bray gets himself going off a very nicely played dive from SKT. And maybe if Faker had that teleport, he'd been there sooner. Would have made it work. He did take that Ignite after all out of Champion Select. And KOO sprinkling a little bit of that magic dust here in the beginning of the game. Get themselves a slight lead, only working with 600 right now.
Just Gorilla instantly recalling after being towards the bottom lane. Forced Faker to basically say, I can't rip out
so
here.
Many minions at that turret.
He definitely did. So
Seed
Faker
wave going in. Could not get it, and now Faker's back in lane. Level 7 as he returns. Kuro gonna get his blue buff, so he'll continuously push Faker back into that lane. His kill pressure down with the Ignite down, so he'll pretty much be sitting pretty there, farming the minions up as he can. Still up 7 CS as he did that roam. Faker always making sure his lane is in position, so he doesn't fall behind in those instances.
And it's now 2 plays that actually did go in KOO Tigers' favor because they had the first gank work. The SKT gank, the split kills actually failed. And coming up towards the 10 minutes here, we're going to have a very uncommon scenario where KOO Tigers is actually going to be up in gold. Because looking at the bracket stage in particular against KT and Fnatic, KOO averaged a gold deficit of 916 at 10 minutes, whereas SKT in their bracket stage were on average up 626. So this is a bit of a roll role reversal here for KOO Tigers, and since their strengths have been team fighting and the defensive play, it will be interesting to see if they can turn on an offensive stage of play, which is what they need to push as Faker is farming up on Kassadin.
This is only accelerating that good time that KOO Tigers loves to have. 5 members of their team, very good friends, as you said, kind of misfits as they scrap around Officio, but here making things work. And Origen, as he is usually reactive, sits in the back, a little more proactive this game. You see him towards the top lane, hasn't had vision of Bengi, so he's sitting behind Smeb. Little action towards the bot side, the teleport coming in right now from MaRin. His ultimate is up. They lay down the equalizer. Wolf should be able to get out of this one. MaRin into the fight now. Kuro and Prey are the targets, and that's going to be Kuro going down. SKT seemingly pulling this one back in their favor with just a few kills to the bot lane, and that's a double kill for MaRin.
Massive play for SK Telecom here. MaRin, he TP'd down, he walked behind the KOO Tigers. You can see they placed a pink ward in the lane. You're like, is there any ward where they can teleport? No, okay, we can take the fight then. Didn't realize that MaRin then snuck behind through the jungle. In the end, SK Telecom sends down every single member. 3 kills for them.
So much for that goal lead, and also a complete lapse of pressure from the KOO Tigers. Faker made it down there on an Ignite Kassadin, and then his lane was not punished. Kuro did match with the teleport. Smeb decided not to. I don't think he had the right position to do so. So SK Telecom really globally positioning better. It was rare watching any game so far at Worlds to see SKT actually commit 5 people to one side of the map.
Look at KOO Tigers placing the ping ward, saying, okay, there's nothing behind us right now, so we can take the fight here. MaRin then
Riven
sneaks
needs
in.
to be in on that same ward.
Not sure why, he's not there. He canceled his own teleport. Smeb up in the top lane. Maybe there's communication saying we can get 1 kill and it's fine. In the end, it ends up costing KOO Tigers so much down this bottom lane.
Yeah, and this was a glimpse of what you can do with the Shen and the Rek'Sai. They teleported the top laner. Bengi was at his own Gromp before he was able to make it into that fight, and Wolf doesn't even have his stand united yet. Not to mention, we saw the teleport burn from Kuro already in this fight. Smeb really needed to match that teleport of Kuro if they wanted a chance in that fight, but even then, they ended up losing it pretty substantially. Maybe he just saved his life there by not coming in.
And just also good understanding of cooldowns here for SK Telecom. Faker is going to trade Kuro. He's going to keep doing this, by the way, over and over and over. There's really no damage. Kuro can return, and Gorilla gets taunted.
Oh, that teleport is down, so this means the fight is the 3 we have on your screen. That's instantly Bengi getting hit up as the Gorilla gets himself in with the Unbreakable Will and sets up for a kill.
Be careful messing with Alistar around the turret. Not a good taunt by Wolf, and it ends up pulling Bengi into a little bit of a fight. Alistar gets to ignore turrets. That's one of the reasons he's the most picked support here for most of the year and at Worlds. So really punishing Bengi very early there. The burst damage from Prey and Hojin as he was headbutted straight into all of the skill shots. Make short work of Bengi.
They're in the wave, pushing Smeb back, knows the jungle pressure is towards the bottom side, so he has time to deal a little bit of damage.
MaRin is baiting this. He just wants to poke down Smeb. He doesn't want to kill him right now. He's waiting for Faker to join.
Rek'Sai ultimate as well, just behind their blue, so Bengi should be here in time. They may not even need him. Stand United is on. They hit the end of the taunt by Wolf, and Faker picks himself up a kill now.
I have seen so many moves here by SKT to get Faker kills on Kassadin. These plays are extremely well orchestrated, and the best thing about this is they're not losing pressure on the lanes.
No.
While Faker's being able to roam around, no other team who's played Kassadin has been able to team play around him this well early in the game.
Simply, the mid lane matchup allows Faker to ignore Kuro and say, you're not going to do any damage to me, you're not really going to push on my tower, kill his wave, and then just leave. And he does it again and again and again, and he managed to appear at the side lanes. He's ready to pick up the kills. We even see the Shen support join in. So SK Telecom right now are benefiting from Faker being in a lane where he's not going to be under any pressure at all. And he can then use his mobility to join the other lanes.
And we've seen, rewatching SKT's games, even KOO's, SKT just better at making plays off of small mistakes. Everybody went to the bot lane, a lot of teleports are down. Let's make a play on the teleport top lane and get it to work for us.
And we can then constantly go back to, okay, what was the last play where Kuro had an impact? Okay, he TP'd down to the bottom lane. But that was the play where KOO Tigers had completely misunderstood the situation, already cancelled from Smeb, so they couldn't win. The fight that meant the teleport was on cooldown. Suddenly Faker can roam and nobody can join.
Exactly.
And so much of what we've seen from the KOO Tigers as well throughout Worlds is they actually do not pick up much farm by playing 3 lanes. They instead shrink the map, find team fights, and then win based on killing the opponents. Because their overall CS differentials, even at the end of the game, Origen, Curl, and Prey in bracket stage averaged big CS differentials against their opponents. And SKT, right now, are also the ones getting kills as well as pushing the lanes. They are winning across a lot of different dimensions.
Yeah, because the KOO Tigers tend to fall behind in the early game at 20 minutes, they get pushed so far back on the map, they can't be proactive. Because whenever the other team then pushes out the wave, there's going to be 2 or 3 minion waves coming down towards Smeb. He wants to pick it up, the other team will force a fight. And Smeb has to TP away. So he has to sacrifice that farm to join the teleport or to join the team to get that big team fight going for KOO Tigers. That's one of the main reasons they fall so far behind in CS across the board. Smeb, despite being probably the best or second best top laner in this tournament, he's even in CS. But at the end of the game,
his job is going to get much harder against a 2-0-2 MaRin. He has enough money right now. 1:30 on that clock for Dragon. That Zhonya's he has is most likely going to be finished before those sword boots, and he'll be so powerful when this Dragon fight comes up. Getting help here from Bang in the top lane, so they don't have to worry about that pressure.
And again, look at the map pressure. Smeb under his turret facing 3 to 4 people. They are posturing a dive right here, but mainly just trying to take the turret. What KOO wants is to bait a dive and be able to save under the turret with Alistar and with the Lulu teleport, but they really just don't have the necessary information right here. It has been a KOO special to wait for turret dives and turn them around, but now they're against a much more formidable foe.
And this right here is a play we have seen all the Korean teams do in this tournament. We're down on the bottom side when there's no tier 1 tower. They push the minion wave all the way to the enemy tier 2, and then they recall off the bottom lane. Both support and AD carry recalls, and they rush to the opposite side of the map where your top lane is still sitting and farming, so they don't give away what's happening. Because all KOO Tiger sees, okay, MaRin is in top lane farming against Smeb. Well, that's pretty normal. They bot lane recalled. We don't know where they're going to go on the map. So because MaRin stays, kind of fakes it, they show up and there's only 4 members pushing in the tower. But KOO Tigers this time around were ready, knew what was going to happen, and were there to defend.
Look at the pressure here from Bang. Knowing that he's got somebody behind him, KOO can feel it as well. Not much pressure there, but it looks like SKT is trying to get some flashes or some ultimates before this Dragon.
And I want to call attention to the item timings as well. Bengi just completed a 16-minute Sightstone. Some Rek'Sais in the group stages, Reignover would be one of them, were completing 4 and 5-minute Sightstones and then trying to cover the map. But knowing that they are up against KOO, who has not traditionally been an early game aggressive team, Bengi could then get combat effectiveness, finish his Cinder Hulk very early, then get a late Sightstone. It works perfectly. He gets the Sightstone, he wards up the Dragon, and now they can take him.
And this is what SK Telecom wants to do with their comp. We talked about it in the pick and ban phase, how strong it is in the mid game. Right now, you have the items completed, Rod of Ages forecasted in, Hourglass for Rumble. It's very difficult for KOO Tigers to fight. Your Jinx doesn't even have Infinity yet. You cannot team fight right now. And SKT gets a free Dragon, can even go back and defend. Origen might set up a dive against MaRin, but remember the Shen ulti. It's always going to be there. Wolf is just sitting in the mid lane, waiting for KOO Tigers to make an aggressive play, and then he joins.
Something that can easily catch them off guard is that Shen ultimate. We've kind of seen KOO within the past few games of the tournament. They bring out the Zac, they bring out the Ashe, causing teams they play against to have to ward differently, play differently in initiations. It seems like Shen is creating that possibility for SKT right now. Thwarting some kills, giving SKT the lead here in engages.
And another possibility SKT's opened up with this team comp is just a different look than we've seen for most of Worlds. MaRin has played Rumble, but it's been a bit of an abnormality.
Yeah.
We have seen the top laners split pushing, and the mid laners being kind of the damage dealer. But SKT swapped around this roles for this specific game. Faker is the one split pushing and making plays, whereas MaRin, a lot of the time, will arrive with the equalizers in the team fights.
Pushing the mid tower will be very hard for SK Telecom. Kassadin obviously can't really join in unless there's nobody defending. I'd rather see SKT focus on getting deep vision right here than trying to just group 4 members mid, because with the teleport on Lula as well, it should be easy enough for KOO Tigers to defend it. You see right here, they can just clear it out. Sivir is the only one who can really hit the tower, and it does absolutely nothing at this point. Get deep vision, get skirmishes with your Kassadin. That's what your goal is, not pushing in mid tower at the moment.
Well, especially because every single global on SKT is up right now, so wherever Faker goes, the rest of the team has the ability to support him right there, and then it's on KOO Tigers to stop the split push. I definitely do feel like SKT should be doing that to Fischio, but I also think that since they are up 2 dragons to 0 already, with the scaling Kassadin on their side, they're okay with this current set of circumstances as long as Faker's farming.
As long as you can keep farming, don't put him with your AD carries so they have to share and try and fight each other for that CS. It never works out. Both carries, they start whining.
Faker will always pick up more gold.
He will get some of it. He will get some of it. But really, for KOO Tigers, the fact they have double teleport means they should be able to always have the 2 side lanes, or at least 1 side lane pushing against SKT. And we might have to see them go aggressive and tower dive on the opposite side, where Faker is not sitting on this Castellan because he doesn't have teleport, or Bang, of course, as an AD carry, and use the fact that KOO can then TP in 5 versus 4 fight for the KOO Tigers. But for now, they're still behind. The AD carry does not have any completed items, so they're not in a position where they really want to fight with confidence.
Both sitting around that same damage spike. Leandri's just finished by MaRin, but sub 20 minutes in the game. That Zanya's as well. Sword boots are going to be easily finished. These guys are all items coming online right now to make things happen.
MaRin is so incredibly fed, and Faker is also going with the ridiculously aggressive Kassadin build. He's going Lichbane as his second item.
I wondered what that was going to be after Aether Wisp.
Yeah, I thought maybe a Ludens. That also would mix. So often you see Zhonya's as the second item because you need to Rift Walk aggressively and then avoid getting killed by the rest of the team. But it's also Faker, so he's going to be very patient with his positioning. This makes it very hard for him to go directly at the Riven, because if Riven does get the stun off, he can try and full combo the Kassadin before anything falls down. It's going to be a big skill matchup now.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I'm going to be against Lulu most of the time. So Hourglass, the armor doesn't really do a whole lot. She's not going to kill me. I want some more burst, really, for himself. Finally, with the SKT getting in the jungle, places some vision cleared out. You can see he's not afraid of KOO at all. He can barely burn through his own shield.
Lulu's damage does not come out in burst. It's very over time. The AP Lulu, while the Glitterland slows you, it's then about the auto attacks afterwards. So I do actually like the build from Faker here, as long as they continue to use him as a split pusher.
This was good though from KOO Tigers, because again, they used the teleport to push the bottom side, get some damage on tower, force SKT to send someone down to defend it. They need to keep doing that, but they're only allowed to do it because SKT has not completely taken over jungle. So you can freely push out your waves right now if you are the KOO Tigers. You're not really afraid of getting ganked because you have defensive wards as well. But SKT is very clearly saying, we don't want to risk anything. Just farm up that castle and get that third dragon, and then we will start invading. You can see Bengi on your screen. Now he's moving into the jungle. Now KOO Tigers suddenly can move straight from the lanes to the towers and defend. They have to take the long route around, and that's where SKT can catch them in the rotations, or just be there first and take away a tower.
So many options now for SKT as they move into the jungle. Faker just off on the wing to the right. You also have Wolf and Bang kind of hovering back and forth through the jungle. Bang clearing waves in mid now. Just the AD carries doing what they can in mid to farm it out. They might be able to get some good damage on him here, but it won't be a trade coming in from Bang. A little too close and not enough vision on the other side.
Prey played that extremely well. Wolf also had to flash away defensively. They burned a lot of cooldowns right there. Normally the Shen is threatening a taunt flash because he would have backup, but Prey knew he had Riven backup as well, and then SKT couldn't bring enough people with the taunt to create an actual threat, and he ends up completely winning that trade and burning some pretty key cooldowns from SKT.
And that was just when SKT finally had taken some control on the bottom side. Instantly it get pushed back because they have to recall with Wolf, no severe ulti. So KOO Tigers have done a very good job keeping very defensive wards. You can see on your minimap here, trying to spot every single time SK Telecom wants to move into their jungle. And then again, it allows the Lulu to move all the way down here without a tier 1 tower, push out the wave, force Faker to sit and clear it so he can't do anything without his teleport. And it just buys more time for KOO Tigers to farm up the Jinx, which is all they want to do. Just sitting mid lane, Prey is just constantly farming, and also waiting for that point where Riven can all in this Hourglass Rumble and take him down, because then suddenly you have 2 winning lanes.
And it does feel a little bit better to be Prey right now, knowing you won't get flash taunted, but you still have to worry about on the hunt, Bengi tunneling through, Faker coming through as well. So it's not going to be easy for KOO to organize these fights.
And I think one of the biggest things they have to worry about is the level 14 Rumble. MaRin is an absolute monster right now. Highest CS in the game, most gold in the game, giant item power spikes, and the pre-fight poke on Alistair is absolutely huge. Bang got hit pretty hard too, though.
Yeah, got a crit. Faker delivered. Straight to him. So KOO Tigers feeling confident. Got Infinity Edge completed for Prey. Don't feel like they necessarily have to take this one, but again, they're afraid of these dragons getting out of control.
And this has typically been where KOO Tigers has swung back their gold deficits. This is actually a tiny gold deficit. They've come back from 5,000 gold pre-20 minutes twice during the bracket stage already. It's only a 2,000 gold lead for SKT, but it's the item differentials right now. The Rumble and the Caston are huge. Equalizer missed, but Smeb is all alone.
See what happens. Faker not going to be able to chase down.
KOO can
Smeb.
start Dragon now.
KOO can go Dragon.
KOO can go
They
straight
want
to
the other
Dragon.
side of the map.
Smeb playing super aggressive, trying to force someone to move over and stop him. Has the mobility on this Riven. That's a free Dragon for KOO Tiger. Should be at
Inside
least.
the pit, chompers are down to stop up MaRin. Looks like he could not throw that ult down as he just used it. Still, Origen on the backside. Gorilla throws on the ultimate. That's about to wear off soon. He could be the next one. All flashes forced over by KOO. A chase from MaRin and Bengi. Kicked. Faker's range. Faker over the wall. Are they going to be able to take down Kuro? The wild growth is down. The first one is Gorilla. That's going to be few more kills. Hojin and Prey fall to the ground, and they've only lost their support. 8-4 now for SKT.
You really got to see the power of the brute items that SKT had picked up. No Equalizer and no Faker until the complete backside of that fight, and they still wrecked them. MaRin was just a walking death ball right there. Flame Spitter was pretty much all he did, and he pushed all of KOO Tiger's back. Sivir ultimate to extend the chase, and KOO tried to run, but they were not fast enough.
Suddenly Faker will join in. They have to run back from this Dragon here, but really KOO Tigers were so delayed in their decision. They pinged the mid tower when they saw Faker go for that gang and say, should we push the tower? Someone else calls, no, we gotta go Dragon, guys. And then 5 seconds delayed. That's enough for Faker to move back and join in for this fight here. Secure the kills for SK Telecom. Miscommunication will be punished by a team like SK Telecom every single time, and that's why they pick up 3 kills.
And so will that many flashes down on the side of KOO as they use them to escape that fight.
Bang always on the backside of these fights as well. Great support with the Sivir. This is SK Telecom coming online. They did make the mistake, but KOO Tigers didn't punish exactly right because of the delayed moves that they made towards the Dragon Pit. If they would have been in closer position and they knew Faker would have been further away, there's a chance KOO Tigers could have actually taken that fight.
For sure.
With the Lulu and the Jinx, but instead they were forced into retreat, and SKT is a spectacular team at chasing down kills.
Had that Dragon just been rushed, bursted down, MaRin probably wouldn't even have teleported in the first place. They said, you know what, that is lost. We tried to make a play, it didn't work. We still have 2 Dragons, it's fine. We can now go back to play the same way, try and use Faker in one of these side lanes. But really, it is hurting him. He doesn't have that teleport. That's always what you look at in the late game against a double teleport team. It becomes so difficult because every time you show yourself in one of these side lanes, you're afraid of a play happening. If he ever goes bot lane, at this moment here, KOO Tigers might just say, you know what, let's rush the Baron. Let's just force a team fight at this Baron here and force SKT to move in and try and stop us. But obviously, due to the goal lead, due to the fact that SK Telecom have some very, very strong members, especially this Rumble pick, it obviously becomes a lot harder for KOO Tigers to punch that lack of teleport.
All that stuff only going to happen for MaRin as he upgrades his boots. Good to go in that sense as well. Another needlessly large rod on top of all of that for more damage. Aegis being built up on both sides, so a bit of the magic resistance finally comes out. But when lanes always being pushed, now bottom lane by MaRin. Getting that in favor. Mid turret goes down though with KOO. Straight pressure to the mid lane as SKT tries to get a few hits of damage back in.
Strong move by KOO there. MaRin was split pushing, but KOO knew that the teleport timer was down because he used it to get into the Dragon Pit, so they very easily move up with long-range Jinx rockets, plus the Lulu for extra move speed, and safely take down that turret. Since also SKT was using deep wards, so that was kind of a turret spent on getting wards into the red side jungle of the KOO Tigers.
Sadly, only a few though for SKT, and normally when you place these wards, you want to be in the jungle already. So the other team can't see what's happening in there. They want to peek in and be like, oh, can we clear a ward maybe? And then boom, you just punish them, you kill them, and you can then rotate to the Baron. Every time KOO Tigers now gets to group up and move down to these towers, it's in their advantage because what their team wants to do. They should be able to see Faker sitting and farming and knowing, okay, we have maybe 5-10 seconds, we can get one hit or try a trade and then go back from there. But then Faker obviously will move down from his lane and be able to flank.
The Bane Faker on the Caston. The rest of this team approaches the turrets. They're going to go down quite fast. See if they can get to them anytime soon. 27 minutes in the game, average game time coming in for SK Telecom in their wins, because that's all they've done, is 32-10. So just about 4 minutes from now, they would have the win in this game. I don't know if KOO is going to allow that to happen this time. They did have a little bit of magic dust in the early game, which set SKT back. And this is kind of the time that they shine. Their items have come online. Can they get the mid-game fights they want?
It is pretty important to note that Kuro has completed his death cap, which is the main power spike you get for the Lulu, and Jinx also just picked up a BF sword of extra damage to go through. But honestly, the mobility of SKT is extremely punishing here.
That's a lot of love for Gorilla right there. He gets himself out safely. Kuro's throws on the wild growth himself to deter the fight even, and they lose some ultimates there.
Very
big.
Yeah, why was Gorilla sitting in the mid lane when his AD carry just recalled? You're just an Alistar support. Very easy for SKT to punish him, push him away. They have full control. If you look at the top side of the map here with pink wards in the river, Baron, there's no wards from KOO Tigers. One bad fight for KOO Tigers, 1 or 2 guys die.
Game is over.
Game is over. Straight to Baron, pick up that Baron, and then suddenly you can just dive onto the enemy, or you can just 1-3-1 again with buffed up minions, and it will be almost impossible for KOO to stop.
MaRin is about to hit level 18. It's 29 minutes in, he's at
Hojin
level
is gonna
17
get picked off
top
here.
laner. That's something SKT has done this game. They have played the waves better, and we see this 3,000 to 4,000 gold advantage, but the experience advantage is even bigger, specifically in that top lane. MaRin was 3 levels ahead of Smeb just a second ago.
He's the only one in the game right now with a 3rd level of his ultimate. That's how far ahead he is. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and that equalizer scales extremely well. So that is, the 3rd level of the ultimate is absolutely huge, even for Kassadin too, when Faker hits level 16, because the cooldown of his Rift Walk will drop to pretty much 2 seconds, and it makes it much harder for KOO to lock him down and burst.
And KOO was in an okay position, going back a few minutes, sitting there farming every single lane. Prey just got free farm in the mid lane. SKT didn't really know what they wanted to do, if they wanted to wait for Dragon, did they want to invade the jungle or push a tower. So they were kind of waiting it out as well. But then KOO Tigers were just so slow at reacting to that Dragon play. That's what SKT needed to get some more kills and really now open up for Baron as well.
And now there's so many different plays that they have to pick from. Dragon is up, SKT wants to stop the timer, but Baron also has to defend it. Great stop by Gorilla.
Huge knockup. 4 people from SKT.
And a choke
There's
point
some
though.
rockets coming in. Very nicely done. Can they get themselves some more? SKT sees that it's a very bad situation. They start to ping down towards Dragon. They may have the time to burn this one down, but they don't have the help of Bang right away. He is very hurt.
KOO outplayed that very well, and they got a crit rocket in the choke point. Gorilla stuffed it. Jinx was protected essentially by the Alistar, and SKT actually thought they had a larger numbers advantage than they actually did, which is why they ended up grouping up there and getting crit rocket. They're a little lucky that they didn't lose out on that one with the way that KOO played it.
Yeah, SKT as well, they wanted to bait that TP from Smeb by saying, oh, he shows bot lane, instant, start a fight, get him to TP in, and then you saw what they decided to do was run away. We don't want to chase into this choke point here, we got low Faker. That was risky.
Very close.
Sivir ulti is down though.
Flash, Hojin gets the wild growth. They may still decide to chase this. Faker throws out a few more. And it looks like they're going to be safe this time. They have the vision on that side of the brush. SKT does not, so they can't, but they will start pushing mid.
Yeah, mid tower is open. KOO Tigers is to take the long route around.
Oh, that turret going down so fast.
It's a game of attrition right now. They're starving out the teleports, they're starving out recall tamers, and they're trying to starve out wards with all these other objectives up. And it's back and forth too, because one team makes a nice aggressive play and it's answered. Eventually they will run out of cooldowns or go into an irreversible play, and we will see that fight. But for now, they're just throwing jabs at each other.
Smeb has not gotten too much for himself this game. 0, 1, and 2. He's still on that Bloodthirster, on a Brutalizer, and a Hex Drinker for a bit of that survivability, but he has not been able to hit a good fight here. The team is looking for it. Looks like Rek'Sai coming in. We just saw Bengi use his ultimate just below the team. They're all going to be there. Bengi gets hit back. He's going to be able to turn around now. They have Prey in the perfect spot, and they take down Prey. They take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos for KOO. They cannot find the right positioning. A double kill as well for Bang.
Prey was caught out of position. He didn't know if he should flash over the wall or flash into his own team, but the fact he was caught out there meant he had to run and not deal damage. Suddenly, SK Telecom can just chase, get the kills.
And people keep getting funneled into either a MaRin Flame Spitter or a Faker flank. It's making it pretty safe on Faker, and now they're baiting the Baron.
Smeb about to get smushed. The Harpoon does not hit, but they get the smite down, and the Flame Spitter will cook him just right. Well done on Smeb. He goes down. 45 seconds on these timers now, and SKT is going to use that to its fullest.
We need to see how KOO Tigers were positioned on the map before that last fight. How did Prey get so far away from the rest of his team? He needs the Alistar, he needs the Lulu to peel for him so he can constantly deal damage. The moment he starts running, he does nothing. So let's see what happens. He's in the river, basically. He's so far away from the team.
He was sweeping a brush, and that's why when SKT went for the heart of the team, they single out Prey. That equalizer as well funnels everyone right up against the wall. There's no way they can't group there unless they stand on the equalizer. But it all started with that positioning by Prey.
And you can see how low a lot of the members from SKT are in the end. If Prey had been sitting there dealing damage all the time, that fight could have gone completely different. But credit to SKT, again, they wait for that opening. They use some of their globals really well to go back and shop and then return. We'll get another Dragon. SK Telecom has been in full control for most of this game. Whenever there was an opening, I feel, for KOO Tigers, they didn't take it. they allowed SKT to then say, oh, we can send Faker over to the lane and do nothing, and it's okay.
You can see the disparity in that fight. Prey running for his life. Bang, throwing out all the auto attacks and boomerangs he needed. 3,800 damage to 800.
Yeah, and Bang is in such a position to succeed as well, because we're team fights, especially at the highest level, are all about threat and who is under threat.
Yep.
So Bang, in this case, the only person he really has to worry about is Smeb getting a flank. But if SKT's the one starting the fights, they don't have to worry about those things. And Prey instead had to run from Equalizer, Casting, and everything else.
Home guard stand united onto Smeb. He may be able to fight back here. Kuro gives him a very early wild growth that doesn't pop anybody up. Still is using it to get out of the fight instead of in. SKT is running down the lane. Hojin can't even help on the outside right now. Somehow, KOO gets out, only losing Prey. No, there goes Hojin. Now goes down Gorilla. SKT was just looking to light the fuse, and from a double kill to a triple kill, Bang is also getting huge.
Sivarald after Sivarald, they're creating the large positional advantages off of these small missteps by KOO Tigers, and they haven't been able to defensively ward to avoid the rotations by SKT.
One of the changes KOO Tigers made coming into the playoff in the LCK was stop picking hyper carries for Prey. Don't rely on him to be the big carry in team fights. Give him utility, give him an Ashe pick or Sivir pick, and we let Smeb be the carry. We try to let Kuro in team fights be more of a carry. They have now gone back to say, okay, it's too predictable if we just try and gank Smeb's lane all the time. They've been playing more around what Prey could do here, put him in the mid lane to farm up and rely on him in team fights. But the last few team fights, he's constantly just been in bad positions where SKT can punish him. Obviously, it doesn't help when Lulu has to invest everything she has onto the Riven.
Yeah.
All this was supposed to go onto Prey, and now he joins in all alone, basically.
It's a full health Faker.
And to me, this fight is Smeb trying to make a play. It's a little bit of desperation. They knew they'd been losing a lot of the groups up team fights, so he was hoping to create an opportunity in the side lane, but it ends up just drawing the whole team into a big flame spitter. Luden's Echo was just completed onto MaRin. Oh dear.
After that Rylai's the distortion boots, as we said before, so he's getting his summoners back nice and fast. And it's got to be very difficult for Smeb to make any moves against the team with On the Hunt, against the team that can rift walk. A very nice Zanya's through the wind slash. Smeb's gonna go down in this one. He tries to put the nail in the coffin, but ends up in it himself. That's gonna be another turret. We said it would be Baron in the base, and SKT have their eyes on it.
Level 17 Kassadin with Zhonya's is far too slippery to be able to take down unless you use all of your team's damage at exactly the moment that he is stunned. KOO tried to bait the side lane brush right there, which is a popular play while you were behind. Faker, you could tell, was kind of waiting for it with the way he juked side to side near the brush where Kuro was waiting. And it's SKT who gets the last laugh there.
It's amazing how that once SKT has a stranglehold on your strategy or even a slight lead, they push it wherever they want, but still playing reactively. You make a mistake, we take so much from the base. You make another mistake, that's the game. At this point, it cannot happen anymore for KOO Tigers.
And it's scary to see SK Telecom win team fight after team fight against a team that was supposed to be the better one in the late game fights. KOO Tigers has always been praised as one of the best team fighting teams in the world, where they could possibly beat SKT, who are more about skirmish, you know, more about the early game. Not been the case in this game.
I think a lot of it has to do with the way SKT did draft for finding team fights. Sivir, Rumble, traditional team fighting AD carries there. And even the jungle matchup, Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin. Rek'Sai is incredibly good into Lee Sin, burning that first pick on the Rek'Sai to give Lulu over, and then just positioning better than the team with the Lulu. It's been draft as well as play for SKT.
Yeah, and it's just something we mentioned, how SKT so quickly realized what could happen in the pick and ban phase by taking that Sivir into Lulu, being okay, in case you want to take the AD carry, we will have a composition that can dive it. We have the tools ready, even when we are kind of blind picking it before we see your AD carry. And Bang has just been having a great performance. He's not been the highlight, but he's always doing so much damage in these fights. He's just consistently doing so well.
Have to remember that that Riven was picked at the end. Counter-picking. Oh, Hojin gets critted down immediately. A bit of Luden's Echo on the end there. Wild Growth goes onto him. Everything's been used in defense. They can't get the engages they want. It's the KOO Tigers. They love to engage, but are consistently engaged on this game by SKT and their confidence.
This time around, though, SKT wanted a little bit more. Faker even jumped in and had to flash out instantly, so he didn't get to assassinate anyone. Recalling on a ward.
There aren't many mistakes that SKT has made in this tournament. I mean, the first one might have happened when they went to gank Pawn on Echo when Rise was still level 1 Faker. or Faker was still level 1 Rise, I should say, you're not going to get a Rune Prison out of him. But other than that, we really haven't seen them make too many mistakes here. They got a victory.
This was a pretty tricky play because Origen was trying to kick them back while SKT would be trying to finish this turret, and they get them low enough that they kind of commit over the wall. But now their focus is split between the fight and the turret. You could see Bang was finishing off the turret because they couldn't dive on the turret. But Bengi was all about the fight right there. That would have been a safer play to just have Faker be in while Bang took the turret, and Bengi overextended a little bit.
In the end though, worth it for SK Telecom because they get the tower down, they break into the base once again. They have now 2 inhibitors they can take down. One of them is already gone. The next one should be coming soon. SKT back out, split pushing. One of the things they do with Rek'Sai very often in the late game, Bengi will just be the guy controlling the wave in one lane, just pushing it in. He's not going to kill anyone, but then he will join for the fight. Of course, he has a tunnel here, just behind SKT in case they need him.
You can actually see, though, the lack of Void Staff on SKT is starting to get punished a little bit by Smeb and the rest of KOO's builds. They're building a fair bit of MR right now, and since SKT was very mid-game item priorities by going flat penetration on the Rumble and no magic penetration on Faker, Faker with a death cap and about 600 AP got a full combo off on Smeb and didn't take him below 75% health. Obviously, SKT still has massive map control.
SK tilt.
SKT just tilting.
Not the case in this game.
Definitely not the case. Oh. But no Void Staff on the way. It looks like MaRin will complete his build sans Void Staff, and Faker will need to build it as his 6th item.
Incredible play so far coming from SKT. A bit of a lead to KOO in the beginning when they got the early kills, but everything punished that SKT could has been punished. Steric's Gauge now onto Bang. They're able to put some different items in their pockets here, keeping him that much more safe. As you were saying, that magic resistance getting picked up. Prey has a null magic mantle just to stop from being zeroed out immediately. And hopefully they can stay alive a bit longer here as they protect their inhibitors.
It is very hard for SKT to fight here in the base though, because the flanking option is not really there. Obviously, KOO Tigers have the Nexus turrets behind them. Finally, Prey sits next to his Lulu and his Alistar, so he's very safe. SKT respects it now. They're saying, okay, we don't want to risk it, wait for Baron to spawn. Draw them out of this base here, start warding up the topside jungle. At some point, KOO Tigers will come and face check. Then you get the big fight, because there's so many ways then for Kassadin to flank behind.
And that's really the story here. And SKT has been the best team at recognizing the right play to make at the right moment. So even though they've had 32-minute games, you wouldn't expect SKT to overpress the tempo right here. They're at 4 dragons. Knowing the next dragon is going to be up in 5 minutes, they can get that. In the meanwhile, the Baron will come up. They can take that, slow push the wave in the top lane, maybe get down the 3rd inhibitor turret. Because, as we were talking about, they do not have the long-range AD carry, they do not have flank opportunities within the KOO base, and KOO can hold their own base quite well. However, if that's with a Baron buff and with 5 dragons, then SKT can crack it, which is why SKT's opportunity is in the here and now. As Baron respawns, they need to kill KOO within their own jungle.
4 items now for Prey. Lulu to buff him up as well with a death cap completed. It is just so hard for him because of the fact that there's a Sivir ulti, the Kassadin, the Rumble ulti. There's so many things that's going towards him. Even Flash Taunt from a Shen can be enough to win the fight for SKT. So you put in this impossible situation as an AD carry, where you have to deal the maximum amount of damage, but there's also so many ways you can die at the same time. Here's one of them.
MaRin throws the equalizer down. They're able to split from the red carpet, trying to get back into their own base. The Zanya's on Faker, makes Prey take one step too close, but he is able to get out with the Wild Growth. Eyes on to Smeb now. Everybody actually focused that. Gorilla's able to come back in, but only hits Faker, and it leaves the backline completely open. Kuro and Prey fall immediately, using both summoners that they can. Teleport still up for Kuro, but it wouldn't have helped anyways.
SKT could not stop chasing KOO. KOO could not fall back fast enough. Prey kited his heart out, but it wasn't enough. SKT used Zonius properly, ran down the fight, and they'll win the game.
That's going to be SKT earlier than what their longest game would be. That was 43-30. They put a stop to that. It's a 42-minute game 1. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup.
And we just have to look at this early game here. When a Kassadin with no teleport managed to have more of an impact than Kuro here on this Lulu, it looked very, very bad for KOO Tigers because Faker just kept roaming between the lanes. And again, whenever I felt there was an opening for the KOO Tigers to do something, they reacted a little bit too slow, maybe a little bit too afraid. They couldn't punish whatever small mistakes were left by SKT. So they never got that chance to really get back in the game. And of course, MaRin on this Rumble. got completely out of hand.
A little bit. That's been a lot of what's plagued KOO Tigers, and why people have been underestimating them is because they don't seem to necessarily win the game through their own accord, but they then punish mistakes. And SKT's been the team that makes the fewest mistakes and then punishes teams that give them openings. KOO has been giving a lot of openings, and this game SKT punished quite well.
Amazing play coming out of SKT in the beginning. We saw KOO had a slight lead, but again, what we saw in every game through groups, through the brackets, that SKT comes back nonetheless. They find a way in, and usually it's a 3-4 man fight. This time it was a teleport to the bot lane. And we didn't even see teleport pressure from Faker. He was clearing his lane, roaming at the appropriate time. They just had knowledge of the map way more than KOO Tigers.
And when you run these compositions where it's so much about the AD carries damage, SKT knew that in the pick and ban phase. We talked about it a few times, the Castle and Rumble, Sivir, everything that can constantly deal damage to this AD carry and force him to run. So he can't just sit there and spam away with the rockets and take over the game. Prey didn't have the greatest performance. It was very hard for him to do a whole lot. Often it was because he was caught out of position before the fight even started, and then it's tough to do anything.
And that could lead back to Jinx not being played that much in the LCK. Lulu Jinx right now stands at 5-4 in the entire Worlds tournament, so it actually hasn't been that effective.
So much of that was MaRin's placing the equalizer in places that forced him to run away. And it's not like MaRin's equalizers were placed to kill everyone. They, in a sense, were kind of zoning equalizers. I hate it when people use that word. It's like, oh, he missed it. That means it's a zoning equalizer. But these ones actually were, because they were funneling all of KOO Tigers into places where they get hit by Ricochet and they get hit by Faker's Cassidon.
Well, what a game one. We're going to shoot it over to the analyst desk now to analyze a bit of that game.
Thank you, Riven. Some analysis we shall do. What a game one, though. We have to start from the beginning because we had all of this prep. We talked about how the teams would draft. We talked about which players would impact where we expected teams to succeed and fail. So let's start at the beginning. In that drafting phase, we saw the hover over the Rise, but then going with the Cassidon. So Faker already coming out with something new this time around.
Yep, Cassidon with an easy lane and taking Ignite and being able to make it happen with roams rather than try and answer with teleport.
Yeah, I really am surprised that SKT decided to blind pick the Rumble here, because they must have known the Riven was going to come out, but MaRin is one of, if not the best Rumble players in the world, so that really helps that you at least have him comfortable in any matchup. Now, KOO, I thought their draft was great. This harkens back to their Juggernaut day or Juggermaw days when they would play the Lulu with the Kog'Maw. This is the team that invented that strategy, so they've got to be comfortable with it with Jinx.
And I have to reiterate back on actually SKT's side, MaRin's play. Once again, this was pretty much just what we were talking about in the pregame. We're talking about his use of Fog of War, the information denial, and how he always keeps his CS, and he always is able to make that teleport play on time because of the way he manages minions. The other big one I want to point out for SKT this time around was the Shen support pick, actually. That's what facilitated a lot of the playmaking for this team. Wolf had 19 out of 20 kills, just missing participation on one of them, or kill participation, not the actual kills.
You saw there for a moment the team's already strategizing for game two, so plowing ahead there. But Krepa, I want to come to you because as Monty mentioned, this is a team comp for KOO that we would love to see. We imagine they're very comfortable with. So for both of these teams coming out of the draft with compositions we would have expected out of them, however, they didn't come away with the win. So where did they fall short in terms of playing it out correctly against this SKT comp?
Looking at champs, like initially, I also like KOO Tigers comp, but I think SKT is running a very risky composition to play. If you fall behind, no amount of gap close is going to help you. You're just going to run out of damage. But they managed to play the map so beautifully. More importantly, the way they use teleports, and especially one of the first ones with Rumble. I think we have a replay of that already, so we can get to that. And that was just really beautiful map play. They saw Origen in the top lane, then later on, so Origen right now, he gets spotted in his signature gank because he always goes for the lane gank, counter gank. He doesn't take the usual path. SKT did their scouting, and then he moves into vision, and immediately they set up, a ping is being made right now on the bottom side of the map too. Goes into Fog of War as well. MaRin disappears. Gorilla, look at the ping where they're about to place. They're like, okay, top lane is calling, okay, my top laner can teleport, but it's like, he's nowhere near. So they don't expect him to come around all the way from the backside of the turret. Suddenly Equalizer lands, and this completely confuses KOO, and then a good follow-up roam, I believe Faker shows up too. That entire play, punishing Origen being the top lane, that is just executed so well, because a lot of these teams will go for a two-forced teleport play here, not using the ward over the wall, going around the tower, maybe getting one kill, and then losing the top lane tower in return. This was just
So crisp.
But the major mistake there, right, is that there wasn't any pressure in the top side, so it left SK Telecom free to just teleport down to the bottom side. They couldn't even take anything with Smeb. Smeb had the opportunity to teleport, just sat up there farming instead. So it's about when to make plays, how not to overextend in that situation, and prevent really easy teleport ganks like the one we saw from SKT.
Crepo?
Yeah, and then from that point onwards, I love the way SKT, we describe them usually as a split push, 1-3-1, that's all we've been talking. And then they
Or
play,
1-4.
Yeah, 1-4, and then they play these really, really nice team fights where they dance on the edge of zones. It's really hard to read unless you've played against really good Riven players. They constantly respect flash stunts, flash knockups, and they dance just at the edge. And then when somebody mispositions, KOO was grouped for a lot of these fights, but being grouped against SKT doesn't really mean grouped at all anymore because they pick up at the sides and they tear you apart. Then you have the zoning equalizers come in, and the pacing and the positioning in these fights was just absolutely beautiful from SKT.
It really was, and it was actually a good showing by KOO. They had early momentum, which is difficult for them to get, and then they transitioned into the mid game. We saw so many of these team fights fought around ultimate timers. They weren't even getting kills. There were multiple team fights where you were just fighting for the advantage in cooldowns.
Yeah, that 10-minute fight there, as soon as that was over, SKT had a 1K gold lead. But prior to that, entirely even, which is not something we would have expected given the statistics coming in. Now, moving ahead, though, at 20 minutes, MaRin up 17 CS. Faker down 7, Bang up 4. But this is essentially, again, what we expected. The middle and the bot lanes going about even, and MaRin creating this huge discrepancy. Beyond that CS2, 2 to 3 levels up for the entirety of the game, he really was putting a ton of pressure on the map.
So that's why we hit it so hard in the pregame, James. MaRin's macro is just, it's really impressive. And I feel like because Smeb has had so many great highlight games leading up to this in the last 2 best-of-5s that they played, a lot of people kind of forgot about the work that MaRin puts in.
And just SKT, they transition advantages to different sizes of maps. So Faker doesn't run that teleport, goes mid, pushes up. That allows him to roam. Suddenly he has a global ulti on the support. He goes top. He solves the Smeb problem for MaRin. They don't even have to take him on 1v1. Chunk him out with the ultimate. Smeb's like, okay, what the hell was that? Oh, suddenly Faker's here. Shen teleport. And the KOO Tigers, because they have such a laid-back playstyle very often, they don't have the incentive to really punish those plays. SKT gets too much freedom, and they're finally showing what you do with that freedom against a team like KOO Tigers.
Now, finally, I do want to push ahead to our last replay. 32 minutes into the game, mid lane, another 3-0 for SKT. Crepo, I'm going to let you take this one, as I know you love it.
Yeah, just like look at what distance. Like Faker knows he can go into that distance, and they all like step back and forth every time until somebody mispositions here. And here, Prey, he gets exhausted. Equalizer comes in, and this is the fight over almost.
And there are multiple Zhonya's initiations and re-initiations here from both Faker and MaRin as well, keeping up the pressure. They just chase you down the entire lane, making use of the Sivir pick here, the extra speed for them. They're able to continually re-engage the fight.
Yeah, Jat mentioned during the game that so often we see SKT itemize towards that mid game, getting the early Zhonya's and the flat penetrations, and it's so much confidence that they're displaying in itemizing that way.
And talking about that too, I have to question Hojin's build a little bit this game. He went Warrior Enchant into the
Sightstone, he had Aegis.
Sightstone, yes, but Aegis came later, so it came after the Hexdrinker, and I think that may have been a bit of an overreach. I think they needed that early Aegis in the mid game against all this magic damage that was coming out.
It's a really good point because he was set up to build it. He got the first blood money. He got the kill credit.
Yeah, he had three kills in that game, so yeah, definitely I think if you get that Hexdrinker, you have to make kills with the Riven. You're trying to burst somebody down very quickly with the Riven, Lee Sin combination. But since that didn't happen and they were more focused around team fighting, I really think having that item earlier may have swung some of those team fights.
Opting for the individual play as opposed to the team fighting prowess. Now, of course, throughout the day, we'll be checking in on a few of the viewing parties that have been taking place around the world to celebrate the championship finals. First up, you're going to get a look at fans lining up for a party in Hanoi, Vietnam. And the crowds are fired up in the Rialto Theater rather, in Montreal, Canada as well. That looks like a party, one that I would like to attend. Our friends at Coke have gotten in on the action as well. You're gonna see parties like these all over the place, one of which you're gonna see here in Amersfoort in the Netherlands.
It's a nice try.
Did I not nail it?
You got a smile.
I can't. Having Crepo on the desk is the worst when it comes to pronouncing anything
And
European.
every other reason, too.
Right, exactly. Yeah, for every other reason. Well, but for now, we're going to step away while the teams prepare for Game 2 between the KOO Tigers and SKT. Don't touch that browser. The 2015 World Championship Finals continue right after this.
We're about to find out right now who's going to get the momentum in Game 1. MaRin into the fight now. KOO and Prey are the targets, and that's going to be KOO going down. SKT seemingly pulling this one back in their favor. Faker's Rage, Faker over the wall. Are they going to be able to take down KOO? The Wild Growth is down. The first one is Gorilla. They have Prey in the perfect spot, and they take down Prey. They take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos for KOO. They cannot find the right positioning. SKT is running down the lane. Hojin can't even help on the outside right now. Somehow, KOO gets out, only losing Prey. No, there goes Hojin. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup. Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship Finals. SK Telecom T1 still writing their undefeated story as we get into the first game of finals, and they played immaculate that game, falling behind only for a few minutes in the early game.
There was some risk in the pick and ban phase we saw from them, the Kassadin pick in the mid lane. Obviously, it's a very good matchup into the Lulu, and that's what Faker used so effectively. But also Wolf, we didn't talk too much about him on this Shin. He was part of 95% of the kills SKT had. He was just everywhere on the map. He was joining in whenever they needed him, whenever they set up 2v1s or 3v1s even.
And every time you pick Kassadin, you are picking into an inherent amount of risk because you're leaving yourself a little open to map pressure. But we've also seen the emergence of support Shen specifically for LCK teams, and Wolf's ability to kind of feel like he was everywhere at once did a lot to keep KOO Tigers pushed back in the game. And then looking at his scoreline, he really was everywhere that mattered at the right time.
Well, Wolf currently 3-0 on that Shen. Shen now 10-1, so he had a good hand in making a nice record for the Ninja here coming into the tournament, and they used it very well, especially with, as we talking about Faker's Kassadin, on Ignite. More kill pressure to his lane, but always being in the right spot at the right time when KOO's teleports were up.
Yeah, we didn't see him get a kill 1v1, but it's enough to have the threat that, hey, I can kill you. So Lulu has to sit far back and then catch the wave pretty late, and then Kassadin can leave the lane. That's what we saw again and again. Pick and ban phase now, though. Obviously, teams are going to swap. KOO Tigers on blue side. It should mean SKT just want to focus on the standard Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and then probably Elise. Should set it fairly simple for KOO Tigers. Then, okay, what's the plan? Make sure you don't trade 1 for 2 when it comes to the other strong picks like Kalista and Tahm Kench and so on.
Well, KOO is one of those teams that knows what happens when you leave GP open, mainly against the Flash Wolves. Wasn't a very good game for them, so I don't think that GP will ever be left open again. And you're right, they're on blue side now, so changes will be made.
I think there's a very high chance we see a first pick Tahm Kench if it's not banned away by SKT. It's something they really wanted to do. Gorilla was pretty much the first person to play the best Tahm Kench here at Worlds. One of the best Tahm Kench games was from Gorilla. And yeah, the fact that they haven't banned it speaks pretty highly of the chance they're going to first pick it.
Also, Wolf showing one of his first plays on Tahm Kench against AHQ. That dive under the turret on was absolutely ridiculous.
They're both
showing
fantastic players.
Showing the prowess of what he could do as well. So I can't wait to see if Kench does get unbanned.
And that's the problem for SKT. Because again, you normally look at Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and Elise as like the 3 bans on.
KOO banned it for the
Yeah,
first
I'm
time.
very surprised. I would have first picked this. Even given a Rek'Sai and just take Elise in again. For Hojin, he had a fine performance on this in the early game. If that was going to be the strategy for KOO Tigers, we're expecting Elise to be banned.
Yeah, because now this can create the exact same type of Lulu or Rek'Sai choice that SKT opted into in game 1. Yeah, now it will be KOO getting the Rek'Sai, and we do have to wonder if SKT is going to go with Lulu. They're so good at it normally.
Exactly the same.
It's not in their head, Jat.
I dislike the fact that KOO Tigers did the Tahm Kench here. However, if they leave Tahm Kench, they get 1, SKT gets 2. At this point, when you're trading these bans, it can get a little bit dicey.
That's why, I mean, if I was KOO Tigers, I would have banned Lulu as my last ban instead. And then looked at SKT and said, okay, if you want to ban Elise, we take Tahm Kench, we get Rek'Sai, that's an okay trade. Obviously, it meant SKT could possibly leave both junglers open. It was like Tahm Kench for Elise.
Which I think is fine.
Which I still think you could have done if you are the KOO Tigers, or at least you get the Elise pick then for Hojin, his best early game jungler. So, a little bit surprised about it from the KOO Tigers. SKT will now be able to do the same kind of comp protect the AD carry if they want to.
You're looking at an undefeated Elise on both sides. 6 plays in for Bengi, 5 in for Origen. So nobody wants to leave that up on either side and get the spider in the game. Fiora will be picked up by Smeb in the top lane. We usually see MaRin taking that out of the rift, but KOO has had a few chances as well.
Yeah, well, especially after he played it all 4 games against KT, continue to have good performances with it against Fnatic. It was a little bit strange that it wasn't picked nor banned in the first game. So KOO Tigers kind of going back to that Fiora well, hoping that Smeb can carry the game.
I think the reason KOO Tigers didn't want to play it last game, obviously Rumble was picked, they wanted the Riven matchup into it, but also because Shin was in the game on the side of SK Telecom. So it was going to be very difficult to beat that split pusher. Riven can go in and flank a teamfight and kind of burst down one target more, or have some AoE at least, where the Fiora does not, very single target focused. Now, because Alistar goes in as the second support, once Tahm Kench is gone, people go Alistar very often.
Right.
Shin was available for KOO Tigers. They could run the Fiora. They will have this insane split push now with Smeb and double global for both jungle pick and support pick. KOO Tigers should be able to set up a very good split pushing scenario here for Smeb.
SKT throwing together a little AoE in their composition with Rumble again for MaRin. Bang will pick up Jarvan for Bengi in the jungle.
Well, this I think will be extremely interesting. MaRin was free to pick the Rumble into Smeb's Fiora last game, and then KOO opted for a different matchup. I think MaRin is very confident in Rumble against Fiora. We've been waiting for people to kind of find the right Fiora counterpick. Was it Darius? Well, no, that kind of fell apart. It was a Renekton in some games unless you built in an extremely proper way and had your whole team helping you. Now I think we're going to get to see the best kind of anti-Fiora matchup possible. We thought maybe it would be Lissandra.
We were hoping at least.
Big picks, but maybe it's going to be the Rumble. We're going to have to see how this matchup plays out.
At least Rumble can be very difficult to dive in the early game. Often what happens if you're losing the lane, you get pushed into a tower, jungler shows up. Rumble ulti and his tankiness makes it difficult, at least, to kill him. What are we looking at here?
Support Shen, top Fiora.
AD carry Shen.
Carry Kennen.
Oh, sorry, AD carry Kennen. AD carry Shen.
You had the ninja.
AD carry Kennen.
No, I love this. This is pretty much comfort zone for everyone on KOO, except you could say Prey because he hasn't competitively played Kennen AD carry. But specifically, when they were preparing for Fnatic, he prepared this as a pick to go against Reckless, who was playing so much AD Kennen in case they'd have to take it away. So he's very practiced on this AD Kennen at this point.
And Kennen is very good into a lot of these hyper carries because, first of all, he has a fine laning phase against them. Once he gets a Cutlass and the Blade of the Ruined King, he's very strong 1v1. So this AD carry cannot sit on his own in the side lane and risk taking a duel with the Kennen. They can try and farm out. That's why Tristan also comes in here for Bang. It's one of the safer AD carries at sitting and farming up in the side lane. But really, KOO Tigers are building for a 1-3-1 setup. Insane split push coming from Smeb with Rek'Sai and Shin joining him. Wave clear in the mid lane from the Victor. Very standard KOO Tigers composition from what we've seen here at Worlds. And SKT obviously saying, well, let's go team fight. Hard engage Jarvan, we're gonna take the fights.
In this case, I do like the amount of AoE damage and crowd control that KOO can put together, because typically teams that have Lulu in the mid lane do tend to group up in fairly small balls of people. So therefore, the AoE from KOO Tigers will be able to hit SKT a little bit harder. It'll be very interesting, though, to see how this mid lane matchup goes, because both guys have opted into Ignite.
Yeah, we're gonna fight in this mid lane here. Koro's saying, you know what,
so.
My teleport didn't work last time. I'm gonna try now and duel this Lulu. If I can push in Faker, suddenly he can be the guy roaming and assisting the lanes like Faker did in the last game.
It's been a quiet mid lane for this Worlds tournament. Usually you hear the top laners are on an island, but the mid laners have been very soft in their back and forth. It's a few times for Faker, a few other solos throughout the tournament, but more than not, like we said, Faker, not really a playmaker this time. It's more about the rest of the team. We'll see if that turns tides here with Ignite in the mid lane. Keep updating your Twitter votes throughout this series. Send that hashtag KOO win or hashtag SKT win to @LOL Esports, and we can see how you are calling this as we get on to the Rift. Game 2 of this best of 5 here in Berlin at the World Championship Finals. SKT 2 games away, 2 wins away, I should say, from the Summoners Cup, hoisting it once again. It will be the only team to have those 2 wins at Worlds.
There were no huge surprises in Game 1, aside from the fact that SKT played around Cassian incredibly well. KOO Tigers wasn't really able to do anything with the minor advantages they had gained in the early game. Because remember, first game, SKT played a very defensive early game strategy, did not get any deep wards, and were vulnerable to a little bit of a KOO Tigers counter invade later into the game, where they outnumbered the number of jungle camps that SKT could take and gained a very early experience advantage. KOO does need to jump on SKT early because they were able to do it in game 1.
And Origen last week was supposed to be the guys who could maybe create an upset, take a game against SK Telecom. They did really well in game 1. KOO Tigers had a good early game at least, but then we saw it fall apart. I wonder when you face a team like SK Telecom and you're mentally trying to be so ready and say, this is where I'm going to play the best game of my life. I'm going to take down SKT, I'm going to take down Faker, take the trophy, run away with it. He's not going to get his hands on it. And then you lose that first game. It is so hard to then rebound into game 2 because like you just had everything invested into one game. It didn't work for you. Origen, I feel like, had the same problem. We're gonna have to see if KOO Tigers can show up in game 2.
That's the thing about SKT is you can take them down in every facet, but if you haven't chipped away at their mentality, they are still very much so in the game.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about like what will it take for SKT to lose a game? Because SKT is so fluid and reactive, and we got to talking and we're saying like, oh, SKT, they just do things by the book. But then the question is like, what book? What book are you doing that tells you how to play this perfect League of Legends? Because what they're able to do is make the right play across the board, which is so fascinating and so difficult to do in League of Legends because you are 5 individuals trying to play as one. And that's really what makes SK Telecom so hard to see our world, is their ability to play as an absolute team.
Yeah, and that's really the scary thing. A team with so many carry players, insane mechanics, top lane, 80 carry, mid lane as well. And when you then add in what I feel is the best shot calling we see from a team in League of Legends, and really the main thing for SK Telecom, how quick they can make these decisions, reading, okay, Miniwave is pushing one lane, so we need to defend there, move down, and then keep always rotating around.
Right, and Wolf successfully pushes them off with move up, which is, again, kind of a smart play. And do they see a big opportunity? Because normally KOO should funnel to Raptors. Now MaRin's there.
MaRin charging the Flame Spitter. He came in with his gauge over half. A level 1 turret dive. Bengi definitely messed that up. Can they get Smeb? MaRin's going to go down here too. SKT go way too hard in the early game.
This is what they call the caster curse. You talk about it.
Play by the book, Jan.
Play it by the book, capitalize on opponent missteps, never overstep your bounds. I was just gonna say SKT has been the perfect low-risk, medium-reward team, but by double flashing into the turret at 2.5 minutes, that was a high-risk, low to medium-reward play. SKT completely out of character, and KOO Tigers get 2 kills in the early game.
They were in such a good position. Just push these guys out of the jungle, force them to recall. You're now way ahead in the lane swap. Go up, take your tower. MaRin now.
It snowballs because they do not have the support from the others.
This is exactly what we didn't see last game. These turrets were being pushed by only members of the opposite team. Now SKT tries to defend that turret, and it cost them their life. 2 lives to go down. Now Bengi just came back from being dead. It's going to be a real long walk to get back into his jungle. Great turret aggro trading, and that's Gorilla coming in for the final kill. 1 last shot, he's still alive. It's a 3rd shot that will take him down. He gets caught up in his own minions.
Even so, things have gone from bad to worse, and that is the collateral damage or just the extended loss of what SKT did in the jungle of KOO Tigers. They completely fell apart for about 1.5 minutes. Let's see if they can recover.
If KOO Tigers didn't feel confident going into game 2, they do now. 4 kills, 4 minutes in, and such a greedy play just from SKT, sending MaRin down with no flash to sit in this bottom lane. Bengi didn't go anywhere on the map. Either he had to go top and dive Smeb like we saw Origen do right here, or he had to just try and farm it up, but that would mean his top laner could die. Going down to defend him this late would never really do anything. And KOO Tigers just a step ahead of SKT, punish him in this lane swap completely. Smeb is level 3, 16 CS. He's going to be more than fine now.
Yeah, and maybe if SKT could have had both Bengi and MaRin under the turret at the same time. Yes. But even that's a little bit dangerous because they're both down flashes from the earlier play. Really, just a series of errors by SKT that were capitalized on by KOO by doing that turret dive. Now the question will be, where does KOO go from here? Because they haven't been able to push their advantages extremely well, except in the group stages actually, when they're able to do it against CLG repetitively.
Well, already an uncharacteristic game for KOO here. Usually we say Origen sits back, waits for the counter. They were so proactive in those engages. I don't think they're going to be stopping anytime soon, but definitely need to focus that Origen giving the kills to his lanes now. He's 2-0-2, doesn't need too much more as an early game jungler. We'll see if he can help the other members get going on the team. Gorilla heading back down towards the bottom lane. They're looking to make some plays, trade that damage. They know these little upper hands in the lane are really going to go far throughout the game. Wolf, level 2, his flash is still down. He's going to be forced to just do some triumphant roars if he's even leveled it here.
KOO Tigers keep playing around the lanes where SKT has no flashes from that level 1.
Right.
MaRin still missing his flash, Wolf of course missing his flash, so they knew, okay, they're overextending on the bottom side, make a play, because right now Smeb, he's just sitting on his own up top lane. He's getting solo experience, he's more than fine again.
And this would actually be the book that you play by if you're KOO Tigers. You see a small hole in the opponent armor, you hit it again and again and again until those flashes are up again. They're completely happy with Smeb farming, and they know if they continue to hit SKT's weak spot, SKT will continue to send defenses down there, which means they won't be stopping Smeb on the other side either. So things going very well for KOO Tigers.
Assistance ping called in by Origen here. It looks like they want to make a move in towards the jungle. Wolf Spirit did moves, but Faker I don't think caught that. He'll still be safe to get out of this. But this is the first action we've seen towards mid lane. Faker and KOO are probably like, what is going on around us right now?
Well, Faker is happy in the lane so far. He's winning quite easily. I didn't see if KOO had to leave the mid lane, maybe to try and rush down and be part of this tower dive, even though he never got any assist, so he's not really been able to add any value there. But it does obviously mess a little bit with you as a player. You suddenly have to leave at level 1 to join a weird fight behind you. It can set you behind. I think that's what happened in this mid lane. It is still fairly even.
Even though I actually think it was Faker that pushed up a little bit into the turret as well, so maybe a few CS lost early by KOO. I will say though, KOO, even when they're in large deficits, has always been able to have massive impact in team fights on Victor. I think it's really exciting to see how he can deal against Faker's Lulu, who's very high pressure mid laner trying to roam. And Victor's, I think, a pretty good pick against that because he can counter shut the lane very easily after Lulu does that and kind of match the roams.
And as you mentioned earlier yourself, when you're against the Lulu, you don't want too much single target damage because she's gonna shield that guy, block him up with ulti. You want massive AoE. Victor will offer that. Smeb, nice little play here, can riposte the damage coming in from Bang.
And in that melee, KOO knows exactly what he's doing. 8-2 over the summer split with an 8.5 KDA on Victor.
Victor was his pick.
Yes.
He brought it into the meta and it started a spring split. And then everyone was like, oh, Victor, he's extremely strong. Let's all start playing him, and we still play him half a year later.
We'll see what he can continue to do. Like we said, not much action to the mid lane. Everybody else getting themselves going. Origen still 2-0-2 as things have kind of slowed down. A little breather for both teams as they get full 3 levels under the turret. They have all the skills to get out or get in if necessary. Origen. KOO actually got some nice deep wards that have already been cleared out so far. So see if they can get themselves back into that jungle and ward it up.
I would have liked to see SKT say, you know what, guys, we've been losing now this one-on-one between obviously the top laners or the AD carry versus the top laner. And our own top laner, the Rumble, is sitting and having to share experience with our support. So he's really far behind. It's going to be a tough dive for Bengi.
Yeah, sub-level 6, Jarvan. Riposte will be up very shortly for Smeb, but they're going anyways.
Goes back towards the turret, trying to keep himself in between the wall. That's the flash out. Can't get the grand challenge onto Bang. Smeb will not go down from that, I don't think. He should stay alive. He has just a sliver of health. This has to be going back.
Oh!
He misses the strike, but he does get the auto as Smeb flashes in range, unfortunately. Those are some fast fingers you got to play to get out of that situation. I think SKT had it either way. Flash for flash, though, as the kill goes down.
SKT clearly said, okay, Bang, keep pushing the lane, you might be able to get a tower, then we will swap the lanes back. Rumble should recall from this bottom side once Tristana appears in the lane, get him into that one-on-one against Fiora so he gets some experience, but I feel it's almost too late for MaRin. He's falling almost too far behind in experience. It's very important they got that one kill at least. That was all they were keeping Bang for. To keep pushing in the lane, try and get the tower. He didn't get it though, because they took the kill instead.
Smeb's been doing a very nice job on Bang, getting that damage down, pushing him off the waves, not allowing it to always be at the turret. Definitely saved his life for a little bit longer than necessary there. Did see him go down, blow his flash, but he is coming back with a Tiamat, so that's only going to get easier for him to farm that lane out and be somewhere else for his team when necessary.
Absolutely, and Smeb with the 2 deaths as well. It's actually not too out of character for what KOO has been doing so far at Worlds. He actually has given up more First Bloods than any other player at Worlds. So he does die early in lane somewhat frequently with the aggressiveness in which he plays. That time, he had been poked down pretty low by Tristana. He thought he could outplay the dive. He has a lot of confidence in his ability to outplay because more often than not, especially in teamfights, he does. But this time it cost him.
Good play though from SKT in the end. kind of saving MaRin here. He was falling really far behind in experience early on. A full level is a lot when it comes to these 1v1s, especially when one of them is a Fiora who needs to get punished in the early game, otherwise she will outscale you. Going in on MaRin now, he has flash ready.
MaRin throws down the equalizer. That does not look like a good situation for him, though. Very nice flash over the wall. He's got full vision here, but he doesn't have vision behind Baron. Instantly lasered down by KOO, and his Victor just gets a kill. He just walked up lane and got it. Faker's still farming there, and he's not going to lose any minions as he comes back.
Wow, and a small interaction there. Wolf actually gives Gorilla a gift because the Shen ult was coming in, but Wolf interrupted him, so now they get to keep the 2v2 as well. They get the global presence from the Shen shield during their dive, and they don't lose the map pressure for it either.
Same thing as we saw in the last game against the Lulu. You push her into this tower, she stays there, she tries to farm it up, push it back, and then you roam to the other lanes. Bengi gonna find Smeb now. There's ulti on this Jarvan, so you can lock him down at least.
A lot of love from Bengi on this Smeb lane. Cataclysm down, Flame Spitter should be able to take Smeb out quite quickly.
Here's Origen.
Up with the kill though, he makes it! Grand Challenge is down, so this is all about Smeb's abilities. Flame Spitter finishes him off, but MaRin is overheated as he makes his way out now with the scrap shield. He should be okay. This is KOO's second roam. That means his mid is open, but it pays off with kill number 2.
KOO has been out roaming Faker this game, and Smeb comes up huge with that play. But everything happens up top, means time to fight down bottom.
Once SKT sees an opening, they take it. That's Unbreakable Will on. Slicing Maelstrom's gonna put a bit of crowd control. They need to stop Bang from dishing out to DPS, but it looks like they won that trade nicely. They'll be able to sit back in lane as Wolf tries to heal it up.
SKT with their bottom lane here picked against the cannon, saying we have a headbutt, we have buster shot, we have so many ways of shooting you away from us when you pop that ulti. So it's gonna be hard for Prey to kill this lane, but he's not here to kill the lane. He's here just to support the rest of the team in the fight, because right now you have 2 kills on your top laner. He's been getting solo experience, and you just ganked the lane and got more kills for him.
Yeah, and I think this is another time to call attention to the itemization timings. Last game, Bengi was at 16 minutes before he completed Sightstorm. He had a Cinder Hulk, which gave him very good combat effectiveness. This time, Bengi has an early Sightstone, less combat effectiveness when he goes up to try and kill Smeb, weakens him enough for Smeb to be able to kill him, and is one of the major reasons KOO ended up winning that trade. Because SKT's been on the back foot, they're warding more, but it means Bengi can't actually take fights.
Oh, he knocks him up inside the gravity field. Flag and drag over the wall. Not much they can follow there. The flash is already down from KOO. Does he want it? That gives him the speed! And he gets the last auto in for the 3rd kill of the game.
Everything is going wrong for SKT right now. This is a play we normally don't see. Bengi walks into the enemy jungle to place a ward when his own mid lane is back in base. Faker wasn't even nearby, so he was all alone. Gets caught out. Faker now wants to kill KOO.
Oh, what a turn.
Faker pressuring KOO here. Flashes in, gets the kill. Looks like there was a little of bot lane as well, but they turned off of that. Faker getting it right back for himself.
I feel like Faker just completely turned this game because it looked like KOO was making play after play and never breaking the momentum. The 3-man gank that they were prepping bottom lane, I think absolutely could have worked, but the instant Faker kills KOO there, the entire team pulls off the gank. Alistar ultimate was still down, so they could have been able to focus him. At that point, Faker turns the kill around, gets the shutdown on KOO, knows that KOO will use a lot of his summoner spells and power to get the kill on Bengi, and it's the right time to go aggressive.
It's top lane, man. Smeb is just getting further and further ahead.
He's the one with the lead now.
Remember, SKT decided to put MaRin down to the bottom lane. They decided to keep him there with the Alistar for such a long time, sharing experience. Replay from before. This is where it goes, you know, away from the by-the-book plays, because these are the kind of outplays a team like SKT can make.
This is the choose-your-own-adventure.
Right. When everything looks terrible, they're making some mistakes, they get one of these solo plays. Top lane might see a dive, though.
I think they saw a little bit too much behind MaRin to really keep wanting that. Origen in a bad spot, and it looks like the team is going to leave him out to dry. That is not going to be good. KOO had that lead. It is being squeezed smaller and smaller by SKT's moves.
Bang and Wolf were there when KOO did not expect them to be there. So that was just catching them off guard and in a bad timing right here. KOO able to get the blue, which is actually pretty clutch, and this could end up being a trade of turrets.
Should do. This tower is so low on the top side, we know Prey can't join. Same for Faker though, he's also on the bottom lane.
KOO has moved to defend, so they're actually trying to save this turret as best as possible, and they've pushed SKT off of it.
Teleport's going to be up for MaRin, but his ultimate is following very slowly on that one. Origen onto Bang. Bang jumps nicely over the wall, makes it to safety. Wolf's gonna headbutt himself a little bit further towards the turret. Looks like they could be safe here. That teleport's there for MaRin, but he's gonna stay. The team calls safe. No problems from KOO here as KOO again attempt to get themselves even farther ahead.
Yeah, well, they definitely repelled the pressure that was on their turret. Then they let it die to
Yes.
minions because they were too aggressive there. So really unfortunate move there for KOO. But I really love the way Bang counterplayed that gank. He doesn't want to try and rocket jump over the Rek'Sai because the Rek'Sai will unburrow and interrupt the jump. So he was very patient with the way he used that to jump around. MaRin takes a shortcut, but it's not a good one.
Oh, Origen over the wall. It's not even going to be necessary. He does get the assist, though, in the end. And that is going to be Kuro, 4-1-0 now.
Another really sloppy mistake here from SKT. KOO Tigers were just fighting on the top side of the map to walk into your jungle, and you didn't just walk straight through the mid lane. And not really sure how MaRin got caught out of position in the first place by moving up there. Ends up dying. Kuro's 4 kills now on this Victor. It's gonna be so keen to late game fights.
And this is the worst I've seen MaRin play at Worlds. Early game, he flashes under the turret to try and get like a refund kill when it's definitely going to be his death. And then again here in the mid lane with the 5th death.
Slicing Maelstrom, they are going to call in the TP. Smeb's in. Is that a fight that they can take here? Unbreakable Will is down, so it's definitely an option to go for Wolf. MaRin's going to join the fight, and he lays down the red carpet for Smeb to enter, and it looks like Smeb will go down as he hits the front door. Somehow, Wolf stays alive.
In the end, it's KOO Tigers investing a teleport to try and create a play where, honestly, they just want to have this 1v1 in top lane. They don't need to try and join in for these fights. Just let Smeb do his job on his own. Because then SKT has to send up multiple guys to help MaRin kill Smeb, and that's where you get your openings.
Yeah, I agree, but when you're in a position to take down SK Telecom, what type of decisions will you make? Here, KOO does see a window because SKT burns Lulu Wall and an exhaust onto Prey early on, which means Smeb thinks he's free to go in, but the matching teleport way in the back has Smeb tunnel. He's out of mana by the time he goes in, so he can't dash to proc the last vital. I like the idea of putting the vitals on the Alistar because you're doing % health true damage every time you proc the vital. Therefore, you can take down Alistar in an Unbreakable Will, but he was not respecting the teleport and absolutely should have disengaged.
Yeah, and that was the weird thing, not respecting the TP, and he was recalling top lane. He was like, okay, back to base, got a lot of gold probably. And then he's like, oh, I have to react now, try and help my AD carry down on the bottom side. Those kind of plays can cost KOO Tigers a lot, because now obviously setting up that split push is going to be more difficult with no flash for Fiora and no teleport for her. Might slow down the game a little bit for SKT, give them more chance to farm again. You still don't have really anything completed for your AD carry. Faker has been doing well in the mid lane, but he's obviously not going to be the main damage dealer on your team.
Looks like SKT still wants to make plays. Early distortion mobility for Wolf so he can get the flash pulverizes in to start things off. He does have that wild growth we just saw save his life if Unbreakable Will is down. A lot of options to go in. It's like Wolf and Bengi are going to be Bash Brothers here starting off these fights once they get the chance.
Yeah, typically though, because of the gold deficit, we have to see a much craftier SKT. They can't just make the brute force outnumber plays that they could last game when they had big advantages. Here they have to be very creative, make KOO overcommit, and play from behind, which is what SKT has been able to do very well in the past, but they are in a much different position than in Game 1.
And Kuro really wants to have an impact right now, or keep his impact going, because he's obviously had a great start to the game. Morel Normicon, it means you can go for your magic penetration boots, so your mid-game damage is very, very high on the Victor. Obviously delays your late-game items a little bit, but he wants to fight at the moment. He wants to be able to one-shot someone from SKT.
I think that something that is very strange about this game is that we're 19 minutes in and the first dragon has not been taken. KOO Tigers has had what should be pretty good map control, but they have consistently been prepping turret dives and going for kills instead of securing the objective per se. Even with the global pressure of the Rek'Sai and the Shen, you'd think they would have gone for that already. But if we do see a big fight here, it would be around the Dragon Pit because that's what SKT is trying to draw in here with the mid-game Lulu Trist. This is super dangerous to Fischio.
This is so risky for SKT. There's 2 items already on Prey. He's joining in as well. If there's a fight, KOO Tigers should be able to win it.
Well, Gorilla was coming down like he wanted that fight.
Just gonna take mid tower instead.
Yeah, push mid.
Yeah, this is the counterplay right now. SKT may sacrifice mid lane, but if they can trade bottom turret for mid turret and get the dragon, it's a giant win for them right now. They're keeping Bang bottom, and as long as they can defend Team Tier 2, this is a huge win for SKT.
Smeb wanted to stay top lane and push it out, but again, he had no teleport. It was used in that fight earlier where he ended up dying, so he couldn't join in time. They're pushing the tower.
Because they see the Trist bottom, they wanted to push the inner middle turret right there, but you can really see that with the Lulu and the Rumble there, the turret push just isn't happening. Now KOO is trying to get deeper vision within the SKT jungle, but as you can see, SKT's really contesting almost everything.
This is where they're hoping KOO makes a mistake. A lot of damage onto Smeb, but very nice parry on the flag and drag. And I don't know if they're going to be able to get the damage they want. Gorilla goes in the middle of the fight with a nice flash and top. Gorilla goes down. Here comes Kuro. Throws down the Chaos Storm. It's all over Wolf, though. Nice flash over the wall from Faker. And he glitter lances over the Krugs and gets away so he does not take too much damage. Somehow every member of SKT is alive, but KOO is still on the chase. MaRin dodging out the damage of the laser means there's not much follow-up to be had.
And this whole time, Bang is pushing the bottom tier turret. This is SKT winning all across the map.
SKT saw KOO Tiger split up and said, let's put down the Rumble ulti, let's try and lock down Fiora in the Rumble ulti. No flash for Smeb to get out of it. That's how SKT starts the fight. And Prey, he left the bottom side to run all the way to top lane, try and join, didn't manage to, ends up losing another tower.
This is the craftiness that we were talking about with SKT, and one of the most underrated parts of Rumble Ultimate is the range in which you can use it. Look where MaRin is right here. When he decides to cut them off with Equalizer, he landed the second half and he completely cuts off the funnel. So when Bengi comes over the top, he does lock them within the Equalizer, not to mention the split up right there, and it's miraculous of SKT to have everyone survive throughout that fight.
Fantastic plays all around. They're able to take down Wolf here. This will help them get towards the turrets a little bit more, but you still have Faker, you still have MaRin to clear the waves. What play from both teams so far? 10-9, still a slight gold lead by 1,000 in favor of KOO, and it's not something, like we said, SKT has worked with very much. Being down, they're usually the team up by at least 2,000 to 3,000 at this point.
Yeah, and that's why, again, it's so impressive how they can use every single advantage they find. Oh, okay, you just invested all your summoners as a top laner. We know we can engage on you nowadays an opening. We know there's no split pushing pressure because TP is down. So like, it bought a lot of time for SKT to make some plays as a team, group together as 5, out-rotate the KOO Tigers and then pick the right team fights as well. Really well played, and KOO Tigers are learning, okay, we cannot split up like this, we have to stay together because the engage from the Jarvan and the hard engage option he brings is too high for us to split up. Because we have so many squishy members. I mean, the only real tank on this team is gonna be Origen sitting in the front. Shen is not gonna be tanky enough as a support to really stay in the front line.
I think it's gonna be a huge balance though, because Smeb needs to be able to split push, and they need to be able to disengage some of these team fights. That's the whole reason he's picking the Fiora, but SKT brings some friends.
Grand challenge in, cannot get the last hit. Gorilla way too deep here. Use Stand United to get on Smeb, but Smeb turned from the fight immediately. He's trying to get the hits on the Bang. That's going to be the explosive shot, taking him down. Bang knew he could get the kill easily. SKT working well within their champion's capabilities here.
You said it yourself here before, Jad. SKT, or KOO Tigers, sorry, have to be able to split push. They had used another teleport from Smeb to get 1 kill on Wolf in the mid lane. So once again, that global is gone. They're not using this Fiora at all. Keep burning the teleports for absolutely nothing. This one obviously was just Bang. Returning to the bot side, really, really smart decision from him. Ends up getting a 2-for-0 trade.
And the trouble here for KOO is it's also so hard for Smeb to exist well in team fights. Lulu polymorph, also slow and somewhat reliable damage from SKT, does not get parried well. One of the biggest things about Smeb in their semifinal against Fnatic is he was parrying or riposting giant CCs, Skarner ultimate, Riven stuns, huge bursts of damage, but that isn't the way SKT's composition is built. It's sustained damage over time and good crowd control. So really, Smeb needs to be smarter about these split pushes because SKT is consistently outwitting him. He can win the 1v1 against Rumble, but he's overcommitted.
We've also seen it's very hard for Smeb to hit all of the vitals with the amount of pop-ups. The flag and drag Bengi used twice in the last fight to stay away from those vitals and give Smeb his HP back on Grand Challenge. A lot of things work against KOO Tigers in these fights.
One of the reasons Lulu has been seen as one of these really, really power picks in this meta is because she works so well against all these top lane carries. Like, oh, you want to single down one guy with your Fiora ulti. He has everything invested from Lulu to save that guy. Whimsy comes in. Against like Darius, you can just kite him for days. She works extremely well against all the top lane carries. So SKT were happy enough taking that in that rotation, where KOO Tiger said that apparently they were fine giving more of a protector AD carry comp to SKT. And I still think it was okay for KOO. They just haven't been able to, once again, to use their lead properly. They keep making these small mistakes on the map, how they want to use the globals, when do they want to assert pressure on one side, and that's what SKT is punishing every single time.
SKT working very well proactively throughout the tournament, always waiting for a team to make mistakes. MaRin's gonna have to respect this push towards the top side, but they're calling up Bang as well. This actually may be a fight. Smeb pushed up very far here, but he does have some friends in the river that could head up.
Very creative what they're doing right here. They're keeping Lulu as the wave pusher. They're actually not playing 3 lanes right here like they usually do because they are consistently trying to lay traps for Smeb, hoping he goes for kills on MaRin, and then turning. How often do you see an 80 carry waiting for a counter gank? Second time for SKT.
Smeb lunge to get away. Looks like it will be enough of the distance to get out of any danger. That Dragon is alive though. We've only seen one on the map now. 26 minutes in, could be Dragon number 2 as both teams kind of hold hands as they make their way down the river to get that vision.
If SKT starts the Dragon instantly, if they know the exact time of teleport, they will get a 5 versus 4, but then they will lose top tower. So I think it's better to send MaRin back to this tower, push out the wave, and then look for KOO Tigers to make a move before you decide to do anything. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Just don't early TP down and like just 5-man the Dragon. Wait to see the play happening, and this is what's going to happen for KOO Tigers.
Really good Zhonya's.
Drill that'll pierce the heavens. Can MaRin do it? A 4v1 situation. It looks like he will go down as all 5 members of KOO are towards the top side. That's going to mean Dragon, and they don't really have a wave to get a push on.
That was a very greedy play by MaRin to be under the turret, but at the same time, SKT is going to try and make that work. With committing the 4-man dive, what will SKT get out of that? They actually defended the turret, traded his life for the Dragon, and a mid-inner.
This is one of the reasons SKT wants to play Rumble against teams who can split push against it, because on the turret, he can do so much damage before he goes down. He always plays Hourglass early as well, which delays him going down. So even with it was greedy for MaRin to get under that tower, it bought enough time for SKT to take 2 objectives, a tower, and of course the Dragon here. So really, really well played from SKT. But also KOO Tigers investing everything to try and get 1 kill.
You always know if it takes too long to do something, it's not worth. That's what the Zhonya's is helping to promote for SKT here as they're getting pushed back ever so slowly. But in their pushes, or in, I should say, KOO's pushes, SKT is able to get more around the map than what KOO is getting out of the champions of SKT. 11-11 in kills. The gold is pretty much tied up here. Just a small lead and what would be probably minions in the lane over to SKT. They have 2 dragons in their favor, and they haven't let KOO get very many throughout game 1 or game 2. A lot of control on the map for SKT.
Yeah, and SKT with the Rumble and the Lulu kind of have a double AP composition working, but there's still no Aegis on the side of the KOO Tigers. And they're not even close to one either. So this is a little bit troubling for KOO since their split pushing has been getting counter ganked by 80 carries and their team fighting isn't necessarily itemized for, whereas the power spikes are hitting for SKT with the death cap on the Lulu and the last Whisper onto Bang.
You do have your Shen ulti very soon. You have teleport for Smeb, so he needs to sit on the bottom side, and the 4 members from KOO Tigers has to take over the Baron. They need to control it, because then you get 2 openings. Either one, you get the one-on-one bot lane with the Shen ulti and you 2v1 kill, obviously on to MaRin when he's sitting on the tower, or if they try and make a play, you just go on towards and force the Baron, like this.
A lot of miscommunication in that engage. Bang uses both summoners to get himself out with Wild Growth. Gorilla's the focus now on the other side. Prey, he branches off from the team, and here comes MaRin on the TP. Zhonya's is down, but he's gonna get gravity fielded. No, he wasted enough time inside that he didn't, but KOO is able to assess the fight very well, get themselves back in after choosing the right target. Bangy, flag, and drag away. Doesn't look like KOO has any more priority targets. They lose 2, however, in that fight from splitting up so much in the beginning.
MaRin teleported in a good 2 or 3 seconds before Smeb made his presence known in that team fight, and that's the reason that SKT ends up getting a 2-for-1, because a fight in which Bang gets caught at the beginning should almost never lead to an SKT 2-for-1.
Exactly.
But they do lose the turret afterwards because some nice damage was returned by KOO Tigers. Really interesting chain of events.
Wolf goes in, Bang shooting somebody else, they still get out alive. However, they can turn situations around so fast to be in their favor and make it work. Still just repairing the lanes now because that wasn't the best of situations they came out of. Coming up on 30 minutes here. These games are definitely going longer than SKT's average, so they have to put a little more effort in to this mid-game area, where, as we say, KOO should be shining.
Sadly for KOO Tigers, Smeb had to use ulti, teleport again. So now he's no longer on the bottom side. You can no longer make that Fiora Shen play very easily, because you will lose all your pressure on Baron as he can then start it. So the whole setup for KOO Tigers with having that 1v1 just keeps getting delayed again and again and again. And Smeb really has been struggling to do a whole lot with that early lead he got, because he's constantly being put into team fights.
So much of split pushing is about forcing the enemy team into decisions, and half the reason it works is because it's so difficult to coordinate everyone to do exactly the right thing and find the openings. But SKT has been the best team at Worlds this year, as well as having some of the best players. And I think that teamwork is one of the things that's stopping this split push from being so effective, aside from Smeb being a little bit slow on the uptake in some of his plays.
And we can't really blame KOO Tigers for looking at that last fight and saying, oh, we can catch the AD carry, we should go for it. But normally that's not what they wanted to do. They wanted to just have control of the Baron River and wait for Smeb to make a play 1v1 against MaRin. They were gonna wait for him because he was supposed to be the strong member here, the guy who can win his lane consistently, where every time there's a team fight, it's more 50-50 between the teams here. So their safe play was gonna be Smeb making a move with Shen ulti. That didn't happen because obviously they saw Bang a little bit out of position, they went for it, but that was basically what SKT wanted. Because now we have this situation again where two top laners are holding each other. It's very difficult for Kuden to make that play because they have no TP. So how do they capitalize?
It's going to be very difficult, especially with Faker having home guard and Whimsy to get himself back out to the lanes, instantly glitter lancing, pushing any of KOO's work back while he was in base and already down the mid lane. It's not going to be Smeb diving MaRin under his turret, so Smeb starts to back off, and Faker was making a roam down. But the movement of Smeb says, I'm in a ward, let's not go for that. Still focused to the mid lane. 1 minute onto Dragon, both teams trying to just pull ultimates, pull flashes or summoner spells out of each other here before it happens.
We're absolutely seeing a game of back and forth right here. Anytime someone leaves to go and push a side lane, you're gonna see a small window of pressure for the opponent. And anytime SKT shows
That's
people
big.
in the mid lane, Smeb will try and go aggressive. They end up getting the equalizer out there for very low cost.
97-second cooldown on the equalizer from MaRin. That's one of the reasons Rumble is sitting and holding a lane so it can be a bit annoying for him if you have to use ulti due to the long cooldown. This does give an opening for KOO Tigers. You can see how they're instantly moving in now. Sit around Baron and say, we want to fight now because you have no ulti on your Rumble.
With the distortion enchant for MaRin, he has a faster teleport cooldown for Smeb. So even though they used it on the same fight, MaRin's teleport's actually up in a couple of seconds right here. And that makes it much less safe for KOO to actually be faking this Baron.
Something we saw him focus in game 1. MaRin is definitely a huge playmaker on this Rumble. We saw him come from a screen off, engage in one of the bottom fights. KOO's gonna start. There's no vision here for SKT.
If SKT goes in, it can actually be a 5v4.
this is too risky.
I don't think KOO knows the teleport's up. Now they do.
MaRin is going to be coming in. They will not be able to turn and fight this with the damage of Baron in their favor. They just back off completely.
Here's the big window, though, because this time they forced the teleport without forcing the teleport on the other side. So that's a big win for KOO, actually. Not overcommitting to the Baron and getting the split push turret. Huge move.
The key thing for KOO Tigers was the fact that Faker had recalled, he was back in base. One other member I didn't get to see who was also running from the fountain. So SKT, even though they had 5 members, they couldn't hard engage.
They're going back again. They're going back. They have the pink ward, but they do not clear the one in the back of the pit. They are trying to run SKT around the map, and soon Smeb will have his teleport, but he's drawn MaRin up right here. So it's the Rek'Sai, Shen, and the teleport advantage all working in conjunction with the Dragon and Baron being up at once. This is filled with action right
Definitely by the book teleport play, if you will, gentlemen. This would be perfect for KOO to get a giant fight if SKT bunches up in this one. MaRin, or Smeb rather, keeping an eye on the team. MaRin already had to go back, but the teleport discrepancy actually will not be worked just yet by KOO. We have Origen going back, but he can ult back in.
And if you're SKT, you have to break this cycle somehow by making an aggressive play or killing one leg of the split push. But at the moment, KOO isn't letting them recover. If anything, this leads to a cataclysmic fight at the Baron pit.
There's no wards behind SKT. There's no real way for Smeb to get a flank. He's just sitting in the lane. He's waiting for SKT to overcommit to a fight, knowing that Rumble isn't there. But you're still at that point where Fiora can duel everyone, so she can safely sit and stay even, at least with MaRin, just clear the wave every single time, wait for something. I would want to see a ward from KOO Tigers behind this Baron, so there's a way for Smeb to TP in and get a flank, and he can instantly try and go for Bang.
SKT as well, kind of baiting the Baron out. They push down towards Dragon to make sure that KOO goes into it. SKT now approaching. Baron's going to be down to about 4,700 HP. That's the in from Wolf. Stops up 3 members. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but it's not really hitting anybody or stunning the targets it needs. Faker is going to be able to take down Prey. The Baron still stands at 2,300 HP. Smeb is forced to flash out of this one. This is the fight they were waiting for, but SKT danced it out perfectly. The laser across. It's going to be going to Bengi. SKT gets Baron for a 2nd game in a row, and now they're really going to be able to work the lane.
But what's the point in just teleporting your top laner straight into the Baron pit?
one kill.
Takes him down. It's going to be the fight. This is an easy kill for Faker here. Little bit of glitter. Glitter gets everywhere, and it takes down KOO. 45 seconds on the clock. They're getting longer. Smeb may be able to pick up Dragon, but it's a consolation prize at this point.
Also, when Smeb teleports inside that pit, I think they were trying to do it a little bit undetected, but MaRin was able to get an equalizer in that pit, which made it dangerous. Bengi's smite is up, so thanks for the help, Smeb.
Thank you very much, says SKT.
KOO
What a
Tigers.
play. It doesn't look like they want to stop either. They see Smeb is low on mana. He's not going to have any potential to fight. Gorilla not doing anything, but you can see how long it's been since they've been in each other's jungles. New wards finally being placed.
Yeah.
Nobody had deep vision before that whole fight.
This obviously completely shuts down the split push here, but KOO Tigers simply got too greedy. They didn't want to wait any longer. They're like, let's just try and burst down the Baron, TP in here with all 5 guys, and just destroy the Baron as fast as possible before MaRin shows up. But now you're just caught in here, so suddenly getting to the AD carry is almost impossible, and he's the guy you want to aim for if you look at what SKT has brought here on the board. So look at Bang, he's just sitting, shooting away all he wants, and they're caught. 5 guys taking damage from Baron at the same time.
Also, the way SKT engaged that fight with Wolf going in with the Unbreakable Will, the Baron was only hitting KOO even though the team fight was taking place in the Baron pit. The dive that Smeb tried to do outwardly maybe would have been best served to just kill frontline to backline. He tried to assassinate through the team of SKT, which is almost never going to work.
Yeah.
Impatience is the word I would use from KOO right there.
It was supposed to be start Baron, 4 members from SKT move in, TP in behind him, like flash taunt from the Shin onto Bang and try and destroy him as fast as possible, or maybe the Lulu, and then suddenly you have a good fight going for yourself instead of being caught in that pit. Just a little bit too greedy from KOO Tigers. It cost him in game 1, it's costing him again here in game 2.
Smeb not really respecting the members around him. He's just going for a little fight. Damage onto both Bengi and Wolf. Looks like they may want to commit here. They have good vision, but it's being cleared out. Double wards go down. The ward war definitely won by SKT here inside of KOO's jungle. And they're so split up, they can't really engage if they want to. A lot being done in defense. Smeb actually puts himself in a spot where he dies. That's a double kill for Bengi. They're not stopping. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. 22-13. When SKT takes over, they start to steamroll.
And just like that, they still have Baron buff, and MaRin's going to grab the minions. He actually still has Equalizer. He uses that to clear the minions. SKT, just like that, it's over.
The game is open for anybody to take. Moments later, SKT wins a few fights, and it is all theirs for the taking. The first Nexus turret goes down here in game 2. That's the second one. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions.
Another game for SKT, where they punish you, they take the Baron, and they walk straight down and finish the game. 9 games so far at Worlds. SKT finished with the Baron buff on them. And KOO Tigers has had the whole setup for such a long time.
And it gets so scary for KOO Tigers now. This was the game where MaRin and Bengi made the big mistake early in the game, and then made another mistake by not changing their playstyle.
This breaks you.
If there was a game to win or get back into the series, it was this one. And KOO needs to prevent being broken by SKT.
We see such a big difference just in shot calling though between the teams. The way KOO Tigers are set up in the early game are like, oh, we're winning 1v1 top lane. Fiora is having a great start, a level above the Rumble. Keep playing around it. We have the Shen. We picked it early on because we want to split push. And then they keep joining in for fights with this teleport from Fiora, so she loses all her pressure in the mid game. Late game, they have that one opportunity where Rumble had no ulti, they set it up really well. And what do? They greed for the Baron, they rush in, trying to 5-man, just take it down as fast as possible. Ends up going completely wrong, and they lose the game. They had so many openings. So many.
Yes, exactly.
I mentioned it in the beginning, you can beat SKT in every facet, but you have to be able to get on their mentality. You have to be able to break them down. And never once in that game did it look like they didn't want to engage. They didn't want to take another fight. They were always going for it.
And so much of this just kind of speaks to the magic of SKT, because we as observers and people watching, we get to see the whole map, and we get to hindsight 2020 all of these decisions. And this is why it's so hard to be SKT. It's not like other teams are even close to being on the level of turning things around, because down in gold, still win. Usually up in gold, making the right decisions time and time and time again. 1 game away from being the first team to win 2 world championships.
Absolutely crazy. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk to see what they make of that decisive SKT win.
Thank you, Riv. Still undefeated for SKT there, although it looked...
that was the game.
That's the thing, it didn't look good there after those few early plays.
How can you lose faith, Money?
But how dare you, Mozzie? Yeah, but you know, the thing is Jat said it, that was the game to win there for KOO. Things only get more terrifying from this point onward when you see yourself set up, literally set up within the first 2.5 minutes of a game for victory, and then it slips away from you.
Yeah, I mean, we kept talking about KOO's punish game and how they're waiting for all these mistakes to happen, and then they punish you so hard, and they're able to. The mistakes came too early in the game, maybe, and then they didn't know what to quite do with an early lead, because it looked like while, yes, MaRin and Bengi were making a lot of early errors, and they were, you know, sort of tilting themselves, Smeb also then, he kind of took that and went too aggressive. They were overreaching in a lot of places, and SKT slowly built their lead back up from these small skirmishes across the map.
Yeah, zeroing in on those first two instances in which KOO got their lead, Crepo, I'm coming to you, because the team comps, the way that they were set up, we would have looked at SKTs and said, well, this is a KOO comp. You know, we're gonna just stall out the game and wait for it. And KOO's comp is one that is looking to snowball, set up that split push as Kobe mentioned. So those early kills that we got in those first two plays with the missteps from SKT, you would have thought, well, is KOO gonna be able to have the tools to do what SKT would have done with that lead?
Yeah, they just changed the entire dynamic of the early game, and the way that happened there, exactly this phase right here, where just greed from SKT going way too deep here for that initial dive, that put them behind so much, and then the game kind of turned around. So SKT was kind of playing a KOO style. Now they were playing from behind. They were the ones baiting the dives, trying to punish the dives, and you would think a team that is so good at the whole anti-dive game like KOO Tigers would actually prevent that later on. And this entire phase here where you see MaRin flashing for the kill, it just, that never works out. Even if you like get that, it's just too greedy.
Yeah, it's incredibly high risk, and the dives just keep coming. They punish the flashless state of MaRin over and over and over again. Just try and put him as much as possible, and then Bengi decides to show up.
How did I get here?
For some reason.
And a new challenger approaches.
Bengi really wants his repeat world championship too.
Yeah, they do. He picks up the one kill. Gorilla, unfortunately, taking the aggro.
Once he was under the tower, he did play that well. Like he knew they were about to launch another auto attack, so he wanted to give them tower aggro with a double knockup. Like trying to get out of these sticky situations, they did do their best, but just don't get in those situations. That's the one thing. Like why get there? You know, such a smart team. But later on, SKT, they did pick up the pace, and they showed some fantastic macro play overall.
Absolutely.
This is why we just point out there's so many threats on SKT. Even if, you know, jungler and top laner, the two biggest playmakers on your team, are having a terrible early game, there's still Faker and Bang there to carry you.
Now, before we get into those plays in which SKT was able to claw their lead back, I do want to dissect the reason why KOO wasn't able to press their advantage as hard as they could. We saw till very late in the game, no dragons taken, and then the first one was taken by SKT. With what KOO had at their disposal, you would have expected them to set up around that objective.
I mean, it is a little hard because you're going up against Jarvan Rumble, which has one of the best ult combos in the game, so it can be still very dangerous to fight in the mid game, even if you're ahead around an objective like Dragon, as opposed to just split pushing. We're going to see that replay right here. I mean, they just turn Origen, whimsy him right at the beginning.
Yeah, but this is what I love so much about watching SKT play. Any other team here, they work in 30-second intervals. They look at plays and they say, what can we get in the next 30 seconds? SKT, they plan a minute or a minute and a half ahead, because as we see right here, many teams would go 5-man mid to try and not lose their tier 2. SKT, they know they can defend 4-man, bangs all the way in the bottom, but then usually teams will yield this red pressure and they still go for the fight here. They know Smeb doesn't have flash from earlier, so they even force here the combo to make him stand on the ultimate from Rumble here. So really good plays by SKT, and meanwhile in the bot lane, Bang is still pushing.
Yeah, and if you keep up that macro pressure, it's obviously huge. Smeb did a good job of riposting at the beginning of that fight, the knockup from Bengi, but with the ultimate following right after, there still wasn't that much to be done. And they really did punish when they saw them going into the top side, and Bang's just sitting here free shooting at a turret.
And that is one of their strengths. SKT, when they're down a member in a team fight or down a member on a map play, they will not yield the area, not the pressure. They will keep fighting it. They can win 4v5s if they have the preferential engage. And right there, they noticed that, well, we can slow them down enough for Bang to, worst case, take 2 towers in the bot lane for free. And that was such a smart call, because in the heat of the moment to make that call, there's so many teams that will just go 5 mid and just panic.
But they know that that's a power spike, right, that they have.
going into that particular phase of the game, especially in a choke against a Fiora like that. So it's not only knowing when, like, or how to take these fights, it's when to take these fights, even if they're behind. They say, okay, we still have higher power in this situation, and the speed at which they can dissect that and know that is incredible.
Yeah, KOO on your screen there, probably discussing some of the communication failures that they had as a team, and I want to point towards that Dragon Dance that we saw, Kobe, because again, they had shown the pushing power, split pushing power of Fiora. They finally got her into a side lane against a TP-less MaRin, and yet they chose to start a fight.
Not only did they have the split pushing Fiora that got a lead in the early game, they also had a support Shen who has global. They also had a jungle Rek'Sai who has a global, another role that you don't usually have a global from. So they had all of these tools to try and push an early lead and do the style that SKT usually use, where they pressure multiple points on the map at the same time and then pick you off, but they were unable to accomplish it. We also saw that in the Baron baits when they had that teleport discrepancy you talk about with MaRin. They had teleport advantage. They spent so long trying with the Baron bait over and over, trying to work with the true side. And they finally pulled the trigger by actually teleporting him into the Baron and losing it. That was just complete disaster. So this team really, they need to completely restart after this game, because they've got to be a bit dejected after that, and they just need to look at it as a fresh start.
I mean, the most disappointing thing about that Baron dance was they had executed it so well for a few minutes in a row, and then they just decide to commit to it instead of continuing to put that inhibitor pressure down or waiting for SKT, because they definitely were dictating the tempo at that specific point in time.
All right, well, with that win, SKT are just one win away from an undefeated world run and the Summoners Cup, so don't go anywhere. We'll see if KOO can come back in Game 3 in just a few minutes.
In Berlin at the World Championship Finals. Bengi, level 1 turret die! Bengi definitely messed that up! Wait, quickly! Here's Origen! Kill though! He makes it! Grand challenge is down, so this is all about Smeb's abilities. Gorilla goes in the middle of the fight with a nice flash and talk. Gorilla goes down, here comes Kuro, throws down the Chaos Storm, it's all over Wolf though.
Faker just completely turned this game.
That's the in from Wolf, stops up 3 members. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but it's not really hitting anybody or stunning the targets it needs. Now it's a double kill for Bengi. They're not stopping. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2015 World Championship Finals. Now, in addition to this amazing audience here in Berlin, people all around the world are tuning in to catch all the explosive action, including this viewing party taking place here in Lucca, Italy. And then, of course, we're going to follow that up with one from Barcelona, Spain. Lots of energy there in that very tight space. And then, not to be outdone, the fans have assembled en masse at La Zenith in Toulouse, France. And then, of course, from there, we're going to check in with another Coke viewing party. This one is taking place in Bellevue, Washington. And I'm sure all of these fans across the world, as well as the ones here in the venue themselves and myself, want to see more than 3 games. I'm hoping for 5 games. So, gentlemen, this is where I turn to you. It's do or die time here for the KOO Tigers. So in one sentence, or no, I'm kidding, not in 1 sentence or less. No, you just one time down the line. Sorry, starting with you, Monty.
Go.
What do they need to do? Yeah, and in a haiku.
I think they just really need to keep their heads cool, stay calm and collected, because they were so close to taking that last game, and then they started overextending, were misplaying that Baron after doing seemingly everything right for a few minutes. So I think they just need to take a deep breath, remember what they know about this game, and just slow down the pace a little bit in the next game.
All right, Kobe.
Definitely want to reiterate, Smeb specifically needs to keep his composure in this game. I'm also going to be looking at the other big star for the team, Gorilla. They need him to make some plays now. The early home guards, get up into Smeb's lane, go for one of those lane ganks that we've seen him do it before, and try and get something growing.
I think the biggest mistake KOO made was not predicting the counters to their own plays. They went for a lot of plays where there were obvious counters, whether it was like somebody's missing, I mean, I can't dive here because they could show up during the lane, or we suddenly see a good call mid, but we get out-rotated by SKT, so they need to think more about what happens in a bigger picture overall. They have some really good clutch, shot calling in the moment, but then they lose sight of the big picture, and I think that's really hard. It's easy to say, I could never do it.
Much easier said than done.
Especially when playing against SKT, because
SKT
there's
does it so quickly.
So much information denial.
Right, SKT known for outthinking their opponents. Now KOO has to outthink the outthinkers. Well, it's time to head down to the stage where Shox is standing by with one of Europe's finest.
Who will be?
Hi, thank you very much, Dash. One of Europe's finest, indeed. Top laner for Origen, SoAZ. We're going to talk a little bit about the games coming up. First, I just want to talk to you about a week after getting knocked out and actually having a fantastic tournament with Origen in your first year, semifinals of Worlds. How do you look back on everything after a week thinking about it?
Well, I still feel pretty good about our performance overall. We didn't expect much coming at Worlds, so it was a good performance for us, even though we got 3-0 by SKT, which is, we could have maybe take one game or something, but they are the better team in the end, so I didn't really feel bad. I just take the experience as it is, and that's it.
Well, definitely nothing to be ashamed of, and the people here are always cheering for you. Talk to me a little bit about this series in particular. You guys were exactly in the same situation after game 1 versus SKT. You had a close game that you could have been able to win. What happens to you after that versus a team like SKT? What position do KOO find themselves in now?
I believe their second game could have gone either way, like the game they just played right now. They just need to take it slowly. As Crepo said, they need to rethink about everything everything they are going to do in the game overall, and yeah, they just need to take it slow because they tend to be a super active team overall. So yeah, they need to think a lot more about what they're gonna do for the next step. Always think about what enemies can do and what they can do, and I think they can probably take one game at least. Yeah.
All right, well, then looking at maybe the top lane specifically, when you say they need to take a step back, we were looking at Smeb and MaRin a lot. What have you made of the matchup so far? With Smeb going for those playmaking champions, but it doesn't seem to bring them the rewards.
It looks like MaRin is they completely shifted the play overall. MaRin is more going for teamfight champion, played Rumble 2 games, looking for lane swap, so it can be more useful in teamfight overall compared to Fiora and Riven. I think it will be different games if they face 1v1 2 versus 2, because in this game they had Rek'Sai against Jarvan, which is Rek'Sai is the stronger matchup, so I think they could have snowballed a lot more if it was 1v1. So in my opinion, they should probably try to find where they want to go since level 1, and depending of jungle and top lane matchup, they can probably snowball from there.
All right, so you say they can take one game. Can they turn the whole thing around, or is it SKT win?
I think it's always really hard, especially at this level, to actually come back from a 2-0. From the last game, it looks like they can take one game, and it depends about SKT mostly, or if they stay calm, if they want to change their play or anything. Obviously they are 2-0, so they're probably not going to change anything. So it's KOO that have to bring something new or something else to actually take one game.
Well, the pressure is on KOO. Thank you very much, SoAZ, for talking to me here. And we're going to go into the next game, game 3, with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox, and awesome to hear from SoAZ, a player who recently felt the pressure of SKT on him, and they are one game away from raising the Summoners Cup once again, which puts even more pressure on the KOO Tigers, and they've been feeling it since game 1.
It's a scary thing when some of their parts of the game we felt KOO Tigers could challenge SKT in. They haven't been able to. Obviously, shot calling wise, late game, it's gone horribly wrong for KOO Tigers. They've not been able to win the split push war either, because Smeb has not been performing. In this match here, he had such a good opportunity in the last game and he missed it. And then MaRin just picking team fighting champion, saying, I will out team fight you now. You can't win 1 versus 1, I'll just go on 5 versus 5.
And I think that's the scariest thing, is that MaRin isn't even needing to play the matchup against Smeb that you thought maybe you'd have to neutralize him. Smeb's been crushing everyone, but now MaRin's playing team fighters into him and still finding success.
Yeah.
And there's no way, in my opinion, that SKT makes the same type of blunder at the start of game 3 that they did in game 2. So KOO Tigers really has to step up their game if they want to take one.
And now you have a problem if you're the KOO Tigers. We expect Rek'Sai to come in for SKT like they did in game 1. The thing for KOO Tigers is, I don't think they really want the Lulu pick, because we've seen Faker can play Kassadin into it, and KOO didn't really do a whole lot. They might be forced to take it anyway, just because it's open. But they would most likely prefer to go something like Shen and Fiora and try and do what they did in game 2, have that setup at least, but this time around execute it better. You just had like 10-15 minutes to talk about what went wrong, why did we win the game. So far 1-for-1 at least with that one, because Fiora has been instant locked. KOO Tigers needs to find a way to go back to what worked for them when it comes to Smeb being a split pusher. And you just have to try and make less mistakes. I know it sounds easy, but...
Yep. And they're not going to go with Lulu. I think they want Kuro and Victor. I honestly think KOO Tigers just want all of their individual best champions. Smeb, Fiora, Kuro, Victor, Hojin
Get
already
Shen
on Lee Sin.
now.
His name used to be Lee. Get Shen now for the support before SKT can lock in Rek'Sai and Shen. And Ashe has been their most successful AD carry.
I like the idea of Ashe for them. Said before, they bring out the Zac, they bring out the Ashe. You have to play differently around that. It's something that absolutely caught Fnatic off guard when they played just Ashe arrow down the mid lane in the engage, but that's the Kassadin as well.
So, KOO Tigers are saying, you can play Kassadin into our Lulu, we will now try and do exactly the same. Only difference is, there is no
a lot
hard
of differences.
Yeah, a lot of, obviously, player-wise, fake of Kuro, but there's also no hard or no great wave play AD carry. Ashe takes a little bit more time taking down these waves compared to Sivir, which was one of the reasons it could work for SKT, because they could move Sivir to mid lane and have Kassadin in the side lane.
Exactly, as well as having the wave clear, SKT also had Rumble in the top lane, so they had a big AoE team fighting presence if the Kassadin was away farming. KOO has 2 melee mid laners and not much wave clear as an AD carry. SKT, even though you normally don't think of Sivir going with Lulu, you actually put the Sivir with the Lulu here because it's something SKT has done very well in the past. They have incredible wave clear, great team fighting, and a high early power spiking team. This is exactly what SKT should do.
You know it feels good when you can play the same champion 3 times in a row. He's already feeling good on it. He's been making great equalizers. He's going to do it again this game.
And again, it's just been this pick that's not going to win the 1v1 against the Fiora, but it's going to sit back at its own tower. And if you ever want to tower dive it, the hourglass, the amount of damage you can put down with your AoE abilities is enough to at least buy time for SKT to make a play elsewhere. But KOO Tigers is going full pick composition right here. We are going to look to catch off targets with Ashe Arrow. We're going to have the hook from a Thresh, Lee Sin, single them out and one-shot them.
And they have to play it so perfectly because they are at such an immense disadvantage as far as wave clearing is concerned in this game. Like, this is 100% a pick composition, but the question will be whether or not their turrets are collapsing around them as they're trying to get fights, because every time they commit to a kill, 3 or 4 people, where is SKT gonna go? And that will be the story of this game.
Sivir once again for Bang, telling you SKT is going to be throwing that on constantly. We see Faker pushing the mid lane as well with Lulu trying to keep Kuro down. It was vice versa last time. Let's see what he can make happen as they get out of champion select in the next 10 seconds. It looks like Ignite for the mid laners again. I'm absolutely loving the fact that they've switched away from the TP action there in the mid lane.
Basically looking to be stronger when we have these fights going on instead of having the global pressure. Even though I still like it on a Kassadin, to have that teleport, especially now when it's so hard to execute your composition. Like, credit to KOO Tigers for saying, we just lost 2 games in a row. We don't care, we will pick a comp that is so hard to play, and we trust in our ability to pull it off, and then try and get a comeback going.
Sometimes you got to test yourself to really find that inner skill. And hopefully they can bring it out here in Game 3. The teams are about to hit the rift for Game 3, so update your series predictions. Hashtag SKT win or hashtag KOO win. We'll update the fan vote once we are into game. We're very close to that Summoners Cup for SKT. KOO now trying to hang on to their World Championship hopes. They've made it all the way here in their first year as a team, really scrapping things together and hopefully bringing out their first victory in the World Finals here.
And even though there are holes or weaknesses within this team composition for KOO that can be exploited, I still love the fact that they have picked these specific champions for this composition. KOO Tigers, when they made their recovery out of having a poor summer split, it was a lot of Ashe and it was a lot of pick compositions. They are playing champions that they are comfortable on. And that is so important because we're worried about them tilting off the face of the earth when SKT turns around that game too. So how do you get your comfort back? It is in the champion picks, and KOO is just going to try to outplay the crap out of SKT in this game.
Looks like things are going to be very calm to start this one off. Definitely SKT's game to lose off the bat. Full control of the early game would pretty much solidify the win here as KOO, in their attempts to do Baron last game, and their attempts to kind of pressure the turret, they aren't really trial and erroring. They're not seeing how SKT is acting, so it's flying every time they go in. They have errors left and right, or they split.
I want to
in
see
the way they
SKT
can
lane
fight.
swap though in this game here, because I think KOO Tigers have some very, very strong lane setups. Ashe is a fantastic laner, and she has a range support and Thresh next to her against an Alistar, so that's very good for KOO Tigers. Fiora into Rumble, give her that one-on-one lane from the start as well. That's what we see from SKT now. They're like, okay, we're staying on bottom side in case they were invading. We were showing we were down here. Maybe we would trick them into thinking we were going to be on the bottom side. Now they swap it up top lane here. So they do get the lane swap for SKT. I think that's very important for this early game. But they have made mistakes in the lane swaps in the last 2 games. They didn't bounce the wave in game 1. And obviously last game was this crazy level 1, level 2 thing. Where MaRin then ends up TPing down with no flash and dying as well.
If we're talking just the first 5 minutes of the game, KOO Tigers has been the better team.
Sadly, games are not only 5 minutes long.
I think that's something that SKT realizes well in advance as well. You see all these kills going to KOO around the map. SKT kind of has this database in their head. They say, you know, we could lose about 5 kills here, but if we get kills in a turret and dragon, we're right back in the game. And that's what they always set up for when they're down. They see what their opening is to get back in the game.
Well, SKT is actually doing about the same play they did earlier because they're sending an invade in to the double jungler. It's just on the different side of the map.
I don't know if they're going to be getting over walls on this one. They know what mistake they made last time. Now they're getting away with a bit more resources. No flashes being used there, but they do push KOO off that top side of the jungle.
So again, KOO Tigers, they keep starting in the jungle where the enemy AD carry and support is supposed to be, or at least on that side of the map. So they take away their own 2 camps on top side, which was supposed to belong to SKT, because SK Telecom always start in their own jungle. They start really defensively, so they don't deny anything. And now once again, there will be more camps to take for KOO Tigers down on the bottom side of the map. So SKT just instantly want to go up and start pushing down this tower, swap around, get this lane swap rolling, so you can't just fall further behind. They don't value getting early experience on MaRin by taking multiple jungle camps. They just want to safe and then push down the tower as fast as possible.
This top lane going a bit faster. It took Smeb some time to get down to that bottom tier turret, so SKT are going to be able to move a bit quicker here. Those few seconds they get to themselves to back first, get in position, get their wards ready, and start being aggressive on the bottom side of the map is really what puts them ahead. Smeb being late here leaves still a third of this turret up.
Yeah, and they're going to teleport in and actually try and save this one. This will be a big question of how quickly Alistar gets down there. And KOO took enough damage from the minion wave that they can't actually threaten a dive. Also a weird move up top. Bang didn't bounce the wave into the top side.
See what Origen does here, but the reason they didn't bounce the wave was because they realized they could TP down bottom lane. So they just wanted to push it out, get some farm going, and then force someone for KOO Tigers to recall and go up to top side and catch that wave, so there's not going, these minions are going to waste. So because they saw how slow KOO Tigers were at the bottom side of the map, they felt like we can defend it. Bengi moved all the way down, TP in as well to stop it. Origen should have been in a position, in my opinion, where he could either threaten then the 4v2 dive super quick, or just go down and realize we were behind him pushing the tower. I need to join in as well before this play even happened and just 4-man kill this tower, because you never want to fall behind when it comes to fast pushing.
Well, they have all the pressure on the bot side. They have to watch for prey to come up in the bottom side of the jungle here. KOO in a bad spot. He walks right in with Faker on his tail. They're on Bengi though. The flay back, very nice from Gorilla. Ignite and Flash used to make that happen. Faker now in a real sore spot. It looks like he'll be the next to go down. A bit of a fumble Ruski here coming in from SKT. And KOO are going to pick up some very nice kills all around the board. 3 assists to Gorilla. It's working out perfectly. Distributing the kills, nice. Bang trying to come in now. A huge, I think I can situation from SKT to pick up the little outside experience that would ever happen.
They just got
4 kills for Origen in the early game. 1 goes to prey.
1 person and another person, and who wants to die next? And who wants to die next? SKT, another early game fumble here against KOO, and they pick it up big. 4 kills onto Origen. So what will he do now? Warrior Enchantment completed 5.5 minutes into the game.
I feel like we've seen this before in this series here. SKT makes a lot of mistakes and Origen picks up all the kills.
Yeah, Gorilla's not actually level 1 in this fight, so the rest of this here, Origen goes in big, level 3 Lee Sin spike. They kill Bengi right at the start. Faker was low on mana and actually had no business stopping that either. Prey, again, not level 1, is able to come in and finish those guys off. And why do Sivir and Rumble come up here when their entire team is already dead? Additionally, Fiora doesn't even have to be involved in this. This was 5 kills by 3 people on the KOO Tigers. This is, you know how we said in the first game, there's no way SKT falls as far behind early game as they did in game 2? There is a way. That's the way. 4 kills on a Hojan and a Warrior enchantment already.
Not calculating the HP bars quite well in that situation. Possibly a bit of a play.
He's got no flash.
This could be the finalizer. Hojan holds the resonating strike to cancel out the rest of Faker.
And every time we have some of these extremely weird plays where there's no real reason for them to make it, we've got to look at what could be the objective. Why would SKT move in there in the first place? Well, in this case, it was to place a deep ward. And then they realized Gorilla face checks onto Bengi, and they're like, oh, maybe we can take a fight here. You know, support just face check. We could get 1 kill. But they don't realize how Faker has no mana. They don't realize how everyone from KOO Tigers could move so quickly there. And really just such a sloppy decision.
And also, SKT didn't have the wave clear advantage. So this is exactly what KOO wants to do. They want to find fights in neutral territory when they don't lose objectives. SKT's way of stopping those things from happening is to keep the waves managed.
And this becomes extremely volatile for SKT now. KOO already set up to take down Faker behind a second-tier turret, but they want to go to the bot lane, looking now at Bang and Wolf. MaRin's going to clear top. Smeb's going to have to respect that and stay for the TP. It's down anyways, but we're going to see something happen in that bottom lane, possibly, as teams disperse a bit. It doesn't look like anything came out of it, rightfully so. KOO would have had to make a pretty big dive.
KOO can just sit in the lanes and wait for Hojan to show up on this Lee Sin. Because he's so far ahead, he can take any fight he wants. And he can burst you down as soon as he hits level 6 in this Lee Sin. So wait for him to make that play. Because then you know there's no counter gank from Bengi available. He will be too far behind.
And these types of plays are the exact plays that KOO needs. They said they want the crowd to be chanting their name, and that's what they're getting right now. It'll lift the pressure off their shoulders. They know the crowd is behind them, but more so that their strats are working right now. We did see that Hojan was 2-0-2 on Rek'Sai in the early game in game 2. 5-0-1. Hopefully he can continue to spread his experience to the rest of the lanes and keep this snowball going, because they did slow down after they got all those big plays in game 2.
And now it's also about slowing down the game if you were SKT. You know Lee Sin is going crazy. Faker also doesn't have that much lane pressure on Curl because he's been down his flash and also died twice, plus he doesn't have teleport, so it's kind of the worst situation you can be in as a mid laner. But SKT still has a lot of wave clear advantages, and they have a Rek'Sai who can give himself Tremor Sense in the jungle, line up the counter ganks, and more so than actually counter ganking, just tip someone off that they're coming so SKT can run away. They really just want to wave clear for a little while until KOO would make a mistake.
We do need to see Hojan, they'll be a bit more aggressive now in this Lee Sin. You have so many kills, you need to almost live in the enemy jungle and say, I could take any fight possible against this Rek'Sai. Obviously nothing completing for Bengi so far other than the Sidestone. SKT right now though have been able to push the top over and over and open up to just take the Raptors.
And Hojan's going super aggressive. Not only did he complete his Warrior enchantment 5 minutes in, he had enough gold for a Sightstone, but instead started building Hex Drinker components. Now he's got no wards left. 1 ward there, Trinket ward to jump out. He actually can't ward jump to pull any type of trickery off.
Really would have liked to see Sidestone. I think
agree.
One of the best ways to kind of snowball a jungle matchup is not necessarily by trying to kill the other jungler, but by getting wards in his jungle so you can spot him. Arrow onto Faker though. This is a play we're gonna see quite often from Prey. He's very good at leaving his own lane in this Ashe here, moving towards mid or top lane, set up a possible pick. This time Hojan gets into the jungle though. This is what we like to see. I just wish he had some wards to be placing here as well now, so he can spot the Rek'Sai next time.
Relying a little too much on Lantern Escape.
I think Lee Sin's one of the best champions who can turn utility into offense. Sightstone increases the offensive capabilities of Lee Sin. Really disagree with this buy from Hojan.
They've been loving their Hex Drinkers. Game after game, they continue to grab it.
Against the Rumble.
Well, you're usually faced up against the double AP comp so far. We had the Kassadin Rumble, now Lulu Rumble. Once again, SKT definitely knows where to put that power once the mid game comes. This time, 2,000 gold lead to KOO, 6-1, full control of the game. Haven't really been able to keep their deep wards in the side of SKT, so that's slowing them down a little bit. But we know SKT, the Vision Denial team, the flash play as soon as he gets it again. Hooks in Faker, the Dragon Kick back, and that's going to be a dead Faker once again. Nobody's in the back pocket to help him this time.
Faker tried to save his flash until all the CC were down first, but then obviously Lee Sin shows up with the Thresh here, kicks him back, and then it's too late for him to do anything. they keep trying to gank this mid lane. You know you have a Kassadin sitting there, and you just keep leaving this bottom side. Roam up through the river, go for the gank.
I think it's also critical that they were able to get the kill on a Kassadin here. So much of the kill distribution is on Origen, which is why he needs to snowball the game right now, because otherwise his gold at the end of the game will not mean that much, and that's why SKT needs to stall this one out. So using the Lee Sin, Thresh, the power of the chain CC right there to punish Faker's greed of not using Flash was very well done.
Now, to question a bit of this, do they start spreading some love to Smeb in the top lane of the Fiora, or is he perfectly fine holding off MaRin for as long as possible?
I mean, at the moment, if you want to gank MaRin, you should realize Bengi will be nearby, because every time MaRin pushes up, Bengi shows himself, gets a ward in the jungle, and she's kind of there for safety. So they're just going to say, no, we can just keep camping this mid lane. We have double CC, we have the Astral and the Arrow in case we need that one as well. But yes, they could definitely also go and gank MaRin. It's just easier to rotate from bottom lane with your support straight to mid lane. That's a quick one, easy gank to set up.
It's so hard for KOO to create picks, though, because they're still running without a Sightstone on their whole team.
He didn't even buy a ward when he went
Gorilla didn't buy Sightstone, he built Boost of Mobility, so they're trying to go in blind and make plays with superior combat stats right now. It is absurdly aggressive and incredibly unreliable, but KOO is going all out right here, trying to pull this off. Big change of strategy from KOO Tigers in this game than in prior.
It's very clear in the pick and ban phase. Coming into this game, KOO Tigers said, okay, it's all or nothing. Just pick some champions where we can pick them off, skirmish really well, and go crazy. I feel like in the game though, once you get the 5 kills early on, you can then adapt that and say, okay, we don't have to go all in crazy now. Because we just got 5 kills. We can play it out normal and just have a big advantage.
Get the 5 kills, place the wards, and make it easier to pick with all of your pick abilities. Instead of KOO, what they're trying to do is run through SKT, force, run into someone randomly, and get the kill.
Well,
but they have so much brute force.
Blips of vision, right? A hawk shot will go out here, a hawk shot will go out there. They'll have somewhat vision, and they'll work off of that bit. But you're right. They don't know who's around the corner after hawk shot's gone.
That's why coaches really want to be able to talk in-game. And see the Arrow misses, but Nofa's been like, guys, go crazy, man. Go all in. We're going to do this. And then when all this happens, he just wants to stand back and be like, okay, slow down. All right, get vision, then we play it out.
No way to tell them to slow down right now.
Nope.
And the wave clear will be punished eventually. They're continuing to keep the pressure on mid lane, and because they are so strong right now with straight up item advantages, Hex Drinker completed, Tiamat completed, they haven't been punished yet for this craziness that they're doing. Oh,
they're definitely employing a new strat for this one. Wolf finds he's in a bad situation in the box. Do they have enough to get to Gorilla? Smeb actually teleports down here, but it's called in as well. From the other teleports onto Bengi now. Looks like they should be able to get out. Bang does not want the grand challenge. Wolf goes down immediately. MaRin able to teleport, but he wasn't close to the fight. KOO should go down here. Safeguard over to him. A lantern as well. Light still ticks through. The flash was burned from KOO quite a bit as well. This could give SKT a little bit of love around that dragon area to get more wards and keep fighting. Wow, Smeb wants to go in. They know Gorilla's there, but very low on mana here. Origen looking to build a little bit of energy as well. I don't think it's a fight either side wants to take, but they were still trying to blow summoners on both sides. Successful at that.
That's a 1-for-1 against a team who had 7 kills already at 14 minutes against 1 only from SKT. Them trading even will always be in their favor because you're so far behind. It's never in the favor of KOO Tigers to just trade even. Origen even took the kill. Alistar was like 100% dead. Kicks him in the face and kills him.
Origen's going one direction right now. Lee Sin care. That's all he's thinking right now. He's trying to put the team on his back. And this is also the mentality you put yourself in when you are down 2-0 in a series, because you are always trying to make that big play. But so far, it's been mostly working for KOO.
Oh, arrow to the knee on Wolf. I don't know if he's going to be out of this one. He gets the headbutt in. It's good that he kind of just let it happen. You didn't want to try to use too much to get away. He actually did flash in the end, thinking he could break the brush vision, but it did not work. The KOO chants come out once again, and they will again deny the resources in the jungle of SKT.
Yeah, now you have that side stone, 2 wards instantly placed in the jungle. You get a pick. Wolf was way out of position trying to place a deep ward himself, but with 0 backup from his laners. A mistake we have seen from SKT, honestly, today a few times where one guy just goes in on his own to place a ward and then gets caught out. This is what KOO Tigers composition wants to do. Oh, you alone, you're running way too far ahead of your own team. We have all the tools to CC you and chase you. There's going to be a Kassadin late game constantly jumping after you as well.
And what KOO is pulling off right now is what so many teams unsuccessfully do against well-executed wave clear compositions, because in order to stop the side lanes from pushing out of control for SKT, you have to kill them before they get up to your turret. And KOO has been able to find fights and consistently kill, which is why it's just the one turret taken down for SKT versus the two from KOO. And now that they actually do have the double sight stones built up, they can continue to put on the pressure and the vision.
Double sight stones means they all swapped over to sweepers. A very early scrying orb still from Prey to go along with his hawk shots have given KOO great vision in this early part of the game to waltz into the jungle of SKT pretty much without any care. Now they have the wards so deep, a pink ward all the way down between the second tier turrets. They have all the vision they need here to make those pick moves they've been wanting to make all game.
The only thing SKT is going for them is the fact that MaRin, they go hit level 11 soon, which is good spikes for them when it comes to a possible dragon fight. This is what KOO Tigers want though.
Trying to stop SKT
in their perfect run
from having a perfect run at Worlds, what would be the first in the history of the World Championship.
And SKT has been positive. They said, if this team doesn't beat us, we're more than likely going to go undefeated in the entire tournament. We feel better about it every win.
Here they come!
This is the crowd control they were looking for. There's no way Bengi gets out of this one. He goes down with the last shot from Prey. 2-0-5 now for the AD carry.
This is what we're going to keep seeing here. Wards being placed. Bengi can no longer sit and farm his own jungle if he ever does so. Expect KOO Tigers to show up, catch him out like they just did right here, get that one kill. Problem is, they give up a bot lane tower and only get a kill for it. So technically for them, not the greatest trade, but it did mean MaRin also had to be careful top, so now they can trade the top tower.
It's a delayed trade. It's still favorable for the KOO Tigers because they got the map pressure. Kill Squad, Origen and Gorilla, they have been successfully creating these picks. 100% kill participation for Origen, 90% kill participation for Gorilla, and it's allowed Smeb to not have to carry. So much of this entire world and of the first two games have been Smeb carrying, and he was pushing too hard in the first few games. Now the weight is being taken off of Smeb's shoulders in this game, and it's actually been Origen.
I was just going to say that one of the biggest changes from both of the games we've seen is that KOO is not focusing top. They're not trying to get things for Smeb. They're not trying to stop MaRin. They've stayed away from that, and it's working perfectly for them because SKT turns those fights around. Looking at 20 minutes coming up on the clock now, 10-2, the biggest lead KOO has had here in these games, as well as a 5,000 gold lead coming up on that 20-minute mark.
And Dragon coming up in 12 seconds. It's what a pick composition lives for. Not necessarily doing the Dragon, but killing someone when they're trying to get vision or contest the Dragon.
It's dinner time.
Fortunately for SKT though, they've been able to get a lot of wards preemptively around the Dragon Pit since KOO just committed so many people to killing the other side of the map. So the picks will be harder to come by.
Every time KOO has killed them, one other guy snuck in behind them and placed 2 or 3 wards in the river, and then they had to escape. But they always gave up a kill for it. So KOO Tigers kept getting further and further ahead in terms of goal. We're still only 19 minutes into the game. There's plenty of time for the KOO Tigers to use all this gold here to their advantage. For now, they're gonna have to fight for vision, and SKT gets at least an entrance.
And I have to reiterate how difficult it is to beat SKT because they've been able to get those wards here. And they actually have a power spike here with MaRin being level 11 on Rumble. A well-placed equalizer at this Dragon fight, even with the 5,000 gold difference, could win a fight for SKT.
One of the problems though for MaRin, and that's also why he's down on the bottom side here, is if he goes top now to catch this wave, which he probably will to defend the tower, when you're against Kassadin, Ashe and so on, they can hard engage in and pick off one target. Your teleport becomes very difficult to use because obviously there's the delay on the teleport casting before you arrive. KOO Tigers might have picked off a guy before MaRin even gets to TP in. So him sitting there means KOO Tigers can be the proactive team now. Look for that one arrow here. Look for Kuro to catch out a guy. A lot of damage on Gorilla though.
If they start the Dragon, that's going to mean even more damage. They don't necessarily have someone who can tank the Dragon without taking any pain. Maybe this turns into a steal opportunity because Bengi would be able to tunnel in and try and get something. KOO is forcing really hard to try and get a fight.
KOO Tigers chants resonating through the halls of the Mercedes-Benz Arena here in Berlin. Origen takes the Dragon. Smeb TP's into the backside. They're still getting out. This is where the picks come in. Wild growth onto Bengi. The focus is MaRin. He's away from the team. Smeb wants to keep everybody in range, but he's gone on a one-man mission over here. Bengi gets out. Smeb lunges back. Gorilla is a one health from being taken down right now, and KOO doesn't get enough of the picks that they want, but MaRin does go down from being in the thick of the fight.
Wow, and how close this fight really was. It is an advantage for KOO to get the Dragon and the kill.
Absolutely.
But if we're thinking about total damage dealt in that team fight, SKT actually did more. Pretty much everyone on KOO took 80% or more of their health bar. They can absolutely bring the pain, especially if SKT funnels in like that, chasing kills.
See it again.
You can see how SKT knows they don't want to risk someone going down before MaRin arrives, so he goes in fairly early with teleport and beautiful ulti on
that was
3
huge.
guys from the KOO Tigers. This delays everything. They're trying to chase, but they're so split up now. Smeb doesn't even get Bengi down, but in the end, they win the fight. They get this Dragon here like they're supposed to. Bang was very, very close to suddenly being able to get a few kills.
Absolutely. Bang maybe could have played that a little more aggressive, but still, when you're down 11 kills to 2, your aggressive moves have been biting you time and time again, and KOO is really looking to take this series back.
Gorilla surviving that fight with 6 HP, some thick skin there to keep him alive. Ignite still up, kill pressure from him to come into the next fight if necessary, and this may be that time again. KOO starts to taunt Baron, but more of a trial and error here. See how SKT reacts and then act on that.
It's the time for KOO Tigers to start getting the pink wards, upgrade your sweepers here, both on Gorilla and Origen, because you need to be able to deny vision at the Baron, force SKT to face check in, and then again, create this pick where you just shoot an arrow in their face. SKT have all 5 members nearby. Horo taking a bit of damage, but you can see how they're fighting, because SKT knows if they give up that jungle, it's over. Because then the Baron will be started, they're completely blind, and then they will die in the next team fight. So that's why they're here so early, to fight just for vision. There's always these pre-fights before the big team fight where you fight all the small advantages. Who can see who? Can they start the Baron safely? There's no tank in the lineup of KOO Tigers. That makes it tricky, and that's why they need a kill first.
A little game of cat and mouse here. Are you going to approach? How do you approach? Can we cut you off? Can we get that pick when you're rotating towards the Baron? KOO have a lot of room to work with right here, outside the vision of SKT.
MaRin should not be on the bottom side of the map at the moment. He has no TP. This just gave KOO Tigers the jungle, and they're pushing him for top tower.
Yeah, because now SKT can't actually hold this turret with wave clear in fear of a dive.
The wave going through, the crowd has been cheering for KOO, and it looks like the arrow hits Bang. The spell shield was on, he does not get crowd control. That's the grand challenge on Bangi. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill. 13-2 as they start cleaning up SKT without losing any members in the side of KOO.
KOO Tigers has successfully put an element of chaos into this game, which is making SKT make bad decisions. That was a bad decision. MaRin wasn't able to defend. The dive is very real with an Ashe Arrow initiate plus a Lee Sin with Flash, and they are rightfully punished for that move. And now with 2 death timers looming, the Baron becomes another problem.
Crowd started chants, people standing up and creating these chants for KOO. It's exactly what KOO wants. Finger flash into the wall. Wall's gonna go down now. Gorilla has gone down to MaRin, but it's Kuro and MaRin now. MaRin knows he's not gonna get out of this one safely. Slowed once again. I don't believe the volley just yet, but they're gonna be in range. Who are they gonna give it to? Merry Christmas, an early Christmas to Prey.
SKT managed to stop the Baron, but that was about it. 3 kills again for KOO Tigers. Summoner spells used. This is looking so bad, and really this game exploded.
I'd say it's looking good for KOO.
It looked great for KOO, obviously bad for SKT, but really, we had the 5 kills early on, and then KOO Tigers got a few kills here and there, but it really exploded when they started getting to that jungle, get down the vision, and been able to create these picks here. Faker, even Faker, can flash into the wall.
When you have Faker failing a flash over wall, you know something is amiss within the SKT team. They've been making bad calls. Faker, I can't remember the last time I've seen him miss a flash.
Just reminds us that he's human.
And if there's ever a time for SKT to drop a game, guys, it's now. 8,000 gold down, KOO continually finding team fights again and again. And I'm going to have to question, if KOO's able to win this game, do they actually completely turn the momentum of the series? Because remember, they were winning, they were in a position to win game 2.
Yes, but then we saw some of the problems for them late game with the shot calling.
Right.
This game, that should not be an issue when you're so far ahead now. Your composition at this point is going to be straightforward to play because you just keep baiting around the Baron and then you just fire that arrow from Prey and you take that team fight. It is hard to get to this point for KOO Tigers due to the fact though they got so many early kills. It made it a lot easier for them. They've been able to execute it properly now and we're just waiting for that finish. Because right now SKT is hurt. They're not dead yet.
They're not dead yet, but this is finally KOO breaking through that mental barrier that SKT puts up. We saw Faker go down twice to West Door alone in lane, and Faker was almost smiling, laughing, knowing that they would come back because they have the confidence. Here, that seems to be broken. SKT always turning tail to these fights to see if they can assess and go back in, but it has been for naught.
Yeah, and actually SKT going for a big fight in the mid lane.
Arrow straight to the face of Bang, stops Gorilla from going down. Initiations on both sides of On the Hunt. Crystalline Arrow and Box are down.
And something we actually have to talk about, SKT ran Lulu Sivir frequently throughout the regular season, and they use as a mid-game power spiking team that got picks. But when it falls behind, it is really difficult for it to come back since it has to move as a unit.
Now that Sivir ulti is gone, it could have opened up for KOO Tigers to maybe make a play on the bottom side against MaRin, send down Origen, just 2v1 dive him. Instead, they're returning to the Baron. Back the ways from the bot lane here with Smeb.
KOO has not hesitated on any of their calls this game. That's a risky call though because they are on a scrying orb. And now the teleport's coming in.
MaRin down. Their target is actually to stop KOO and their flank back. We see Faker and Wolf messing with Meb down here, but it is not working out for them. Lunging over the wall. KOO is instantly back in position. This should not hurt them too much. A lot of ultimates are already being used by SKT. Remember, Wolf's ult is down from that second tier turret in mid, so they can't afford to go back in.
Remember that this team does not have a tank who's going to stack armor that can safely stand in front of this Baron here. It was Kassadin and so on. Try and bounce it with Origen. Both of them took a lot of damage, and you're against the Rumble. You never want to start a fight low against the Rumble because that's just gonna be terrible for you. Here's a fight!
It's a bit of a flank here. Prey very low on mana, but you don't need that to auto attack. That's gonna be Wolf down. We also lost Smeb in the fight. MaRin holding tight in the middle. They get the turret, so they'll be able to fight under it now. Origen doing what he can with such an awesome score in this game, and it looks like it's gonna be a lot for the team. That's a double. Faker gets hit by the arrow. That's gonna be a kill for Prey as well. Is there a triple coming in here? No, it's a double-double for Kuro and Prey.
Another
on SKT.
Team fight win there by the KOO Tigers. And honestly, if there was ever a fight that SKT is going to win there, it would have been that one. KOO was so low on resources beforehand, but SKT had such a gargantuan gold deficit, and Origen is playing out of his mind on Lee Sin with a beautiful kick on to Bang back into the team. This gives him Baron too. Wow.
Origen is a jungler that's been criticized for a very poor early game coming into this final. All 3 games now, he's had a very, very good early game. He's picking up early kills, early assists. He's applying a lot of pressure on the map. Obviously, there's a few things maybe he can still change, but after all, he's playing a lot better now in the early game. You see the fight, Smeb goes down very early, but this kick from Origen is massive.
1, 2, 3.
Tower is still alive as well, and it's just straight into Koro. He gets that kill, and now they can start chasing.
And Origen also landed the Sonic Wave the instant MaRin came out of Zhonya's. Then they clear his corpse out of the way, land the Ash Arrow onto Faker, and chase down the rest of it. They are really in sync right now, which is something that was distinctly lacking in games 1 and 2.
So he changes his name back to Lee after this one. What plays coming in from Origen. Last game he was 2-0-2, and he kind of divvied up the kills after that a little bit more. Now he's 6-0-14. It seems like getting more of that experience, more of that cash on Origen. It definitely pays off for the team. Another game where Prey has come up big as well. In the Ashe, the initiation that KOO loves so much.
Oh, no.
It's actually being turned right back onto him. It is the Dark Passage that tries to bring Prey to the light, but it cannot happen. The box goes down, but everybody runs around, and it looks like they mitigate that slow. A kill onto Gorilla, and now SKT make a bit of their own pick comp with a first headbutt going on to Prey.
Look at the minimap right now. Kuro was sitting in the top lane. No teleport obviously on the Kassadin. And then KOO Tigers to start pushing down to the tier 2 tower. Only 3 members against a Sivir composition. These are the kind of mistakes they've made in the other games, where even though they had a lead, it never felt like the game was over.
Against SKT, the game is never over. no matter how big the lead
So
is.
true.
We have seen it time and time again, and that was an example of the Sivir pick composition. Why is Hojin also trying to defend this turret solo?
They can get a 4-man kick.
Bang wants to go a little too deep, gets hit by the turret. Oh, Faker over the wall! A shutdown. That's huge gold for Faker coming in from Hojin. That'll definitely be an item coming online for him. Hits Arrow, but Arrow's not going to stop this one. KOO goes down as everybody inside the base does what they can with the globals they have. Smeb still putting pressure on the bottom. If MaRin had been there, that would have been detrimental for KOO.
Well, they already got all the kills, and all they had to do was defend the bottom side. Smeb got 1 tower, but SKT suddenly picking up, I believe, 5 kills. 2 kills first in the mid lane, or 4 kills in total here for SKT, and that is massive when you're so far behind.
Especially because both KOO and Hojin had maximum bounties, which means 500 gold for the kill and 300 gold for the assist. 800 total gold for the team amongst both of those.
Let's see what happened here. Thought Bang went a little too close, but they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, at this point I was expecting KOO to just jump back into his base because he would have been safe. But with the Ash Arrow coming in, I think KOO was thinking he could convert a kill. Faker saved his ultimate for just the right time, saves Bang in such a close fashion.
Wolf takes the arrow, is tanking the turret. Nothing could have gone better there unless they ace the team. And those were members of KOO with Baron. Now, not having it, it's going to be much harder for them to get these waves in. Still onto Smeb, and try to still work that side lane.
It's time to relax a little bit if you're the KOO Tigers in your communication. You're probably still screaming, you're super hyped, you're about to win this game, everything has been working for you. Now is where you calm down, your shot caller kind of tells the rest of the team, okay, what's our next objective? Tier 2 tower and mid lane, how are we going to get it? Well, we can no longer split up because we know Sivir can hard engage, and there's enough damage on the side of SKT to kill us then. So put the Kassadin with us, slow push the other lane. You see top lane was pushing down. They have to go back now and re-push that lane and then move the Kassadin back into this mid lane so you avoid being caught out by Sivir. And when the next fight happens, you're all 5 members there together and you can use your composition.
And with the amount of gold he has, Hojin making a pretty selfish choice in the Banshees fail against this double AP team. Still no Aegis on the side of KOO, which could come back to bite him.
Yeah, I think the way KOO is approaching this game mentally is skirmish.
Yeah.
And if they're trapped in a big team fight where they're sitting on an equalizer, they're probably thinking they've lost anyway. I still would like to see the Aegis in there for Hojin, but with the Banshee's veil, when he jumps in and kicks someone backwards, it's much harder for them to get him out of there. Wolf can't headbutt him with first spell, Faker can't polymorph him, they have to burn 2 spells in order to stop him from doing that. So it's actually kind of an offensive pickup as well.
It's still so greedy though, because Banshees is one of these items that look good on paper and
It's
then
so
one
great.
ability hit you before the fight starts and it does really nothing for him. Lockett would have been way better for the rest of his team, but Hojin, he's been on a mission to carry this game.
It is the pattern of the game. That's exactly what he's been doing. Hex Drinker over Sightstone, Warrior Enchantment
Oh yeah,
in 5
that's
minutes.
true. Good call in the beginning
It's a
there.
one-track mind here for KOO Tigers. They're going all in on this specific playstyle, and it is leaking into every single facet of their game.
And you got a pocket full of money. Impulse buys happen more than not, and looks like Hojin has been grabbing everything up for himself here. Still looking at a 10,000 gold lead, and possibly a Bengi going down. Knocks him out of the tunnel. Arrow hits Wolf once again. Unbreakable Will completely stops the crowd control, and that was worked perfectly with the tanks on the front line for SKT. They have a chance to go back in. KOO finds himself in a real bad spot, and Smeb is kept at bay. Why are they still going in? Prey was on the front line there. They're going to have Gorilla here. He tries to bob and weave, slalom the minions to slow down SKT, but they're giving back the game inch by inch here.
I was just about to praise KOO Tigers for having that slow push on top side and have the Kassadin sit ready in the mid lane to create a pick, but then they dive on the tower with KOO tanking the tower as well.
And we're 34 minutes in, so this could actually mean the inhibitor going down.
Crazy.
If you are KOO right now, who does SKT remind you of right now? A team down, holding out with some nice team fighting.
I was gonna say Bob Ross
feels like
instead.
the
I
KOO
was gonna be like,
Tigers.
this game is ruined.
Oh,
Then he
Smeb!
saves it.
Oh, Smeb bringing out the blaze. He had a bit more to offer. He is just tanking the turret with happiness, a smile on his face, a few more hits. Smeb coming up with a 2v1 very nicely, and this is where SKT has to turn back alive. They are back. They are on Wolf. That's the not Unbreakable Will, that's a wild growth coming out. Unbreakable Will is up, but I don't even know if he uses it to try and get out here. They're gonna try to walk KOO around as much as possible. Face of the mountain is all he's got to offer there as he holds the ult for the possibility of a very big fight in their base coming up.
So Smeb has been farming for the last 35 minutes. I think we've barely seen him in this game. He's just been sitting in that side
It's worked so well for KOO.
And now finally he gets his chance. 1 versus 2 kills them. That was so huge because SKT were pushing in the base. They were gonna get inhibitor, get more kills, get back in the game, and then the outplay happens.
After such a turning moment, this is what KOO Tigers talk about when they talk about their team chemistry, honestly, because how many teams at Worlds this year have we seen go down 2-0 and been able to bounce back in the third game? Absolutely nope. And then after making multiple mistakes in the third game, be able to still go for the play and have it work. They have the trust in each other, and they've said even when they make a bad play, they can move on from it. That is a perfect example of it working in the game. But still, they're yet to close, and they still haven't taken a single game off SKT.
And I'm 100% sure SKT after this game, if they do end up losing it, they're gonna sit down and talk about the first 5 minutes of these games.
Of all
because
games,
every single
absolutely.
one. There have been some crazy aggressive plays from SKT where they get punished, plays they didn't have to make in the first place. Why set yourself behind, or why risk setting yourself behind when you've shown that shot calling wise, late game, you are the better team? That is something they're gonna have to change for the next game if they lose this one.
Think of what would happen though if those plays had worked. Your mentality to be crushed that hard in the first 5 minutes of the game. Luckily for KOO, it hasn't for SKT, and they have been falling behind, which is really giving them a chance to be in this game. And they're not even on a thread right now. They are in the lead, pretty much just walking down the road.
It's been plays that you couldn't win. Flashing forward on the tower to get a first spot is just you trading a kill for kill, but using your flash. So like, you're basically lost no matter what you do.
You talk about trying to be calm as well on a stage like this, World Finals, even though SKT has been there before. It's MaRin's first Worlds as well. There is a moment of the spectacle. Here we go.
What a hit on the Faker. Eyes focused onto him. He's forced to flash over the wall, but it doesn't save him. Kuro gets the shot necessary. A double kill for the Kassadin, and this spells very bad things for SKT. The bottom inhibitor is already broken, feeding super minions into the base. This is going to be MaRin going down as well, as he's too far from home. Over the wall. Bang's going to go down now. The fly in. The lunge from Smeb. A few more hits. The parry is great. The thrust is better. And he goes down. Huge kills for Kuro. They're on the Nexus turret, and it looks like they could thwart the perfect record of SKT at Worlds. The first Nexus turret to go down, the ace of SKT in their own base, and the KOO Tigers will break the perfect record at Worlds for SKT. We're going to a Game 4.
KOO Tigers decided to all in on this game here. All the way back in Champ Select, we talked about how risky the comp was, but if it starts to get rolling, how powerful it can be.
And for the first time at Worlds, SKT is wounded. KOO Tigers get what they want here. The crowd was chanting KOO Tigers at multiple moments during that last game. And here, once again, there is the crowd behind me.
Absolutely amazing. Nobody thought it could be done. So many people saying a 3-0 coming into today, but now we get to see what a broken SKT looks like. Do they come back even stronger? Have you angered the beast on this one? Or are they trying to figure out what happened?
I mean, there's very, very clear things for SKT to work on. And
Absolutely.
again, we're looking at those first 5 minutes where they keep taking some of these fights they don't have to. That's obviously going to be the main thing for them to change, but also they learned a little bit here. KOO Tigers showed they didn't want the Lulu pick. We mentioned how it doesn't really benefit them because of the counter picks we have seen against the Lulu. They didn't take it, gave it over to SK Telecom, to Kassadin instead. Ended up getting 10 kills on the side of Kuro as soon as we got to these fights, and he kept picking off the kills.
They picked up the pace of the game. KOO Tigers, something they haven't been able to do for most of Worlds. They've been sitting on the back foot. It was very clear that wasn't going to work against SKT. And yes, SKT made missteps, but the pace of the game was increased. So the chance for errors was greatly increased. And with that, SKT made more errors. Huge credit to KOO Tigers for going all in with their back completely against the wall.
One of the biggest things coming into every World is you see the Korean teams will always do something different. They'll always try to change up the strategy so they're not setting a precedent. You don't know what they're going to do next time. KOO went off of their books that time. That was something we really have not seen from them at
Group
Worlds.
stage, KOO Tigers, right there.
Yeah, they're coming back very, very strong, and now SKT has a lot to think about as they come into Game 4. Right now, we're going to throw it over to our analyst desk to break down KOO Tigers' win.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we have ourselves a series, finally. And before we get into anything, I feel like we just have to rewatch this 5-for-1 craziness that happens at the beginning of the game. Now, bear with us. The Ashe spectator bug is still going to be in this, so please ignore it as we go.
Yeah, as we see here, it just starts off with this little bit of a skirmish. KOO makes a little bit of a dangerous play, but Pulverize is already down. And then Origen gonna come in and start to clean up this fight. And Faker goes a little bit too deep, and Mother Faker, you can't act like you forgot about Prey. Comes over the wall, takes the kill in the end, and that's going to be the end of that team fight.
Yeah, for me, just two
Not yet! Yeah, it's not the end of that team
Two
fight.
very big mistakes here, both failing the combo, and then SKT still continuing with the play. You could bail there, you can sacrifice your support. Alistar did get changed, so it's really hard to land that combo consistently well. But the fact that here at the end, 2 more SKT members like, well, our team is dying, we're team players, let's just walk in and die too. That for me is the most confusing part of it.
That's the discussion that we had about the sunk cost fallacy and con men.
Yeah.
And people continuing. You talked about SKT actually being good at trying to make something happen out of a losing situation, but that is a situation where it all went down the drain. Because this was KOO Tiger's Hail Mary. This was everything on this game. Everyone go full offensive champion, screw sight zones, everybody just try and get as many kills as you can.
SKT on your screens here. After their first loss at Worlds, and as you mentioned, Monty, they were 17-0 coming into the day, 19-0 before this loss. I mean, that's got to be quite a blow, taking your first loss in a long time.
And here's the question now, do we see some of these other picks start to come out? We know that SK Telecom is a lot more prepped. They played back-to-back game of Lulu, Alistar, trying to basically snowball around their bot lane, and with the Rumble all 3 games too. So we'll see some new stuff, I think.
I think it's very easy for Koma to tell the guys, say, these are the moments where it went wrong. And even though SKT got far behind, and yes, KOO played fantastic and made some nice picks, the fact that they managed to keep the game this close with that big of a goal disparity, for me is still, it is just bonkers. It's just nuts. It should not be allowed to happen. You should not be able to keep a game this close with that large of a lead at the World Finals.
That being said, SKT's early game has gotten worse and worse and worse each consecutive game.
Faker needs to stop greeting. Like, he may be the best player in the world, but he could have flashed out of at least 2 deaths and then he later flashed into a wall. Like, there's a frame when a Thresh goes in and flash flays you for a hook. There's a frame where you can flash out of there. Holding your flash there is just ultimate disrespect, and you should never die there.
Well, to your point, though, about Koma, the coach, being able to right the ship to a degree, though, there's an element of this is the first punch SKT has taken, so the players are the boxer here who have finally got hit after throwing 19 consecutive punches that have landed. Koma can only do so much to shake them out of the actual physical pain of being hit for the first time in a while.
Let me tell you about a little something we have in North America called the reverse sweep. We're very experienced with it.
I don't know anything about reverse sweeps in Koreans at all, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't. No memories of reverse sweeps there, right? Crap.
Only best of 3s where we won, right?
But yeah, I mean, SK Telecom, they started out their careers, their first champions win was a reverse sweep against the KT Bullets. So, and you know what's funny is that you bring that up. It was actually in a sort of similar style to this. When they fell behind the KT Bullets macro game, losing the first 2 games, they came back with pick compositions and just tried to outplay and outskirmish their opponents. And that's what really turned the series back in SKT's favor. So Faker's been here before.
Yeah, I want to jump back into this series, though, as we only have so much time left. All the way back to Champions Select. We've gotten some of the craziness out of the way. We had said so much about how KOO needs to return to what is comfortable for them. If it's your last game, possible last game on the stage, what do you fall back onto? And I want to point specifically to Gorilla, the guy you pointed out, Kobe, on that Thresh.
I mean, that's what he said. He was like, side zone, forget about side zone. Mobility boots, going to continue to make plays, and he did just that. So many great flash plays. Maybe they should have been flashed out of, but
he made the perfect play, right? He did everything he needed to do. Lantern and flash, carry people forward, flash flaying. It's at that point that the play can still get countered, but he did everything right there.
And he had the hooks landing basically around minions.
He was like curving the book, the bullet, yeah.
And then the other player that I want to hit, though, has to be Origen, because, again, when we look at people on the team, we had said Smeb, Gorilla, those are going to be the 2 guys. But Origen here, getting those early 5 kills, all eyes were on him. Could he make something of it? And I want to jump into our replay here. 27 minutes into the game, in the mid lane. He comes up huge with a kick.
Yeah, just that was the game-changing, like, not the game-changing, that was just the snowball of that fight here. But overall, I'm still questioning the 5 kills on Lee Sin. And then
well, he maybe shouldn't have taken the 5 kills.
But what he does here, yeah, that kick, that was fantastic. That's fantastic. The 3-man here. especially since Lee Sin got changed and you get actually more value from kicking people, especially tanks, into other players here. That just bought enough time for Kuro to come in, and then that tower stayed alive a very long time too, dealing damage. And honestly, it looked like SKT was turning it around at this point, so that was a fight-changing kick at least.
Yeah, even in that fight, there were many moments where SKT had great plays, but KOO were able to snowball.
I mean, after that fight, too, we actually saw a couple examples of SKT coming out on top. We saw that push for the mid-inhib. If it weren't for Smeb's outplay in the bot lane 1v2, that would have been a huge
People
loss.
were starting to get worried. They were up 10,000 gold. Like, oh, okay.
It got a little rocky, but Origen, we criticized him a lot about falling behind in the jungle early. And one thing about the KOO Tigers, their first big streak in Korea came with him playing more aggressive junglers. Cinderhulk really threw this team for a loop for a while. And I think that the changes to the jungle and the disable on Gragas has really helped Origen, because now he can go back to that Lee Sin. It's becoming a more viable option again. And he's certainly demonstrated what we've always known, which is that he's a great Lee Sin player.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I need a breather after that game. The KOO Tigers have kept the series alive with that win. We'll see if they can build on that win in Game 4, coming your way in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
KOO now trying to hang on to their World Championship hopes. It's working out perfectly, distributing the kills, nice. Bang trying to come in now. A huge I think I can situation from SKT to pick up. The spell shield is on, he does not get crowd control. That's the grand challenge on Bangi. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill. Bang wants to go a little too deep, gets hit by the turret. Oh, Faker over the wall! A shutdown, that's huge gold for Faker coming in from Origen. This is gonna be MaRin going down as well as he's too far from home. Over the wall, Bang's gonna go down now. We're going to a Game 4.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2015 World Championship Finals. We're going to jump into Game 4 in just a minute, but first we want to check out a couple viewing parties taking place, and we start in the Philippines, where they're doing the wave in between team fights. We were doing those here too in our audience, so it's nice to see some synergy between audiences. Then we'll head to Poland, and the crowd are fired up and following every gank and wombo combo of the showdown taking place in Berlin. But let's get back into the game. You know, I want to focus in on the KOO Tigers. Earlier in the day, we saw a video clip where all they said was, we would like to see a crowd cheer for us just once. Well, they've done it. They secured that first goal.
One of the most epic cheers that I've ever heard. Too.
Yeah, it was absolutely
a sweet cheer.
You know, I taught the European audience how to cheer for the KOO Tigers in Brussels. So.
You're not really trying to take credit for this, are you, Monty? You know who it was? It was some fine gentlemen up here in this section who were doing a fabulous job of starting it, and then it erupted around the arena. It really was a lot of fun to be a part of. But if we do turn our attention back to it, 2-1, KOO still has an uphill battle to climb because it's game point for SKT. So they have to use this momentum moving forward. What are going to be their keys to victory? They can't necessarily rely on a 5-1 trade 5 minutes into the game every time around. As much as I'd love to say that's a possibility. What was that?
I'm sure Monty would attest to the fact that KO style is the win to...
let's just not go into that at all.
All right, that's fair. I will avoid that for you, Monty. As much trouble as you've given me in life, I will avoid trouble for you. Somebody I want to point to specifically on the team, we did hit on him, Origen. 89% kill participation today. Highest in the finals so far of any player.
Yeah.
He went back in time.
Yeah, and 62% only in the semifinals and before for Origen. But not only that, it's very important to know that out of all of the KOO Tigers games coming into this World Championship, he was only participating in 2 out of 13 First Bloods in the games that they had played. So very low early aggression, very low kill participation, but man, he has showed up way bigger than I thought he would today.
Yeah, I mean, usually we're talking about Origen's, extracurricular activities and how he brings so much shot calling to the team. He's the charismatic guy. He keeps everybody upbeat. Nice to see him be able to perform in game and crush after getting so many early kills.
Making their way to the stage right now, taking a little longer than they have between the previous games, so might be indicative of the fact that they have a little bit more to figure out this time around. There are definitely some questions raised, as you mentioned, with their early game, because it is very uncharacteristic of them to fall behind as they did.
I mean, or they're just choosing their weapon and they go like full strong Belwa style. They let them cut you first one time and then smash you anyways. Because I mean,
first one wasn't deep enough.
Yeah. SKT just overall, I think they can easily bounce back because it's really simple to shore up those problems. It's literally like, don't blind invade. And you've seen what you can do when you're playing 10k down. Why not just go even with the KOO Tigers until the mid game? And at that point, you still have the superior shot calling. Yes, you're playing against a team that were renowned as the comeback kings, but SKT have shown they have superior mid to late game shot calling. So it's even means ahead for SKT. So that's a very simple strategy to go into, and just at that point, I think the KOO Tigers will just start overextending to match that aggression they had in that victory, and then at that point, it can all come crumbling down relatively quickly.
Now, if they want to do that, though, they're going to have to avoid giving up first bloods. They've given up 3 today in the series. That's more first bloods than they've given up the entire World Championship, aside from today. So again, as you mentioned, they need to. Well, I'll pose this question to you: if that is their goal, looking at champion select here, what would be the style of composition that they need to draft, and then the play style that needs to accompany it in order to make it through that mid game?
So loaded question. No, I don't think it matters what they play, because they won convincingly with the similar composition game 1, and they just went for the blind aggression. And then, you know, if your combo fails, if your CC is not efficient and not effective, then get the hell out of there. Worst case, sacrifice your support. You're allowed to do that, and then you can walk away and just try it another time, but don't try to chase the loss. This is the first time that we actually saw SKT go into the sunk cost fallacy there, where they just try to chase the loss too much and try to make up for it immediately instead of just taking a step back. Yeah, you know, we misplayed that, let's go back, get everything even again, start pushing the lane, set up vision, and then make the play again.
All right, well, the teams are ready. We'll see if KOO can do it again. Can they take down the Titans SKT? Let's hand it off to Riv, Jat, and Officio for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and we are headed to a game 4. KOO was able to take down SKT, ruining that perfect run through World so far. It would have been the only one we've ever seen, but it's not going to happen this time. And the KOO Tigers are definitely feeling the love from the crowd. You saw Origen possibly on your screen kind of pumping everybody up as that KOO Tigers chant started again during the analyst desk. They are really feeling the love. And as a team that works together when things are on the up and up, I'm sure they're going to be doing well this game.
Yeah, and what's been happening? What's been happening in these early games? Because it is consistently KOO coming up with some pretty big edges. Here, though, we have to refocus on the pick and ban phase, because Fiora and Lulu have been potentially changing in priority throughout this series.
Well, there she is.
Okay, so SKT, now with their 3 super strong champions they normally ban still left open, Elise, Mordekaiser, and the Gangplank, we'll have to leave one of them or all of them open for the KOO Tigers. Now, Origen just showed up on Lee Sin big time. Is that enough to make SKT say we don't need to ban Elise because he can do it on Lee Sin anyway? Maybe that's what they're thinking here. Because we would expect Mordekaiser now to be the last one, especially because they banned the Gangplank. KOO Tigers should have.
We also don't see the Kench yet.
Ooh, ban the Kench now, first pick Elise.
This is fascinating. There are more power picks open right now than we've seen previously. And even more are 3 now. Mordekaiser, Elise, Lulu. We think Lulu is deprioritized due to not having much success so far in this series.
Tom Kench.
Kench and Elise.
Bring in the Kench.
That's basically what SKT is doing here.
Or do you take Elise? With Rek'Sai still on the board, I think you can trade the junglers mostly, even though Elise is still fairly clearly superior.
I go Tom Kench, man.
Yeah.
They do too, I like it.
Which means SKT will then go Elise and still have the option for Lulu.
Only thing I would have seen change from the KOO Tigers is instead of maybe banning the Rumble, obviously because they see the Fiora ban, they're like, okay, we want to keep target top laners. It was very difficult for KOO Tigers then to realize, okay, are we going to get in a trade where it's like Elise and Tom Kench for each other? They could maybe ban away one of them. Because SKT were very locked in their bans. When you first ban Fiora on red side and have GP and Mordekaiser open still, you're pretty much forced to go for those 2 bans. KOO Tigers could have played around it. Instead, they are apparently happy taking the Tom Kench, who is, in my opinion, a step above every other support. Same for Elise, obviously, when it comes to junglers. But man, Tom Kench can make so many sick plays.
We've seen it so many times with Jinx. Bang has 0 plays through Summer or Worlds on Jinx, so that's pretty much falling into the hands of Prey if they actually want it. Alistar also picked up with that Elise. We'll see what they can put on the table. They've got a bit of crowd control to start off some fights if they can grab somebody from afar, but it's still the Ashe pickup. The arrows just too strong.
This is the KOO Tigers' favorite bottom lane. Because what you will do is you will push out your lane, you will recall, and then you have an arrow and you have the Tom Kench ulti to gank whatever lane you want. And suddenly 5 members appear behind Faker or MaRin. That's a kill, that's a tower. Something KOO Tigers love to do, and they can do this with this comp.
And they also save their solo lanes until the very last pick. So the Gnar's not going anywhere but top lane. Smeb gets to try and counterpick that, but without Fiora on the board.
You can still take a Riven.
Yeah, I'd expect Riven into Gnar.
Into the Gnar if you want to. I mean, you can play an Olaf something into Gnar as well, but Obviously, he doesn't have the setup with his team, so Riven would work fine for him in this matchup. Overall, just the KOO Tigers are getting comfort picks across the board, and I felt like in Game 2 as well, they got a very good composition for the KOO Tigers. They're doing the same thing here. SKT obviously can still be happy getting Elise as your first pick here. Bengi needs to show up in this game and out jungle Hojin, who's obviously been giving a lot of kills in the early game, has made it easier for Hojin to show up today.
Hojin's eruption in Game 3 was kind of the least expected thing we have at Worlds. He was so walked over in so many of the bracket stage games already.
Not gonna.
It
Oh,
could.
maybe.
I mean, would we see
Lulu
Smeb,
top?
Smeb on Lulu top?
That's actually true. I was gonna say no, they have a support, but
Hasn't been the case for a long while. But
You have the tools to
the
snowball
team
a top
composition
lane
for
now.
SKT also does fit pretty well with the Lulu, so it could be a denial pick.
Cassid and Lulu, are they looking to make the AP happen that way for the team?
Oh.
It is locked in, so Lulu is going towards that top lane for Smeb. Gorilla is going to be giving that Cassidon over to Kuro. We'll see what SKT has for their counter pick here.
So
it
now
is
you
going to
also
be for
just,
Faker.
You just blind picked Cassidon as well.
Yep, that.
I'm just gonna throw it out
Glad
there.
you pointed that out.
Faker is the guy who wants to play Riven mid. Just pointing it out. Obviously,
We want him to play Riven.
there will be a lot of physical damage if he goes for it. He does have an AP jungler at
That's a
least.
good point. That's a
But
good
now
point.
again, he has the opportunity to counter pick this Cassidon, unless we're gonna see some flexing going on and Cassidon suddenly goes to the top lane.
He still
Definitely
has the
not
rise.
expecting that
I was
one.
just going to say it.
Just to note, all games Smeb has played in 2015, he's played 8 Lulu games, 5 wins, 3 losses, so it's not something completely foreign to him. It's just not what we'd expect out of KOO so far at Worlds. Lulu top lane was something that Stake played in the group stages, and then after that, it's pretty much been in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And now we get to see Faker's rise. When you push Faker's champion pool, he just goes back to rise, I suppose.
Why not? It's been open every game
Well, if
so
you
far.
look at what he's played in solo queue, he's like AD carry top lane. Oh, jungle ones. Oh, I'll play a support. He's everywhere. You can't scout this guy, so he just goes back to the rise, even if he does have to reach
Yeah.
into that pocket even deeper for a game 5.
And this is such a fine lane for Faker because the Cassidon never really has the ability to be too aggressive unless you have full control of the enemy jungle. Because whenever you jump in as the Cassidon, he can just pop his ulti on Rise and you can just spam snare and you can literally lock this guy in place and he cannot use his mobility, which is what Cassidon does so well. It's also going to be a free farm lane for Faker. He can bring teleport. This is the time now where SKT suddenly will have the map pressure. Kuro is bringing Ignite once again on the Cassidon. So they cannot start falling behind because they will not be able to stop what's going to happen in the side lanes. We know Nara is going to be really, really strong as well as a split pusher.
And this is another one of these matchups, though, where KOO Tigers brings global ultimates in support and jungle, whereas SKT will then bring the extra teleport in the mid lane. It's the same juxtaposition we saw in Game 1, just swapped for which teams had the globals.
We're going to see what happens. Loading up for game 4 with the Summoners Cup on the line. Tweet hashtag KOO win or hashtag SKT win to @LOL Esports. We'll be tallying your votes up throughout the game to see where you stand on this one. I'm sure coming into the game or even right after the game, maybe one of the first things Koma said was the perfect record doesn't matter. The win still does. Shake that off, get into game. KOO, however, riding a wave of momentum coming into this one. It's exactly what they wanted from the crowd and from themselves. And they stand in a very good position to take another game.
If they say that most players don't care about these 18-0s or 13-0, whatever it is you're aiming for, they just want to win the whole thing.
Yep.
It's more the casters who care about who you're undefeated.
All that will matter is which team hoists the Summoners Cup. That is so beautifully on display on the stage right there. And SKT, just like they were in Game 3, are 1 game away
It still hangs
from
in the
that
balance.
moment. And for Faker and Bengi, it would be their 2nd time doing such, and they would be the first people to ever have that privilege to do it twice.
And now we get to see, I think I didn't expect, Smeb on a supportive champion. Because the whole reason this meta fit KOO Tigers so well was that Smeb could take Riven and Fiora into the top lane. He could outduel the enemy top laner and do really, really well. We haven't seen him show up too much this time around. Last game he needed 30 minutes of farming. Then we saw a big play. It was massive and allowed KOO Tigers to win the game, obviously. But now he's on supported champions that can't really snowball. That's one of the problems about Lulu. TP ganks are not very effective for her. Ganking her lane doesn't do a whole lot. You'd rather want to leave the Lulu alone and just let her sit and farm up.
It's true, and actually before the last game, it had been a really long time since KOO Tigers had defeated SKT. I mean, you mentioned the summer split that they were 0-4.
Yeah.
They were 3-0'd in the spring final. They were 2-0'd later on in their 2nd best of 3 in the spring split. But in doing that, how much will that get in the mind of SKT. They need to be able to bounce back.
Speaking of records, the last time SKT even dropped one game in a series was in August against Najin EM Fire, so it's not something they're really used to right now. You can see KOO's momentum wave flowing right into the crowd as they wave around the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
SKT has done this before, where they leash for either Bengi or MaRin to get him quickly to level 2, and then he can go to his lane, and he kind of has a small advantage. You see him get the Grump now. It got delayed a little bit because KOO Tigers invaded, but that was very smart. He's gonna, he's gonna kill it. I mean,
half a second away actually from not killing that thing. They know he's going to be recalling, so Smeb will be able to make it up there level 2.
Yeah.
Either of the bottom lanes actually gain experience on that.
And Smeb can run because he started on top side of the map. It's very important in these matchups here. If you start on the top side as the jungles and top lane duo, taking that camp, get level 2, even a blue buff on the side of Smeb, you can run up there and save your teleport. Because MaRin had to do this play around the Grump, wanted to try and rush it down and then team it up. He's now down a summon as well, and that's going to be key when it comes to poking away. You can always go back to the turn.
And even though Smeb has been performing so well on carry top laners, it's not like he hasn't been effective on utility or tank type top laners in the past. 5 and 3 this year on Lulu. He was a good Maokai player. He was a great Gnar player. He can still play those styles. It's just more throwback for KOO Tigers and kind of a mix of the old and the new with this team composition.
A lot of Korean players, when you are on Incredible Miracle, you don't really perform too well. But when you leave, a lot of the players tend to do really, really well. Smeb is one of the guys. Didn't have much of a name before he joined the KOO Tigers, and then slowly but surely got better.
Was actually considered one of the worst top laners previously, so a very big step up for him. We heard the Korean casters saying it was almost impossible that SKT themselves slumped, but each player on KOO Tigers has faced that individually and then come back to be fantastic players here at Ballot Worlds, aiming for the Summer's Cup.
And this game will also be so much about how SKT can recover from the early game. You can see Bengi missing his cocoon on the Scuttle Crab. Not the best start, losing some early pressure there because that revealed him to Gorilla and Prey as well. SKT really needs to kind of reset, make sure they're safe in the early game, and then make KOO beat them.
Have to keep an eye this game if they do kind of forego the sight stones again, use the hawk shot, get their vision through different means, or if they go back to kind of a regular play. The aggression they had last game took SKT off guard, but I'm sure SKT's ready for that another time.
Yeah, for sure. They've been talking about the first 5 minutes. We haven't seen SKT rush into the enemy jungle all of a sudden and take a stupid fight. We just saw a jungler miss on the wrist guard.
Much more patience.
That was about it. That's about the amount of action we've seen so far. So it's a lot slower pace now for SKT. There is a lane that's going to be annoying for them. I always liked Ashe into Sivir because of the fact that you can just constantly trade it with her. It's very hard for Sivir to trade back these quick trades. You're just going to boomerang you step to the side. But when that happens, Tahm Kench will eat the Ashe. And then suddenly the trade damage is really going. There we go. Thank you very much, by the way, KOO Tigers, for showing it. So you can have these very quick trades. Then you get that level 6 and you can start making plays across the map.
Well, the wave kind of sitting in their favor here if there any is. Jungle pressure down bottom. Hojin is there, but there is going to be no presence of Bengi as the wave kind of crashes in and starts to build.
Yeah, and there was a slight early edge in that lane for KOO because SKT did try and pull for MaRin, but we're not seeing the fruits of that labor in any of the lanes. The top lane is still losing to Smeb, although it is small, and then Prey and Gorilla, even with the wave being in their turret, were up about 8 or 9 CS, so nice stuff all around. Hojin, though, he sees, ooh,
it's a pretty risky invade. Bengi just pulled off. He moved in on his own. Kassadin couldn't move down. The lane was pushed in. Gorilla and Prey down here is having control of the 2v2 as well. They could easily have collapsed on Bengi, but they didn't see him before it was too late. He got very early side stone. As a few deep wards down, that's going to be important at least, so he gets away with it.
Yep.
That could have been very, very risky.
Smeb using that blue buff as much as possible to make sure MaRin stays down. Activating his Gnar off the minion wave as well, so he can't get pressure, but MaRin just dodged, didn't take too much damage. Another condition that SKT will have to fight under is that Gnar bar. We'll see how they get around that once the time comes. A very early sight stone for Bengi to get more vision in. Looks like Origen was towards the mid lane, but Faker rolled back, so they're not going to get anything out of it.
Low on mana.
Not in a great spot. He's been pushing with that blue buff. Without it now, he gets himself out. The repel does not hit.
That's exactly what Smeb needed to do right there. So often you see Lulu's greed and not successfully flash the cocoon away there, but he knew he couldn't speed himself up very well. You knew he was low on mana, and it's just aside from getting caught in the first place because you're pushed up at 6.5 minutes without wards, the gank escape was perfectly done.
A little bit annoying for Bengi as well. He knew the minion wave was coming. It's like either I fire the Cocoon now, or the minion wave will arrive and I can't do it, and he can hide behind them and so on. But pulling the trigger.
Well, that flash is down. Bengi wants to at least get coverage up here, or since MaRin is pushed up pretty low health, they want to see if Hojan's going to make a move. Hojan, however, likes to counter gank himself, so make him up here very, very slow. Not get himself in any trouble. Actually goes down bottom, knows Smeb is safe. He's going to get some vision of his own inside the jungle.
This is a little...
At least knowledge.
This is a little bit more of the bracket stage Hojan that was looking ineffective. He's wasted a lot of time so far in this game. Not only in the bottom lane beforehand, when the ward is spotted him by Bengi, so the ward already in place, he canceled his recall, cleared an extra ward, went back to base, and then a very late counter gank attempt in the top lane when Smeb really couldn't have even been died, since he just teleported back to his turret at absolute full health. So some inefficiencies coming up.
Yeah, and as soon as you show yourself as a jungler in the early game, you give so much information to the other team. Because okay, he's top side, suddenly it's open for you to go into the enemy jungle on the bottom side. If you want to reduce some of your wards, you can keep control that way. So whenever a jungler wastes time by showing how they can shoot now, it ends up costing more in the long run because of their vision you lose.
And one of the bigger costs of that is the fact that Faker still gets to farm up freely on Rise. We knew it was going to be an easy lane, but when he's able to dodge the jungle pressure so easily, he's gone tier into a Mana Crystal. He's going to be going Catalyst next. He is completely maxing out on damage early on here.
And you can see it's almost told as well. If you look at the items in the side of Smeb and Kuro, they both have Catalyst, which means they'll be doing stacking as well. The Cocoon comes out. Hojan flashes in and gets the knockup, saving Smeb's life. Can they retaliate here? It looks like Bengi and MaRin have gotten too far away, but what a save for Smeb.
A lot of things happened right there. Faker tried to TP in behind as well, but Koro managed to interrupt the teleport from Faker, and then obviously we had this no-flash Lulu running from the river. SKT thinking, oh, this is gonna be a kill, and Hojan shows up to save the day.
Everyone had to do the right thing to avoid dying there, which is a little bit dangerous.
Flashes were blown in the mid lane as well. Looks like Faker and Kuro went hard, so there's no flash for this. Hojan in a real bad situation with the last bit of mana. Faker takes him down 2v1.
This was one of the problems we mentioned a little bit in Champ Select, how Kassadin in the early game with the Catalyst, he can't really burst down the Rise. And then whenever you jump in for any fights, Rise can just turn it around.
I figured there wouldn't be any fights right now. You're going up against Faker, charging things up. Of course he knows how to play that, and it's a tell to have two Catalysts to say, we want to hang.
And it remains to be the greatest mystery of worlds, how Faker's the only one playing Rise in the mid lane. But I think
true, it really is.
We're learning more and more about why that's the case. It really feels like he's the only one that truly understands Rise. Because that was easy for Faker. He burned Ignite in a 1v2 and got an easy kill.
And Flash was already down from a 1v1 that they just had as the teleports went towards top, so.
Yeah, really bad
playing it
by
very
Hogan
well.
And Kuro there.
So KOO Tigers in the last few games, on average at 10 minutes, they were 1,084 gold ahead of SKT. This game, we have not seen the same SKT Telecom run in head first and just risk losing members, giving up kills they shouldn't have in the early game. They're playing a lot slower. Bengi has been getting some deep wards, and this time around it's SKT who has the lead at 10 minutes. We also know they have the better late game shot calling.
Yes.
As a team, we have seen that now. Suddenly it's looking a lot different.
Very controlled from SKT, not trying to get themselves into crazy engages behind tier 2 turrets at the start of the game. Already setting the pace that they want and that they can control.
Yeah, and here's what SKT is trying to do. They want Faker to scale up a little bit more into a Rod of Ages. They want MaRin to stack magic resist so he's nearly unkillable by the Lulu and Kassadin. Those are two very low sustained damage mages, and Ashe doesn't do big damage until later in the game.
They're gonna fight a mid though, is behind them.
Wolf comes up the river behind everyone. The arrow into Bang is actually spell shielded nicely. So ult for ult there, but the turret is saved in mid lane.
And I really like this play here from KOO Tigers. When you play against a Kassadin or a Rise, things that can't easily clear the way, for them to then fight it close, or Faker would have to use his ulti and then the next wave you would be able to clear it out. You gotta be able to move in your AD carry and your support to that mid lane, pressure that tower, because so often you get so much free damage before the other team reacts and send in their AD carry to defend. KOO Tigers had pushed out the bottom lane. We mentioned how with the Ashe and Tahm Kench, they can have these globals to move to the other lanes, send them straight mid lane, get a lot of damage before Bang reacted, and SKT has to fight then to stop the push.
And this is where SKT plays the best. So many flashes were blown from Prey and Gorilla on the last fight. They know they're safe to do this, and they start taking the advantages little by little. Houjin gets pushed out by the ultimate of Faker in the mid lane. He actually should be okay here with the blue buff. Rune Prison back on the curl, and every pick is safe. Again, Dragon number 1 goes to SKT.
Really easy Dragon 2. Smeb didn't have the teleport up in the top lane. Faker is beginning to manhandle this mid lane.
Missile Voyage towards mid.
This isn't to kill Faker, this is to
pressure.
kill the turret. They already know the turret is low, and Faker can't clear the wave well.
Exactly the same play we just saw before from KOO Tigers. They know Faker on the rise cannot play it. He already used the ulti. Safe play from KOO Tigers. Very low risk, and obviously gives a great reward because you get a mid tower down in 12 minutes. So I really like those two plays, and it's one of the things that Tahm Kench offers. See what happens here. MaRin is going to Smeb.
And this is one of the first games where we haven't seen the side lanes drop yet. The middle goes down first. We'll see how that opens up the map right now. That wet noodle fight in the top lane. Looks like Houjin wants to participate. Nars back Smeb so he can't slow him anymore. But the pop-up from Houjin may keep him in range. Smeb does have flash. Will he utilize it? I think MaRin's made too much ground already, and he gets out safe.
They were thinking about going hard up there. Curl already roamed halfway up the lane, which leaves this window. Wolf can dive on Alistar. He has his ult.
That's the hit. Gorilla's going to be pushed back, but that's a lot of gray health he has to work with to get out of this situation. Pops it at the last second, and beautiful. Wolf waits until the last moment when he can headbutt, knowing Gorilla's flash is down, and make it look easy.
Good decision from Wolf going for the Tahm Kench. Don't go for the AD carry. He can just eat him then. Keep him alive.
Sometimes it's ill-advised, but they know what they're doing.
Go for the support here. Take him down. Take the tower as well. MaRin is still up in the top lane trying to defend. There's a teleport from Faker.
He's gonna need help. Yeah, there comes Faker. Really nice timing on that teleport.
TP and ult as he makes his way out there. Getting a few stacks on the... Oh, wait a minute. He's going to be in range a little bit more. Spams out those Rune Prisons. That's the tower hitting. MaRin trying to give him the time of day, but it's a hit from Faker. The teleport and flash. Hashtag worth.
And right here is why Faker makes Rise work. He knows exactly when he can flash forward and just unleash his entire combo, keep you basically locked in place.
The fact that he knew he could gap close the entire lane against the Lulu is incredible.
Yeah, you have very small windows of power on Rise, and Faker is able to show up in these situations where the enemy isn't tracking the Rise cooldowns as well as Faker is. And really, his flash to kill ratio on Rise is nearing 100%.
All the time, man.
It's truly impressive.
Nicely played by MaRin to escape any danger there from Kuro. Been roaming a little bit now. Loses pressure on his mid lane. We'll see if he can get back quickly. Faker's already there stacking it up, so SKT could be pressuring mid now.
Prey and Gorilla should have been mid already. Now they end up having to use the ulti in here. Let's see what happens.
Oh, hello, the AD carry of Missile Voyage. Gorilla and Prey come popping out as Houjin on the other side, and that's going to call MaRin down, so a little bit of a fight in the mid lane that nobody wants to take until everyone arrives.
When you play with a Kassadin, as soon as the laning phase seems to be over and we have these roams happening, skirmish all over the place, you need to get that Kassadin away from the mid lane. Because again, he will not be able to defend if SKT groups on him. So you have to move Ashe and Tahm Kench earlier to mid lane, so you didn't have to use the ulti here from Gorilla either. You have that now global pressure because Tahm Kench can go to the lane with his ulti, and he can take Prey with him or Houjin with him if needed. But you need that AD carry to sit with the support and to be the defensive mid. Obviously, it's not the same wave clear from an Ashe, but at least it's long range. Bang now gets a lot of time for front, and because KOO Tigers just have to move Kassadin top, then move AD carry mid, very delayed. They were constantly a step behind, and that's what SKT is used.
Exactly. Kassadin and Ashe, when you compare that to just to Sivir and Rise. Rise and Kassadin, Rise would actually have a little bit better wave clear than the Kassadin, but Sivir's much better than the Ashe. Yeah. They're playing the pressure game. This is the game that SKT had a huge compositional advantage in Game 3, but then we're getting picked off too many times. But the conservative nature of what SKT is doing with the windows of aggression is more the SKT that we saw in Games 1 and 2.
And you're going to see SKT move Rise down to the bottom lane and then keep the Sivir in mid lane. So you now have 3 lanes basically pushing for you. Sivir can instant wave clear in here mid, always get it down to towers, so Prey stuck there defending their full vision of where Prey is on the map. Rise is not going to be challenged by anyone in a 1 versus 1. We've seen what happens when Kassadin jumps forward. Lulu is not going to do it. So there's going to be 3 lanes where SKT can push them down. That means they can be proactive outside of KOO Tigers trying to fire an arrow and surprise them. But then SKT should be in a position where they push up the wave, we can see it happening, and react to double teleport themselves.
If any mistakes are made at the same time, they'll get way more than just one turret in that situation. SKT takes a mile when you give them an inch. 3-0 already. This time they have the 2,000 gold lead, and we did see the early sightstones coming in from KOO this time. It wasn't just the run into the jungle, find a target, and make it happen. They don't have that pick anymore to work with.
Saber with the spell shield is hard to catch out for the Ashe. So if you want to make that play,
Bang's been so good at spell shielding it.
Exactly, and you have Wolf as well with his ulti, so not really any target you're aiming for mid lane. This the repel up in the air.
Yeah, a lot of denial there.
Mainly they're trying to hit Faker, who's going to be having some resiliency of his own with the Rod of Ages being completed, and the Seraph's Embrace going to come online pretty soon as well. So the arrow targets have to be pretty tricky. Maybe they'd have to hit Bengi before he can repel up.
Could be one of them.
But it's harder for KOO to find the kills in this game, and their aggression has definitely been toned pretty far back in the last.
And we looked again at this double teleport. MaRin once again has gone for the Distortion very early on. Less cooldown on the teleport. He was one of the first guys to really start bringing home guard when TP top became a big thing, and he's so good at Malphite and so on, always creating flanks with it. Now he's changed that. Distortion is that less cooldown has more value for him in this game. So double TP.
Yeah.
Less cooldown on one of them, stronger side lanes as well.
Well, I also think it's just a smart adaptation to the way the game is being played. So much of the teleports are matching each other's teleports, so when you match, if MaRin has Distortion Boots, his is up sooner, and they can then win that play.
But Smeb should have noticed that, and he can copy it and do exactly the same. We've seen 3 games in a row now from MaRin, and if it's gonna be a problem, which it will be, because again the cooldowns are so important, I feel like you can adapt on the fly.
Are they going to dive top? I was going to say Origen spending a little too much time there for just a ward, but looks like they do decide to go with it. But they're giving SKT way too much time. Also, a teleport is still up for Faker. They're fighting the other teleport in MaRin, but they don't have a minion wave. SKT has already mobilized themselves towards top.
And I think another thing we haven't talked about, as we saw with Smeb and MaRin, just like slapping each other very weakly. Super tank MaRin. KOO can't create any opportunities on his own against Ryze, and Ashe isn't exactly your dueling AD carry. KOO Tigers really needs to wait a long time before this team composition comes online, and they're actually at the mercy of a lot of the power spikes from SKT thus far.
Faker realizes he is sitting
right
on a ward, hatching it, and the team wants this right now. Doesn't look like KOO's going to get much, and they lose pressure in the top lane. Smeb went to TP, but he did not go, so he gets this turret.
Because SKT keep pushing down all 3 lanes to the towers of KOO Tigers, they can see as soon as people are missing. Like, oh, you just left mid lane. Let's make sure our top laner is aware. Let's make sure Faker can teleport up in case it's needed. And we saw all other members from SKT already run through their own jungle towards that top lane in case a dive would happen. I would like to see Brainstead recall, run from the base and then fire an arrow down the lane here. That's very hard to dodge unless you have flash up. And it's also a lot harder to predict. Okay, where's he going? Is he going top? Is he going front lane? If he moves from mid lane after playing a wave, SKT sees it.
Such an advantage as well now with Faker having that teleport up. KOO has to respect the bottom lane push, so he's forced to rift down as the rest of the team tries to hold off middle. MaRin's gonna go ahead and pick up red, and that will just create more of a possibility for SKT to kind of reel in these kills. Just farming it up. MaRin against the blue buff Lulu, still up in CS there in the lane by a few. He's doing what he can to stay in this game.
Strong Gnar play, good build in this situation he's in too, because he knows it's going to be a very long time before Craig can sufficiently hurt him. Nice steal by Bengi right now.
That hurts.
Yeah, SKT is systematically kind of just taking away KOO's win conditions. They're keeping the waves pushed up, the teleports from Smeb are failed, the Tahm Kench, if he ever goes missing, SKT is able to fall backwards. And they too scale very well. Faker on Ryze will be a late game monster, so they're really making KOO commit into these pretty risky plays in which they haven't been willing to. And honestly, Frey is still sitting on Infinity Edge components, so it's going to take a long time
MaRin
for KOO Tigers to make those plays.
Not really worried about those fights, worried about being a tank. Steric's Gauge, first item.
I think it's great when you have a Sivir, when you have an Alistar, something that can set up the fight for you and help you stay in there, give you extra mobility, because you become such a monster once you're in the middle of the fight, and obviously the shield pops, you get the extra AD for yourself. That's going to make him really hard to deal with in the fights. And obviously, again, he's not afraid of the Lulu killing him. He has enough magic resist. I have such a weird feeling with Lulu top lane, because again, it can't really snowball, it can't really assert a whole lot of pressure either. It just wants to go into team fights, but you want to have a split push threat in this meta. So it's always been a bit of a weird pick, and that's why we've seen it a lot less here this World Championship. I definitely didn't expect it to spend.
backs against the wall. Fiora not in his champion pool there because it was banned away. So I understand why they went for it in this situation, because they had so much success in Game 3 by going with something completely different, a full pick composition. And they are stalling this game out as well. SKT as well as KOO Tigers are kind of playing the slow game.
Yeah, simply just not been able to create the pick in this game, because Frey is always spotted where he goes. He's not been able to roam around on this Ashe here. Double teleport makes it so difficult because all 3 lanes have always been pushing down, slowly chipping away on the power.
Faker hitting that Saris Embrace as well. He's going to be even harder to kill now. 10 stacks towards Kuro's Rod of Ages. Smeb is almost there, so those items coming online now as they put a few more in their pocket. Faker almost at 10 stacks on his. This is going to get very, very volatile quite soon. Level 11s are on the board. That means they have their second ultimate. Dragon is going to be up in a minute 40. It'd be a perfect time to get more summoners or ults out of members of SKT here. 22 minutes in, it's a 3,000 gold lead for SKT with 2 dragons already in their favor.
Yeah, and this could turn into a 3, 4, maybe even 5 dragon stall game for SKT. It'll be really interesting to see when KOO Tigers tries to contest the dragon, because they really haven't been in strong position to do so. They do have 2 Rod of Ages though, stacking up pretty heavily. Yeah. When they get a death cap onto Smeb, if they get a death cap onto Smeb, and when Kuro completes his Zonias, is there opportunity to create a fight?
It is, and that's what they have to pull off. The problem is, SK Telecom, they have no reason to rush in and take a 5-on-5 fight. Again, when you have the map pressure, you just keep pushing the lanes, and you wait for that moment where KOO Tigers sends someone down to defend the bot lane tower, and then you make a play on the opposite side of the map. But that's where you rush the Dragon while Kassadin is sitting and clearing waves at his own tower down here on the bottom side. And then you always have that small advantage coming into the fight. If SKT suddenly just rushes Dragon for absolutely no reason, that's where KOO Tigers will have an opening. Land an arrow, get the engage, try and win that fight.
Seeing how SKT could play this one. MaRin in the top lane, looking to build that bar. Would be a great time in 30 seconds to have that Gnawer out. Faker and Kuro already on the bottom side of the map, adding that pressure. With Dragon coming up, you can already see Gorilla kind of waiting in the middle of both top and mid. Or I should say bottom and mid.
Is home guard, and he's sitting in base for a long time, and he's waiting to TP somewhere. He's going in bot lane now.
Just going into the river brush, but it's going to be Kuro getting dropped immediately. How did he even think he could take that fight? Saris Embrace wasn't even used by Faker, and they're ready to keep going for the fight. Gorilla chomps up Smeb as his teleport comes in. Prey gets caught way off on the wing here. KOO was not ready to take any sort of fight. They thought it'd be a single 1v1 with their TP being the advantage of the bottom lane, but they have been turned on their head for this engage. MaRin, no red buff, just the slows from the boomerang, but it looks like KOO is able to stave off any more deaths. 2-0 there for SKT.
KOO has no idea how to deal with Faker. That is the thing that is losing them this game. 4-0-1, 100% kill participation, and also 2 of those kills were 1v2s, and he didn't even have to burn flash while killing them. This is a big misplay by KOO to be walking in range of Faker when he's capable of doing that. Faker has complete mastery and knowledge of what he can do, and you can tell KOO has none of that knowledge.
I just love this matchup here. He was last picked the Rise into the Kassadin. Kassadin shines when he uses mobility, get multiple ultis off, but Rise is able to lock him in place and burst him down. Keep in mind, you're also a champion who wants to go hourglass second item. There's nothing against the Rise. He just got completely destroyed.
Tom Kench was trying to come in for a larger flank. That's why the Castion engaged.
Oh yeah,
he was interrupted on the other side of the fight.
They had Homeguard TP coming, they had Tom Kench coming, everything was set up. But you need to get that arrow in first to stun that Rise, because we see what Faker can do. The amount of damage he's pulling off already.
Can't let him freewheel like that.
And again, a game they're building. The face of the mountain fully, it looks like, on Gorilla. Merc treads around, so they have what they need in magic resistance instead of building that Aegis. The Locket's already completed for Bengi. They're not worried about any of that AP damage, so Faker can still wreak havoc on these members of KOO. It's not looking good, and we've said Faker, Playmaker really hasn't been here this world. He's just waiting for the final place.
I think he's been having a great final so far. That's what happens here. Gorilla,
he's caught.
The Grey Health is there, a flash over the wall possibly. Doesn't even get a chance to Grey Health on that one. A good crit from Bang and the execution from Bengi. And it looks like a little too far into the turret as they're getting flanked by Kuro here. SKT still knows their limits, and they get one kill there and have mid pressure.
The walls are crashing down around KOO Tigers right now.
Playtime is over.
Yeah, MaRin is also unburstable for the most part with the Sterix gauge as well as the tank items. The team is engaging in the right moments. The waves are crashing down on KOO Tigers. They don't even have Ash Hour right now. SKT is in complete control and look to be on their way to their second world champ.
And this is where SKT does their best work. When their opponent's being smothered, they don't know how to assess a fight. They don't know where to go once the fight starts. And SKT continues to pick you off one by one, grabbing a little bit after that. It looks like they were looking for a few more kills there as they enter the jungle for KOO Tigers. Coming up empty-handed, they're still happy to be in the lead with all the map pressure right now.
And what a mental recovery by SKT. They died 29 times in Game 3 to the KOO Tigers, and 26 minutes into this game, they are yet to suffer a casualty. Undefeated throughout all of Worlds. Play kind of badly in Game 2, early game comeback. Play even worse in Game 3, get beaten. The crowd is completely against them at the end of that game. KOO Tiger chance coming in, and they are playing close to a flawless Game 4.
Very, very clear after the game. Sit down, took extra time before they even returned to the stage.
Yeah, they did.
And just talked over and said, okay guys, we have absolutely no reason to risk this early game. We know what we can do later on in the game. Play it safe. Doing it in this game here. Double teleport coming in, and KOO Tigers also surprising us again in the pick and ban phase. This time around, I definitely feel like it was for the worse, especially when it came to this Lulu pick in the top lane. The first 3 picks were great. Rek'Sai, Ashe, Tahm Kench looked really good for KOO Tigers. Then it was a blind pick casted in, and it was
It's just going to mention that. Coming in maybe a little too strong-headed there. Obviously, still could have worked. See the blind pick cast-ins come out very strong, but Faker knows exactly what that matchup is about. Pulling out the Rise one time after the other, continues to play it to great success.
Yeah, and comparing the team compositions between Game 3 and 4 for KOO Tigers, Game 3, everyone was a playmaker. Lee Sin for Origen. Ashe and Kassadin still the same, but they had split push pressure from Smeb on Fiora and a Thresh for Gorilla. Tahm Kench is an annoying support. He's mainly a defensive user.
He's beautiful.
And then he punishes positional errors, but he's not the same type of playmaker that Thresh is. So substantially less playmaking for KOO. And that's one of the great things. They kind of threw caution to the wind.
Oh boy.
But now SKT is playing their defensive controlled game. This is their risk.
Teleport almost up for Smeb on this one. He's clearing the bottom wave. It looks like the team may not even try to take anything. Hoja gets hit out. A very late arrow, though, still allowing SKT to fight. The Gnar misses off of a flash there by Gorilla, but Baron is now up, and the fact that the waves are already crashing towards KOO makes this so much more difficult for them.
Remember, it's a home guard enchant. For Smeb, less cooldown or more cooldown. For Origen.
Again, where they take different roads to exit. The exhaust is there, but I don't think they're going to have the chase on that, even with Faker's ultimate coming in. It looks like they stay back. KOO now trying to hold off mid. The flash was used by Prey, or I'm sorry, heal was used by Prey. The TP coming in to save the minion as well as engage in a fight. Smeb gets the wild growth on himself. What a static shiv crit. And it looks like that could be a final kill. Nicely done coming in. The Toxin from Bengi picking up a kill onto Prey as he had already used heal. He could not get himself away. And Gorilla also falls after flashing previously.
And SKT is going to take a lot after this one. The wave clear is gone for KOO Tigers. They had to go back to base. They have Baron buff and 5 people alive for SKT.
How hard did they push this in? They don't have many waves pushing the side. It could be towards the top before Prey and Gorilla get up to get that second tier turret. They have a pretty good minion wave halfway there, but I don't know if they'll have time. Maybe they just have too much money to spend at this point. 11.5 thousand gold in the lead right now, and still a flawless game of 8-0 as we just hit 30 minutes.
Yeah, no reason for SKT to risk anything. Just go back, return out here, take another dragon, and get 4 for yourself. And really, just the way they've been sitting in this 1-3-1 as MaRin is trying to run away, Origen comes in.
Beautiful hop. The whimsy from Smeb could get him there in time, but it's all about KOO being there. That'll take him a lot more time. This gives SKT time to move out on the map. MaRin staying alive for quite a bit. Yes, it's going to go to KOO, and I guess SKT did not get too much out. Thought MaRin might make it a little farther, but that was a good pickup.
First small sloppy mistake we've seen in this game from SKT.
Yeah.
MaRin shutout. Just being a little bit too greedy for trade, I think, against Smeb.
He's getting Baron off of one member. Very good here for KOO. But still quite a bit of Baron to be used by the rest of the team's Faker to the bot lane, but he's got to be wary now.
Yeah.
He does not have his teleport up, and you can see.
Take Dragon.
Just
take it, maybe.
And I'm looking at this Ashe pick here for Prey. Normally he's a fantastic Ashe player who's able to set up a lot of picks for his team.
That's 4.
Obviously one of the reasons KOO Tigers value it so highly. But what SKT did in this game, that was very smart. First of all, Sivir, who can spell shield the arrow. Ashe, Alistar, who can obviously pop his ulti. We talked about the Elise, who can propel up into the air. There was no easy target for Prey to hit. We mentioned this earlier. There's no easy target for him to hit in the mid lane. That's normally how you stop a 1-3-1 with Ashe. You say to the other team, if you split up in side lane to be hard engaged mid and you die.
They're setting up a play.
This has to work. This has to work.
Faker onto KOO, we've seen this before. He dodges out. The minions in the mid lane gave him a bit of vision here, and it looks like he's going to be able to stay for the full fight. Origen gets eaten up, and they're trying to get out of this. A cocoon right across the mid lane could keep someone in range, and it's going to hit Gorilla. That's going to be the fly-in from the rest of the team. The Grey Health and Wild Growth is on. Everything once again for KOO being used in defense when they want to try and get in offensively. And this is more push power coming in from SKT. A minion wave already prepped towards the top side. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage here.
KOO literally threw everything they could at Faker there, and they didn't even hit him.
Nope.
With a spell at that fight, this has been strangling from SKT. They're completely starving out KOO Tigers and just putting their stamp on this world champion.
Definitely angering the beast with that loss. SKT coming out much stronger. Maybe this is the Pandora's box. We see a Raptor cloak on Wolf as well. They're going to be going for the turret. That's going to be an inhibitor. 45 seconds onto Curl. Gorilla just came up. Does KOO have what it takes to keep their dreams alive for the Summoners Cup? And it looks like SKT may give them some breathing room here as they start to back out. They want this one methodically. They are not making any mistakes. Oh, Wolf goes in. I don't know if the team was fully on board with that one, but he does save off any re-engage as well from KOO.
Same again for SKT. There's no reason to risk anything. We've seen some of the other games. The team got a little bit too greedy, overextended, ended up dying. Not in this one, outside that one misplay MaRin made. It's been a perfect game almost.
And a surplus of items now coming out from the side of SKT. We talked about the spell shield. Bang, if he misses it, he also has the Quicksilver Sash. Now Faker's got his Rabadons on top of everything else. Deadman's played on the Sterix Rage and a Banshee's Veil in the top lane. So many things to help them mitigate the crowd control in KOO's fight.
It just seemed like KOO invested everything onto the fact that they could always engage with Tahm Kench and Ashe, so they didn't need to bring double teleport. They could start these fights, but then they didn't realize how many members from SKT could avoid getting stunned by that arrow, and suddenly the 1-3-1 was going to be a thing. Double TP. There's just been no answer. In fact, it's so hard to play against, unless you get that massive lead early on, which they did.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, if SKT closes out with this 13,000 gold advantage, is almost classic SKT. It's exactly the way they want to win the game. Nothing incredibly flashy. Faker dominates the opposition. They still make smart plays after that. They rotate around the map properly, and they just systematically starve out the opponent. KOO Tigers, last stand, 2 inhibitors down. Here SKT comes.
On the hunt, goes in. That's going to be Origen in a real sticky situation. He goes down a full 3-man Gnar ultimate. That's going to be Smeb down now. Eyes onto the AD carry, but the support hits. It's going to be KOO out safely. Prey, however, has to run away from his base. SK Telecom looking to take down the final Nexus turrets. It does not look good for KOO and his team. KOO Tigers are falling. SKT will be your first ever 2-time world champions! In an almost perfect run, the emotion on the team being felt. You could see it on Faker's face. An almost perfect run here for SKT. Thwarted one game, but come out the victors and get to hoist the Summoners Cup a second time.
Faker, Bengi, and Koma, the repeat champions here. And if Faker's legacy wasn't cemented enough, that last performance on Rise, he made it look easy.
Faker, playmaker. He showed up, especially in the last game. Had a good final overall. Other members from SKT we always have to highlight. Bengi in this game on Elise had a massive impact, but Bang really for me as well as an AD carry. In these fights here, he's never the guy you talk about when you look at SK Telecom. You look at the big names like Faker, MaRin in the top lane. Bang is just consistently always there for his team and doing well.
It's gotta feel good for these guys.
An amazing record throughout summer to the end of Worlds. 53-7. SKT puts up an amazing show.
Now they get to hoist that Summoners Cup. Also, KOO Tigers, you saw them still in good spirits. They had such a tremendous year. But ultimately, this is the year of SKT. 2 LCK championships, spring and summer. Perhaps the most dominant split or total year we've ever seen from a Korean team. And it all culminates with that 13-1 slaughter of KOO Tigers in Game 4.
I think one of the biggest things you mentioned before, gentlemen, is the fact that the slump in Game 3 wasn't even seen in Game 4. They knew exactly how to repair any of the errors and bring themselves right back to the top of the game.
That's when you know it's a great team. When you can lose a game in a best out of 5, but then instantly
Turn it around.
Fix everything, you're ready for the next game.
I can't believe how much restraint SKT has. Just grab it.
As a team, they will do so. SK Telecom T1, your 2-time world champions. An amazing feat that they have performed here at Worlds.
Yeah, because coming into this Worlds, there was a lot of hype for some of the other teams. EDG, LGD, even KT, Fnatic, CLG, all these teams that people thought could make a big appearance, and everyone fell short, except SKT, who I think completely lived up to expectations as the favorite of this tournament, even exceeded them in many of the positions, because MaRin had huge games, Bengi had big games, Bang had huge games, and it wasn't until the very end that Faker actually had his big game.
The kiss of the LCK Cup and the Summoners Cup for Faker once again. And right now we're going to throw it over to our analysts for a discussion of that game.
Thank you, Riv. Once again, our 2015 World Champions, SK Telecom, and so well deserved. It can only be reiterated. These guys have looked unstoppable throughout the year, unstoppable throughout this tournament, and they come away with it in such fashion there with that final game, absolutely taking over the Rift.
Well, they were a little bit stoppable. They did lose that last
one. You're right. They had the one blemish. They had the one loss.
It was an important international tournament, but I really respect them. They bounced back so hard after that. That one loss, they really came through, tried to fix the flaws that they found, and that led to this unbelievable 53-7 bloodbath through the summer season that has culminated right here.
And their tournament has just been so clean. It took almost all the way till the finals till we saw any of these unforced errors, and there were only a couple of them.
Yeah, up until MaRin kind of died there in the point, it was almost looking like, except for one tower, a perfect game here. But still some respect from the crowd for the KOO Tigers.
Yeah. And from SKT as well, great sportsmen there, showing love for our runners-up. I mean, what an incredible run they had as well. That can't be forgotten.
I really love it. You gotta love them. Look at their faces.
Talk about the attitude. The attitude that brought them to the finals will carry them out of the finals.
They may have lost, but they still had such an incredible year.
But they won our hearts.
They won our hearts.
Oh, by far and away.
Yeah, the first year that they're actually a professional team, they go all the way to the finals of the World Championship.
Right, we talked about, great feats like Fnatic and Origen and having made it to the semis with their first year with these rosters. The same thing for KOO Tigers, and they make it all the way to the finals. They're the only team to take a game off of SKT in this tournament. But of course, taking only one game off of SKT, I mean, they remain these titans. And you refer back to the video we had at the beginning of the day talking about a team won the Season 3 World Championships, then goes into a slump in that Season 4 to some degree, and they come back stronger than ever.
Yeah, and they're just fearless in their gameplay too, just no hesitation. I think the most I've seen SKT hesitate is when they actually don't want to drop the cup when they're lifting it up. That's like, okay, we're really good at this game, League of Legends, but this cup right here, that's heavy. So, but
the real world is more difficult.
Yeah,
that cup is.
It's
very heavy.
I've never deserved to touch it. So.
They're calculated in the way that they lift the cup, just like they're calculated in the way that they play.
Eventually, they'll get used to it. This may not be the last Summoners Cup that the SKT organization may take home, because there's nothing really showing why they should stop progression. That's the more important part for me, is a team that stays flexible through multiple patches. I mean, they've had 4 OGN titles, 2 Worlds right now, and they've adapted to every meta. They've played to their strengths. They've slumped and came back, which is something barely any team does in League of Legends overall. So that is, for me, most impressive.
Their roster is just so well-rounded that the meta shifts. No matter which lane it shifts to, no matter what combo it can shift to, SKT have someone there that can carry.
And we really just saw that even in a microcosm in these finals, because look at what happened with Faker in this last game. He plays a couple games of Lulu, all right, let's help everybody else out. But then he has one of the most impressive Rise games I have ever seen. He was seemingly everywhere on the map at once. Creating
when he teleported mid, is like, did we glitch or something?
What is he doing there?
SKT getting their swag on right now. Got to get, decked out in all of that World Finals gear as the newest champions. But I do want to return to what you guys are saying. This microcosm that we saw in the series itself, and I do want to point again towards Coma and the coaching staff, because we've talked about, one, these are the guys, yes, who are out there doing the work, individually and as a team, but behind them they have this backbone. They have SK Telecom as an organization which is so well established, and it shows in the way that they can rebound from their first loss in Worlds and then have their most dominating game of the series.
It helps when you have Faker. So.
That as well.
It's a large advantage.
Another fitting way for this series to end was with Faker playing Rise and still nobody having an answer for it.
The best part is that so many people, even in that game, underestimated what Faker could do on Rise. There are so many what the heck moments where people are going to try and kill Faker, and he just turns it around in 2 versus 1 scenario.
That is something,
multiple times.
yeah, when you watch SKT as an analyst, very often you see the ideal plays and you just want the teams to make them. Very often when I'm watching SKT, I'm trying to understand what they're doing with the average viewer. Like, even as an analyst, I'm like, that's actually, yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty smart. And they do that in the moment with only half the vision on the map, shot calling it, everybody on the same page. It's just, it shouldn't be possible. It's not allowed, you shouldn't be that good at League.
And Monty, you must find solace in the fact that no team was able to find an answer for Rise. So as I asked you that question, what is the counter? It is still unanswered.
Yes!
Of course. Now when we look at the tournament holistically, there was one player that distinguished himself from the rest of the field, and that was SKT's unstoppable top laner, MaRin. He had a 4.4 KDA over the tournament, the highest GPM of top laners, and the highest average CS lead at the end of all starting players. So really just, being that rock for the team in general, being the shot caller, but 2, creating these huge advantages for himself and leading the charge individually.
I gotta be honest, this guy does it all. In lane, in the early game, coming into this game here, he had the highest gold advantage of any player at Worlds at 10 minutes. And then he transitioned that into a massive macro game where he's constantly denying information, shoving waves, coordinating with his team when and where to pressure the map and earn these early leads for them.
And let's talk about MaRin as a player over the course of his career, because when he came into SK Telecom, he was such a hyped solo queue player. This is going to be the Faker of the top lane. He likes to roam, he likes to come into the mid lane and help out the jungler with ganks. But then he came in, and he was a great Rumble player, and he was a great Renekton player, but he didn't have a lot of depth. He frequently overextended in the split push and got himself killed. But this year has really been the birth of MaRin as a top-tier top laner, where he really deepened his champion pool. He was just in his cocoon before, and now he's a beautiful MaRin butterfly. That's very good.
The growth for him has been phenomenal, and as much as we put weight on the fact that Bengi and Faker have achieved their 2nd World Championship, we have to look at those individuals who have just hit their first, and MaRin being a huge example of that. Well, we'll continue this discussion in just a bit, but first, we're going to send it over to Shox for a word with our newly crowned champions.
Well, thank you very much. We will talk to them in a second, but first, join me in welcoming Trevor Henry, Brandon Beck, and Mark Merrill for the presentation of the championship medals. Of course, our champions will get their medals, starting off with Faker himself. Fantastic performance all tournament long. Followed up by Bengi, his 2nd World Championship, ruling the jungle. And then MaRin, what a tournament he's had. Most valuable player. Exceptional tournament. The AD carry bag, a 16 KDA. That's the highest out of all the starting players here. And his support, Wolf, and honestly, the backbone of SKT in their run to their second World Championship. Not to forget, Easyhoon stepping up to the plate, a star in his own right, and getting the applause he deserves. Koma, the coach, leading SKT to their second World Championship. And Carter, the head coach of SKT, behind the scenes, making it all happen. Well, we can talk to our champions now. Starting off with Faker. We'll just hand over the mic. Faker, I mean, congratulations. What a fantastic run. Can you try and explain to me, after all you've been through with this team, what it means to now be able to hoist the Summoners Cup for the second time in your career?
페이커 선수 우선 우승을 정말 축하드립니다. 정말 멋진 대회를 이제 기록했는데요. 지금 현재 있는 SKT1 팀과 이제 여러 가지 일들을 정말 많은 일을 함께 같이 겪었는데 이렇게 두 번째로 소환서컵을 들어올린 소감이 어떠신가요? 어떤 의미가 있나요, 페이커 선수한테?
제가 이전에 우승했을 때는 그렇게까지 큰 기쁨이 없었는데 지금은 정말로 기쁘고 또 그때는 과거였지만 지금은 현재라서 더 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So back when I won my first Summoners Cup, I wasn't as happy as right now, and past is past and this is present, so I feel much happier right now.
Well, Faker, I have to say that everyone has noticed it as well. You just seem more and more relaxed this year. You even did a somersault before the game began. Can you talk us through the experience next to the stage as well and the fun you've had here?
페이커 선수 이번 대회 때 더욱더 여유로운 모습을 많이 보였다고 이제 얘기를 들었는데 아까 이제 입장하실 때도 구르기를 선보일 정도로 되게 더욱더 퍼포먼스가 화려해지셨습니다. 이번 대회를 진행하면서 어떠한 경험들을 했는지 말씀해 주세요.
제가 한국에 있을 때는 여기에 있을 때보다 별로 컨디션이 안 좋았었는데 막상 롤드컵을 오고 나니까 한국에 있을 때보다 더 잘 되는 거예요. 그래서 기분도 좋고 또 여러 가지 모습을 보여줬던 것 같습니다.
So back when I was in Korea, I didn't feel as good. I mean, I didn't feel that well, and I didn't think I performed as well. But after coming here at Worlds, I think I was playing much better, and I just felt a lot better. So I felt like I'd show much more myself to the crowd and fans.
That you did. With that, Faker, you still had to play out the full games. It came to 4 games, no undefeated run for you guys. Can you tell me how you guys went from game 3 to game 4? Was your confidence shaken at any point?
이제 4경기까지 가면서 결국 전승 우승이 이제 깨지고 좀 어려움을 갖고 계셨는데 3경기에서 이제 지셨을 때 좀 자신감이 흔들리거나 4경기에 들어갔을 때 어떤 마음가짐으로 임했는지 말씀해 주세요.
저희가 이번 롤드컵에서 처음으로 진 거기 때문에 모두가 상심이 컸지만 그렇지만 모두 힘내서 다시 4경기 때는 원래 플레이하던 대로 했던 것 같고 3경기 때 졌을 때 저는 전승 우승이 깨져가지고 우승을 해도 별로 기쁘지 않을 것 같았는데 막상 우승하니까 아무런 생각도 안 하고 그냥 이겼다는 거에 기쁜 것 같습니다.
So at first, this was our first loss in the tournament, so all our teammates, we felt really bad. But he said, let's cheer up once more, and we went back to our original play style. And at first, personally, when I lost the third game, I thought I wouldn't be as happy because our perf record was broken. But after we won, I just didn't remember any of that third game, and it just felt really good.
And you guys closed it out. Finally, for Faker, before we talk to Bengi as well, is there anything you want to say to all the fans watching back in Korea and around the world and here who have supported you for the last couple of weeks?
이제 마지막으로 여기 현장에 와주신 팬들이나 전 세계에서 페이커 선수와 SKT1 팀을 응원해준 팬들한테 한마디 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Hi guys.
I have so much to tell you, but my English is not good. So thank you and thank you for sharing and always love me.
Obviously, they love you here as well, Faker. Thank you very much. But we also need to talk to Bengi. Congratulations. I mean, what a fantastic tournament. Also, your second World Championship. Has it sunken in yet that you've been able to do this 2 times in the last couple of years?
그 뱅기 선수 우선 우승을 축하드리고요. 아직 실감이 안 날 수 있지만 어쨌든 지금 2회째 우승을 차지하셨습니다. 우승 소감을 말씀해 주세요.
일단 2회째 우승이라는 게 너무 고맙고 좀 팀원들에게 좀 감사해요. 제가 아무래도 결승전 때 좀 안 좋은 모습을 보였다고 생각하기 때문에 아무래도 이 경기도 제가 실수한 것 때문에 힘들었고 상경기 때도 저로 인해 좀 힘들었고 그래서 팀원에게 너무 미안하다는 생각이 좀 많네요.
First, I want to say thanks to my teammates. Personally, I think I haven't performed that well during this final series. I think our team struggled during the second and third game because of me. So I'm really sorry for my teammates and also thankful at the same time.
Well, Bengi, even with that very self-critical but a fantastic tournament for you and your team after all, how have you lived kind of the last couple of years? Because we know that you haven't had the easiest time last year around. It still must mean a lot, even if you're doubting yourself at this moment.
지금 정말 최고의 순간이지만 이제 작년에는 조금 팀 전체적으로 힘든 순간도 있었고 이제 지난 여기까지 우승하기까지 지난 시간의 여정을 좀 말씀해 주세요.
일단 처음에는 지는 게 어렵다고 생각할 정도로 첫 시즌은 잘 보냈어요. 롤드컵 우승되고 그 해를 완벽하게 보냈으니까. 근데 그 다음 해를 보냈을 때는 정말 절망적일 정도로 바닥을 쳤고 그 다음에 자신감도 없는 상태에서 솔직히 은퇴할까도 생각했는데 아무래도 코치님이 한 시즌만 더 해보자 계속 설득해 주셔서 한 시즌을 더 보냈는데 그런 저를 설득해준 코치님한테 감사하게 여기고 싶어요.
So like at our first year, we were playing so well. Like, losing seemed even harder than winning. So we even won the World Championship. But last year we had a very abysmal year. Like we had a very hard time. I even thought of retiring, but my coach talked me into it and he told me to let's play one more season. Let's play together one more time. And I just want to say thanks to KOO, my coach, for grabbing me once more and helping me come back to my own pace.
With that, Bengi, is there anything you want to say to all the fans that have been supporting SKT through bad times and very, very good times?
뱅기 선수도 어쨌든 SKT1이 힘든 시절부터 지금까지 응원해준 모든 SKT1 팬들에게 한마디 말씀해 주세요.
일단 저는 영어가 짧아서 영어로는 말 못할 것 같고 저희가 잘할 때나 못할 때나 항상 응원해준 팬분들에게 감사하게 여기고 싶고 또 유럽에서 응원해준 팬분들에게 감사하게 여기고 싶습니다.
I wish I could speak in English, but my English is not too good. I want to say thanks to all our fans who supported us during our bad times and good times. And I also want to say thanks to all the European fans who cheered us throughout the whole month. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bengi. Thank you very much, Faker. We'll be talking to some more members of SKT in just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your 2015 League of Legends World Champions, SK Telecom T1.
감사합니다. 조금 약간 힘들게 해서 너무 기분 좋은데.
I have to say, what a winner's mentality, a champion's mentality there. for Faker, or from Faker rather. You know, for him to say that the last one didn't mean as much as this one. The past is the past, the present is the present, right? That is a champion's mentality, looking forward to this series and putting as much weight on it. So many people would be willing to say, well, I've won one before, I can rest on my laurels there, and he doesn't do that. He comes back in and wins it in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, just being able to get first person ever to combine with Bengi there just to get 2 cups. You know, nobody.
Coma. If we're talking about
yeah.
repeats, let's give credit.
We're gonna go into semantics here. Yeah.
Well, and then on Bengi's side, the modesty that comes from him in victory there, saying that he didn't feel he played his best game, you know, but it really was a team effort. And then too, to stretch Tacoma and say that I was looking at retiring, but again, this points to the organization, the strength of them as a team staying together.
Yeah, and SKT just as a lineup are very modest. You know, when they have winning matchups, they don't really go to style on their opponents. They just play clean League of Legends with the necessary amount of respect, and then they just end the game. Sometimes it's not as exciting because they could go for all these weird picks and still win the game because they're so good at the game. But
and now, of course, it's time for a celebration.
Swag time!
Swag time! As the players of SK Telecom get to finally celebrate with the rest of the people here in the arena. I'm sure things are about to get loud and crazy.
Can I go down there?
I did one of those shirts.
You want to just stream out the desk real quick, and I'll just, peace out?
Yeah, you know what? I'll hold down the desk rep while you go join them down there for the party. Seriously, I gotta get my hands on one of those shirts. What's going on?
Easyhoon and Wolf getting in on it as well. Easyhoon, great performance from him as well. Some people might think it's hard to be on a team where the person with your spot on the starting lineup is Faker.
Well, that was a great interaction there.
He pulls it off so well.
Well, Easyhoon too. We talk about the last finals that SKT played against the KOO Tigers, and he was the man in charge. Faker sat on the bench for the entire finals during that 3-0 performance, and he's been absolutely crucial to this team because it allows them. It makes it so hard to prepare against them. They can play Easyhoon, and he's so good at these control mages that it really changes up your pick ban strategy.
And they're spearheading the trend where teams are starting to get really inclusive with their substitutions. At the start of League of Legends teams, subs were only people you put on the piece of paper just to have it in emergencies. Yeah. You know, sometimes they were Diamond 3, but SKT, they take that a step further, you know, have their subs ready to fill in. You know, they have players like Easyhoon who could easily be rated as top 5 mid laners in the world on their bench, you know. So unluckily for him, he has Faker to go up against there. So that's really cool that they're so inclusive of him, even in the post-game celebration, for example. They're a team.
It's another thing that puts SKT even further ahead of the competition, that they're already fielding a 6-man roster with rotating that roster and actually getting a lot of value out of Easyhoon.
Yeah, and I think that's where you end up looking to other teams now and what they end up taking away from this experience at Worlds, from both their own experiences, but as well as from witnessing the achievements of SKT. Clearly, this organization is doing something right to have won 2 in the last 3. All right, well, now we're going to send it over to the stage where Shox is joined once again by SKT's coach and our 2015 Worlds MVP.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Joined here by Coma, the coach for SKT. You can keep the hat on if you want. Well, Coma, I want to start by congratulating you, 2-time world champion with SKT, and I want to start by talking about something Bengi said, how you were so instrumental in helping him get back up there together with the rest of the team. Can you tell me about your experience about these guys who were quite down last year, bringing them all the way back up and winning the Summoners Cup?
코치님 우선 SKT 팀과 2회 우승을 거두신 걸 축하드리고요. 방금 인터뷰에서 뱅기 선수가 본인이 힘들어할 때 코치님이 도움으로 다시 한번 팀과 다시 힘을 내서 경기를 할 수 있다고 얘기를 했었는데 코치님이 어찌 이런 팀을 SKT1 팀을 힘들 때를 겪어서 다시 정상까지 올리기까지 어땠었는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 과정 같은 경우 처음부터 이야기하면 너무 길어서 힘들 것 같고요. 일단 이런 결과 나오기까지는 정말 많은 노력과 눈으로 보지 않고서는 정말 몰라요. 피드백 할 때나 이런 아무튼 정말 힘든 과정이 있었습니다. 이런 우승은 그냥 운으로 온 게 아니고요. 정말 선수들이 노력한 만큼 나았었던 것 같습니다. 선수들이 정말 굉장히 노력했습니다.
I wish I could tell the full story, but it's too long, so I'm gonna skip that. And like coming up to this point, it's just, I don't know, it's really hard to explain in a couple of words. We put in so much effort, we had endless feedback sessions, and players practiced so hard. The players came up to this position as a champion, once again, not through luck, but their own practice and effort. And yeah, overall, I think it's all because of the players, how much they dedicate themselves into this game and this sport.
Well, dedicate themselves, they did. And Homa, it begs the question, 2 world championships in the very young history of League of Legends, 5 years, you naming those players how strong they are, we know what you can do with them. What does that make you think in terms of the possible world championships that SKT could take in the future?
이제 이 5회밖에 진행 안 된 이 짧은 월드 챔피언십 기간 동안에 SKT는 무려 2회나 우승을 거뒀습니다. 근데 이제 코치님 말씀하신 것처럼 이렇게 연습 열심히 하고 정말 강한 선수들이 팀에 있는데 이제 앞으로 미래에 SKT형이 다시 한번 월드 챔피언십에 결승 우승하기까지 어떤 가능성, 또 어떻게 될 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
네, 재작년에 뭐 윈터 전승 우승하고도 했었던 말인데, 물론 내년에 뭐 떨어질 수도 있긴 하지만 팬분들이 응원을 해주신다면 이 무대에 언제든지 올라오겠습니다. 팬분들 항상 아낌없는 격려와 응원 부탁드리겠습니다. 팬분들이 계신다면 이 자리에 꼭 다시 올라오겠습니다.
So after we won Winter 2014 LCK, the perfect record, during the winner interview, I said that even though we're at this top of the mountain, we might fall and we might have some hard times. But if we have the fans there to cheer for us during our bad time and they keep on rooting for us, we can climb back up. I want to say that again. So we're at the top of the mountain right now, but I just want to say that, ask for our fans to keep on cheering for us and keep on rooting for us. So we can, even though we might have some hard times in the future, with those fans, we can also once again bounce back up.
And they always will. Thank you very much, Homa. Congratulations, the coach, after reaching his 2nd world championship. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shocks. And that's a guy right there that I want to sit down with for a couple hours and really just get his full philosophy and thoughts on coaching, because the work he's done with this young crew of guys has been just phenomenal to watch.
Gonna need a translator though.
I will need it.
I have actually had the joy of talking to Koma in like an informal setting rather, just while getting some translation, and he's like hilarious. He's a super nice guy. Every time you meet him just outside of the venue, he's always smiling. So Koma is just actually so good of a person that it makes you annoyed. You know, why can't I be more like Koma?
You're a good human being, you're successful, what is this?
You're good at League of Legends.
You're everything Crepo isn't. What is going on?
Comes full circle.
I love you, buddy. But, you know, again, we have to reflect, and he talked about it there, the organization itself. You know, looking forward, the future of SK Telecom is such a young esport here, League of Legends, and they've already got 2 of the 5 world championships. I mean, that's quite a trophy case, but they're also building up quite a bit of expectation for themselves now moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's one more thing that they could do. They could actually not drop any games. They only dropped a single one, so at least they left room for improvement. I think that was the idea.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, so now when they go back to the team house later, they can be like, all right, so we clearly have things to work on.
Yeah, what are we working for next
Right.
season?
Yeah.
Less losses.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go run 5-man into the jungle and give up 5 kills in the first 5 minutes. But if we can avoid that, we'll probably be good. I feel like, you know, aside from that, when we look at the run that this team has made throughout Worlds, you know, they really should walk away, though, even with that blemish, ignoring the fact that it wasn't perfect, because that shouldn't be what they, you know, end up hanging their hats on. It should be that dominating fashion that they won.
I mean, they messed up a couple lane swaps, you know. But
right.
at this point, I'm not sure whether they messed him up or whether I'm too dumb to realize what they were actually doing at that point. I'm like, you didn't bounce the wave, SKT, you made a mistake, but maybe it's, you know, they've shown the late game shot calling is so good that I'm starting to question my own sanity when it comes to like watching them.
You're not
like,
making a good case for yourself for a new coach.
I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm not looking to coach. I'm looking to stay here.
You want to stay right here, where it's okay to be wrong?
Yes.
So you're just not seeing the long game of the 3-minute setup of the wave bounces back and forth 2 times, and then that's where the play comes
Of
in.
course.
It's all calculated.
Yeah.
It's the 25-minute setup till the Nexus explosion. The entire plan.
Well, one last time, we have another interview back down to Shox, who's standing by with SKT's men in the top lane.
Thank you very much, once again, Dash. Woo. Standing by with MaRin, as said, the MVP, and well, for Faker and Bengi, their second World Championship. It was his very first World Championship, and immediately you win. Congratulations. What are your first thoughts after hoisting that cup, being here for the first time and going all the way with your team?
마린 선수 우선 첫 월드 챔피언십 우승을 축하드리고요. 우승 직후에 이제 소환사컵을 처음 들어올렸을 때 무슨 생각을 하셨나요?
네, 일단 저희가 페이커 선수랑 뱅기 선수들은 이제 2회째 우승이긴 한데 나머지 선수들은 이제 첫 우승이라 정말 더 기뻤고, 그래서 소환사컵을 들었을 때 이제 우승했다고 실감이 들었어요.
So even though it's Faker and Bengi's second World Championship, for the rest of us it's our first. So we were all so happy and we were we really enjoyed that moment. And by the time when we hoisted that World Championship Cup, Summers Cup, at that point it struck me that, oh, we're the world champions.
That must have given you, maybe not yet, but some time to reflect on your own performance. Your teammate Bengi was saying how he wasn't that satisfied with his own play. You have been impeccable throughout the tournament. Our analysts crowned you most valuable player. How do you reflect on how you've done?
그 뱅기 선수는 이전 인터뷰에서 이번 결승전 때 그리고 이번 대회 동안 본인의 활약에 대해서 좀 만족하지 못한다고 얘기를 했었는데, 마린 선수는 이번 대회 정말 엄청난 활약을 계속 보여줬었고, 이번 대회 끝나고 이제 분석가 데스크에서 이번 대회 MVP로 꼽혔습니다. 본인의 활약을 이번 대회 동안에 어떻게 평가하시나요?
네, 일단 제가 이번 시즌 롤드컵에서 잘한 부분도 있고 못한 부분도 있는데, 못한 부분이 좀 있음에도 이번 시즌에 MVP로 뽑아주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 내년에도 롤드컵에 나와서 이번 시즌에 아쉬운 점들을 더 보완해서 내년에는 좀 퍼펙트한 마린으로 돌아올 수 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
So even though I had some good plays and bad plays throughout this tournament, I want to thank everybody for naming me the MVP, the most valuable player of this tournament. And hopefully I want to come back next year once more. And I want to fix my flaws and come back as a more perfect version of MaRin.
Well, that will be very scary. We'll be waiting for you, MaRin. Is there anything you want to say to all the fans here and all the SKT fans around the world?
마지막으로 여기 있는 SKT 팬들과 전 세계에서 응원한 SKT 팬들에게 한마디 말씀 부탁드립니다.
Thank you, everybody. I love you. 영어는 짧아서 이 정도만 하고요. 일단 SKT1이 세계적으로 제일 유명한 팀이 될 수 있었던 거는 그래도 팬분들의 응원이 정말 커서인 것 같고, 그래서 정말 감사하다고 전하고 싶어요, 전 세계 팬분들에게.
Except for the English part.
Yeah.
I think without all of our fan support, SKT wouldn't have become like the world top esports pro team. So I want to say thanks to all of our fans.
And thanks to you, MaRin, for an exceptional tournament. 감사합니다. Back over to you guys.
One last time, thank you, Shox, and congratulations to MaRin again on achieving that Most Valuable Player award for this tournament in his first year. He really did lead this team, you know, and I think a lot of credit needs to be extended to him for doing it on a team of star players.
Well deserved. I mean, he stepped up in a meta that required it for his position, and absolutely he was the top performing top laner.
I mean, if you're gonna share some shot calling burden.
All right, now
you gotta tell.
I have to give some context here. Faker's holding a stock of broccoli, and that's because a fan extended the offer to him and said, "Your hair looks like broccoli." So Faker said, "All right, well, if I win, I will eat some broccoli."
He did promise to eat broccoli.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Stay healthy.
The victory broccoli. That's better than the Summoners Cup right there. That's got iron in it.
The true
I love how they're explaining the story too. He's like miming. He's like, "This is my hair broccoli. I will now eat my
He's
hair."
like, that's some serious iron there.
That's raw. He's gonna do it.
That's the kind of minerals you need there, sir. That's what champions eat, is your broccoli.
That's the difference between a good, and an exceptional rice player is the amount of broccoli you eat raw.
Yeah, it's not a Popeye thing. It's not spinach. It's broccoli, ladies and gentlemen.
Pure vegetables, kids.
Look at us distributing solid health messages around the world. All right, well, there they are. Again, it can only be reiterated so many times that these guys so much well-deserved for their journey through the year, the season, and the World Championships here. Now, it's been a long road for all of our teams, and we've gotten to witness a lot of epic moments on the road to the Summoners Cup. What stands out to you guys specifically, Kobe? I'm gonna start with you.
Being from North America, I'm gonna have to go back to week 1 when there were happy times for us, and I have to point out Cloud9. They brought to brunt the power of the Morgana, Veigar, Tristana, these siege comps from North America where we really found success. And then it all culminated in this amazing pentakill from Balls after he got so much criticism leading up to this. For him to accomplish that play on the first week and for them to go 3-0 was just sort of a magical moment.
Yeah, it was magical. And then they got super reverse swept, and that was the end of NA 0-10, the dream.
You live by the reverse sweep.
All right, Crepo. Well, in classic EU fashion then, where are you pointing your finger for your favorite moment?
I wonder. I'm in Europe. Worlds is in Europe. You know what else was in Europe? 2 European teams in the semifinal. No NA teams there at all. That was for me fantastic. I got to cast one of the games in Brussels, home country for me. That was just, yeah, the rise from Origen, from a challenge. It was like from unranked to challenger, came to full success there for xPeke, and then Fnatic still bouncing back all the way to semifinal. Sadly, it was a full Korean final, but for me, this was like the highlight.
Well, thanks for mentioning my favorite thing too, right there, the all-Korean final.
What a surprise.
Your new favorite.
No. I'm going to go a little bit more micro on this one. I really liked Gorilla's first Tahm Kench game versus CLG because I had never seen Tahm Kench played at this level before, and the way that they got the early kills, the plays that they made on the map later, the flanks that Gorilla managed to get,
were so choppers combo.
Yes, the flame choppers combo. I was just so psyched. It's always a pleasure to see new champions come out, and then it takes some time for the pro players to figure them out. But when you start seeing them used at this level, it is such a pleasure for an analyst.
Yeah, that's what you call a bit of a Schadenfreude.
I don't know about this play right
No, this was saved by the beautiful Azir Maul.
They won that team fight.
Yeah, because of the Azir.
Well, you know, this wasn't necessarily planned, but after hearing your guys' favorite moments, I'd like to hear what some of your favorite moments are at home. So go ahead and tweet into @LOLesports with the hash one last time with #Worlds and let us know what your favorite moments are. You know, again, to reflect on your favorite moments. Of course, I'm with you, Kobe. Being from NA, I've gotta extend my hat to Cloud9 for at least being the pride of NA in week 1. To your point, Crepo, I think absolutely a phenomenal showing from EU. When you look at the takeaways from this tournament, Korea and EU being the 2 regions that really stepped up, and I would look to those 2 teams improving.
It's always a fantastic Worlds when 2 European teams can make it to the semifinals, in my opinion.
I really have to congratulate all of the teams on the diverse strategies that they brought to this tournament, because there was such a big patch change. There were so many things that they could have gone with. You know, just try and copy SKT, try and copy the best team. Everybody just funnel on one strategy, but that did not happen. Everybody was trying new champions, everybody was trying new strategies, and we eventually filtered out, you know, what was the best.
Well, it didn't happen, but it makes you wish the people had just picked up Rise. For the love of God.
Well, that will be one of the biggest mysteries of this
Yeah, exactly. Copy one thing from SKT, please. Well, while the Summoners Cup has been claimed for another year, there's still more professional League of Legends to play out in 2015. Mark your calendars, because from December 10th through the 13th, top players from around the world will converge on Los Angeles, California for the 2015 All-Star event. You'll be able to vote for your region's dream team in the coming weeks, so keep an eye out on lollesports.com. Now, it's been quite the journey, but now it's time to turn out the lights on the 2015 season as we look towards All-Stars and 2016. Congratulations to our champions, SK Telecom, and on behalf of all of us here working to bring the excitement of this year's World Championship to you, thank you for joining us over the last 5 weeks, and until next time, we'll see you on the Rift.
Good cast on a day.
I never thought we would be able to compete at all.
Quadra kill! It gets a beautiful shockwave. The trend continues. These guys are looking great. These guys are legit, man. If the defending world champion could start his first week 0-3, LGD have so little time left now.
일단 저는 EDG랑 가장 만나고 싶었었기 때문에 이번에 조 편성이 굉장히 잘 됐다고 생각하고
In a battle that many people thought was a preview of the finals, SK Telecom T1 make it look easy.
Coming from a small country where, nobody knew me, to be here right now is really amazing.
Com certeza, o dia de hoje eu acho que é um dos dias mais importantes da minha vida. Um dia que a gente pode fazer história representando o Brasil.
Best showing of an international wildcard team ever at the World Championship.
Flash Wolves might just be KOO here. KOO Tigers too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets? Cloud9 versus Fnatic is a long-standing rivalry here. Double kill for Balls, a triple kill for Balls. Holy cow! Double kill for Balls. Week 2, Fnatic came to play.
It has been an absolute massacre of Cloud9 in this game.
Alistar's camping on the lantern. Eyeball! Peekaboo!
My story ends here, but even with me gone, I still want everyone to support TSM and all of my teammates.
It's gonna be enough! There are no respawns, and Fnatic pick the first seed! Elvis gets stunned up. On flashes forward, the last auto attack calculated right there.
Their bottom lane are legitimate threats at every single part of the game.
There is no base left. There is only victory for AHQ. KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Me on one side and Deft on the other. Cannot possibly see it becoming anything less than a great game.
너무 빨리 만나게 된 것 같아서 좀 그랬어요.
It's a double for Reckless. He wants to run down more. Deft, his brother in arms, will be his dead man in arms. That's a triple. Fnatic will advance to the semi-finals. The only team to do that 3 times.
抽到 SKT 也是，如果你要打冠军，总会要遇到的。
Westall follows the flash. One more hit. Westall wins the 1v1. Everybody is being killed. SK Telecom destroy AHQ's Nexus and are one step closer to the Summoners Cup.
Well, not gonna underestimate them at all. It's gonna be interesting.
He gets a quadra kill. He's on the hill, and it's gonna be all fun to save the game. Boom! The kills come in, and this could be the semifinals for Origen.
그때도 쉽게 이긴 게 아니라 정말 어렵게 이겼기 때문에
In summer season, it was KT Rolster, but KOO with a chance at revenge. And there it is. KOO Tigers go to the semifinals.
SKT definitely looks like the best team right now. It's the best team, like being the underdog, because you have no pressure.
SoAZ has to burn it preemptively, and he guesses right. Biggie goes the wrong way. There's no one around right now. He's still running away through the wars. Pop Summoner teleport, and oh my god! SoAZ makes the great escape! It's a god!
그 경기에서 많이 잘해서 우리 좀 도서관처럼 만들어버렸으면 좋겠네요.
Huni gonna pick a fight once more with Smeb.
Grand Challenge throws down. Smeb flashes away from the third block of the broken wings. Huni will find a stun, but fails the flash. And Smeb will be smiling with that one.
Are you kidding me? Fnatic pulls out a miraculous fight.
And it was a European eulogy as both EU squads drop at the semi-final stage.
We are gathered here today to mourn the death and celebrate the life of the European teams at the World Championship.
I think we had the potential, but not enough experience. We have a lot of stuff to work on, and maybe next year. I'm really proud of them.
Faker wreaking havoc inside the base. There's no stopping him now. It's time for SKT to make it to the finals undefeated.
KOO will get themselves the ace, will get themselves the base, and will earn themselves a shot at the Summoners Cup in Berlin against SK Telecom.
정말 동경 어린 눈으로만 보던 곳인데
They're well on track to become the most dominant Worlds performing team.
And the scary thing about it is how easy they have made it look. They have a chance to be the first real League of Legends dynasty.
And they take down Prey, they take down Gorilla, and it's just chaos. SKT is 2 wins away from the Summoners Cup. Bang jumps over the wall for another kill, and it looks like it's going to be an ace in the base. SK Telecom T1 are 1 win away from being your 2-time world champions. That's the grand challenge on Bangy. Thrust, parry, and he gets the kill.
For the first time, SKT is wounded.
We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies.
SKT isn't bringing their A game. Have they even opened up Pandora's box?
Faker and Kuro went hard, so there's no flash for this. Origen in a real bad situation. He goes down a full 3-man Gnar ultimate. That's going to be Smeb down now. SKT will be your first ever 2-time world champions.